IVRA Endurance starts back up again. It's your winter endurance that you absolutely know and love. Your opening round is a 300 epic when it comes to racing action here from the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, the dyno test of racing circuits in and around with motorsport. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you're watching from around the world. My name is Jake Sperry. Alongside with me for the early start of action is Dan Field as we get set for qualifying action to begin in the next few moments with your IVRA Endurance Championship. Dan, pleasure to have you along, but what a place to start off the season as we take a look at our calendar. So we start with Barcelona, we head not too far over to Imola over in November, we break for December, and then January, February, March, April, May, they'll come thick and fast. Watkins Glen, Indianapolis, Interlagos, Monza, and finishing over in Le Mans.
Absolutely incredible calendar, I gotta say. I mean, Barcelona, what a place to start out. It hosts so many high caliber racing events. We've got F1, MotoGP, ELMS, GT World Challenge, among many other races. It is a fantastic circuit to start off today, mixing with the long straight down in towards turn number one and some beautiful curves in the earliest parts of this track. I can't wait for 300 laps of action.
I can't either, and this is how it's going to all work out today. So 15 minutes of qualifying for GT3 Pro, for LMP2, and then GTP as they will get themselves set. There will be a 10-minute warm-up and gridding process before the drop of the green flag will be expected at about 3:15 p.m. UTC. That will be 4:15 in terms of BST, British Summertime. GTP will have 4 cars to choose from: the Acura, the Cadillac, the BMW, and the Porsche 963. LMP2 are still with the Dallara P217, and then it's a smorgasbord of racing action for GT3 Pro.
Absolutely, look at all of those cars in there. It's good to see some of the machines that we don't typically see. Teams like to run the Audi, the Lamborghini. I'm excited to see how many of those we've got on the grid today, but you got the classics in there as well. Really is a well-endowed field.
Now, let's talk a bit of balance of performance here in GTP. So the Acura will be down 2% on its fuel tank. The BMW M8 Hybrid will have 6 kilograms of ballast, 8 kilograms for the Cadillac, and the Porsche gets the biggest hit, 9 kilograms of ballast, and they'll reduce the power by 0.5%. So they will restrict the engine on the Porsche 963s. That is to balance it out, to make it as fair as possible between the categories, to work out whose car has got what, but it is advantage Acura, I would say, in terms of not having to carry any extra weight, but will have a slightly diminished fuel tank, so that might be the one way that they get caught out over the course of action. But we are in the thralls of the start of qualifying on what is a brand new season. So let's take ourselves down to a very lightly wet circuit. We had a dousing of rain about an hour before qualifying here. 24-degree track temperature. No rain expected for the entirety of qualifying, but they are going to really struggle here to work themselves through the small areas of puddles. And the biggest place where it's puddled up is La Caixa corner. Turn number 10, the prime place to overtake on a lap like this. So I expect the fastest times to come right at the end of GT3 Pro Quali.
Absolutely, it's really all about when you can get that lap on the board, when you have the best conditions. Look at how much settled rain there is down at turn at number 10, which is so tricky on the power. Of course, we're using the historic circuit, meaning that it's those lovely curves rather than the Grand Prix where you've got the choppy and heavy braking zones. As the session goes along, particularly in the last parts of qualifying, is when the conditions will be at their absolute best for these drivers.
Yeah, GT3 has been a staple of the IVRA Endurance Series. They used to have GT3 Pro and AM racing at the same time. So your winners of GT categories, Team Huysingveld and Fiercely Forward in GT Pro and GT AM. Then T3 by Manatee Racing. We've seen a couple of Manatee cars out there so far today. So they managed to pick up the double in 2021-22. Manatee then also took it in 22-23. The Rusty Spatulas took GT3 AM Cam in 23-24, Urano taking Pro in 22-23, and then Bursa plus Turner taking GT3 Pro in 23-24. Last season, it was Grid and Go who picked up the result for the 247 outfit, which got them the championship that they wanted to, focusing with Impulse Racing by Tam Livery and Yannick Steinhoff out there on track, pushing through the Verth corner, turn 7 and 8, climbing up the hill for the very tough Kamsa corner, turn number 9, and then working in the middle of this train to make the lap times work. Once you get yourself a good opening lap out there, you're just looking at improving over and over. Just in front of him, he's trying to pick up the toe from the Sim RC 276, which is 7th at the moment, with Luca Nadeo behind the wheel at this stage.
An incredibly stacked field. We've got 23 cars with a lap on the board at the minute, and still more waiting in the wings. They'll be tripping all over each other. But we are still watching the 258 machine driven by Yannick Steinhoff. Well, absolutely beautiful corner through turn number 12, and then the final turn, New Holland, turn at number 13, and we'll see what this lap time will be as more and more times are coming on the board. It's still the 296 machine on top, a whopping 6/10 clear of the rest of the field as Yannick Steinhoff comes across the line, makes it P6 for the 258 team.
Yeah, great job, and there are your defending champions of gridandgo.com in the 247 this time around this season, and they are 4th fastest at the moment on a 43.1, half a second slower than Kai Dalziel in the Visceral Esports IVRA GT3 car. So it looks like it's Visceral who have got the best position out there. Scuderia Volpe currently second, with Jordan Lebois in that second position right now. And there is WSR Esports and Nathan Paris running the Aston Martin out there here for this season, brand new for this season, so that will certainly give an element of where you can find a little bit of an advantage here or an advantage there, and making that happen. There is the North Sim Racing Ferrari of Samuele Spiezio then out there at the moment, down to 11th because of Philipp Regensperger moving up to 7th, but trying to prove that there is going to be cars that this favours and cars that it won't here at Barcelona. This is going to be a place where if you've got very good mechanical grip, you're going to be very, very strong here today.
Absolutely, especially in these slightly wet, drying conditions. You really do need that mechanical grip to get the power down as early as you can. And in this third and final part of the circuit, it really is paramount, where there is still quite a bit of standing water, but luckily for these drivers, as more and more rubber is laid down onto the circuit, they're pushing away all of that standing water and creating a dry line to follow, as there's a slight bit of smoke right in front of Spiezio, but he is about to come across the line with a 1 minute 42.445. It's a brilliant P3 effort, but it's still Visceral on top, just by 0.005 of a second.
Yeah, and making sure that at least in the early goings here, that they are trying to navigate through what they can, and the times are absolutely flying now, so Visceral only have a 0.005 of a second advantage over the 225. That's Veloce Thrustmaster, who are in second position. North Sim Racing Red third. Bursa Plus Competition find themselves in fourth. Winners, of course, 2 years ago were Bursa, and they're looking to go back and claim their crown in this category. Björn Anschlag then currently for RaceSpotTV by Venari Racing in 10th position, and so that's not bad by Björn at this moment. They're just behind Scuderia Volpe, and they've just been overtaken because Halder Motorsport move up to third again with Philipp Regensperger, and you are seeing this dance of drivers pulling out of the way when they're not on a lap, finding themselves a chance to cool the tyres down, and then going out for it again.
Absolutely. I mean, they just want to be on circuit as much as you can. Try and make hay while the sun shines in these drying conditions. We're still watching the 266 Ferrari get a slight toe headed down in towards turn number 10, where, of course, we're going to see some prime overtaking opportunities heading into this race. It's an absolutely brilliant circuit, Catalonia. I absolutely love the final parts of this historic layout. Anschlag still following in the wheel tracks of the 206 machine at the minute. Now just headed in towards the final corners. We got a new time at the top of the field, immediately beaten out by the 289 BS competition machine. A 1 minute 41.984 is the time to beat, and these times, Jake, they're just going to keep tumbling down as the track gets drier and drier. We're going to see much quicker times.
Elias Rijka, then the Finn going quickest with Scuderia Volpe now up to second on a 42 flat. Solpek with Stephen McDonald are third, and then it's the 273 of Switch It Racing who find themselves in fifth position, because it is a similar esport then who move themselves to the top. Ansgar Altrichter then moving that up, and Altrichter making a really good ploy on a 41.9, finding that time by 600ths of a second. This may just come down to who is last over the line when the checkered flag comes out for this GT3 field. How to move up to seventh, but it is an ever-changing field out there. Stephen McDonald's trying to pilot the BMW up through the order and say, look, this is going to be us that finds the almighty result, as we take a little look through the trees.
Absolutely beautiful trees we've got here in Barcelona. There we go, we get a nice shot of the BMW M4, and you see how these drivers, they really have to wrestle the car along this circuit and how tentative they are, especially in the acceleration zones where you're really slow speed coming out of the corner. The 296 machine, Kai Diesel, once again is able to retake that top spot. Then the 278 of Manatee Racing, driven by Van der Grip, have been able to go into P2, so the times continue to come down. Here comes Stephen McDonald up towards the line. I believe will remain in P7, now P8 as a couple more drivers come across the line. It is Lucas Camba Moreiro with the fastest time.
Yeah, doing a wonderful job. Simify Esports now control the category at this moment on a 141.6. That one done by Lucas Camba Moreiro. Ryan van der Grijp then is there in fifth position, so Van der Grijp will be looking at this, and now will drop down to sixth for Manatee, because again there are cars that are making progress. Nathan Paris for WSR moves up to fourth position then on a 141.7, so a track that is lighting up and getting quicker and quicker. You're going to need to be right place, right time. Smilai Esports will be down then in the pit, so they're going to look for another set to go and give themselves that opportunity to say, look, we're going to attack with all that we can do at the very latest stages of qualifying. But Van der Grijp is still trying to work hard there through the final sector. Lekaiser at turn 10, heading over for turn 11, this long looping right-hand bend up over the top of the crest. That's Bank Sabadell heading to Europe car at turn number 12. You just got to pin the car down, hope that it will find as much of a run as it will need, and then that final corner of New Holland, which is lightning fast even in the best of times, and heading over for the line. Manatee put themselves to fourth. Team Australia by one performance. Vermilion Esports then find themselves down the order. Veloce up to second. Impulse go to third, but it is still Kai Dalziel who is on control for Visceral Esports. We'll be happy with that 41.4 as it currently stands.
They really have chopped and changed at the front of the order, but it seems like Kai Dalziel has got the best feel for the circuit here today. It's still very tight at the top. We are coming to the end of qualifying, most for the GT3 category, of course. Most teams are going to have one, maybe 2 laps left in the tank. Got about 3 minutes until the LMP2s will be making their way out onto the circuit. Here is Elias Rijka in the 289 BS competition BMW machine. Of course, this team always running in that BMW. Downhill in towards Seat corner, and then back onto the power as you head through turn number 6 and up towards Verth curb. It's a very nice part of the circuit. You feel very, very brave. You can look up the inside through turn number 5, and we could see some side-by-side action. But so far, it has been a fantastic qualifying. So many cars out on circuit, but we really haven't seen all that much impeding. I think it's been a very fair, very clean affair today.
I think that's been what's really important with this qualifying, is that every driver, every team wants to stand up and say, this is what we're capable of doing, this is how we're going to find that ability here. Elias Rijka down in 7th at the moment, 2/10 adrift, and it shows you how difficult this category is going to be, that everyone is dancing around with a very similar pace, and it might just be a case of hold yourself steady and hope you get the run when your reigning champions are down in 10th place because of the pull-up from Veloce, from Impulse. Well, both Impulse cars, Chris Shorter, the other one, then who has started to jump up and do well. The South African Rijka goes to 3rd, so You're turning around Veloce Thrustmaster with a 41.2, saying exactly what we want. Fast Repair Motorsport died to the pits. Visceral have now knocked down the order to 4th place. 1 minute remaining here in qualifying, and everybody, I think, is in a position of get it on track and get pace quick.
If you're not on circuit now, there's no chance in hell that you can get a lap on the board. Here is the 212 machine, the fiercely forward Aston Martin. I absolutely love the way the AMR sounds, newly added for this season of iRacing. Just got a gritty noise to it. Is beautiful to see. But we are coming to the end of qualifying. Now the last laps are on the board, and in the blink of an eye, we saw what looked like such a strong performance from the 296 Visceral team. Now they're down into 4th position. It's Veloce Thrustmaster on top. The 207 Howard Motorsports, driven by Philip Regensberger, has gone into P4. We are watching Andreas Fink right down in 23rd position at the minute. This team really needs a good lap.
Well, they have only this lap to Team Huizinveld, and they know that this is going to be a last chance saloon for many. They are down on a 42.1, which is only 9/10 of a second, but that's enough to put you right down at the back of category here in the Ferrari. A 29.7 opening sector, a 39.9 in the second sector. Humanity Racing move up into the top 10, so we're going to be keeping an eye out on who's going to be jumping up. We know Burosud can't improve. We know Visceral are out of opportunities. Fast Repair in the pits. North Sim Racing won't get a chance to jump up one more either, and neither will Impulse. By the looks of it, the 258 seems stuck with where they've wanted to go. Andreas Fink will now push for the line here in GT3 and does a 41.6 to move to 15, but it is about who is jumping up, because Switch It Racing and SimRC have exactly the same time, 4th and 5th, so they've done a very good job. Luca Nadeo making that progress then and crossing the line with what they've got, but now it's down to the final couple of cars to say, is this my time that it's going to be unlocked here? Philip Regensberger will hit pit lane, will not have the ability to improve the lap. So critically, as far as everybody out on circuit is concerned, Veloce Thrustmaster will take the inaugural pole here of this 25-26 season for category, as they will take the GT3 Pro division pole position with a 141.0 out there overall. So wonderful stuff for the 225, which leads us very nicely into the likes of the LMP2s that are now going to be out there. Your reigning champions in category, Delatrar Automotive by Majors Garage.
Incredibly exciting to see how the LMP2 field will stack up. You can see them lining up at the end of the pit lane, getting ready to come out. But what a qualifying from the 225 Veloce team. That was really fun to see, and considering we were in some drying conditions, the field spread really isn't that wide. I think this is an incredibly hotly contested GT3 field, but still just about 3/10 quicker than the second car to you. Brilliant effort once again.
Yeah, and we'll keep an eye out on the various teams who will give all they can out there overall to say this is what we are all about. So in this category, the Maradness team are going to be in a bit of trouble today, because they have immediately got 30 seconds worth of penalty for an incorrect team ID -number in session. So they've entered the number 17 in this instead of the 170 that they are supposed to be running. So they've been dinged for 30 seconds worth of stop hold penalty. And also in this one too, keep in mind that there will also be a penalty out there for, I believe, the number 9 team who have entered into this race with the number 69 on them. So that will be Tatum Restech up in your GTP division. But LMP2 going to get themselves set off and ready here, and there is confirmation of qualifying. Daniel Antunes then getting it sorted with a 141.016. Yannick Steinhoff alongside for Impulse Racing by TAM Livery. There's 2 AMG Mercedes 1 and 2. Elias Raika for Burosud Plus Competition 3rd, and Mark Voitschel for Switch It Racing is 4th. Luca Nadeo for SimRC 5th. Halder Motorsport 6th, with Visceral down to 7th, despite Kai Dalziel having control of the early stages of qualifying. Fiercely Forward are 8th, with Grid and Go, your reigning champions, they are 9th. And then Fast Repair Motorsport rounding out the top 10 of the division. Just beyond that, it will be a case to 11th where you find Solpec Precision Racing, Manatee Racing, and then Impulse Racing by Volder Art 257, Simify Esports, and the like all there. But there are the LMP2s looking to get themselves set, and there is the 170, which will be penalised a full 30 seconds. Mitchell Johnson currently out there at the moment. We'll see whether he's as fast as 150-mile-an-hour fast cricket ball. That's to be seen. I've just noted as well the 129 Mac Performance car. They're on home soil today. They are in the gravel out of the final corner, so that will bring a little bit of unwanted traction down on the exit of the final corner.
Absolutely. The gravel on the circuit and just the confidence for that team in their home race to be going off right at the beginning of qualifying. It really isn't going to do you any good. But here we see the LMP2s out on circuit, a completely level playing field, everyone driving that Dallara P217. We've got Apex Racing Team in the 199. It's Benjamin Frigerio. It's a driver I actually know quite well from the first ever series I've done on iRacing. So it's good to see him racing here today in the 199 machine. But headed in towards his lap, you can still see there's a bit of standing water out on circuit. It won't be as bad as it was at the start of the GT3 qualifying, but still just enough for these drivers to be cautious of whether they stray offline or not.
I will correct you there, Dan. It is the Effect Simulations 199. I know the colours are very similar to Apex, but you can see there the Effect Simulations car looking to make its progress known. But at least right now, it is a very competitive LMP2 field here today. You've got the likes of Fiercely Forward in here, the reigning champions, Dulatra Automotive, Nürburgring Esports find themselves in here. 2 of the Ariti Esports cars find themselves in this group too. So there is a lot to be unpacked with this style of racing. It really is I would say, a selective choice out there for many who go into this category. It's not the fastest, it's not the slowest, and therefore I think it is the most difficult to run, and often it's the one where a lot of drivers shy away. Felipe Silveira then making a charge for the line. Connor Jupp puts the time for Dulatra Automotive fastest overall, but then for Silveira it is 5th place then in the work for the NGC by Margam Darada team. Then the Portuguese-based outfit then finding themselves a bit down the order. Here's Dennis Vika making the charge over to the line, and for Vika it's going to be 11th fastest overall for Nürburgring Esports Flugplatz, so they're going to have a bit of work to do as Lockhart Brownlee out there for Orbit Drop Bear Mars.
Absolutely. It's a great statement as well from the reigning champions Delatraz Automotive to start off qualifying in strong stead, as here is Lockhart Brownie, a very colourful livery on him here, headed now in towards turn number 5. Got a couple cars just in front of him, and you can see how they're allowed to use the slight runoff area over the white line out off the exit at turn number 5, and again through there in turn number 6. Sorry, that's actually turn number 7 at Verth Curve. So all the track limits are decided by iRacing, and now headed down this straight and towards turn number 10. Prime overtaking opportunity in the race, and you really can tell the dry line through there. There's a complete part of the circuit where there is no rain whatsoever, and then there's all the standing water that's been pushed off by the GT3s before, and now the LMP2s, they get to revel in the rewards that the GT3s work so hard to give them. As here comes Lockhart Brownlee through New Holland to complete this lap. We'll see what it is. It's a 27.4 in the first sector, 37.6 in the second, and coming to the line it's 1 minute 35.091. Good enough for P8 for the time being.
Yeah, so that will certainly move them up a little bit, and they'll be in the middle of that pack as it stands. Connor Jupp running around for Dulatra Automotive by Major's Garage here today. It is the Auto Moves racing team who have control at the moment, with Boris Leisen, who is currently on a 134.1, which is about as quick as he was able to manage in the course of practice. So Jupp then looking to try and make some progress. I am getting word that there will be penalties coming in for ID numbers as well for car number 206, which will be the 6 in session. So that's LionGP, Fenster.com, ex-Writer Engineering in the GT3 Pro field. Also as well, car 214 entered with the 33. So that's Simify Esport, who will find themselves with a penalty as well of 30 seconds. And that will certainly hurt them out no end. And I believe the 232 team will also get a penalty. That is North Sim Racing Red, who will get dinged for it. And it is an easy penalty to avoid, making sure you got the right number. Big splash of puddle through the final corner there, trying to get that over the line and sorted. It was a very aggressive attempt by Jordan Air there for Ariti Esports. They find themselves in line with Luca Gramka in front. Gramka currently down in 10th place. The first of the Ariti cars, Jordan Air, 8th place at the moment on a 35 flat.
Really is a balancing game, isn't it, and how much of the circuit you actually want to use. And because if you touch a single bit of rain, you see on the inside they really can't get close to the right hand side of the circuit because it is just too wet down there to even risk it. So it really is a balancing act for these drivers in that they want to use all the circuit they can to optimize their lap time, but they can't step out into the wet and really mess up their chances of actually getting a lap in the first place. But all these guys are incredibly talented drivers who can make it work in these interchangeable conditions in such a difficult car to drive as well. Although I got to say, the LMP2 has got a very nice amount of mechanical grip. It is actually pretty strong in the wet weather conditions. Now in towards turn at number 10 for Jordan Air, fresh off a time. It's good enough for 8th position, still a second off the top. It's a much wider field spread that we've got here in the LMP2 early parts of the qualifying session in comparison to the GT3, despite being completely level pegging in terms of the cars. As here comes Jordan Air through the final corners. See what he is able to nestle in. Across the line now, what's it going to be? A 1 minute 34.564 from him. Good enough for P6, a 5/10 improvement. Very nice showing from Jordan.
That gets shuffled back a little bit as Fiercely Forward Gold and Tom Mayle moves up then to 6th position with the 34.517. So they are trying to nestle down. It is very close right now between 2nd and 8th places. There's just a 10th between them. It is Auto Moves who have the massive margin of 3.5 tenths of a second out there at the moment. There again is Benjamin Frigerio, who is looking to push in that 9th place at this current stage, but up the order would be a definite ideal out there for a team that should be looking to challenge. And you could see there running through, there is still a bit of standing water along the main run through, but here again at Leclerc, so we saw it was a puddle in qualifying, and there is the spin for Frigerio, just proving it's now a tightrope when you go through, because you've got one narrow strip of a dry line. Everyone is trying to hit that one line. The moment you step even a millimeter out, you're going to hit the water.
Oh, punishing is the wet weather system here. Even when it's getting drier, you are given no inches whatsoever. There's a nice slow shot of Frigerio going off, and it's good that he kept the wheels spinning, didn't get stuck or anything. It's a real shame, though, for his lap time, because it was looking pretty strong. Here is Connor Jupp in the 188 machine, just under 4 tenths slower than the Auto Moves Racing Team's 134 time at the minute. A 1 minute 34.038 is a fantastic benchmark in this session. Drivers are improving on their time, but not getting even close to that 134 machine. Although Connor Jupp, I think in this 188, the reigning champions in the LMP2 standings from last season, they've got a good opportunity to really make it work today, headed through the final sectors. Getting ready for a lap now is Jupp. I'd love to see how they can make this one work for Delatraz Automotive.
Well, in LMP back in 2020, 2021, it was Pro and Am split. So Delta Sport UK took Pro and Fiercely Forward took the Am category. When they moved up to just a single LMP2 category for 21-22, it was Pure Sims Esports who took that as the highest category. Didn't run LMP2 then for 22-23 or 23-24, but it did return for 24-25 with, of course, Dullatra Automotive picking up the titles then in the LMP2 category. They are down in 6th place at the moment, but it is as close as you can get because you've got Matt Performance, who have moved up to 3rd, Spanish-based team with Vicente Aparicio in behind the wheel at the moment. Team Racing are there by Edeka Nuring, then in 4th place. Daniel Gorachov is behind the wheel of the 111, and then it's Fastlane RT and Christopher Bella who is there for the 133. But for Connor Jupp, up the hill goes the charge through turn number 9, and so you're looking around and saying, well, what's the disaster here? You can see already trying to warm up those tyres, and that tyre temperature, every time they hit a puddle, all that effort to warm the tyres up, well, you just throw a bucket of ice on it by essentiality.
Absolutely. A real shame that, you know, it's so difficult to keep the tyres up to temperature when there's such a thin part of the circuit that is actually considered dry. Connor Jupp, nevertheless, though, headed through the final corner now at New Holland. We'll see what his effort is. Can it get close? No, it's not going to be a push lap. I believe he's going to go once again here. So a real shame for Connor Jupp having to really warm those tyres, get them back up to temperature. Here is the 170 machine, the Maradness car, already taking a penalty. Not a great precedent for this 170 team as they complete a lap. A 136.2 is not going to be an improvement. They're currently down in 15th at the minute and slowest of all the times. It's definitely been a rough start for this team.
It has been rough. There's not much that they could do about it. Felipe Silveira there for Ariti then is just in the 14th position. For NGC by Margam Dorada is there as effect. Go to the top by 13 thousandths of a second. Out of the blue, a blue and black Thunderbolt has just found itself up there, and that was Benjamin Frigerio finding the time, putting it together after the spin earlier on in qualifying. That is a very important lap to reset morale, and it puts the Australian-based team of Auto Moves into a little bit of a sticky situation. Boris Leisen is now going to have to try and find a little bit more time out there as we watch Silveira crest the hill.
That was such an important lap for Frigerio. Here is Boris Leisen coming through the final corner now. Can he respond with an emphatic lap time to improve once again and take that pole position back? Not quite. A very good effort of a 1 minute 34.098. That might have been exactly the same lap that he's got at the minute. No, just 600 slower than his previous attempt. We flick back to Silveira, down in 14th position. See what this team can do. Is now through the final 2 corners completely flat. It's beautiful to hear these LMP2 cars roaring through the final corners and to come across the line. Can it be a marked improvement for this number 142 team? It is a slight one. 8 tenths off the pace at the minute, a 1 minute 34.2. Sorry, I've lost my timing already there, but still a good improvement.
Yeah, the improvements there. They're into the final minute now, so anybody who's out there on track is looking for improvement. Team Racing on a 134.1 with Daniel Gorachov moves up to 3rd then by Edeka Nuring. So this is going to be some really critical times that'll be coming through. The likes of Matt Performance hit the gravel, so they're not going to improve. You've also got the likes of Nix Esports on the lane with Oscar Soltero. Frigerio will not improve or as any more than that because he's just gone even quicker to a 33.9. Absolutely magical in terms of lap time there, and we'll say I can't do any better than that. It comes down as the checker flag is out. Dennis Vika will be first to the line in the 187. 34.7's not going to get the job done. Tom Mayle only finds improvement of 100th of a second, remains in 5th with Dulatraz currently in 4th. Connor Jupp will hit the lane and won't find improvement. It will fall to Fastlane RT, who are next out on circuit to jump themselves over to the line. That's the 133 team with Christopher Bella in behind the wheel. That's a bit wide through New Holland, and that does improve them. 34.3. They go 5th fastest then. Maradness will be next then across the line. They go to a 35.1. They jump Ariti over the line. NGC do improve. They jump up then into the top 10 and just, but that is a very important qualifying. The other of the Ariti cars will now make a look for the line. They go to a 34.5 and don't improve position, as it will be the 180 now of Gramka, who will be the last car who can make any form of chase with it, heading towards the line in LMP2, and it's a 34.7 for them, which jumps them up a couple places to 13th, but a magical lap time from Effect Simulations that gives them the pole in LMP2.
After spinning out and into the gravel, that would have been a great mental reset for both Rogerio and for the entire Effect Simulations team. It's so easy when you're driving on tilt to make mistakes, but they've handled it absolutely perfectly and have taken pole in LMP2.
And we'll get a little look at how the field looks now for the LMP2 division, where the 199 team held control by over a tenth of a second over Boris Leisen and the Automoves Racing team, who are really announcing themselves on the stage here today in second position. You've got Team Racing by Adeka Nuring in third position, with Connor Jupp fourth for Dulatrat Automotive by Majors Garage, the defending champions, working from fourth. Fastlane RT are fifth, with Fiercely Forward in sixth, Christopher Bella and Tom Mayer respectively. Map Performance with Vicente Aparicio then are seventh on home soil, with Oscar Soltera also on home soil. Eighth for Nix Esports. Nürburgring Esports with Dennis Vika will be ninth, and Ariti would round out the top 10 through Jordan Air. You then had Felipe Silveira with NGC Margam Darada. Alex Messi then for Unity Racing Team in 12th. Ariti 13th with their second car with Luca Gramka behind the wheel. Then Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports Mars there with Lockhart Brownlee on a 35 flat. And then a 35-1 for Maradness, Mitchell Johnson at the back, and with a 30-second penalty to serve in the pits as well over the course of racing. Track hasn't really moved, but I think the big key is we are getting ourselves set for what will now be the biggest category out there, the GTP category, is just how blustery it is out there today. It is blowing gales between 30 and 34 kilometers an hour. One gust of wind and the back's going to step out. It is a tough day here today in Barcelona.
It's so difficult in these GTP cars, which are so touchy on the loud pedal, especially when they've not got the tyres up to temperature. One slight misinput, one fraction of a Newton meter too much force you put in, and you could be sent into a spin. These guys, they will be able to hopefully get those tyres up to temperature in the best way they can. As you said, the track really hasn't moved all that much. The track temp remains exactly the same as it was at the start of the race, and there's still plenty of standing water left to be had. But nevertheless, everyone is coming out onto the circuit now. Here is the number 8 Fiercely Forward car driven by Joao Vaz, and we'll see how all of these drivers can cope in these still interchangeable conditions.
Joao Vaz and Ilka Harpler both leaving the Orion race team and moving to Fiercely Forward. It was a partnership for Ilka Harpler of almost 20 years when it came to racing over with Orion. That's now gone and decided to move. Both drivers then featured in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series back in the day and have moved to GT spec, which they have certainly preferred, and now into prototype spec, where they find themselves now. But it is a who's who of drivers out there at the moment. Tanguy Bion for the number 1 Movano Rosso team. You've got Maxime Canars out there. Owen Carroll will be running for Burosud, and Pablo Espes in the Williams Gaming Club car. Michael Romanidis, Mark Perez, Dylan Scrivels, Martial Hubers out there. Jesse Telkala for Grid and Go Esports 2. So this is going to be a very aggressive field here today that will be looking to try and pick up where everyone wants to leave off, and they've all got to be the number 22 car out there. They'll normally run 33, but their number's been taken. That is Marcus Hamilton for Movano Azzurro in the Acura. Movano are the 2-time defending champions of the prototype division.
Yeah, absolutely. They have got a lot of expectations on their shoulders, but this is an incredibly stacked field looking to take that title off of them. It is a brilliant sight to see the Acura out on circuit, one of my favourite of the GTP cars. The other one being the Porsche, which has sadly been hit very hard by the BOP today. Here is the other Movano car, number 1, driven by Tanguy Bilon. So we'll see how the pair of these two, both driving separate vehicles here today, both of them in the Acura, of course, how they all cope. This will be an incredibly exciting time for this team and for the entirety of the IVRA Endurance Series, as now we are below 15 minutes. I do believe we are ready for qualifying.
We certainly are, and I would say the team to keep an eye out on for today's running is the number 36 entry. It is Drago Racing who are there. They've got Michael Romanidis, and they can head to Nicholas Bowe as their driver to go with in at the early stage of the 300-lap race. We have available, they can go to drivers over the course of this season, like Ate Kalpanen, for example, like Alexander Spets. I think they are the favourites, despite the two-time champions being here and looking to hold their crown. But they're getting their warm-up lap sorted first and foremost. Simify with the best of those on a 1:35.1, but they are still behind by about 1.1 seconds on the times that were done fastest in your LMP2 division, which is the indication of just how much you have to feather the throttle around the corners in these prototypes for the opening couple of laps.
You've really got to get all the tyre temps that you can. Of course, no blankets. They are going to be stone cold straight out the garage, so they have got to get them up to temperature the best they can, and in fact take 2 installation laps just to set a time on the board that is competitive. So this will probably be the only time today that you will see the GTPs slower than the LMP2s. But nevertheless, all the laps are well and truly underway. Here is Martial Hubert headed in towards the final corners, where of course in the LMP2 qualifying we saw Frigerio go off there. I'd imagine we might see an off later on today. More times now coming through for Marcus Hamilton in the 22 machine, going just 400 slower. These times don't mean anything just yet, as here comes Martial Hubert headed through the final corner at New Collins. Has to be very tentative on the loud pedal, but coming up towards the line, the first laps are being completed. Hubert, where can he find himself? It's right to the top of the order, going just under 4/10 clear of Billon.
Yeah, good time in the Porsche there to jump up that 963, and there is the BMW of Tatum Restec. Pablo Caroleo is behind the wheel now. They do have a penalty that they will have to serve. They are here in what is the number 69 car out there overall, but for them, they are supposed to be in the number 9 machine, so the Italian will find that this will be a tough day at the office. They've immediately got 30 seconds worth in order for them to serve, but drivers will be looking at this as either I want to push on my second lap or my third lap, so you're looking around and saying, have I got enough temperature to make it work? And Tanguy Beyond is someone who will want to get the Movano Rosso number 1 car up the order. Not number 1 because that's the championship winning car, but number 1 because Movano have the right to use the number 1 and have the number 1 car as the one they'd like to be using over the course of racing.
Really is a status thing, isn't it, to be able to use the number 1, which is always reserved for the reigning champion team. And here comes Movano headed through the final corners. A couple more laps being set on the board. Still no one able to trump the GTP project team of Martial Hubert, driven by Martial Hubert. But here comes Bill onto the line, and that is a 33.0, enough to put himself just under 4/10 clear of, wow, Owen Carroll going to the line, a 1:32.2, and there we go. Now we're starting to see the proper push laps from the GTPs. That is an emphatic lap from the BMW.
Yeah, but I said look at Owen Carroll as a driver who can absolutely change races, and he's proving that. And they've got Phil Denez that they can go to as well as their second driver out there. So I think that's a very important moment for them as far as qualifying is concerned, that they want to set a precedent that Burosud are here to race and they are here to challenge for the title. Solpec go to 5th with Blake Reynolds, a former pro stripe when it came to the eNASCAR Championship Series. Blake now enjoys his sim racing, has jumped in with the Solpec team and is looking to be very much enjoying one of his favourite types of cars now in endurance circles. So Solpec now put themselves in the picture on a 32.9.
It's the same racing, isn't it, as NASCAR, just slightly different corners. You know, you actually have to turn right around this circuit just a few times, but it's great to see how the translation of skill across disciplines really can put these drivers who are good in one, they can still compete in the other. As here comes the number 11 fiercely forward team, the BMW, driven by Scrivens, is now through the final corners. He comes currently in 11th position. Would love to put this car maybe in and around the top 5, possibly a top 3 position. Slight snap off the exit of the corner, but coming up towards the line. What is it? It's a 32.1. That is the quickest time from the number 11 team. Great time from Scrivens. Immediately snatched away by Telkala.
Grid and Go are deciding they want themselves to be known as a team to be feared. Jesse Telkala will have Petr Juba for help then, the Hungarian today, and Telkala getting a very, very good time in, a quarter of a second almost, clear of the rest of the field. Budosuda down to third, and Pablo Espes puts the Williams Gaming Club up into fourth position then on a 32.256, half a second. Then splitting your top 9 in division, and there's only 15 out there looking to put time, still waiting for a representative time from the Williams Sim Racing Academy and Manatee Racing Black. But this is where you find being off sequence sometimes can help for a team out there like Movano at the moment. The Atsuro team down on a 32.6. Marcus Hamilton, who has been here forever and a day in terms of sim racing, is probably royalty who should go in the Hall of Fame if ever there was one. 32.163. Now puts himself up to P3.
Brilliant time there, and that is the power of being able to run out of sync with everyone else. There's a huge gaggle of cars who are all going to be tripping over each other, headed through the final parts of the lap. And that you get all the clear air in the world. Here is Manatee Racing without a representative lap time, but there is Owen Carroll once again improving on his lap time. Still more times left to be had. The number 78 Manatee team needs a representative time on the board, and it's Maxime Knaz headed through the final corner now, off the exit and approaching the line. Now this is not going to be a representative lap time, so he's going to be pushing. Now it's a 57 from him there, much slower than that team needs to be. And so Manatee Racing, they've got it all to do with just under 8 minutes left to go.
Give some credit to Orbit Drop Bear. They find themselves now third fastest on a 31.9. Harrison Lillis is a very quick qualifier and is proving as such is the Aussie at this moment with the number 68 team. At this moment in time, for him, he will have Sam Sutton as his dependable general alongside for company, so that will certainly give an element of security for Drop Bear at this moment. But I would look around and say that they're all trying to gear up for that big lap time at the end that says I can stand head and shoulders above the rest. Budosud on 31.7s, running for Owen Carroll about half a second quicker than his practice time, and in fact the fastest practice time was a 31.7 set by Grid and Go. So we're seeing those tyres. Movano Rosso go top by 4,000 of a second. Tanguy beyond there, but immediately Owen Carroll fires back by a 10th and a half.
Carroll is having absolutely none of it. That is his pole position, and he's going to guard it with his life. As up towards the line comes Harrison Lillis. I believe there was a little bit of an improvement, or maybe a very similar lap time as previous, but there is Owen Carroll. What a lap to stamp the authority of British competition. Incredible stuff there. Movano thought they had it, but no, Owen Carroll denies you.
Pablo Espes up to fifth then for the Williams Gaming Club, and that 31.919 is only 7,000 short of the Grid and Go GTP of Jesse Telkala, who is there in fourth position. Now backing off of it then on this lap, trying to get some cool into the tyres to have another chance of going at it again then for another attempt. So you can see pulling off to the side, even maybe looking to try and bring the car away. Mark Perez then for Simify Esports, they find themselves now in 8th position. Home race for Simify, Spanish-based team out there, and Simify, of course, a wonderful company that sells all sorts of sim racing gear and equipment, so they'll be looking to try and jump up, and they'll actually fall now down to 9th, because of the likes of those around who are jumping up. Movano at Tsuro, back to fourth with Marcus Hamilton. So with the likes of Drago in and around, you're going to be thinking about what Simify want out of this. Ninth currently, 32.1. That lap time slightly slower.
Disappointing from the simplified team. They'd want to do well in their home races. The number 36 Drago racing car, driven by Romanidis, comes across the line just 200 slower than Burrow's competition. And Drago Racing, they really have just burst onto the scene. There is Harrison Lillis once again to the line with an improvement to go fourth fastest. They are wrestling that Cadillac very well there, as now the 78 Manatee team goes into 10th position, just ahead of Fiercely Forward Black, driven by Joao Vaz. They've both set a lap time within 1,000th of each other. Here comes Pablo Espes across the line to begin a lap now. Was not an improvement on the previous best. So Pablo Espes has got it all to do at the minute. Plenty of clear air in front of him. The closest car to him is Maxime Canaz in at the number 78 machine, headed, I believe, through it's Elf Corner now. So plenty of time for Espes to get this lap done.
Yeah, and so if you're looking at this lap and trying to give what you can for it, Pablo Espes knows he hasn't had the luxury of pulling the car in the pits because it takes so long to get the tyres up to temperature. You're going to really struggle for it. Yessi Hiliaho then moves up the car for Williams Academy to 9th. They'll be happy about that as an effort out there, and both the Movano cars say they can't do any more. They're down to just a minute here in qualifying, and Owen Carroll finds even more improvement out there, goes a full 10th clear, on board with Espes then, over the top of the crest then, heading through the left-hand bend. Michael Romanidis then will snatch it away for Drago Racing. A 31.457 puts them 300ths clear at the top at the moment. Fiercely Forward Yellow with Dylan Scrivens moves up then to 3rd fastest as it goes, and right in the final stages of qualifying, we are seeing an all-out brawl for it. What is left for Pablo Espes then to go and jump up, knowing they've got 9,000ths to get by Grid and Go? They are down now in 8th place. They do have another lap if they want it. That's a 33.3, so this is gearing up for their big final lap attempt out there. Checkered flag is now going to be out in GTP qualifying, so it will be the question of Burasud and Drago on who is going to stand head and shoulders above the rest. On the brakes goes Owen Carroll, working his way through turn number 10. Lakaitsa, the long turn 10 out there, of course, running the historic 1992 layout and not the layout that is currently out there at the moment, which is a bit of a mix between the two. But Carroll now working through Europe car, heading to New Holland, kicking up as much water as he dares, going through the penultimate corner, now looking to make a drive. He's got 300ths to find, crosses the line, he's there by 1,000, he's there by 1,000, it's Owen Carroll by 1,000, Romanidis hits the pits, he can't improve, magical stuff, the barest of margins to make pole position happen. Semify have gone up to 3rd now on a 31.7, as the likes of Grid and Go will make a look towards the line and see if there are any late improvements. They put a 31.6 down to go up to 3rd, so Grid and Go find themselves 2nd row at best. My oh my, what a qualifying we had just witnessed, a single 1,000th for pole position.
Back to the IVRA Endurance Series. Could you want a better qualifying session than that? Incredible from Owen Carroll right towards the line. He gave it everything, using every part of the circuit, risking spinning off and into the gravel with every touch of water there. That was fantastic from Owen Carroll there to earn that pole position by the skin of his teeth with 1,000th in it. Incredible stuff.
What a wonderful qualifying session. The Williams Gaming Club unable to improve with their last attempt, and that will mean that the checkered flag is fully out for all categories. 1,000th between the two BMWs at the front, Burosud and Drago, proving that they are the top two to beat. In 3rd, it is the Cadillac of GridandGo.com Esports and Jesse Telkala. They're in 3rd. Mark Perret in 4th. Dylan Scrivens for Fiercely Forward are 5th, with Movano number 1 in 6th position, and Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports in 7th, the first of the Porsches. Your reigning champions, 2-time reigning champions there, are 8th with Marcus Hamilton. Pablo Espes is in 9th, and your top 10 is going to be rounded out then as follows. Jesse Hiliaho then in 11th. It was, of course, Fisley Forward Black there in 10th, as Manatee Racing will be 12th ahead of the GTP Project team in 13th. Tatum Restec, who will have the penalty, and then Solpec Precision, who are down at the back. Blake Reynolds there in the Porsche. But on a drying circuit then in qualifying, it was always going to wait for the final available opportunity to go and make this one work. But that was a magical qualifying session, and it goes to show you that the guard that have the championship, so to speak, will not necessarily here, Dan, be in complete control when it comes to this racing action. 300 laps of racing here today, or 8.5 hours. It is whichever comes first in terms of that regard. And what will also be critical to note is that is over 1,400 kilometers of racing if we do complete all 300 laps.
Wow, I mean, this is going to really be a test for these drivers in their rigs. Of course, a minimum of 2 drivers they've got. The most someone can do is 4.5 hours today, so you've got to split it fairly evenly between all of your drivers today. But wow, just an incredible end to qualifying there. 1,000th in it over the course of 1 lap. How will they fare in 300 of those?
Well, they know they're going to have to hold on to their hats, because this is going to be a very brilliant day in terms of racing action. They will have, of course, 2 formation laps today to get themselves up to temperature and ready for racing here around the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, here in Montemelo, Spain, which is just on the cusp of the main mountain range, and the Parc del Corredor out there that runs on by, which pretty much pins the critical position of Barcelona, as we find ourselves northwest of that, in a very hilly region of the world, this one, because one of the great cycling World Tour events runs through this section here, Dan, and that is the Volta a Catalunya.
Yeah, this is such a historic part of the world, really. And you know, the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, it's only been in existence since the early 90s, and it's already got so much tenure, so much history in racing across the world, and it's the perfect place to start the IVRA Endurance Series. We've not raced here since the 21-22 season either, so really can be a new test for some of our newer drivers who haven't raced in this series since then. But nevertheless, they're all very experienced runners in their own rights, and it's a fantastic team event today. I looked in the driver briefing Discord channel just before, 131 when I checked. There might have been more, there might have been less at one point, but it's just incredible to see how many people go into making an event like this work.
And we move over the day as we get ourselves into the early morning for the warm-up. So they will have 20 minutes. The wind direction has completely changed on them here, so that will be a easterly wind, east to west, as they all make a bit of a mess down in pit lane. Solpeck being caught up there with the likes of Veloce Thrustmaster and co, so they won't be too pleased about that, trying to leave the pits and get themselves ready on the warm-up. But I think today it's about what you can do, and what has been some wonderful qualifying efforts out there that have given everybody the set for what this day is going to be all about. The 8.5 hours that they have available in front of them and what they've needed to do. This is your pole app with Burasud Plus competition, and this is Owen Carroll looking to make that push down this long front stretch over towards turn number 1, 2 and 3. And as you work yourself into the opening corner of Elf, you've got the turn 2 section where you just got to be very careful with that puddle on the inside, and then through the Renault corner, turn 3. This is where you are reliant on the aerodynamics of the car to really chase yourself forward. Looking for the Repsol bridge as a marker down through the gears into turn 4 of Repsol corner, and then again as you're working through these long parabolic style corners which really test the tyre life, you then hit the brakes for the first big braking zone of the lap then that slows it right down at what is Seat corner. turn number 5. Through this small flick of 6 and joining back up with the national circuit then for turn number 7, Verth, and really attacking that curb, not being afraid. There was Owen Carroll through this section and looking about through turn 9 here at Campsa. You are now over towards turn 10. Pick your mark out here for Lekaixa because it's a long list in. It's an early apex entry and the corner goes on forever, so you've got to modulate the throttle carefully. Bank Sabadell, very similar, but it's uphill, so often you will see drivers spin over to the inside, being too eager to put on the throttle. You crest over through Europe Car at turn 13, descend back down turn 12, down the hill then for New Holland at 13, avoiding the puddle on the inside, seeing everybody run a little bit wide, and Owen Carroll, by just one sheet of paper, so to speak, a thousandth of a second, finds that control out there at the moment. Partly cloudy conditions here in this warm-up, and a mega lap time needed. It didn't look like there was anything wrong with that at all. It was the perfect case of risk versus reward.
Every single input that you saw Owen Carroll put in, every micro steer, every feather of the throttle went in, give or take, to match it to taking pole position by 1,000th of a second. That is the perfect way to do it. That is the ultimate sigh of relief when you're coming up towards the line. You know what time you need to take pole, and you beat it by just 1,000th. I mean, that is absolutely incredible. And starting high up the order can really go a long way in a race like this. Of course, maybe for starting further back down the order in normal circumstances, you can think, okay, we'll stay out of trouble in the early phases and then pick up points in the last hours or so when everyone else has tumbled over each other. Here, at the halfway point of the race, that'll be lap number 150, you pick up a third of the points for the position that you're currently in. So you need to make sure that you are competitive all the way through to pick up those vital points.
Taking a look on board with the Scuderia Volpe by P1 Simcar, the windscreen wipers going about then out to the final corner as they work down the main straight. Talk about this circuit though here, Dan, in terms of how difficult it is going to be on the lapping process, because I look at this circuit as one which is very, very good for Formula style racing. It has always been a dyno test of a track, but when it comes to endurance, this is a circuit with very long corners, and the cars with the mechanical grip like the GT3s will make a little bit of nuisance for the LMP2s, who will make a little bit of a nuisance for the GTPs. It is not as simple as you can just clear a car today.
Absolutely, and I'm thinking towards the turn number 10 and turn number 11 is where it's going to be most difficult. There's a car off into the wall, and you can just see how congested the field actually does get. Of course, we are in the warm-up phase, but relatively it's a pretty narrow circuit. It's very difficult to go side by side in the corners where they turn back onto each other. It could be so difficult to lap the other cars. I think there will be plenty of drama to be had here today once we get into the lapping phase of this race, as they're all just tumbling over each other in this warm-up.
They are. They've all come out at the same time, and they've got to either A, give themselves some room. That's Blake Reynolds going about there for the spin and struggling to find a way to rejoin back onto circuit. There is the Lion GP car of Jack James, who is currently circulating around at the moment in the Lion GP Fenster.com ex-Writer engineering car out there. They will have a penalty over the course of this, but GT3, I think, have an interesting race on their hands today, because they are not beholden to the 300 laps that the prototypes will have to do out there, and overall it'll very much be a race for them of how they hold and maintain, keep hitting their hour, and just making sure they've got enough to work with at the end of the race. That slide there, I think, tells you all you need to know, how everyone immediately jumps over to try and avoid running over the 9th place overall at the time car there. But it is going to get busy, it is going to get quick, and this circuit is at best 3 wide.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're having a side-by-side battle, say you're in the GT3s and then an LMP2 and a GTP comes along trying to lap you, it could be so difficult whether who's going to find their way through it. I mean, it's so dangerous to see. And I'm very excited to witness the GT3 field today. I want to know how the Aston Martin gets on today, newly added for this season of iRacing. It'll be very exciting to see what another element, what another cog in the very, very big wheel of this stacked GT3 field. By far well, not by far, but definitely the majority of drivers today running in those GT3 machines.
Now let's talk points, because points will be important, even though that they've all started themselves on 0 points for this new season that they get themselves in on. It is a case of there are 2 ways you score points in this series. The first way is by finding the checkered flag, because there'll be 100 points for the category win, and as that goes back in terms of their point schedule, it's 90 points for second, it's 81 points for third, 73 for fourth, and 66 for fifth. And that goes all the way down to 25th in class, where you are entitled to 1 championship point. So they have worked out a way where everybody goes back and gets their points and scores. But also, when you get to halfway in this race, so in terms of where this would look, I would argue it's 150 laps, or however many laps they will declare halfway to be today, in case that we do run the 8 hours 30. I believe they will declare it at 150 laps. You will score the same points there, but it's not 100. You just divide those points by 3. So first will be entitled to 34 championship points at that time, which would be half distance. Then second would take 30, and so on and so forth.
Absolutely, and I really do enjoy that. I think it really creates a sense of urgency to keep pace with the lead runners and hope that you don't get lucky later on in this race, because luck is not a strategy, as the great Brad Pitt puts it in the Formula 1 movie. You've got to make your own chances here today, and that will be very exciting to see. How will Connor Jupp and the 188 Delatraz Automotive team, the defending champions, fare, starting from 6th? And Pablo Espes as well in the 66, starting in 5th. I mean, all these drivers, wherever they are, GTP, LMP2 or GT3, they're going to have the urgency to get through the field as early as they can.
Now, all of these drivers will have a maximum driver time requirement out there, so it's not a case of you can stick a driver in for 6.5 hours and then sort out the fair share that way. They are limited today to 4.5 hours worth of driving time. If someone goes over the top of 4.5 hours, they are going to be pinged with a penalty.
Absolutely, and it creates that team element. A minimum of 2 is what you are required today. Some teams might opt for 3. It's very exciting to see. I love endurance races. I love when they've got the driver swaps and everyone has to come out, and you can already see them in the warm-up phase still making contact with one another. They're really tumbling over each other in these slow parts of the warm-up phase. Imagine what it's going to be like in the race.
Yep, this is an in-sim time. Oh, struggle with the puddle, why don't we? For Blake Reynolds, who very nearly finds out what makes this such a tough section of circuit to really navigate your way through. So just about able to avoid the majority of the troubles there. It is worth talking about this too, as they get themselves ready. This is going to be an early start in terms of the racing time. No floodlights around here, so in terms of an early start, getting them ready at 9 a.m. and expecting about 8.5 hours worth of racing, they're going to be running right through the clock from sunrise to sunset. So as they set themselves up, the checkered flag has come out then in warm-up, and we are now set and ready for racing action to begin here from this wonderful circuit, the Barcelona, Catalonia, at the start of your IVRA Endurance Series. Owen Carroll for Burasud Plus Competition in control of the GTPs, with Drago Racing a single thousandth behind them for them at this stage. You've then got GridandGo.com Esports third, and Simify Esports in 4th position. Fiercely forward, and the first of 2 Movano cars, Movano Rosso, there in 6th position. Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport Jupiter are 7th, with the Movano Azzurro car, the reigning champions. They go from 8th, with the Williams Gaming Club in 9th, and Fiercely Forward rounding out your top 10 with the black car entry. It's then Jesse Hiliaho for the Williams Sim Racing Academy, and then Manatee Racing in 12th position. GTP Project are 13th, ahead of Tatum Restec, who will have a penalty, and then it is Solpec Precision Racing, who are 15th overall as that stands. In LMP2, Benjamin Frigerio put Effect Simulations in control, with the Automoves Racing Team LMP2 alongside them on that front row. It's then Team Racing by Adeka Nuring in 3rd, with Dulatra Automotive by Majors Garage, the reigning champions, in 4th. Fastlane RT and Fiercely Forward Gold are then 5th and 6th, with Matt Performance in 7th and Nix Esports in 8th place. Nürburgring Esports will go from 9th, with Ariti Esports rounding out the top 10. That's the 108 entry, with NGC by Margam Darada in 11th and Unity Racing Team Black in 12th. Ariti 180 will start in 13th ahead of Orbit Drop Bear Mars, and the Maradnas team, with a penalty, will have a lot of work to do from the back of the field today. In GT3 Pro, it was Danny Antunes who put it together for Veloce Thrustmaster, with Impulse Racing by Tam Livery along with them next door. Burosub Plus competition, they won this category a couple years ago with the Burosub Plus Turner team. They will go from 3rd, with Switch It Racing in 4th. SimRC and Halda Motorsport are 5th and 6th. It's then Visceral Esports with Cal Dalziel in 7th, and Rodrigo Mies, part of the 10K iRating Club, fiercely forward, find themselves in 8th with their pink machine. It is then GridandGo.com Esports, the reigning champions, in 9th, and Fast Repair Motorsports in 10th. It will be Solpec Precision Racing 11th, and Manatee Racing with Ryan van der Hrijp there in 12th place. It's then Impulse by Volder Arts, again the 257 this time, in 13th. Simify Esports 14th with a penalty. Team Heusingveld and then North Sim Racing, Samuele Spiezio, will also have a penalty in 16th, with WSR Esports and Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim 17th and 18th. Team Australia by One Performance Racing X Vermilion Esports are 19th. Lewis Greathead is behind the wheel for them, and a penalty for LionGPFencer.com X Writer Engineering. They will be in 20th. Simile Esports are 21st, ahead of Racework.com by Venari Racing, and Road 12 of your GT3 division is Boots and VDS by Undercut, along with Vesta Sport Etienne Celli there down at the field. You've then got the likes of Delta Sport Sim Shop in 25th, and that will be the field of them as they get themselves ready for racing action here today as they go and look at this. It's a little bit cloudy out there at the moment. Track very, very cold. 10 a.m. that they've just found themselves to tick on through, and not really too much to worry about, I would say, at this early stage of running, except for the fact that it is absolutely as windy can be today for racing conditions. You couldn't ask for a tougher challenge by the wind. These cars will be picked up through the corners, and so you'll be looking at fighting against that compared to when you have a track which is very much a still circuit.
Attempts will be so important in the early phase of this race. They've got the formation laps to just get them up to temperature as best they can, but combine the fact that we've got a slightly wet circuit still from the rain that hasn't been affecting qualifying whatsoever. It shouldn't be coming in the race today, and given that you've got a 19-degree track temperature, 5 degrees lower than what it was in qualifying, it'll be a lot more difficult to get the tyres up to temperature and really maximize the grip that you've got. So the formation lap is paramount for these drivers, as just look at this monstrous field in front of us. 15 GTPs, 15 LMP2s, and a whopping 25 GT3s make up this 55 car grid today.
And they know that they've all got to behave nicely with each other on the same circuit as they run behind the iRacing sedan pace car at this moment, working itself through. You can tell it's a pace car there, Dan, because it says pace car on the rear boot.
Absolutely. Just making sure that all the drivers know that this is the car that you're supposed to follow, and it isn't collisionable, so Owen Carroll can get as close to the rear of the car as he wants and almost put alongside it, headed through turn number 7 and 8. So yeah, good to know that they are clearly indicated, these pace cars.
So they work themselves over turn number 9, which is the Campsa corner, and now they'll be sitting down and saying, how do we get a good start to this race? You look at where you need to be. Timing is going to be everything. Safety cars are available to these drivers too, in the IVRA style of safety car, which takes a little bit longer for everybody to be shuffled back up together again. but it will be about the various divisions. Veloce Thrustmaster with Danny Antunes will be very happy with the work that the 225 has been able to do. They can go to Caleb Hyde over the course of this race, who is a very reliable driver in that 225, but as they pull themselves along to 2 wide once again and sort themselves out by category, now is the time where a whole summer's worth of racing has now come to this fruition. As autumn will turn to winter, it will be about who can survive to see spring and be the smiliest of them all, to stand on top of the podium, to say that it is going to be our category that we dominate this season. Burosud with control, Drago alongside them, and Grid and Go sitting just behind with Simify Esports. Let's get ourselves ready for the IVRA Endurance Series, because we have the green flag and 300 laps starts now.
It down in towards turn number 1. You can see they're all trying to generate as much heat as they can. It's been a perfect getaway from Owen Carroll. There's a touch there already. Oh, it is Simify off and into the gravel of their home race. A disappointing start.
Mark Perez would have known better. Here goes LMP2. Daniel Gorochov got an absolutely good start then as they worked themselves through the early stages. And critically, it is Effect Simulations who have themselves the control of category then as they work through. You've also got the GT3s that are looking to get themselves their almighty launch. They're running through turn 2 and into Renault now, and critically for Impulse, they are still just behind Veloce Thrustmaster, Switch and Amber, and Burosud find themselves then in play at the moment as they work themselves through the early stages. Lapping is going to happen pretty quickly as far as this race is going to be concerned, but it's Jesse Telkula who's now having to play the defensive track at this stage with Fiercely Forward Yellow and Orbit Drop Bear lining up. The Williams Gaming Club, and a great start for Manatee Racing Black. They've moved up a couple places off this start.
Perfect start for both Owen Carroll and Michael Romanidis, already pulling about a second gap to the rest of the field behind. Jesse Talcala will have to play defensive, as you said, to Dylan Scrivens and Harrison Lillis in behind, headed through the final few corners for the first time along this lap. We'll see how they can all cope for what is 300 laps or 8.5 hours, whichever comes first, of this race today. And already Maxime Canaz is looking very close to the rear of Pablo Espesin towards the first corner. Still, these tyres not quite up to temperature, and so in a couple of laps time then we can really see these guys get racing.
Moves then expected to be made. One of them is in LMP2 with Dullatra Automotive, the 188 eyeing up opportunity. There's your leaders, not too much drama there, but Fastlane RT really having to fight there in the back of shot. Then with Dullatra Automotive, Connor Jupp will find himself -1 then in terms of what is needed. Fastlane RT doing exactly what was required there in the opening couple of laps, and has a little bite going into Repsol corner with Vicente Aparicio for Map Performance sitting there just behind and thinking, I'd quite like to get myself involved with this, but these are early laps that you need to be just ticking off. You can't win a race like this, but you can lose it. The puddle striking Vicente Aparicio.
That was a very hairy moment. You don't want to be doing that on the second lap of the race. Still struggling with the temperatures and just dipping a tyre into a slightly wet patch. It could be very, very scary. Here is Danny Antunes and the leading GT3 class. It's been all clean other than that touch for the in the GTP class. A real shame for Mark Perez and the Simify team, but nevertheless the rest of the field has been very, very calm and orderly throughout the start of this one. It's been a brilliant getaway, and as I say that, looks like there's been a collision further back behind. Bjorn Anschlag just drops it on his own through turn number 5 of Elf, and a slight touch to the rear of the wall. That's a real shame for him.
Oh, and Simone going around. So the reigning champions go around on the opening lap of the race, and that drops them way down the order. So Simone, who can be very hot under the collar sometimes in the way that he goes about his business, now finds himself way at the back and will have to put his mindset on moving forward. Harrison Lillis now trying to eye up Dylan Scrivens here for 4th position. They have dropped the group behind of Williams Gaming Club, Movano Atsuro, GTP Project Tatum, Restek. they've all managed to be dropped, and now for the first time we get the lapping process by Jack James here, the Lion GP Fenster.com ex-Writer engineering team, then as they try and work their way through. And when you've got a dry line and a wet line out there, the issue for these cars that are trying to make these moves, they're going to have to move to the wet line to get by the traffic.
The number one rule of endurance racing when you're in a slower class is that you have to make yourself predictable. You can't just stray off line to try and let someone through, because even if you have the best intentions, it's not what other drivers around you are expecting, and you can move off when you are required to, which is what Jack is doing here. But it's been a real shame to have such an early incident really impact your races. Another car in it as well, I believe the 214 Simify Esports GT3. They are also in the lapping phase at the minute after an early incident. So a little bit of nerves for those guys early, but they've still got 8.5 hours to get their bearings.
They do. This was the start then for Simify Esports on the outside, hit the brakes and then realised, they got a hit from behind. So that would have been the Movano Rosso #1 that would have got into the rear of them into the opening corner. And so Tanguy Beyond, I think, is going to be looking at this here and hoping that the stewards didn't pick that one up then in terms of it, but I can confirm that that incident is currently under review at this moment in time. There's your leader in LMP2, Benjamin Frigerio. Then for Effect Simulations, they're ahead of Team Racing at this stage by 0.6 of a second, so it has stayed very close, very orderly at the front of LMP2 here. They are pushing each other off the start of this race.
Great to see how they all compete with each other early on. Try and keep it clean as best you can, but try and keep with your rivals. I mean, it's such a difficult balancing act because it's so easy in these very tricky conditions with all the standing water. Here at the bottom of your screen, Dani Antunes in the 225 Veloce Mercedes doing a fantastic job of leading this race as well. These are your leaders in class for LMP2 and GT3 at the top and bottom of your screen respectively. It's been very nice and tidy, orderly start for the most part, only a slight bit of contact in the GTPs early on.
Great start by Switch It Amber out there, the 2-1-2. So Switch It Racing with Mark Voitschel then is doing a great job in third in the Mustang as they now work themselves up over turn number 9 of Kamsa and head over to Lekaitsa at turn number 10. Looking a bit chipper for the LMP2 lead overall as Team Racing by Edeka Nuring are not going to be in place to go and get this pass, but they are showing that they can stay underneath, they can hold themselves close, and you'd argue as well with the LMP2s that fuel saving is going to be key. An extra lap in this category might be bigger than any of the other categories out there.
Absolutely, it can be very difficult to balance when you're fighting with all your rivals. You've got to think about fuel saving at the exact same time, and sometimes you just got to look at the bigger picture. And so that is something these LMP2 drivers will have to contend with just that little bit more than the GTPs and the GT3s around them. We are getting close to the lapping phase of this race. The GTPs are closing up to the 266, driven by Anschlag. Of course, we saw him with an incident earlier on, but luckily they are off the pace in terms of the rest of the GT3s, so shouldn't quite see all the drama this early. Here is the number 14 Simify Esports car right at the bottom of your screen. It's good to see them back with the pack, Jake, especially after that turn 1 incident. A disastrous start for the home team.
Marc Perez then will have to work through. João Vaz is the driver in front, then Jesse Hiliaho, who is there, and Caraleo. So that's their work that they've got set on with. Effect Simulations are only a couple seconds off the back of the likes of Manatee Racing Black, so they're holding a very good pace. So I think the LMP2s here today are going to take a little while to get lapped. I think this very much suits them quite close to where they're going. On board then, this is a driver's eyes perspective here with Elias Raika here in 4th position in the Burası Plus competition car, working hard then through turn 10, over up to Bank Sabadell, turn 11. The town of Sabadell is over in that direction as well, so you get the eye there of the Mustang in front with the white, grey and the yellow trim then of the wonderful switch it amber, so we'll say it's an amber colour that they've got in terms of trim, and they are trying to get by Impulse Racing by Tam Livery 258. Yannick Steinhoff here is going to be put under pressure.
Struggling with pace in comparison to Antunes, who is stretching his advantage to now 1.6 up the road. Steinhoff goes defensive in towards turn number 1, and Volchol is going to see the bigger picture and just wait for the time being. He knows that he's got the pace, and down the straight he'll have the slipstream as well to try and muster up a move. Riker's got the best view of the action, but that is ever so slightly wide for Volchol, and now actually is going to come under pressure from Riker, who will look to the outside line in towards Elf Corner at turn number 5. Not quite able to find the move, but that will certainly give Steinhoff just that little bit of breathing room. And I'll tell you who's this going to be helping the most. It's going to be Danny Antunes and the 225 Veloce team. All these guys tumbling over each other in the early stages of the race will allow for that team to just stretch their advantage up the road and into the distance.
Yeah, but you can't win the race at this point, but you certainly can lose it if you're overly aggressive. So the red zebra at the moment trying to work. This is Dulatra Automotive by Majors Garage. Oh, and they got a tap there as they went through Renault turn 3. That's a big drop for them down to the back of category from Map Performance SRP. So the 129s deciding they were going to have a bit of a nibble, and that's definitely not going to be helpful for them. So that will drop them down the order of the 188 team, and they have already put it in, and it is under review as it currently stands. Second on here in LMP2 as Auto Moves want to jump themselves up. So for Boris Leisen at this moment, who sits in the car, he will have 3 drivers to go to out there. Max Campbell, Lee Zeltwanger, and also Jordan McDonnell.
Lots of options for that team. It allows them to stay fresh when the going gets tough, when other drivers or other teams who have only got 2 runners, one of them is going to have to do around about 4.5 hours, the other one will have to do 4. So it can be very, very difficult when there's just 2 of you. But having 4 at your disposal is fantastic for the 134 team, as here they come through turn number 11 and up towards turn 12 at Europe car. Could see a very nice battle shaping up here. Frigerio is slightly stretching the advantage at the front of the order. This will leave Gorachov vulnerable to Leisen in behind him, headed in towards the first corner. We're not going to see too much of a challenge this early on, but I got to say I'm very impressed with the LMP2 pace. They are not dropping off all that much to the GTPs in front of them. And so you're absolutely right in saying that it's going to be a while until we start to see them get lapped. But the GTPs, they're right behind the GT3s now, and this is where it's going to get a little bit tricky for them.
Pablo Espes then in the number 66 car in P number 6. So tell you what all you need to know there. Marcus Hamilton just behind, with Martial Hubert just in front of Espes is Harrison Lillis, and that group 3rd, 4th and 5th. So for Espes, he's been dropped a little bit, and he wants to try and get rid of the group behind so he can focus on his own race. You can really see the glow of the brake discs there of the Porsche as it works into Leclerc's at turn 10. Harrison Lillis is really having to put a lot of emphasis on the front of that Porsche to get it to brake and turn the way they need to. Oh, and there goes one of the GTs going the wrong way around. That is Ryan van der Grijk there for Manatee Racing, spinning, coming out there of Bank Sabadell.
Shame, I think here we are going to see what happened. Was there a touch, or did he just lose it? There it is on the wet patch on the exit, getting onto the power and just dropping the car completely. It really goes to show how dangerous it can be, and then this is the worst situation where you just got to wait and let everyone go on back through. But I do believe that that team will be able to get back through. Manatee have had a difficult day so far. They started really well. I'm not sure.
I think Manatee have beached themselves on a curb here, and if they have, that might throw out a safety car very early on in this race if they're unable to get themselves up to speed. Look at that. The rear tyres are up off the ground. A caution comes out because they are stranded.
Oh, dear me. That is the worst feeling ever. And so now the race control have called the safety car period. That is such a real shame. So it will bunch up the field. Luckily, we've not really gotten to the lapping phase, so it shouldn't be too difficult to work out. But that is heartache for the Manatee Racing team, the 278 machine. They'll have to notify race control they can't move at all to get that car towed. And he's trying to get it going, but I really don't think it's possible.
would you say with that incident right there that would be the greatest advert for four-wheel drive?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Those front tyres, they're raring to go, but the rears just off the air are spinning around, and there it is. They've got the car towed, and that is heartache for the 278.
Well, as was wonderfully put out here in our YouTube chat that we're watching this race, yes, he did not have any gripe out there, so he was very much in a case of he couldn't do much but sit down and say that it is going to be the safety car out. So critically, just as that was about to start the lapping process, that safety car's come out, so about half the GT3 field is lapped and half the GT3 field isn't. They should be able to rejoin back to the front, so they will not lose out in terms of their placement. Burusud and Drago, with their work, now find themselves in place where they go. And this will be a longer safety car period than what we would normally see from a traditional safety car, because there is a big unlapping process where all cars who are one lap down or find themselves out of position in terms of this case will now be given the opportunity to rejoin the back of the field and fight their category, instead of saying, hard luck, you're on the wrong side of Lady Luck.
The pit lane is closed until race control also give it up. Here's another view of what happened with Van der Grijp, and actually I think we'll get to see the full story of what happened. There's a little bit of room there for him to go through, but then he's waiting for everyone to get back on, and then he's just not got the grip to get the speed up. He's not accelerating when he really should be, and he's just completely beached the car. That is a heartbreaking error for Van der Grijp. I feel so easily avoidable. They're allowed to use the reverse gear as much as they can. He could have taken his time a little bit, but unfortunately for Van der Grijp, that is one airborne Ferrari.
Those anti-cut curbs are there to protect the racing surface and protect the grass around the track, so that those who do decide they want to cut the corner don't cut it to oblivion, and effectively you have a track that cannot keep its grass in a very nice condition. So that is one of the reasons why. The other is to stop corner cutting, and the other is to prop up some Ferraris that don't have enough clearance to go over the top of it by the looks of things. But it does mean that in the first 20 minutes worth of racing here, 8.5 hours maximum that we've got, we are under pacing conditions, and it does bring the field down into a little bit of a slow. So it's been a quick first 10 laps or so, and then the field has decided to slow itself, bring itself back down, and so now it's a case of settle yourself into rhythm and try and keep yourself in play. Now this will be a tough moment in the race for those in the GTPs, because they will know that all that work that they've done in the first 10 laps, that temperature in the tyre will go again under this pacing condition, and they're going to need a couple laps to get back up to, I would say, pure operating industry out there, which means that the LMP2s out there, led by Effect Simulations with auto moves there, will now be looking at how they try and gather back. And because we've run about 20 minutes or so, I am also expecting potentially a couple of drivers near the rear to go on a split strategy here and move away from deviated, which has run the tank out.
Wait and see once race control open the pit lane. I think it should actually be open now, so we'll have to wait and have a little look.
Movano Rosso.
Oh, there it is. So Movano Rosso coming in. They're down in 14th position at the minute. They seem to be. Are they the only team that have come into pit lane? I'm not too sure. We'll get an update on that. Yeah, there it is. Tanguy Billon into the box.
So Tanguy Billon will make that drive down in the Acura and should be looking to get service. Absolutely nobody else has dived in, so Movano Rosso are going to play a slightly different strategy game, and they will get their service early. They are only going to lose 2 places to Solpec and Manatee Racing Black, so they're not going to lose masses in terms of track position, so to speak, but what they will have the ability to do out there is now say, I've got 20 minutes extra fuel through my stints. Now, they will have to pay it back somewhere later on in this race, but what they can say is that because they've pitted, they've got themselves a really nice position, and also as they're dealing with that, they are going to be looking around and saying, this is where we're going to be looking to improve. The one issue that they have is what potentially looms over them here from the racing stewards after the opening laps drama that came on through.
It's a scary thing, I'd say, for the Movano team. It is frightening, I would say, if I'm completely honest, because you're the only person doing that strategy, and it's so easy to conform to everyone else around you and think, am I really doing the right thing here? But they've just got to stick with it. So Tango Bilon will be on his lonesome for his strategy. He'll be heavier on fuel as well, and so he should actually lose a little bit of pace in comparison to the rest of the GTP field. And now I'm interested to see how they handle the restart in comparison to the actual start of this race, of course, because we saw how much weaving in towards first apologies there. We saw that there was a lot of weaving headed in towards the first corner. How are they going to manage that with these effectively reset tires? All that work to get them up to temperature in the early phase and avoiding all of the carnage around you just to have a safety car pulled in the first 20 minutes will certainly be a bitter kick in the teeth, especially to the Burasud and Drago Racing teams, given that they were in such an advantageous position.
So when you come in and make a pit stop, we can confirm it was a closed pit that came in terms of what the stewarding team here at IVRA Endurance have decided to pull together with. So Tanguy Beyond will get effectively an end-of-line penalty by class. So it will not cost them anything by making that pit stop. It's one of those penalties that formulaically they've been penalised for what they've done. In reality, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's a shame, but you know, race control, they come onto the radio and then tell you to when the pit lane is open. I know they've got different rules in terms of the pit exit as well, so it's a bit of an intriguing situation. It can be a bit confusing to wrap your head around. I've been studying the rule book and I still don't quite understand it. We see the 258 in the pit lane as well, seemingly getting some damage earlier on in this race. Norbert Lehmer will be able to come back out onto the circuit. We remain in the safety car period, and look at how much weaving that these guys are pulling off down that main straight. Practically width to width of the circuit, left to right, all of them trying to get the temperature in their tyre the best they can.
Well, that is a driver change, and the reason why is that Yannick Steinhoff has had a connection drop out there, so they have actually dropped and come back in. Norbert Leitner's been able to jump into the car and then go forward, so that's just 9 laps of stint then for Yannick Steinhoff, and in comes Delattre then to make their stop. So Connor Jupp will now hit the lane and will be up on the jacks getting service. Now, they did have that tap, of course, in their early run forward with Map Performance, so I can't help but wonder whether they picked up any damage on the rear for the contact that they had.
Very light, didn't it? And it's only a 21-second pit stop, so I think that might have been a splash and go for the 188 team. They are going to come back out onto the circuit, and this is really what you want to do when you're in a position like that. You qualified so well. It was 4th position, I believe, for Delatre's automotive in the 188, and then to have that contact so early on, putting you right to the rear of the field in your class, it can be a major blow to team morale. But then to go on to some sort of an alternate strategy can help to lift up the spirits a little bit and really get you back into this race. So I'm very excited to see as this race goes on. Still over 8 hours of racing left to be had. It's not over for anyone in this race.
No, absolutely not. But one thing to note is that we will be back to green flag running at the end of this lap. So that will set the field back in motion again. And so what would you be thinking about, Dan, if you were in Owen Carroll's position?
If I'm in Owen Carroll's position, I'm thinking about getting the tyres up to temperature as best I can now, because you can never be too sure with it here. And we've got the rear view from the pace car. It's a very close-up BMW GTP. Owen Carroll, he's got to defend the first corner. I think the Drago Racing team and Michael Romanidis are incredible runners in this one. They've burst onto the scene in 2025 and have really made a name for themselves in a multitude of different races and disciplines. So Owen Carroll's got to keep his wits about him, but got to maintain that that tyre temperature headed in towards the first corner. I think we'll see something very similar to lap number 1.
you have to argue that Drago Racing now are in the highest echelon of sim racing teams. They belong with Williams, they belong with Redline, they belong with Burosud as teams that can go out and win any race at any given circuit at any given time. And so for Romanidis, who has seen it, has done it all, has been part of many a great sim racing team, he will know that Owen Carroll is a very special driver in front, and Burosud do only seem to collect very talented drivers in their roster, and it will be about how they want to try and push for the next stage of this race. They will have 25 minutes pretty much done complete. The control of Owen Carroll, he will wait for the right time to launch, because he knows that as far as that pace car goes, it is down in the lane. So it's either do I go now or later. A little wiggle, trying to see if he can force anyone to quote-unquote jump off site and then get the launch as they have to slow. But he is very, very particular about how slow he's going to wait. He's going to make everyone's tyres iced, and they stack up nose to tail, ready for this launch. There goes Owen Carroll, and they are going to be underway. There's your GT3 leader as well, who immediately jumps with what is there in front. There's a big check up there in the middle, but as we are back to green flag running, it is now about pace, and can you get it? Telkala is the one under pressure into turn one. Dylan Scriven's close, but not close enough to make that move.
Scrivens really did get a nice jump, as now they file their way through turns number 2 and 3. A little bit of argy-bargy, GT3 further back behind, but they've all kept it clean. And there's a mistake. There is a mistake from who is that? It's the Ford Mustang going wide shoal. Yeah, absolutely. Now down to P3. That is a real shame, and feeling the pressure from the Aston Martin in behind. That's a clinical error in the first corner.
Oh, you don't want to be offline when it's wet offline. Rodrigo Mies is there. There's Troubles up at the top of your screen, and they're going to start spinning around here. So Troubles then out there for, I believe, fiercely forward yellow. So that's Dylan Scrivens, and Marcus Hamilton turned around in that as well. So Movano at Zura in trouble, and there's no rear wing for Martial Hubert for the GTP project. And there's more dramas out there, because off goes the NGC by Margam Duradaka.
Wow, it's all kicked off down at turn number 5. They've kept it clean between 1 and 2, but now there's a massive gap between the number 68 Orbit Drop Bear, Porsche, and Drago Racing's BMW in front of them. This will leave Lilas in a very, very tricky situation with Pablo Espes breathing down his neck. It's completely split up the GTP field. We won't need another safety car. Everyone was able to keep it running. No one has been stranded anywhere, and so no one needs to get a tow. But that is not what you want to see with 8 hours still to go. Such a massive bit of contact, and this was in the GT3s. Oh dear. They're all kicking off in towards turn number 5, and another touch for Volchman there, I believe, and that was, it's just all spinning around for them. Regensburger was the Aston Martin career across there. And that was great efforts from all the other cars to avoid that, but that's a real shame that it's ended this way.
And you've got to be careful on the exit, because it's the exits where you find the troubles. This is Nicholas Look, so that's the 209 then of Boots and VDS by undercut. Takes the tap then through the middle of the corner, and then effectively goes around with no help. This is Felipe Silveira's issue, so just about moved through past Marcus Hamilton, then hit the brakes and had nowhere to go. Caught a massive puddle on the outside of the circuit, and that sent them into the gravel just about avoided it. And then Williams Sim Racing Academy, because it continued up here, tried to dive down the inside. And got a tap for troubles as well, going through at Lekaixa. So that then trying to make the pass had them dropping down the order too.
Just one massive domino effect headed into the corners. Here is the 212 fiercely forward car just getting a tap from the 211 in behind, and then more taps just for good measure, everyone having to move around. And that was just all from one incident spanning into everyone not really knowing what was what. Here is the 200 Ford Mustang driven by Martins just off the circuit down at New Holland completely on his own.
Yeah, cold tyres, first lap making trouble, so Nick's Esports then moving on to that next lap found themselves with a tap because that's the Orbit Mars car that's gone into the back of them, so the 1-2-2 will not be best pleased at what has happened, and the stewards are going to have an absolute field day out there. So Tanguy Beyond will take 10 seconds of penalty for minor incident responsibility early on. 129 Vicente Aparicio, 10 seconds, a blocking warning for Lockhart Brownlee then, which is the Orbit Drop Bear Mars car, and then it's 5 seconds of penalty for Connor Jupp out there for minor incident responsibility. There will now be a slew of penalties that will come on through, and your leader now in your your LMP2, sorry, is Team Racing right now. Daniel Gorochov has himself clear of Benjamin Frigerio.
Frigerio's led the entire race so far and now loses it on the restart to Gorochov. That is a fantastic sight if you're a Team Racing fan. But incredible stuff. I mean, the stewards are going to be incredibly busy with all the incidents that have just taken place. I counted about 6, maybe even 7 just incidents on their own, not even in that massive melee that we saw down at turn number 5. But absolutely, what a restart for the 111 team, driven by Daniel Gorochov. He's still on the back of the GTP train, and this is what is very interesting because, of course, we're getting the tyres back up to temperature. Mechanical grip is vital in this part of the race, and it works out that the LMP2s on the restart have actually got a decent amount of pace in comparison to the GTPs.
Well, that's not surprising because they can get their tyres into the operating window a bit quicker. And so you look around at likes of Zhao Vaz and Tanguy Beyond and Blake Reynolds, they're going to be about a similar pace at the moment to Daniel Gorochov, and the likes of Benjamin Frigerio, Boris Leisen there, and Luka Gramka. What work for Ariti to move themselves up through the order. They've got themselves in the 180 car to 4th in class here as we watch Switch It Racing here in 2nd position.
Absolutely, headed down into the first corner. They are feeling the pressure from the Bursard competition. BMW right in behind. This is for 2nd position at the minute in the class. It's Voigtschol and Riker looking to do battle. There's a battle for 1st as well in LMP2, and this is the power that the safety car has to really bunch up the field, and it's been a brilliant exit off of turn number 4 for Riker, and towards Elf Corner they go, not quite looking for an opportunity to make the move. But in all of this drama, the 225 GT3 car, driven still by Danny Antunes, has romped away at the front of the GT3 field.
It has, and so with 3 seconds to play with, they'll be quite happy. Owen Carroll now 1.1 seconds at the overall front of the field. They'll also be very happy with the work that they've been doing. But it's LMP2 where the closest leading battles find themselves with, as we focus then to Owen Carroll at the front of the field. Drago trying to follow with Michael Romanidis behind, and then it's Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter who now find themselves in 3rd with Harrison Lillis at this moment in time. 2 fantastic teams, both piloting the BMW out there at this stage, and saying that that is the best port of call for us, that it's going to give us the best advantage in these track conditions that we currently find. And this has been a very good start to the race for both of them, working themselves down through the hill as they go out of 5 and over towards turn 7 at Vert Corner, and this is where the work is needed. So this was Manatee Racing, the 278. They have won many times here. Ryan van der Grijp was able to get a tow, allowed to go back out racing again, and a cheeky little spin for problems.
It's been a day to forget for Manatee Racing in both the GT3s and the GTP class. They are right down 52nd overall for Maxime Canaz. They got caught up in that massive incident off the exit of the restart. Here is Blake Reynolds for Solpec Precision Racing. He's been able to avoid all the drama, started 15th in class, all the way up to 8th overall. It's been a good race so far. The former NASCAR driver translating disciplines very nicely. As you can see on the right hand side of your screen as well, Martial Hubert has been in the pits for 5 minutes. I believe that that is our first DNF of the day for the number 4 GTP project. Yeah,
may try and get all those repairs sorted before coming back out again. You don't know how much that's going to work, and that is a sorry-looking Porsche 963 out there because it is missing the rear wing, and so they're going to have to affix that back on before they go, and that's not good for Mark Voigtschol, who drops down from 2nd to 13th out there. So that has cost them 11 places with a mistake out there. Not sure how that's happened, but it looked very slow coming up the hill. So you can see was fighting it around with Elias Riker. Is this just going to be what we have seen so often? Yes, it's the puddle on the outside of 7 that catches him out.
That's caught a couple of drivers out so far, and Volchol is the latest victim of that corner and rejoining the circuit. Not in the best standard there, but it's all okay. No one actually ended up in any dramas. We got a nice battle going on for 4th position in LMP2, side by side for the 133 fast lane RT car. That is Christopher Bella up the inside of Gramka and making the position off the exit of the corner. Incredible stuff. And in towards turn number 6, that move is made.
Well, Christopher Bella needed that one to try and stay with Fiercely Forward Gold, who are trying to run away at this stage, but that then will give them what's needed. So, in fact, with them also dropping down a little bit, you're going to start thinking about, well, what's next for me on the horizon? It is actually, in fact, the Auto Moves team, who are there in 3rd position. So they are really trying to jump up. They're really trying to say, this is where we want to start making progress in this race. Ariti are a very good and accomplished team. They come out of the woodwork. They do a very nice job in terms of their sim racing efforts, but they'll be certainly hoping that they can just settle down into this race and discover a rhythm out there, because when you have an early safety car in races like these, it does have the issue that you find time and time again, that it does jut up the rhythm, it changes the dynamic of the pace, and everyone gets a little bit too aggressive and needy around a few corners, and it has the tendency to bring more dramas more than necessary.
One massive domino effect. When you get dissettled, you're knocked out of a rhythm that you've built for the first 20 minutes of this race where we had green flag running. It can be so difficult to get back in that rhythm. You make more mistakes as this race goes on, and it really has just set the precedent that this is going to be a bit of a tricky one. As we are having a little look at this is Pablo Carrillo. Of course, this team have got a penalty for joining with the wrong number. 30 seconds there, racing as the 69, but they're actually listed as the number 9 car, which is a real shame for Tatum Rest Tech. But nevertheless, they've done very, very well. As you can see in the GTP category, they've made up the joint most positions along with Blake Harrison in the 62 Solpec Precision Racing car. 7 spots gained in all the drama.
Yeah, and those spots gained, Tatum and Solpec will be very happy with what they have done so far, and Blake Reynolds will be very happy there trying to get by Pablo Carrillo, then to make that +8 and say, I've got the control of category then in terms of most places gained. They work themselves into turn 1, as just behind that is going to be Daniel Gorachov, seeing go by him the Fiercely Forward yellow car, then the prototype that moves through. Gorachov in control, +2, but the day is Ariti's at the moment in terms of who's moved up in the opening hour. 8 gained up to 5th place.
A brilliant race so far from the number 180 team, and Luka Gramka, we've seen him already getting involved in drama, and well, not drama, but into action. And just look at the GT3 field. It has really, really been shaken up. We see multiple drivers in double digits for their positions gained. The 229 car, the Scuderia Volpe by Sim 1 racing car, they have done fantastically well to climb all the way so far. It's Jordan LeBoy's up to 5th position. In North Sim Racing in the 42, that is also the wrong one. They're actually car 232. They've jumped up 10. Along with a number of other cars. I mean, it really has been a shaken up order in just the first half an hour.
Well, it shows you that the GTs are going to be looking around at the lapping process, and they're going to try and do what they can to hold themselves steady in what has been an important opening hour of racing that they're heading towards. Tanguy Beyond on the back of this then for Movano Rozzo. Also there behind him, Zhao Vaz for Fiercely Forward Black, who is trying to jump and make a move. But this is where you start to see the differences that come out in play here, because it's a case of BMW playing against Porsche, playing against BMW, playing against Acura. So there is going to be a wonderful scrap between these three manufacturers, these four teams that are going out there. Vaz gets his move on Tanguy Beyond, so he'll jump up another, but Reynolds holding himself steady through to Repsol corner, turn number 4, still not quite comfortable enough to move to the inside. Those curbs are still very dangerous, especially at 4.
Absolutely, you really don't want to take any risks, and these cars have sort of found themselves on an island at the minute. They are about 4 seconds to the rear of the number 14 Simulify car driven by Marc Perez at the minute. As we continue along in this one, looking back in the LMP2s, this is Alex Meti in the 181 car for Unity Racing Team, right on the back of one of the Orbit machines. This is the Mars car that is in competition. We saw Lockhart Brownlee involved in a couple of incidences earlier on. There's a Manatee car getting on through turn number 6. That'll put an end to this battle just for a moment's time, but nevertheless, Meti doing a nice job on the back of Brownlee.
Whoa! Lockhart Brownlee goes round, so that will be the place gain. Brownlee, all sorts of trouble there, trying to work through the corner. He just runs a little too wide, grabs the gravel out of Kamsa, and then that will cost the place. Critically, didn't throw it in the barriers, so stays alive in terms of how this goes. Now behind the Maradnas car of Mitchell Johnson, so he just caught the back end of it there. It was just a case of running too deep.
Very close to putting it in the wall as well, but that was a nice save from Lockhart Brownlee. And as I was complimenting himself and his rivals on how well they're doing in this race, so of course he makes a mistake. That is a classic commentator's curse. But it's good to see that Brownlee is still continuing on. He's lost a good few seconds in that drama, but nevertheless down into P12, feeling the pressure from the 122 Nix Esports car. As we check back in with the live action, Jordan Lebois, the biggest mover so far in the GT3 category, feeling the pressure from Samuele Spizio.
Yep, so Lebois will be hoping to try and jump, and that was Owen Carroll who is now sitting and looking to go through. There goes Owen down the inside. He's now got 2 seconds worth of margin over Michael Romanidis, because they are fully in the lap traffic now and trying to dance their way through, as is so often the case in endurance style racing. That gives a bit of help, because Stephen McDonald now will be looking to attack Samuele Spiezio for that position. Here comes the likes then of Romanidis driving on by, and the difference is stark. They're only just now hitting 250 in the GTs, while the prototypes are up over 305 kilometers an hour.
In the low speed corners is when it bunches up a little bit, and there's a slight mistake from the GTP headed in towards turn number 1. That is Michael Romanidis, unfortunately going a little bit slowly through there, but nevertheless here we got a replay from Luca Nadeo, and that is, oh dear, I thought he was going to be able to catch that ever so slightly, but no, he's hit front end to the wall. Been able to keep it going. Doesn't look like there's too much major damage, but certainly will have a bit of a loss of downforce. And nevertheless, this is Matt Esports into Vicente Aparicio. Once again, that's down at turn number 7, if I'm not mistaken. Another driver getting caught out, and Lockhart Brownlee as well, the same place.
Yeah, those were the other tyre tracks that you saw there. Very lucky to keep it out of the barriers with how far he went in at turn 7. That curve is catching so many out through this section. You've got to be so switched on for it at this stage. As you look around and see fiercely forward Solpec and Movano, because everyone's going off there, they're also throwing gravel there, and that's going to make it doubly difficult.
All the gravel on circuit really can hurt with the grip. The Ferrari GT3 going off ever so slightly, and it can be a lot of pressure having the faster GTPs behind them, especially when there's a battle, a 3-car battle going on at the minute as they head in towards turn number 11. This is a nice little bit of racing. We've got Blake Reynolds who's really applying the pressure to João Vaz, and in towards Europe car. That Ford Mustang being a real cork in the bottle for the fiercely forward driver.
Yeah, very tough for them as they try and work through, and you can see there that the likes of Andreas Fink for Team Hoisingveld gets blown by all of these GTPs. Reynolds will have a go back here at João Vaz into Elf Corner turn number 1, and is not going to get the line there in the Porsche to make that work with Voigtschol and Greathead just in front for Team Australia and Switcher Amber. They're both going to be there. But as we are moving ourselves closer towards the end of the opening hour, my question to ask to you here, in terms of what we've seen through qualifying into the race, how important of a start has this been for those drivers who want to hold their station at the front of this field? Because they've had to be very aggressive through the first lot of traffic, and they've been a little bit delayed because of that first safety car.
I think it's paid dividends for the likes of Owen Carroll in the number 89, for Romanidis in the 36, and Antunes in the 225. It has
Nathan
really
Paris
worked in their favour. Yeah, absolutely. Nathan Paris having an issue. That's again down at turn number 7 and turn number 8. But in these early phases, and it's the same corner, same curve. He's off the circuit and has to rejoin. And for the WSR Esports, that is a real shame. Luckily, is able to rejoin without too much issue. But in the early phase of this race, it has absolutely worked out for the leaders in GTP and GT3. And now you are seeing in the LMP2 battle how close things really have been.
Yeah, this has been a wonderful battle out there in LMP2 as Vaz just gets his clearance through New Holland corner, needed it, and we'll get a flash of the lights there from the GT traffic going, that wasn't quite the way I wanted that to go, because you will compromise me down the straight. That was Ansgar Aldrichter, who will not be very pleased with that group walking through, but João Vaz has his place, and so he'll say no harm, no foul. We will carry on in terms of how this goes. Really having to work hard then. They've got to get by the Simify Esports car and manage a way through, just about getting that clearance there. And the interesting decision there, as it starts to get lighter and lighter, of no lights being run at the moment by Blake Reynolds and Solpeck. Obviously he can see clearly enough at the moment, as there is a break through the clouds and 3 wide behind. There's a big pile up between Tatum Restek there and Movado Rosso. They just about scamper away from it, but Tatum Restek finding troubles. Now to take you through the team of Danfield and Jake Sperry done for the moment, but we'll now hand you over to Lorenzo Bonda and to Dara Thacker.
Yeah, thank you, Jake. Thank you, Dan. We're just about 45 minutes into this race, and it has been a cracker so far to get this season of the IVRA Endurance Championship underway, and we are thrown directly into this battle in the GTP class. Tatum Restek just sitting on the back of it, keeping an eye and waiting to see if it'll open up in front. As Jake said, my name is Darren Thacker. Joined this for the next 3 hours today by Lorenzo Bonda. Lorenzo, it's going to be a good race, I think. Start of the season, many prospects, loads of teams don't really know where they're going to find themselves in the order, and they can really put themselves into a good position early on in the championship.
Yeah, as we find out that puddles don't break cars, don't help in breaking cars. But yeah, I hope it's gonna be a good race. The stretch thing kind of started the way I expected it would start for a fiery 2025-2026 season here at IVRA.
Yeah, and it really has shown in the opening 45 minutes or so that is likely to be the case. Battles for the lead, not just in the GTP class, but also in this LMP2 class. Currently, it's Daniel Gorochov ahead of Benjamin Frigerio for the team racing and the effect simulations in the battle for the lead at the moment, of course. As I said, new championship means the slate is wiped clean. Teams that may have had a difficult season last time out, last year in fact, may be able to come back and have some fresh ambitions, have some fresh hopes for what is likely to be one of the best seasons yet in the IVRA Endurance Series. So many great tracks to come to, but it is fantastic that we are here at Barcelona to get the season underway. It's such a fantastic track for racing. We've seen that so far, haven't we, Lorenzo, that we are seeing loads of side-by-side action, and I don't think there's a corner that we've seen yet without racing.
Yeah, I kind of figured, because when I said I kind of figured it would start the way it would start, it's because, like, rain, whether people like it or not, always brings a different effect. Well, but Lorenzo, it's not raining. Yeah, it's not raining, but there are still puddles around the racetrack, and the line is pretty much singular in a few places. So whenever you have to find new line, find new roads, this is not a Chevrolet ad, by the way, things can get interesting, and somehow it is.
Yeah, and we've seen so many drivers caught up by that puddle, particularly down onto the entry at turn number 7, so really important to try and avoid that for all of the drivers, particularly as the track continues to dry. Of course, we've got such a long way to go in this race. 7 hours 42 on the clock, and we're barely scratching the surface of this 300 lap race at Barcelona, which means that we are going to see so many different runners and riders towards the front of the field, but at the moment we're going to be able to see who can stay towards the front. We know from years gone by that we have those really important battles towards the halfway point in the race that we will get towards the end of our stint, but battles for second and third can be just as important. Elias Riker for the composition car just about going to stay in front in P2 at the 289 there. The car behind on the track now is the 256. They're getting through some lap traffic, but it's Kai Dalziel for the Bristol Race Sports team. They're very much keeping an eye on them, I should say.
Yeah, and they just gone through the top of turn number 9. They're going to approach turn number 10 in La Caixa, and this is where I said it. Pretty much still one line, even though you find some roads. And Simone, mamma mia, again, again, my friend, having issues. I think that's just before turn number 9.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times. It almost certainly went off the road at turn number 7 with that puddle, but we'll have to wait and see if we can get a replay on that and see what the Mustang did to go a little bit deep. Here it is. Is it rinse and repeat? You bet it is. That rear end stepping around the second that he steps onto that puddle. Oh, did he keep it out of the barrier?
Nope.
It was the slightest of cases if he did, but he won't pick up any damage regardless. The 247 just about getting over one there. Grid and Go, I think they'll be a team with lots of expectations. They're a unit that have really been impressive over the last year or so. Their roster has been added to continuously, and I think they're going to have some big ambitions for this season. I
think not only this season, but I think last season was pretty much a statement made, right? If we think about our things and knowing that, well, they are the defending GT3 champions, so they have a point to prove against a lot of other teams like the Veloces, which is odd for us to see Veloce in GT3s. It's still odd for me though, because we always seen Veloce in GTPs. But it's gonna be an interesting battle, especially with IMSA, the Global Esports Championship coming. I know some teams are already focused on being on those cars, going to the qualifying rounds, especially now the time attack is basically done. So is that thing. I know the preparation, especially for knowing the knowledge, having the knowledge of the cars is going to be vital.
Yeah, and that is going to be a key. And I think it is so easy to say that, you come into the defending champions, you must be the favourites, but this is the kind of championship that it is so difficult to win. Of course, as we see Antonio Rager go around. But there are so many different runners and riders that you get throughout the championship.
Oh no!
Again, that's the difference. You could see it there between the slightest of taps into the barrier and just about keeping it outside of it by, even a couple of centimetres. That Sim RC car is going to be damaged. But as I was saying, so many teams will come into this championship afresh with newer drivers, with newer rosters that could challenge this Grid and Go team. I think they did hit the wall. I think there was a slight tap, but the slightest of taps that avoided damage there.
Yeah. And another one. I think we should have a race spot counter for people going deep on turn number 7 at TV3. Because this is not the first, won't be the second, won't be the last that we're going to see these guys going for a spin. But yeah, it is just like that. It's always tricky to especially go around rain, and it's a track that we know in general, broad speaking, right? That curbs are bad whenever you're going around a racetrack, especially when you have some elevation changes, especially at turn number 7, whereas the bottom, I think it is the lowest point of the racetrack combined with the start-finish line.
Yeah, indeed. And this is a circuit, it's very medium speed, isn't it, all the way around. You've got a couple of slow speed corners, but particularly with the changes that were made in the last few years, as we now see the leader in the LMP2 class, Benjamin Frigiero, coming in for what will be his, I believe, first stop of the race. They will then drop behind the 111. And yeah, this is the first stop that we are seeing for the LMP2 team. But there are still going to be, I think, a lot of LMP2s that are going to be looking at this, thinking how far they can get into the stint. And I mean, the math is already starting. You know, these long races, you can have a strategy plan from very early on, but we saw the early caution come into effect here. That will have changed things around, I'm sure.
Yeah, but the safety car moment, the yellow flag, didn't trigger any teams going to the pit lanes, aside from a few ones like Bivano, and I think there was another one in GT3 who actually there has a little bit of damage, and they thought, oh, it's gonna be a short one. We're gonna just take the end of line for the class, and you know that's all good and everything. Looking at hindsight, I think we're gonna look one more issue. Vicente Aparicio for map performance at turn 7, and involving Simone again. Poor Simone, man. He cannot catch a break.
No, and he's clearly struggling down in towards that turn number 7 with the puddle that is drying, but slowly, and it's just not really getting much better. Difficult for drivers to know exactly where to place the car through there. Quick look again at this battle between the Movano Rosso car and the Tatum ResTech car in the Williams Racing Academy. Entry 10th, 11th and 12th at the moment. They are running a line of stern through the opening couple of corners. And at the moment, it looks like it's Pablo Caroleo on the defensive for Tatum ResTech. That Williams Racing Academy car looks like it is keen to get through. The 181 Unity Team Racing car, lazy spin through turn 5. I've seen many of those. And it's more of a case of who hasn't made a mistake so far in this race.
Yeah, I think this race, of course, always comes, especially endurance races, right? Is who makes the last mistakes, and it is the fastest usually wins. Well, the fastest is the obvious part. Is the one who made the last mistakes, because he can do plenty of mistakes and still win the race. Talk to Jason Button in Canada, right? But it's crazy how this race has gone by, and we're barely, what, 1 hour into this race already?
Yeah, just shy of that. I think 5 minutes shy of that. So, you know, still early stages here, and drivers trying to position themselves in the first few laps. They want to make sure that they are in a good part of the racetrack and they have a clear target for the rest of their race. Frank Schmitz missing the apex and sliding through a little bit of a puddle, I think, on the entry through turn 5.
No,
that's not the first guy who seems to be. Well, there you go. Cold tires, but also I think there is a little puddle on the inside. I don't think many teams are touching it, but there is always that to contend with. Pablo Caroleo just behind again of the Movano Rosso car. We did see them briefly in live pictures go side by side towards turn number 10. Of course, one of the remodeled parts of the circuit to widen it, make it a little bit faster through there. But careful, go a little bit too far wide in the Tatum ResTech car, and you're going to allow Jesse Hiliaho up the inside in the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. Very late move, very bold, but very brilliant as well. He may pick up 2 positions with it. Inside line still on the Movano Rosso car if he can negotiate his way through. A little bit of traffic just up in front, but this is a great little battle between 2 GTPs with LMP2 traffic in the way, and the traffic's just going to work to Tanguy Bion's advantage, and Movano just about stay in front.
Poor LMP2 got bullied around, and but managed to make it at the end of the day alive and unscathed. I think just lost a little bit of momentum. I was gonna say, who's that LMP2 that's right behind? I want to say, looks like the PGZ, but it's not. I know it's not PGZ.
Yes. Yeah, you're right on that thing. Number 6 going around line GP. I was just looking at the timing page there. Apparently, apologies. But the number 6 has gone around as well, and again tapping that bit of water on the outside line. The cold tires aren't helping either. It's just creating a really treacherous environment, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's due to be expected, isn't it? It's whenever you pick up the car, especially if Frank. I think Frank wasn't driving the previous stint, so whenever he picked up the car, you're still a little bit cold. You're also helping out, doing spotting for the team, so normally you're a little bit cold. You're trying to pick up the car, maybe some frame rates issues. You don't know what's gonna happen, so this can open up the door for a few instances. I think Jesse is gonna go on the inside at turn number 4. Doesn't go because he doesn't want to risk over the puddles, and Movano lives another day to fight through in that 10th position.
Felipe Silveira down the inside, the 142 little bit too much speed, I think, being carried, but also those LMP2s have just made pit stops as well. So not easy for him to work his way through. He's a long way off the pacing class at the moment, over a lap behind the race leader. Is Felipe Silveira for NGC, but yeah, difficult times for them, and those little spins aren't helping. You can see puddles through turn 9, and they're just about hopping through them, and being careful of LMP2 traffic as well, as we continue to watch this battle for P10 in GTP. Williamson Racing Academy, Jesse, has been momentarily in P10, has now slipped back to P12 because Pablo Carolea has got back through in towards the left-hander, and this is a really fluctuating battle, ebbing and flowing up the tide at the moment.
Yeah, but I think this is, I don't know if Frank Smith, which is driving that effect LMP2 right there, actually had something to do with it. As we see, I think one of the GTPs in the pit lane, I think that was Tanguy Bion, so Ivana Rosso in the pit lane and opening the stints, not gonna say stints, but the pit window for GTPs, since they were the first one to pit in the yellow line.
Yeah, loads of different strategy battles, I think, going to develop over the course of the race. And of course, yellow is still very much a possibility, especially considering the water on the circuit is keeping a little bit nervy out there for a lot of drivers. Not so much for Owen Carroll, though he does have Michael Romanidis right behind him and coming around the outside as they work their way in towards turn number 11 and 12. He will be able to defend, you'd think, as he gets the inside line to the final couple of corners. But Michael Romanidis right on the tail of BS competition. And, Drago and BS have been battling in this series for so long. It's no surprise that we're kicking off the season with them right going at it.
Yeah, Michael being a former Williams Esports driver, so he's going to look around the inside, but we're going to try to dive down on the LMP2, but the friendly PS competition GT3 blocks the way, so they cannot get around over the BMW M4 GT3 Evo of PS competition, and just now they go over turn number 3. And you're going to see that a door open on the inside, but it's not going to take that. I think going for a move on the inside of turn number 4 right now is a little bit of a suicide, in my opinion, Dara. It's asking for you to die in 1,000 paper cuts.
Yeah, it's so treacherous, isn't it? And it's easy to get wrong, and I think that's the real point that you're making, isn't it? That you can go for the move, and you'll have no problems going for it, but the issue is getting it stopped.
You want to go for the move, though.
Well, obviously, of course, but the point is that at certain places, like you say, at turn 4, and then also at places like turn 7, if you get it wrong, it's not just going to go wrong for you, it's going to go wrong for the other driver as well, and it's going to be, the fault's going to be placed on you, and then there's going to be a penalty applied. It just becomes far more of a hassle than it's worth. You don't want to be given penalties, particularly in the opening couple of hours of the opening race of the season, so just taking a little bit of caution, probably advised, but you're absolutely right, of course. You're going to want to make the move. Romanidis showed that, didn't he, through 11 and 12 last time by looking for the outside line, but Carroll just about getting through. More GT3 traffic, though, the Veloce car this time. Oh, was there a bit of contact? There may have been. Difficult to see from that angle, but Owen Carroll's just about going to get through. Maybe a slight miscommunication between the overall race leader and a GT3, but he'll have to hope that that won't happen again too many times.
Yeah. Luckily for the GT3 leader, he avoids a potential issue with Owen Carroll doing the dive, and you can see him diving again on the inside of turn number 1. I'm just wondering which LMP2 car did they dive on turn number 1. I'll pick that later. I think that might have been Vicente Aparicio that they dived, but I'm not 100% sure. As we get more pit stops, that's Mark Perez for Simify doing their service on their home track.
Indeed they are. And we are seeing them come into pit lane for another stop in the Simify car. Still, I think lots to decide on this battle, because we are seeing, I say battle, I mean in strategy battle in terms of the GTP class. We are seeing lots of drivers come in at this stage of the event, which will be for their first stops. But again, that maths and that calculation of how far they can go is going to be really quite interesting, and I think quite important as we run our way through the race. Mark Perez dropping a long way off the lead, as you'd expect he will. I think he'll become the first, he'll be a lap down, should be a lap down, may just be able to keep ahead of BS competition as Owen Carroll comes around the final couple of corners, but in the grand scheme of things, it won't matter too much because Owen Carroll is coming into pit lane along with Michael Romanidis for the Drago Racing team. So the leaders, both of the leaders coming in, they have a lead of 14 seconds at the moment, but it is looking like they are able to stay where they are for the time being. And it is a good window, a good time to pit, it seems. Now, of course, we've had that yellow flag period behind the pace car as we've just raced just about over an hour here at Barcelona. That will have helped their fuel loads, but the longer they can push on these earlier stints, the easier it will become later on in the race to work out exactly how far they need to go stint to stint and how much they need to refuel the car. Is it going to be a similar time on pit lane? Are we going to see Ramirez maybe jump in front? Let's wait and see. There's going to be long stops, but again, at this stage of the race, are we expecting too many gains on strategy, Lorenzo? Do you think that Drago may underfuel ever so slightly to maybe get the lead of this race because they're within range to do so, only about a second behind going to the pit lane?
I don't think so. If we see that might be coming from Harrison or someone that is a little bit behind, that might take a little bit of a elongated risk, but I still think it's very early. Thinking about it, if we don't get a green flag all the way and get to 300 laps, it's an 8 hour and a half race. There's still a lot to do. There's still a lot to happen. I know there will be some yellow flags. You said the potential of yellow flags. Dara, let me tell you, you're with me for the next 2 hours and 45 minutes? You know there will be a yellow flag.
Yeah, and if there's not, I think we're going to be more surprised, right? Than if we get 2 or 3. So I think, teams are constantly wary of that. But I think that goes back to my point about whether we may see some teams play a little bit of strategy games. Of course, they're going to, they're going to fill their tanks up. But that risk of yellow flag means that we may see a team or two, if especially for a race lead or especially for an important position, if they feel like they can get past. Or they can't get past on the circuit, but would like to feel like they have got a little bit more pace at the front of the field, may try something, but we're not seeing it just yet. There's always those question marks that we have to watch out for. Williams Gaming Club, Pablo Espez in the number 66, went a lap longer than we saw our race leaders go, and Grid and Go as well, coming into the pit lane at the same time. They will be overtaken by BS Competition in Drago, but 5 cars have gone out that 1 lap longer. Grid and Go, the Williams Gaming Club, Fiercely Forward Black and Yellow, and then the Movano Azuro car. So those 5 have gone slightly longer. We'll have to see if that makes much of a difference. But this early on, you think that these small margins at the moment may not be significant, but if they can keep repeating these small advantages, that could be something to watch out for at the end of the race.
Yeah, I agree. But then again, it's the first, I would say, proper pit stop, right?
Yes.
Lap 38, everybody pitting, so it's too early to take away at anything, right? I still think there will be maybe some mid-race yellow flag. I'm not going to say maybe during our commentary stint, potentially down the line whenever Jake comes back, just and basically says, this race is going smoothly, but then a mid-race yellow flag catches both Jake and Jeremy Scott off. And they have to do mathematics. Well, that's your problem, not mine.
Yeah, that's why we're up here, not having to do the strategy down in pit lane. But yeah, you're right. I mean, there are lots of eventualities that they're going to have to prepare for, and of course, those yellows are going to be something to think about. But you want to put yourself in the best position possible at this point in time, don't you? Easy to look 7.5 hours down the line, but if things start to change those plans, like those yellows, you want to be able to be in a position to be pragmatic, as we have seen some of the greatest teams in this championship do over the years. Big idle being hit coming through. This is not a good place to be if you are Owen Carroll, our overall race leader. Michael Romanidis is trying to follow him through, but there's GT3 traffic, there's LMP2 traffic. It's just not a fun little part of the track to be in. There's very little congestion on the circuit in the opening sector. Most of the grid, I'd actually say 2/3 of the field, are all in the final sector at the moment, and that's exactly where we see our overall race leaders coming through. And when you are Owen Carroll looking over your shoulder at Romanidis taking constant looks, it's never a nice spot to be in, and it's almost a worry to maybe push you into making an extra lapping maneuver that may be ill-advised, but it's easy to make it down straight, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I agree 100%, but now I think he's just going to get a little bit of a breathing room. As soon as I say that, Fiercely Forward just nearly fiercely forwards the rear of Owen, but he loses the position in the midst of all things. So I think he just lost the position to Team Racing. So that will be maybe some breakaway for Owen Carroll. I would say for the next 3-4 corners, whenever Jago has actually have to fend off both the LMP2s he has to overtake moving forward.
Yeah, and I think that little bit of traffic is going to give Owen Carroll a bit of breathing room behind Sir Michael Romanidis. He's now over a second away and will nicely get to the inside at turn number 9. But yeah, still early stages, end of the first stint. We did see going down that main straight, didn't we? Owen Carroll weaving a little bit just to warm those tyres up because he's not long out of the pit lane. And we know, in 2025, iRacing updates have really changed how time warm-ups affecting some of our more well-used, shall we say, machines on the platform, and so a little bit of a learning curve has had to take place, and that is almost new for this series, isn't it? Because those updates came a few months ago, right at the end of last season, so a little bit of a new thing for IVRA this season now.
Yeah, but I think another thing that is actually relatively new is the hybrid, right? I think we know that we have the new hybrid system that goes around on how to deploy the hybrid power. As we can see, Tatum Restec getting spun out by I think one of the Fiercely Forward GT3s on turn number 5. I think he tried to pinch the GT3, but the GT3 didn't fold. And I think that's a little bit of self-inflicted on the Tatum Restec team. But coming back to the hybrid really quickly, Dara, I think it's going to be interesting because just recently there was a patch with the cars and everything that maybe switched back a little bit on the old ways of the old model, but still a lot of grounds that I still have to properly understand. If there's one thing I think about this new build with hybrid and everything is to understand how properly the the hybrid system works on the new cars.
Yeah, and it is always fun to get these new little changes, isn't it? Season to season, of course, we've had many changes in IVRA over the years, not least in terms of the cars that we've raced in. Last time we were here at Barcelona, some 4 years ago, we had 4 classes, which were the LMP2 class, the GTE class, and then a GT3 Pro and a GT3 Pro-Am class. I mean, look at how far we've come. We've got rid of the GT3 Pro-Am, we've kept the LMP2, and the GTE's almost been swapped out for the GTP, which is, of course, a newer car than in the last 4 years. But it is great to see the progressions through the championship, particularly as we get to a brand new season with some fantastic circuits coming up to look forward to. But you want to get yourself a good starting place and a good, some good foundations to build off of in rounds 2, 3, 4 in a championship such as this, where you get a lot of points for the win. If you're winning the race and doing well throughout the rest of it, you're looking at over 130 points that are able to be won over the course of a race. And to get some on the board early on, to get yourself into 3 figures immediately is such a good boost, not just for the teams, but for the drivers as well, isn't it?
Yeah. If there's one thing I've learned, I think, commentating IVRA since 2021, even watching IVRA, well, it's kind of funny because IVRA is a little bit of a DG effect. So, like, back in the old days, it's kind of funny. Me saying old days like 2019, 2018 is the old days. I know it's weird. 7 years ago, it's very old. It makes me feel old. I'm nearly 35, so it's like crazy. But anyway, coming back, it's been interesting how this series has evolved, and not only being winning is good, but you have to be constant and you have to be consistent with your results, right? So you just have to think about being consistent all the time, and of course always aim for wins. But it's heartbreaking that some of the racetracks, especially in this season, can easily make or break a team, just getting how convoluted the traffic will be.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily what you want to have a convoluted race. In the opening part of the season, Smiller Esports, bit of an issue. I believe that's through turn number 1, and Fiercely Forward it was. Arriving on the scene, there was a tap. Let's hope there's not too damage on this number 11 car. Oh no, this was a different issue. They were coming through, lost their own through a puddle coming over the curb, and were lucky to be avoided by everybody else. Cars jumping out of the way to avoid, but yeah, spinning in sympathy almost. Oh, and you can see in the background. Rear tyres get warm, and it's then just the exponential effect of you can't cool them down, and you start spinning and spinning more, and it just becomes worse and worse. Vesta Sport have had a bit of an issue through turn 4. Looked like there was any contact there. May have got a little bit of a tap as they entered turn 4.
Yeah. it just shows that I really don't want to be the stewards. I don't want to be Josh. I don't want to be anybody that is sitting right now in the race control. And trust me, it's not just one individual. It's lots of them. I don't want to be any one of them at this current moment.
No, a difficult place to be in, isn't it? Let's see, Drago Racing, Michael Romanidis. He's been right on the tail of Owen Carroll for quite some time now, but it feels that this could be his best chance to make a move in quite some time. Less than a tenth between them. Romanidis, is he going to jump to the inside line? Is he going to wait? No, he's going to decide this is a time to make the move. Inside line, late braking. Can Carroll keep it hung around the outside? There's a bit of a wide push from Romanidis, squeezing Carroll to the outside line, but it won't make a difference for Carroll. He can't find a way through, and a great move by Michael Romanidis. Drago take the lead, and textbook, really.
Yeah. And he pushed out Owen into the inside line. It's a little bit weird thinking about that inside line would be the worst line. The middle line going in the transition from 1 to 2 would be better because you don't have the puddles. There's still a little bit of puddle, those water puddles in the curbing of turn number 2. So this is why I think Owen leaned back a little bit on the throttle. Didn't want to go too hard at it. Of course, still a long race left, and let Drago take the lead on this one for a little bit. Let's see how they do now, leading both cars into traffic.
Yeah, let's see. Can Carroll maybe make the opportunistic moves that Romanidis looked for when they overtook traffic, not quite into turn 10? They're both to the inside line to get through on an LMP2. Now it's a GT3 that you have to negotiate your way through. That is the 229, I do believe, that they are just about going to tip themselves in front of. And they will make their way towards the final couple of corners with a bit of an advantage now for Romanidis. Inside line at the final corner on the 243. That is the Team Australia by OPR and VE team. But Owen Carroll isn't close enough, anywhere near close enough, to think about making a move. And Romanidis maybe still a bit of a break here. Early stages of their second stint, mind you. Of course, they only came to the pit lane about 12, 13 minutes ago. But this is a really good time for Romanidis to try and pull away. Can't make mistakes like that into turn 1, though, deep. And we're going to see Carroll maybe try and jump on mistakes like that over the next stint.
Yeah, absolutely. But looking good so far. Meanwhile, while we were looking at this, if possible, can Ramiro bring up one interesting topic? You were talking about strategies and everything, right, Dara? Can he bring up the conditions right now, like time of day, track temperature, and everything, Ramiro, so we can take a look what time of day it is right now, because there is expected to the clouds and rain chances to pick up around 1-2 p.m. in the sim. So this is where it starts to get a little bit scary, and everybody might think about different strategies, or going a little bit aggressive, or try to get an edge on the competition, because right now the track is mostly dry, just a few spots on the racetrack that are still filled with puddles.
And they don't really feel like they're clearing, do they? So difficult really for drivers to be able to judge at the moment the track conditions. Mark Perez is trying to judge his way to P5 around the outside. He's going on the orbit drop there, Jupiter car with Harrison Lilas behind the wheel. Can he get the drive out of turn 10? No. And the 68 will stay ahead for the time being. They're only a couple of seconds behind the Grid and Go car with Jesse Telkala in the car. You can just about see it up in front with the yellow and blue that we've come to know and love for Grid and Go. But these two are racing hard. And through the final corner, Perez may get a great run as Lilas has to check up a little bit behind that GT3.
Yeah, and by the way, that GT3 delivery is looking beautiful. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like the heart of racing a little bit that you see in real life, as they're going to go 3 abreast, and Simify is going to go forward on turn number 1 on orbit drop there, and there you go. Mark Perez back into 5th position.
Yeah, good move after starting P4, back up into the top 5 now, and ahead of the orbit drop bear car. And let's see if they can try and chase after Grid and Go, who themselves started in P3. So we have what was a second row of the grid battle for what is now P4, after Williams Gaming Club has found their way through after a slightly difficult qualifying session. A couple of GT3s in the pit lane at the moment. That 209 is Nicholas Lux in the Bounce and VDS by Undercut car. They are a long way down off the back of the field, so it's not been a good day for them so far, but they're in for another stop. Let's hope it's not too long and that it's not for damage repairs, but there they are in the box. I think Team Heisigfeld have either had an issue or they are coming into the box. They've just lost out to both the 243 and the 277, so I wonder if we're going to be able to maybe get a look at that in a minute. But yeah, battles all the way through the field. It's always going to be a busy track, isn't it? We have we started with over 50 cars and very few have dropped out. I think we've only got one car, that Sim RC car, out of the race. There's a few cars a few laps down, but they're back on the circuit. So I think at the moment, without one car in the pit lane, we have 53 cars on the circuit. It's a busy old track today.
And you know what's the weird thing as well, in my point of view? This is a long track. It's nearly 5 kilometers. I think the only permanent track that is over 5 kilometers, as Nix is going to go back into 7th place after overtaking Nürburgring Esports. Just taking a quick look through the schedule will be Monza. I think Monza is the only track. Monza and Glen are the only tracks that are actually longer than 5 kilometers, and after that, Barcelona and Imola, which are the first 2 tracks of the season, are close to those 5 kilometers. So it's a long track per se. Of course, the longest one will be Le Mans at the final round of the season. But it still looks very convoluted. Of course, we have lots of cars left, but we barely had any DNFs there.
Which is always what we want, isn't it? Especially in the early stages of the season, nothing worse than spending months waiting for the opening race of such a prestigious championship, and then turning up, something goes wrong in the opening hour or so, you're out of the race, no points scored, and you have to sit and wait and watch for 7.5 hours with everybody else circulating around. So good to see that we've got so many cars still left on the circuit. It's wide, very wide, but the 122 of Oscar Soltero will come through, and Nix Esports are kind of ahead of a train at the moment. They're 13, nearly 14 seconds behind Arret Esports in P6 in class, but with Nixon's P7, they've got Nürburgring Esports, Unity Racing Black, and Team Racing within about 2 seconds. And actually, Team Racing is nearly side by side for P10, just in the background. You can see that in the background for P10 and 11. Here is Alex Metti, just about ahead of Daniel Gorachov. But the 111 looking to try and make the move inside line, maybe, as we see the 181 jump back to the racing line. Not anything on the table just then, but hard racing towards the back end of the top 10. But again, close battles for middle of the pack positions with an hour and a half gone is what we want to be seeing.
Yeah, and this is what I like about Barcelona, I think, for this kind of racing, right? You have a little bit of everything. You're going to have lots of action throughout the racetrack. Just the fact that we still have 54 cars. The only 2 that are kind of like away are still Boots and VDS by Undercut and Sim RC. As we're looking right now, you can see that Boots and VDS by Undercut is still doing their service. I think the car might be broken or something. So it's still going to be very convoluted. There are going to be a lot of places for you to have the multi-class battles, people overlapping each other, dangerous moments. It's just that kind of thing that you're going to see around the racetrack like this, as mega dive from Racing Team on the inside of Unity.
Yeah, and they're going to go side by side as they make their way through turn number 12. I think there's just enough of an overlap that they might claim an inside line at turn 13. Careful, it's those little bits of contact, if created, that can send both cars spinning around. Your front left to rear right, but they've managed to avoid it, and they'll come through the final corner. It's still very much close together. I think we're going to be seeing over the next half an hour when the LMP2s come back in, maybe a change in a couple of drivers in the car. We've got Boris Wiesen in for the 134 at the front of the field. We've got Christopher Bella in for Fast NRT in P2. After a couple of stints, that maybe when you start to think about a change. 8.5 hours in the race, you can probably split up just about 2 hours each. Especially if you've got 2 drivers or 3, like in the 89 BS competition car with Owen Carroll flying the flag at the moment. He is supported across the season by Phil Denez, but there is only the 2 of them on the entry list that I have before me, so they're going to have to be doing a little bit more balancing between them. But will that change the face of the race? Likely. And in these slightly difficult conditions, I think drivers that have their eye and are going to feel very confident, and it might be difficult for newer drivers getting in the car to be able to nail immediately.
Yeah, and remember that if they do a driver swap, that the maximum they can do is about 4.5 hours, right? So this is actually in the regulation. So in the regulations. So 4 hours and a half is the maximum driving time, and if you go over that, each minute is usually added up towards your total racing time.
Yeah, so you've got to be extra careful if you've got 2 drivers, particularly on when you're doing the changeovers, how long everybody's in the cars. But if you've got 3 or 4, it's a bit easier to manage that workload, isn't it, between the group of drivers. And you'd say that with how long this race is and with the strategy that we're seeing, it's going to be relatively easy, probably a couple of hours per driving stint generally, maybe 3, maybe in the case of 4, but if you've got 2 drivers, it's more likely you'll have 2 2-hour stints, right? But that's up to the teams to decide. Everyone's going to have a different strategy, aren't they?
Yeah, everybody's going to have their fair share of challenges. I think the interesting topic for me is how, if the race rains, because there was a 75% chance of rain, and like I said before, there is a good chance by somewhere in the middle of the race, next to the halfway mark of the race, there is a good chance of clouds and everything in the race, over 50%. So over 50-60%. So there is that thing of does your team have a good rain racing driver, right? Because that can easily make or break the advance or the fallback of your team, because you can have lots of 9K, 10K I-rated guys which are not used to the rain, and they wouldn't consider themselves confident enough to drive over the rain, or maybe technologically speaking, because of the computer might not handle the rain properly as well.
And I mean, it's difficult enough to drive in wet weather conditions, isn't it? Just even on your own, in your own private session. It's more difficult when you've got 50 other cars in the circuit, 3 different classes, constant lapping going on around you, and the risk of miscommunication in the rain being that much higher. So concentration would have to be so intense. But for the time being, they don't have to worry about that just yet. They just have to worry about their own individual battles. And for Alex Metti, getting back through on Daniel Gorachov is target number 1. But you've obviously got Dennis Weicker for the Nürburgring Esports Flugplatz team just up in front. This 3-car train still ongoing, but you can see those little errors. Unity here. Oh, we've got a safety car. You can see it appear on the steering wheel before you saw it on the left-hand side, but we are under caution again. And looking at my timing page, what's happened to the 113 fiercely forward gold car? I think they have come to a halt somewhere on the circuit. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. I don't know if that's actually going to be the one who caused the issue, but looking for it, I know we can see Mohamed Yanko into the pit lane, hoping that he hasn't yanked anything. Yes, my pun is bad, but I'm just following what Chad is actually doing, so don't blame me. Chad started it, Dara, not me.
But no, I don't believe it was 113. They are appearing on my timing page yet again. So that may have just been them coming into the pit lane early. I don't see anybody else. Manatee Racing Black have an issue. We will see very shortly who it is who has caused this yellow flag, but it's come at a point where I think we would be expecting LMP2 pit stops soon, in the next 5-10 minutes or so. So interesting to see if there is a couple of teams that come in relatively soon, but we will have to wait and see. Everybody, of course, going very slowly. We will sort out all of the lapped cars and all of the, all of the sorts as we get towards the second portion of the race. This one being a little bit longer after the first was after the start of the race means that we have a little bit more to sort out. So we've got time to work it out. But yeah, this kind of puts a spanner in the works for quite a lot of teams, isn't it?
Yeah, and we're going to look what happened, I think, probably, as we look into Maxime. Oh, I wonder what happened to Maxime's car. If he caught a puddle or something like that and completely lost control of the car. Because it looked very odd coming out of TV3. So I want to look from the cockpit perspective if possible.
Yeah, because that car went at a funny point, didn't it? We've seen lots of cars go or lose that rear end on the entry into turn 7, but not many on the exit of turn number 8. So we're going to have to see if we can see exactly what happened again there for Maxime Naz. But that is why we have got our second safety car of the race. 7 hours, just over that left to go. And the pace car is out once again. Not good news for the Manatee Racing Black Team, the number 78, who P9 in the championship last season. They may have been looking to improve on that, but it's not been the best start to the season. Having said that, first race last season, that 78 car only scored 27 points, which was well outside the top 10, but managed to recover to the top 10 in the championship. But they're going to have to hope for some of that again, because it's not been a good start, and they are already a couple of laps down, 3 laps down, in fact. It's a long way back if they get back into this race.
Oh, the rear looked lost by the exit of TV3. So basically nothing that Maxine could have done. I don't know if he trying to, you know, going back and forth in the wheel to try to keep it straight, did anything else to try to kill the rear of the car. But other than that, it looked extremely odd as he stops on the gravel and then triggers the yellow flag eventually. You know what this actually might do? We might see a massive pit party for GTPs because they're right in the middle of their stint. I wonder if anybody's gonna take a risk, given the fact this is gonna be a long, yellow flag. As we see the conditions, 11:35 a.m. in the sim. The track is still relatively close, but the humidity is what calls my attention, and also the wind. It's still very strong winds at the moment in the racetrack.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, on the second night, it's almost like walking through a swimming pool with waves being pushed at you, realistically, with that wind and humidity together. But we are now seeing teams and drivers coming into the pit lane en masse, really. There's the 36, the 89, everybody really coming in. There's too many to name as they all make their way into the box. Are they going to make their stops? We can't see. There's a grandstand in the way as cars stop. There we go, perfectly as well. The grandstand decides to stop, and Carol and Romanidis come into the box to top up the cars. Interesting that they've come in. Not every GTP has come in. Simya 5 stayed out. The 77 Williams Sim Racing Academy car has stayed out. And the number 1 Movano Rosso car has stayed out. So BS Competition and Drago likely to emerge in 4th and 5th.
Not surprised as a Drago 00. Yeah, they have to remind themselves pit lane is closed, so they cannot merge back into the racetrack just like that, as now pit lane is open. And I think Orbit Job Bear might have gained a position on grid and go. Due to the fact of positioning and everybody being caught up by a little bit of the pit open and pit closed.
Yeah, we'll have to see that again, because we saw the grid and go car was in the slow lane, wasn't it? Behind the two cars, the BS Competition car and the Drago car were in the slow lane. And of course that Orbit Drop Bear car came through in the fast lane, so hasn't overtaken the cars. Theoretically, we'd have to get the full rule book out on that one, but that is a very weird little moment if they have been able to get in a position. I'd have thought that's opportunism at its finest. But with all of that being said and done, Simify do now lead the race, but of course they have stayed out longer. Williams Sim Race Academy, Ivano Rosso 2nd and 3rd, but then it's Reminides and Carroll just in behind. How hard they will race remains to be seen. That could be an interesting battle to watch. In the LMP2s, after the pit stops have shaken out, it is now Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage with Connor Jutt behind the wheel who lead the way. Automotives Racing and Fastlane RT are now 2nd and 3rd. For Fastlane, they have had a driver swap with Robin Camus Mayon coming into the car. And then we look at the GT3 Pro class. Veloce lead the way ahead of Simufy and Visceral. But there's lots of teams and lots of drivers in there that are going to be having a go at Veloce on the restart. But we're going to keep sorting ourselves out. Lots of cars to sort out, isn't there? Because we've had lots of lapping ongoing since our last yellow flag.
Yep. Basically, the entire field is gonna basically get a little bit of a overlap on each other. Not gonna. I didn't mean to say overlap, but go over each other and then reorganize themselves into the classes. As you can see, back into the fold of the GTPs, one following behind the other in a nutshell, and with Mark Perez leading the way for the current moment. Reminding that only Simify, Williams, and Movano have, old tires in comparison to everybody else in the whole field.
Indeed, that is very much the case. It's been a bit of a mix, hasn't it, with what we have seen at the front of the field, but the stint length at the moment for Movano Rosso, 18 laps, Simify 16, Williamson Racing Academy 15, so it's not like that they've just come into the pit lane. It has been, excuse me, a relatively long stint up to this point, so it'll be interesting to see how much longer they're going to stay out after this, but, 7 hours to go. I think the teams that have come in, thinking in the long run, if they can go about an hour on the stint, well, that makes sense, doesn't it? You'll get an hour on every hour all the way to the end of the race, but with these yellows, you can't guarantee that'll be the case right to the end, and that's kind of what I was talking about being pragmatic on the strategy. Yes, they may fall back, but depending on when the yellows come out later on in the race, if they do indeed come out, they could be putting themselves into a good position on track.
Yeah. But at the same time, remember when I said a little bit earlier about, Movano Rosso, being on that off strategy, pitting first and everybody else on the first safety car on the yellow flag, and maybe, let's just say, a yellow flag at the right time probably would have prompted them into being the front. Of course, they're still going to be in the offset, but could find better ways, knowing the fact that this team started within this top 10, right? So I'm looking forward even how these old tires are gonna operate, being cold and everything. Green flags on the way, but the car's a little bit lighter than the other ones, acting as a counterbalance to new tires but heavier car on the fifth on back. How faster is gonna be in comparison to the other teams, and how much of a delta they need to create prior to the pit stop whenever the new cars actually get faster than them as the stint goes on.
Yes, and this stint for particularly a lot of the cars that have come in just now will be relatively long, and probably will get us down in towards the end of the second and a half hour. Of course, we had 8.5 hours to go at the start. We're an hour and a half into this race, but in about an hour's time, I think we're going to see a lot more pit stops ongoing if we don't get a yellow flag between now and then. Lots of cars have received some warnings of late. There's been an aggressive driving warning for car 78. There was a stop and go for car 142 about 15 minutes ago. I think we saw them serve that, which is why we thought that could have been the incident ongoing. That 142 is the NGC by Mark M. Darada car. But, we'll keep an eye on the notice board, let you know if any penalties do end up being applied to teams and drivers, but nothing has yet been said if there was any malfeasance in the pit lane during that sequence of yellow flag stops. And I don't think that there will be, but we will keep an eye just in case. Still under yellow for the time being, at least. We're having a look at the Veloce car leading the GT3 Pro class, and not a bad start to the season to find yourself in this position. Of course, Veloce last season, well, they weren't even here in the GT3 class, so really good to see them doing well already in the first race of the season.
Yeah. But still, everything is undecided. As I think we're probably going to get one more lap under yellow flag before Benny comes into the pit lane and we have our race restart. I think everybody is just shuffling themselves back into line, getting the classes sorted out, so it's just a matter of maybe 1-2 more laps before we get to green.
Yep, a little bit of time, and it means we can still continue to have a bit of time to think about what we're going to see as we get in towards this next green flag period. Of course, we'll get towards the halfway point in this race in about, 2.5 hours time, give or take, with a few minutes either side. But a long time before we can start thinking about any points to add here in tonight's season opener. But I think Simufy will be thinking about how they're going to position themselves towards that halfway point. Are they thinking about those points? Are they thinking about positioning themselves towards the end? Because that's always an interesting conversation to have, isn't it? And it's maybe where we're seeing the differences in strategy at this point in the race. How many teams are racing for that halfway point now, and how many are kind of thinking more of the end of the race at this stage rather than compartmentalizing it?
So that's an interesting topic, my point of view, because I think this fight for halfway point gets crazier at the second half of the season. I think we've seen that as a little bit of a trend, didn't we, Dara? Especially, like, for example, you would get teams in the second half of the 2024-25 season in the Suzuka Silverstone race where they had different strategies coming in just so they can grab top points and try to steal away the top points from other teams. So I'm looking for how that's gonna go in this season, but I think it's gonna follow the same pattern in my point of view, that everybody's just take it easy maybe within these first 2 rounds where the traffic is gonna be, like I said before, more convoluted. You get Imola, you get it over here. 3 classes, especially with the speed difference, is not easy for you to negotiate, more especially at Imola, which I think it's much trickier for you to go around the corners than Barcelona. I think Barcelona has a few corners that you can kind of dabble and negotiate, but Imola being a roller coaster-esque track makes it a little bit complicated, so you try to be in the position that you are in and try to maximize the race end points, and then you start to doing calculations as the season progresses.
Yeah, and of course we are in the very, very early stages of this season. We're in the very early stages of this race, really, aren't we? An hour and a half, just over that, has gone. We've got another 7 hours, just under that, left to run in this race before we head to the 6 hours Imola, as you say. The 1,000 miles at the Glen, the 1,000 miles at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, 6 hours at Sao Paulo, 225 laps at Monza, and a 10-hour race at Le Mans. We're going to be gearing up to get racing relatively soon. We are on lap 54 of this race at the moment. Marc Perez is our overall race leader. Conor Jupp is our leader in the LMP2 for the Delatraz Automotive team. And Veloce, as we've said, leading in the GT3 class. Marc Perez then gearing up for this restart. We saw Owen Carroll take the first restart. It'll be Marc Perez for Simify to take this second one. Pescar has disappeared, and when he goes is going to be a really key moment. Does he go early? Does he go later towards the line? The final 2 corners in the GTP are as close to flat out as could be. They back up in the background as the Concertina effect takes hold through turn 11 and 12. But Marc Perez isn't thinking about that. He isn't worrying about that for the time being. He's looking at Jesse Hiliaho right in behind him and thinking, when can he apply the throttle? When can he get the jump to consolidate the lead down in towards turn 1? Leaving it very late indeed as they work their way now in towards the final corner. 90 degrees right, but very high speed at that. Keep an eye out for Michael Romanidis from P4 leading the cars out of pit. And here we go. Good start from Marc Perez. He's going to hold the lead towards turn number 1 very comfortably indeed. But yeah, look behind. 4th and 5th battling very much tightly. Romanidis right behind Tanguy Bion, who's looking to try and take P3 away as well. This is a really important start. You can already see weaving down the straight to warm the tyres up.
Yeah, and I think there's one LMP2 car spun around with cold tires, but more importantly, Veloce has no bonnet. They have no front bonnet. I think they made contact with the LMP2 and they lost the front grille. That will allow Simify to go into P1 and eventually more position being gained, as Marc Perez has an issue. He was the leader who gave us this restarted this race.
Yeah, it was leading down towards turn 1. Must have had a rear end snap at turn 3. So many drivers struggling with the cold tyres early on after this restart. You're right, that's issues in all 3 classes very clearly already. And for 2 of the drivers who were leading, 30, 45 seconds ago. So really big changes at the moment. Drivers dipping their way through the puddles. Here's Conor Jupp, who did lead himself in the LMP2 class, trying to stick it down the inside. Boris Leisen, who came into the pit lane. And after half a lap from the restart, all 3 of our class leaders have changed. Luca Gramka trying to come through as well. Oh, there's contact. Gramka goes round. There's a big pile-up ensuing behind. Are they all going to keep it out further back? Oh, 2-3 wide over the grass, over the gravel. Big moments. And you can see in the insert there, Marc Perez from the lead of the GTP class spinning around, but huge restart lap. So many changes.
There's so many changes, especially LMP2. Basically, the whole grid actually shuffled there on that incident at turn number 9. We're going to look on the replay over here. I think that's Aret just having a little bit of moment because of the puddles, and you can see Delatraz spun around, and then also Marc Perez again getting spun because of one of the LMP2s that actually got caught up. We're going to look now from Delatraz's perspective. He's going to see all that thing going through in front of him, makes contact with Aret, and he just gets, not going to say a victim or backseated, but look at Simify. That's important because that car is gone. That car hit hard the wall. I don't know if they have any damage. They can bring it back to the pit lane.
Yes, they are bringing it back to the pit lane. I can see it on my indicator. Mark Perez. Yeah, there you go. You can see it on the right-hand side of your screen now. Into the pit lane. From the lead of the race to spin at turn 3 and then to get absolutely demolished coming through at turn number 9 on that back straight towards turn 10. Absolute lap from hell for Simify. And they are going to almost certainly drop back down through the order. And well, they have already. There's lapped cars that are a little bit further back, but yeah, they're going to be absolutely swamped by the LMP2s and the GT3s. They'll hope to come out in some clean air when they do come out, but the repair time remains to be seen. Here's Drago Racing. Here's Michael Romanidis. Kept himself out of all that off the restart and is in P2. And he's got the Mivano Rosso car between himself and Owen Carroll. Now, what could that be on this stint?
I'm still mind boggled with this restart. How one lap can progress as we're going to look what happened over at Drop Air in the LMP2. I think connectivity issues dropped the 168 back into the pit lane.
168 has come in, that is for sure. Looking at, oh no, I was looking at my time page because Simify getting swapped by everybody coming through down the main straight. They've now lost overall race position to all of the lead lap LMP2s, and they have a few laps before that would be the case for the GT3s, but of course wouldn't make a difference in terms of their points in class. This BS competition, try and look for that inside line. Owen Carroll knows that he wants to keep a very keen eye on Michael Romanidis, and to get through on Mivano is definitely going to be an important factor. You'd expect the Mivano Rosso car in to distant future. We're talking 10-15 minutes or so, but I think you'll want to be clear of them by then, right?
Yeah, but from what it looks like, that BS competition has so much grunt on that BMW M Hybrid V8 that the traditional Acura ARX 06 is not going to be able to fend off BS competition. He might just try to save a little bit of fuel, but he's not going to do that. He's going to look on the inside of Mivano, and around goes Owen Carroll into P3.
And an important move for Owen to make, and he can now keep himself very much in and around Michael Romanidis. Those two, Drago Racing, BS competition, the 36 and the 89, have been the two cars to beat so far in this race, albeit we're an hour and 45 minutes into the brand new IVRA Endurance Series season. Let's keep an eye on it, I think, as well, at the front of the field in that LMP2 class. Of course, big moves in that. We did see that collision, involving the Delatraz car, involving the Orbit Drop Bear car as well, and the 142. There's been a lot of change up there, but it is now affect simulations in P2 that we have to keep an eye on. Here's the 142 NGC car. Well, I mean, they've just been taken out into turn 10, haven't they?
Yep, they basically got shot back to Portugal with that touch.
Yeah. And Barcelona's not close to Portugal. That's just how far they went to the inside of, or to the outside of turn 10. Really was a big hit. Fiercely forward in the 11 car. They've had some issues as well. That is Christian Hildgaard in the car. And that car now 5 seconds off the back of the train, but only 12 seconds off of the lead of the class after our recent yellow flag. In the GT3 class, of course, we did have the leading team being the Veloce 225, but they've had their own issues, as we've seen. They didn't have a bonnet. They are now 2 laps down. It's allowed Simify to take the lead. Simify, after having a really bad time in the GTP on that restart, have had a really good time in the GT3s. And it's now Lucas Camba Moreiro who leads the way, and by a couple of seconds as well. So looking pretty comfortable for Simify in GT3, or as comfortable as can be at this stage of the race. Lots of clean air as well for them to drive into. And there's going to be a few laps before we start to see the 77, the 36, the 89 at the front of the GTP field trying to lap them. So this could be a really important little stint for Simify if they want to pull away and gain some time compared to the rest of the pack.
Yeah, I was just taking a quick look over here on the live timing. I'm boggled to see that one contact as we're going to look what happened to Medini and Orbit Drop Bear. Yeah. I don't know how can you call that their attacker. I am not sure.
Yeah, Maniti, a bit of a weird one, wasn't it? Intervals turn number 1, that rear end going a couple of times, but in the end, snapping in the middle of the corner, and the 278 is around. looking at other cars in their vicinity, there's going to be a lot of these GT3 battles that are ongoing. There is one of the BS competition cars in the GT3. Elias Riker under centre. This release sport's just up in front, and Kai Dalziel maybe looking to try and close in on Simi-Fi towards the front, but that gap is ever increasing. Last time by Simi-Fi, another 4/10 faster, and looking pretty good for it as well, as Lucas Campos Moreiro does take advantage of that clean air. A little bit of traffic coming through. That's the 142, is it? I believe. No, not quite. Difficult to see the numbers from this far away, but they are making their way through the back. It is the 142. I should adjust my eyesight more, shouldn't I? These glasses aren't too old, so they're working relatively well. But that is João Rufino trying to come back through the order. Of course, a few laps ahead of these guys overall. 33 seconds off the overall lead in class. We've been on for about an hour now, Lorenzo. We've seen it all, haven't we? A little bit of spinning in the wet weather, a yellow flag, chaos on a restart. It kind of sums up why this championship is so difficult to win over the course of the season and what makes it so prestigious.
Yeah. This is why I like. This is what I like about IVRA. You know, you have top level competition. You have a little bit of everything. You have chaos. You have good racing. You have drama. You have, and there's also a learning curve experience, in my point of view, because you have to negotiate with top level drivers. You cannot allow yourself to be slow. So it's difficult, but it builds up. You know, I'm probably going to say builds up a little bit of a racecraft, but anyway, it's just difficult. It's like come back to that my consistency and being constant, having good results, and not necessarily winning everything, but for example, getting top fives every single race helps out a lot, and you cannot allow yourself to have one bad result in here. If you do, it's just very hard for you to get that back, and I wonder how, for example, for Simi-Fi, if the race goes on, them staying in P12, how that rest of the championship is going to play out for them. And a car that nowadays, I know we have BOP here, usually is not the best GTP around.
No, not always, but we do see lots of chopping and changing in that regard, don't we? Over the course of the years, and maybe within the season as well. What we are seeing though is Movano doing a good job at holding off Solpeck and Williams Gaming Club just in behind, but they are going side by side. There you go, you can see them flashing through screen. Williams in the blue, Solpeck in the bright yellow car. Inside Rival Williams Gaming Club should be able to take advantage and stay out in front with a good tussle into turn number 4 as they went side by side.
Yeah. What happened is they managed to get away and skate. That's what happens.
Yeah, and that is going to benefit them over the next couple of laps down the hill where they will run. They are currently, a couple of seconds back from that Ret Esports car, but there aren't really... Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong order. They're a couple of seconds back from that Grid and Go number 7 car with just Jesse Telkala behind the wheel. But there is a lot, I think, to be said about how close this GTP class still is. Yes, we've only had about 15 minutes since that restart, but we only have 13 seconds between the top 11 in class. We haven't seen much separation, and part of that may be down to the fact that Williamson Racing Academy leading the way later on into their stint, and Drago and BS know that and not necessarily too desperate to make the move early on.
Yeah, and just taking a quick look also, you were talking about being away from, kind of like a long ways away from halfway points. We are only under 90 laps, so let's just say under green, maybe 2-3 more stints at best. I would say about 1 hour to 1 hour 45 maybe until we get the halfway points over here in the race.
Yep, so not a million miles away from that. We're a couple of hours away from that, of course. 8.5 hours on the clock, 6.5 hours still remain, so about 4 hours 15 to go will be that half race marker. But for P3 and LMP2 fast lane, and the Nürburgring Esports outfit going towards turn number 4 now, as they run very, very close together at the front of the field. But we are seeing them just keeping an eye on the top two. Again, Automotive's racing team have a decent lead, about 5 seconds, but then behind, you can see them all coming down the hill. It is a tightly packed train of cars with Frank Schmidt, Robin Camas-Mayon, and Dennis Weicker all involved. And it is good to see that we are seeing these LMP2s run pretty close together, because we are always sure of a good LMP2 race, aren't we, in any kind of championship, particularly here.
Yeah, usually my point of view is because it is the one make class, right? You don't have like Ligiers, you don't have the Oricas around. You could say that it provides the closest racing, of course. It usually gets more of a race, like we were talking strategy and also readiness and preparation and pace, and also a little bit of track position. That always helps. But it's a good race, and still have hard racing between the LMP2s, even though it's still a little bit of a, I would say, strategy-esque battle going on right now in the P2 class.
Yeah, they've been the old constant, haven't they? For so many years on iRacing particularly. You know, 2 decades worth of history of LMP2 on this platform in any number of championships. It is fantastic that we see the amount of great racing in this category, and we don't get rid of it because it always produces, doesn't it? And that's the fantastic thing about this class. And at the moment, the 134 Boris Lyson does hold that advantage. Automotive Racing Team at the front. In that GT3, again, GT3s, we're in them so often. Drivers will know them back to front, inside and out, and will, have found really a home in their cars, I'm sure. BMW's running well towards the front, and a couple of Mercedes-Benz as well. But it is Visceral Esports who are about 3 seconds off the pace. But they are keeping tabs with the Simu5 car. Last lap, it was a couple attempts in favour of Simu5, but it's not a particularly big margin. The same really is happening in the LMP2 field, with some very close battles. On the last lap, Drago dropped back from the race leading GTP, and that's because we're starting to see lapping take place. And that is just behind this front group of GT3s. We'll see them flash through very shortly indeed, but Jesse Hiliaho, the leading car overall, coming through about turn 3 in towards turn 4 now. And they are having to get through a lot of GT3s, and they're clumped together, haven't they? They haven't separated since we got that restart.
Yeah, but it's good chase, for these guys following around. But it's just how crazy this one has gone as Lion GP nearly Jesse Hilio. Oh, Jesse. Just don't do that to the commentators and have them prompt a little bit of a heart attack moment right here. But it's good that these two guys have been following tandem around each other and not allowing Simu5 to break away. They're keeping him honest, which is really good, and keeping this 3 gap battle alive of sorts, and also strategy battle around after this second or third restart of the race.
Yeah, I think I just had a bit of a shout from our producer Ramiro there about 3 wide moments towards turn number 6 and 7. That's just how close it was. Jesse get through into the penultimate corner and get through with ease. But there is that forever constant risk of Michael Romanidis running behind, and Owen Carroll. They're both within 2 seconds of our overall race leader. There is Romanidis, just in behind his Owen Carroll. There he is in the blue, black and white of BS composition, flashing the lights to try and say that I'm coming through. But I'm not too sure how perceptive some of these GT3s will be. They are still in some very tight battles at the moment. Romanidis around the outside at turn 3. Look at the amount of downforce that these GTPs have. Clean around the outside, careful. And he gets into the water a little bit. Could that open the door here for Owen Carroll? Difficult to see from this camera angle, but he nearly goes for it. Romanidis covers it off, and they will continue in second and third. They've given a bit of time away to the Williamson Racing Academy car at the front of the field, but they're going to be too worried about that for the time being. They'll make their way towards turn 7 and do so with ease, but they will almost be through all of our GT3s. After that, they'll have a bit of a gap before they get to the LMP2s, as we do know that the gap in pace between the LMP2s and the GT3s is slightly higher than that between the GTPs and the LMP2s, so more time for the 77, 36 and 89 to drive into late braking from Owen Carroll, but not late enough for any move to be taking place. At the front of the field in that LMP2 class, still the 134 with Boris Lyson behind the wheel is gaining time. and it was 0.6 that last time by. They've got a 6.5-second advantage at the moment, and after every LMP2 came into the pit lane during that caution, they really have that big of an advantage. It's looking pretty good for the time being, isn't it, Lorenzo? Kept his mic muted. There he is. All right, can you hear me, Lorenzo?
I'm here. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, there you are. You're all good.
I'm still on.
Yeah, I mean, 6.5 seconds of advantage for the 134 in the LMP2 class. Everybody is on the same strategy at the moment. It's looking pretty good for them at the moment to keep building this gap if we don't get a caution for some time.
Yeah, but I wonder how much that massive, kerfuffle that we had on the restart actually helped out to them, because effect of sorts was slightly involved in it. I think they were the second car, I would say, involved in it, and they managed to get away. So it's that thing, I think my point of view, they're doing a really solid race. The pace is really good. They're slightly better than the rest of the field, but it's that thing, it's just like you said, will this stay out for the remainder of the race? Because I still think there will be more yellow flags moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the yellow flag for what was really a nothing incident coming out of turn 7 and 8, and then of course manifested itself through turn 9 for one of our GTP cars about half an hour ago now that caused that caution. So it is very easy for one to occur, and with the amount of battling and the amount of good racing that we've seen, it doesn't take much for it to go slightly wrong, and then we find ourselves under yellow once again. So always the risk. At the moment, yeah, for that 134 leading LMP2 car, it is looking pretty good as they approach the back of the GT3s. At the front of the field, the leading GTPs are now clear of our GT3s and can start to push on now and try and get away from the rest. There you can see second and third in the GT3 class, I should say, of the 296 with Visceral and the 289 of BS coming through. There's a couple of GTPs mixing around in here who are battling through for position, namely the Simi 514 that's just made its way through, the number 4 and the number 78 card that are coming through as well. They're coming through for overall position. They're not on the same lead lap as the likes of the Williams Racing Gaming Club from Ivana with Zero, who have swapped places, as I mentioned them, for P7 and for P8. But it is chaos at this part of the circuit. It always is. The first time you lap these GT3s after a restart, it can get messy. And we are seeing people making moves because of it, such as the 66.
Yeah, it's just... feel free. And I felt bad for Kai for a little bit of a moment, right, Dara, because like getting bullied by the GTPs, trying to go around, trying to find its own line, trying to race its own race, and we're seeing Caleb Heides coming out of the pit lane because he had a 5-second penalty to serve. He had a 5-second infringement, so I think he just done that, and also maybe put up just a dabble more fuel in the car.
Yep, and we'll get themselves back out there with 6.5 hours left to go. 2 hours done here at Barcelona for the opening round of the IVRA Endurance Series for 2025-26. Goodness me, the 25-26 season. Time flies, isn't it? Especially when you have great series like this to keep yourself entertained over the years. There is Robin Camus Mayon, I should say, coming through for the fast lane team P3 of the LMP2 class, tracked by the likes of Dennis Viker and Jordan Err, but they're going to go side by side towards turn number 1, or are they? The Irret Esports car, the 108 just in behind, going to go for the move, and the Nürburgring Esports Flugplatz team will just about hold them off for the time being. But now we're going to start to see these LMP2s approach the back of the GT3s, and most of the cars are covering about half of the circuit. The ending sector of the lap and down towards turn 1 at the moment, pretty much empty on the circuit. Everyone concentrated at the back end of the half.
Yeah, and I think Vika just had the short straw in this battle as Jordan Airy goes around for Irret, and surprising to see Irret still in the race despite that massive issue on the restart, but still going in strong, fighting for top 3 at the current moment. But I like what I'm seeing in terms of gaggle of cars. This 4, nearly 5 car train of LMP2s fighting against each other on the racetrack, like we were saying before. Might be the closest class because of being just one car in LMP2, but I like it because you always keep yourself honest no matter what happens right there. You have to be constant and consistent every single lap that you go on. It isn't just like, oh, my car has a little bit of an advantage because your car is from another brand and might have a little bit of a deficiency on other parts of the racetrack where I might actually get an upper edge.
Yeah, certainly so. And you do see those ebbs and flows around. Just a singular lap between some of these drivers and teams. Is there a battle in behind? There's a bit of an inside line there, and that is going to be exploited right in behind the car that we are currently having a look at. It is between the Inevitable New Sports car and the team racing car as the 111 tries to find a way through, but for the time being, Dennis Weicker will hold on. He's lost one position, didn't want to lose two. Then you've got to be careful of Unity Racing Black, Nix, Muradinez, all involved in this battle as well. And there's a GT3 in the way. A little bit of water kicked up as we work our way through turn 4. And that GT3 is just being swamped. Really wants to get out of the way because look at these four. Nose to tail, you could throw a blanket over all four of them at the moment. But the Nürburgring Eagles team just about going to stay in front. Behind, it's going to be between Baptiste Charrier-Beringer and Kazani for the team racing car to go side by side. And the traffic is not helping out at the moment, is it?
No, not at all. Team Hoistingfeld just staying right there, making the life difficult for all these LMP2, in Team Racing. Unity, Nix just had to lift off the gas a little bit, and I think allowed one more team that's the Moranis car just right behind. So basically think of it this way. We have battles for 4th all the way back to 10th place with the gap, I think, standing right about 5 seconds from each other. Total.
Yeah, which is great to see, isn't it? Really close field and staying close despite having to get through this whole host of GT3 cars that populate the circuit. There are 20 GT3s on the lead lap at the moment. Oh, sorry, let me correct that. 18 GT3s on the lead lap. But they're separated out enough that it just feels constant for the time being. Mitchell Johnson in the 17 car getting through on yet another, but has a few more you can see up in the distance, not least with the train of cars. But he's also fighting with Nix Esports Team Racing and Unity Team Racing Black, as we have mentioned. But sitting at the back of the train isn't necessarily a bad thing because you can almost observe what's going on in front of you and then pick off a couple of cars when they make mistakes, because if they're fighting with each other, it's almost a guarantee that they will, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Keep an eye, though, on some of the battles towards the front of the field as well. Jesse Hiliaho for the Williamson Racing Academy. 2 seconds in the lead. Drago Racing haven't really put too much pressure on, and I was just about to mention, when are they going to come in? And I mention that now because Movano Rosso, one of those 3 teams who have stayed out during the caution, have now decided that now is the time to come in and make the pit stop. So for Tanguy Dion, he will put towards the back of the field in class P11, that is, of the cars that are on the lead lap, and come out around some of those LMP2s, maybe behind those LMP2s, but we'll have to work his way through them before we have to see the race leaders do so. Interesting to see when Williamson Racing Academy come in and if that releases Drago, or whether they maintain this pace, because they haven't seemed too keen to get, or too needy to get through on the 77, but they haven't let him run away, have they? Inside line, meanwhile, the Williams Gaming Club, as they look to make their way towards P5, and they will do so ahead of Grid and Go.
That BMW is looking feisty for, regardless if it is Pablo or if it is Jesse driving at the current moment, just looking very trim for this Williams GTP, as I think we're soon to approach the end of the lap, and we're probably going to look if Jesse Hiliaho is going to come into the pit lane and do his service. As a racing leader, gap is going up and down like a roller coaster, but I think he's going to stay out for one more lap.
Looks like he will not come in this time by. Meanwhile, the 133 fast lane RT car right around the outside. Does he touch the water? Does he go around? Yes, he does. There's been a couple of cars that have flirted with this happening, but Robin Camus-Mayon is going to be the one to really fall victim to that, particularly after the restart. I don't think we've seen that since the restart, but he has fallen victim to the aggressive line around the outside of turn 3. The 108 of Jordan will stay ahead front of this train for now. But he's been making good progress. He's now ahead of Dennis Viker, who can try and chase after effect simulations. There's a big gap between the top three, but then behind, as we've said, very tight in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy with that mistake from Fastlane is how things just shifted. You know, he had the half spin. He went from P3 all the way back to P11. That's just how close the battle is in the LMP2.
Yeah, and it's been great to watch all the way through this particularly part of the race with the restart, bunching them all back up together again. We haven't had any suggestions that we'll get another safety car soon. Of course, we won't get a suggestion until it happens, right? But it's been relatively clean over the course of the last 40 minutes or so since we got that restart sorted. We continue on, though, watching this battle, and they are just running nose to tail, aren't they? There is no room for error. Could very easily see this go up in flames, couldn't you? You know, on the back of a GT3 that does something unexpected, and then the concertina effect, and, you know, one car leading into another could create a bit of an issue, but for the time being, they are staying out of trouble. Inside line at 7 is not a place you want to be, but for Unity, they're going to have to make the move. Nix will follow them through, but onto the grass. These are the kind of moments that can create a caution. They're going to just about avoid it for the time being, but they're on through turn 9. They are being aggressive here.
They have to. Because the other, look at the LMP2 cars behind us. Nix goes the inside of turn number 10. This is going to have a little bit of an edge on Unity, and Nix goes into P5. And when I had a little bit of my moment was the WSR car just catching, I think, a little bit of a water puddle coming out of TV3 and nearly spinning out the car in front of this whole gaggle of LMP2s. I'll tell you this much: this LMP2 battle that we have on gaps and also proper battles, side pod by side pod, is kind of like looking convoluted, kind of like what's happening with my movie for places.
Yeah, and it's a difficult train to really judge exactly where you're sitting it, because of course the ebbing and flowing of the positions has been quite constant. Let's have a look at the Grid and Go team in that beautiful yellow and blue livery coming through the final sector now. Movano right on the tail, and Movano with such a great history in this series. Of course, they are the reigning champions coming into this race. They won the opening round of the season at Motegi this time last season, but are struggling a little bit more tonight. We'll see if they can recover. But you talked earlier about consistency, Lorenzo, and about how important it is for the championship. Over the course of the season, Movano picked up in each and every race, round 1, 127 points, then they backed that up with 112, 82 at Kota, and then with a cool 86 at Silverstone, another 78 at Suzuka, 112 at Portimao, and their worst start of the season, 72 at Spa. But to pick up those consistent points, and even if you're not finishing at the front, finishing in the top 5, I think is really where they'd like to be, and to get through on Grid and Go, put them right there. Yeah, but,
of course, we have to also count something else into effect, right, Dara? I think when they picked up P1 and P2, Motegi and Sebring, of course, we know Motegi had one of the wildest endings we ever seen into a race, right? With Apex fighting against Movano, fighting SBS competition at the final lap, and also Fiercely Forward, major moves being done left, right, up, and down. And they eventually got the win. I said the Acura was going to be a very interesting car, maybe for race. Back then, they didn't do well in qualifying. Kind of like a little bit of the same thing how it happened in Sebring, but their race pace as it went on was so good in comparison to the other teams, and of course, other teams have had issues as well. But it just proves how crazy that season was on a season that race pace made the difference, not quality pace for some of the teams.
Indeed, that is the case. But I think that's what we're looking to pick up some good points. Frank Schmitz, what's happened there? Oh, contact. I believe that's with the Simufy car. The 199 going around through the long turn 3. And the GT3 just drifting into that line that the LMP2 was taking, and Frank Schmitz, I'm sure, will not be particularly happy about that one in the 199. We jump back on board with Pablo Espez in this Williams Gaming Club car. For the time being, and a team that I think will be looking to really assert themselves in the championship. Of course, last season we only had the Williams Racing Academy car from Williams in the GTP field. Now they have 2 names to keep an eye on, and I think they're going to be looking at the moment for what could be a podium. Still, again, we're in the first half of the race. It's still early stages, comparatively speaking, but they're looking like they are trying to assert themselves in this championship early on and doing a good job to put their name right amongst the established teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, let's just say that this Williams team, have the talent. Normally, of course, like I said before, earlier on, we think that the IMSA Global Esports Championship is coming, right? And normally they are preparing themselves, getting their drivers ready, getting used with the flow of how multi-class racing will be. I think they're just going to get the place from Orbit Drop Air Motorsport. There you go. They're back into they're now into P3, and Aaron Salilas cannot do anything about it. And definitely will be a team that will want to go against, the Coendas and everything at IMSA. But over here, they will want to go to the top. It's natural. It's Williams. It's one of the largest brands of racing out of the entire world. But also coming back to Orbit Drop Air, always figured very well in LMP2s and everything. I know if I keep going, I know Jack Styles is going to be on my end to keep talking good things about them. But it's a team that surely deserves their flowers and doing really well so far here in GTP competition.
And it is good to see, isn't it? Like you said, one of the very established names, particularly in the sim racing community now, as they have grown and developed and just have almost an iron cast roster, don't they? One of the best in all of sim racing, and it is great to see the Williams Gaming Club entry in this IVRA Endurance Series. Battle for P5 going on in GT3. Nathan Parris for WSR, Pedro Martins for Delta Sport, currently 5th and 6th. And again, the GT3s have split up a little bit, but not a great deal. When you think about how many cars have cycled through now, all of the GTPs, all of the LMP2s that have now lapped this group of cars, there is only, 20 seconds between the top 11 entries, which is relatively close to what we see in GT3 racing. Yep. Because they struggle to stay together when we see the cars coming through for lapping, because the gaps are then naturally created by, the faster cars inserting themselves into the battle. So good to see that they're close together. And these two, not a million miles ahead of Fiercely Forward Pink and Scuderia Volpe. So they've got to be wary. If they start battling, they could start dropping back into their grasps as well.
Yeah, but if you think about it, it's the largest class by a long shot here in the IVRA Endurance Series. So by saying that they would be, all these 25 cars would be together by the start of the race, that would be a little bit of a fantasy, right? A dream. It would be natural for them to split apart, especially with pit stops and everything. But it's still good that we're seeing battles around the racetrack. There's not gap battles around everybody, despite being only properly. We are nearly 2 hours into this race itself, so it's good to see that it's still going on, it's going in strong.
And it is good to see that. Oh, whoa! That's a huge bit of airtime. Goodness me, for the 229. Following so close to Fiercely Forward that they didn't quite see that they were that close to the sausage curb and bouncing well into the air. I know Ramiro is good at his slow-mo shots. We might have to get one for that in just a moment. But a huge moment into the air. Goes to show it can be so treacherous. If you're following a car too close, it's difficult to see the track in front of you. And I'm sure that was, well, I mean, in the UK we call them sleeping policemen. Really was there. For Scuderia Volpe, lucky to keep it going, really. And a miracle that they didn't lose more time to get spat out wide there. Still right behind Fiercely Forward, but goodness me, that would have been a jump scare.
Yeah, putting it mildly, but what happened? The good thing is they're still in the racetrack. That's what mattered the most.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. Gautier, Fanyan Poli up in towards the final corner. Goodness me, 3 wheels off the road momentarily. That is a scary moment. Really is a miracle that he was able to follow so closely through that final corner. You can see the brake lights illuminating as the slight bit of panic crept in as he re-met the circuit. But goodness me, that was quite some moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it brought me back into GTA San Andreas a little bit, with the low riders and all.
Indeed it does. Just go straight. These sausage curbs, they are a real risk if you get them wrong. You see WSR coming over them very nicely there. So it's interesting to see how that was much different from what we saw just a moment ago. But as it is, they continue through. There's the Grid and Go car coming with Mivano coming through. Mivano coming through, just in behind. Once again. With the pit stops that we've now seen in the GTP class, with Williamson Racing Academy now dropping back a full minute behind, it has allowed Drago and BS to kind of run themselves away again. Last time around, BS Competition a couple of tenths quicker than Drago Racing, but they are still a second or so off of their fastest times in the race so far. But once again, they've built that gap to P3, and it does seem that it doesn't really matter when these cautions are thrown at them. Drago and BS have the pace to dominate the rest of the field, at least for the time being.
Yeah, I think also what helped is the fact they know their car, especially BS Competition, right? The car is trimmed out perfectly to their liking, in my point of view. And this is why I think they have a little bit of an upper edge in the competition. Plus, the BMW in this current build also is very balanced. I think it's a good performance car, and looking forward to see if that's going to be a trend moving forward into this season. Of course, we're still early on in the build. If the next build might still favor the BMW in a general sense, being a balanced car, so looking forward to see if yeah, still gonna have some good results as WSR is gonna come in, the car right behind. I think that is Delta Sport is also gonna come in as well.
Yep, GT3s now in their pit stop window. And I think we're going to see a lot of them make their way down pit lane over the next little while, next few laps that is. But there is still so much to see from this GT3 field. Couple of driver swaps coming in as well when the cars disappear and reappear. Don't worry too much. That's because David Baker jumping into the car for the WSR esports team. We are going to see more of the same, I think, in terms of driver changes. 2 and a bit hours gone in this race. We're about a quarter of the way through overall. Good time to swap your driver, right?
Yep. Seems about right.
Yeah, it'll of course help balance that time between the drivers in the team. You know, if you've got 4 drivers, or if you've got 2 or even 3, 2.5 hours, just over 2 hours, it's kind of the sentiment that I think a lot of them are going to be aiming for. David Baker then will emerge for the first time in this race, as he will look to get his eye in green flag racing conditions here. They'll emerge just next to a bit of a battle in the LMP2 class, but they won't be involved in it all the way close towards turn 1. David Baker now with a bit of room to work into. Kate Middleton close behind though, and we'll see how they run. Trigo Mays is in the car for Visti Forward Pink, currently running in P3. They're yet to make the stop, as are Solplake, as are Visceral at the front of the field. I expect we'll see them in relatively soon.
Looking for a good battle between the Chilean Rodrigo Mays as he just catches a little bit of sand. Also, Gauthier Fagnapoli actually catching some sand as well. Coming back to the racetrack. This is giving the commentator a little bit of a jump scare. This is what is good to see. Also, Scuderia Volpe, I think I'm trying to see how they did last season. Not the best result last season, you know, barely voted into the top 10. Best result was at Sebring, where they picked up 71 points. So good first half of the race so far. Looking forward to see if they're going to keep on like that. As Adrian Ferrer, oh no.
Oh, that's
Is
disaster.
that the leading car?
That was the leading car. It was indeed the leading car. Oh, and losing that rear wing as well, trying to get it spun back around. This is disaster. Simu 5 had an awful hour. Absolutely torrid hour. The 14 was leading the restart in the GTP class. And then spun and lost it and lost a load of time, a couple of laps, in fact, on that first lap. And now Adrian Ferrer jumping into the car for Simufy in the GT3 class. And from such a good position, devastation for them. And yeah, I think there's going to be some very unhappy people around the Simufy team right now.
Yeah, I don't know what's worse in my point of view. I'm sorry, I'm just going to have to say this. I don't know what's worse. They're spinning out as soon as you come out of the pit lane, or Austin powers the car at the exit of the pit lane.
Yeah, and then to get stuck and then to lose the rear wing trying to correct it as well. It's just not a good sequence at all. Michael Romanidis, careful through turn 9, will overtake some lap traffic. There is a few LMP2s in the pit lane, including Robin Camus Mayon, Alexandre Delatraz, of course, the Delatraz team that were running relatively well in that LMP2 class at the start of the restart, but were one of the cars that got involved in the incident down at turn number 9. We've also had the now leading LMP2 of the 134 into the box. They've just pulled in. We've also got more. Jordan Eyre, Oscar Soltero coming in as well. It is busy down there at the moment, and there is a lot of drivers that are getting themselves involved in the pit stop action. Not surprising to see, because all of the LMP2s came in on the same lap during the caution period, and now we're seeing most of them coming on the same lap under green flag. Pablo Serrano now in the car for Nick Sports. He'll jump in for the first time tonight. We'll wait and see on the exit of the pit lane if there's any real change up in terms of the positioning of a lot of these LMP2s. Mohamed Yanko for Fiercely Forward now in the car as well. But lots of chopping and changing. This is a really important phase of the race, I think. Important phase of the race to see if we are going to see some big moves. But in the end, it is going to be the 134 to stay in the lead of the race. Now it's going to be Lee Zeltwanger in the car. With Pedro Valenzo and Pablo Serrano, second and third for the Winner 8 and 1-2-2 respectively. Couple of moves, nothing too significant at the moment. But this is where we sit in the race. 6 hours to go, give or take. Lee Zeltwanger into the car. They've built up a good gap, haven't they, the Automoves racing team. Lorenzo, do you think he can start to build on it, or is it going to be more difficult for a newer driver getting in the car?
This is the interesting topic for me, because we saw the first driver really good, you know, for Boris. I think just had a solid stint so far, and managed to create this massive gap they have on Aret and everybody else. The question is if the other drivers in the team can take over and do the good job for everybody else. Looking at over here, the only pro driver they have is Boris Leisen, which actually was who started the car. Now the question is, you have Lee Zeltwanger, which is a Onyx driver, so he would be the second. What can I say? The closest to pros. So in my point of view, so he can do stuff. I just don't know if the pace is going to be as good as the other guys in the team. Or the rest of the field compared to Tourette and everybody else. We're looking into issues from the guys who are just out of the pit.
Yeah, that was the 181 Unity Racing team that we saw going around. This is Pablo Serrano. Oh, getting a spin on. Oh, and careful, because drivers are coming left, right, and centre in towards turn number 10. Had the move sent on him and almost got spooked out a bit there. That was, I believe, it was the Nürburgring Esports Flugplatz car. This is Joshua Kazani's view of all of that as he works his way through for the team racing entry and just about avoid, but has to go into the gravel. That's not going to help with the tyre warm-up that is clearly already difficult enough, as the cold tyres on the pit exit are causing a little bit of havoc. Whilst there is all of that chaos in the LMP2 class, the GT3s have sorted themselves out towards the front, but we've got a battle for the leads. Scuderia Volpe and Fiercely Forward two teams with a lot of good backing behind them. Let's see who can come out on top here. The 2-1-2 looking to try and make a way through with Rodrigo Mays right behind Gauthier Fagnan-Pali, who was that driver, remember, who we saw bouncing his way over that curb. These two teams have not yet stopped, as we've seen many of the GT3 stops, so they're not in the net race lead, but still, I think drivers want to be leading the race, right?
Hey, unfortunately, they did not get an extra point by leading a lap in their race.
Yes, of course, but I think they still want to be leading the race, right? Just in terms of...
Oh, yeah,
yeah, regardless of the extra point for whether they get it or not, they don't get it, of course, but good to be leading the race. Don't forget about half race distance points as well that we've got to keep our eye on as we get into the next couple of hours into the race. But we are going to be seeing these drivers coming in soon. I think you might see them coming this time by, but Scuderia Volpe and Visible would continue to stay out. Good to see that they have got a relatively close battle. Whilst this is the battle for the lead in the GTP class has stayed pretty stagnant for a little while. Of course, Drago and BS haven't come in since we've been green flag running after the restart. It's been nearly an hour, so we'd expect them in the not too distant future, but there's only a tenth or two between them each time by as they make their way through traffic. And Romanidis, we're looking at now 2.5 seconds in front, but you can just about see in the background Owen Carroll. There's a few cars between them, but he is still there, and both teams continue to pull away from the race.
Yeah, but that's actually going to extend a little bit more. Look where Owen's actually catching this traffic. So it's that thing. Traffic gives, traffic takes. Track position is always important. He's going to catch both GT3s out of turn number 3. He's going to maybe catch another GT3 or one of the LMP2s at, I would say, at the exit of turn 5 or maybe at the entry of turn 5. So he's going to have to do a little bit of commitment dive and do the overlap as it goes on. Meanwhile, battle between Grid and Go and Fiercely 4, 2 Fiercely 4s and 1 Movano for top 5.
Yep, good battle at the moment in this GTP class. Cars all over each other at the moment. Down in towards turn number 5. Good move from Fiercely Forward around the outside of Movano. Very opportunistic. Can they get it done on the power? Looks like it's going to be a tough one. In towards turn 7. The outside line is not really where you want to be, and Movano will defend that one, but careful, don't go too deep. Grid and Go are still there. They make it through just about in the same order that they entered in. Fiercely Forward have a bit of an advantage here, having the yellow car, the number 11, just in front of the black car, the number 8. Almost being able to work as a team to maybe make their way through on both Movano and Grid and Go at the moment. Outside line for Blake Reynolds, not Blake Reynolds, I say Christian Hildgaard in that Fiercely Forward yellow car. He'll claim the inside line Willie into turn 12. It's a slight overlap that he's going to try and use to his advantage, and he will have that inside line. He looks to muscle his way through and maybe create an opening for his teammate Ilkka Happala to come through as well. Fiercely Forward Black is yellow, I should say, is through. Fiercely Forward Black now the ones trying to make the move, and right behind them, well, I say not right behind them, 10 seconds behind them is Blake Reynolds. They've got a bit of time to work with, but I think Ilkka Happala will be looking to make this move relatively soon, as Marcus Hamilton in that Movano car looks a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, poor Marcus got bullied around the racetrack right there, and as they're gonna have to go around, I think that's the fast lane LMP2, and that is gonna open the door for Ilkka Happala to go try to dive down on the inside of turn number 4. If he finds the opening, he's not gonna do that, as they clearly go around the fast lane car, and maybe turn number 5 to become the option for Ilkka to attempt to move, but he struggled to keep it straight.
Yep, struggled to keep it in a straight line, as did the Nix Esports car. The 122 has gone around that with Pablo Serrano dropping down behind the likes of Team Racing, Effect Simulations, and the Delatraz Automotive car. But remember that Delatraz car was running in the top 3 as we worked our way out of the restart about an hour ago. But dropped down after contact at turn number 9, but already back up to P7, so it's not been a bad recovery. They are 33 seconds off the class lead. Other things to keep an eye out for is the fact that Arret Esports with Pedro Valencia behind the wheel are gaining. They're 11 seconds back. We're 4 tenths faster, and we're looking to try and gain themselves back towards the lead. Whilst we see a pit stop for, I believe that is our Movano car. It is indeed the 68. I think we're going to start to get into this phase of pit stops for the GTPs. Before we do, let's have a look at our race leader, Michael Romanidis, as he works his way through some traffic before we come into the pit lane. We're going to take a couple of minutes for an immersion here. It's 6 hours to go in this race. We are looking at a lot of battles. Actually, no, let's look at the P2 battle in the GT3s. Rodrigo Mays about a second behind Gote Fanyan Pali. They'll come into the pit lane soon, but it is a battle for the lead. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Stick around, though, because we're going to have a look at the sights and sounds of Barcelona. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. Change of driver then for Fiercely Forward as Nicholas Laubish jumps into the car for the 2-1-2. Great to get a few laps on board with these GT3s, as you can see them having to deal with the traffic, but also getting themselves involved in the pit stop strategy. The number 7 Grid and Go car having a bit of a moment. Peter Zuber involved. This was a moment just a little while ago. Both him and I believe that's one of the Fiercely Forward cars going off into the gravel trap on the exit of turn 4. And Peter Zuber has lost that rear wing, not what they needed at all. Other things that have happened in the couple of minutes we were away. Robin Camus-Mayon overtaking a GT3, getting himself into the gravel and spinning very nicely if he's going into the pit lane. But that's an awful place to have spun into unless he dives back out. Not too sure what he did. Yeah, he decided to bail out on that one. We'll have to wait and see if anything is picked up about that. Went through on the white line, but he wasn't intending to come into the pit lane. We'll wait to see. Pit stops were ongoing in that GT3 class, and the cycle has meant that we have got Visceral back in the lead. They've got a 5-second lead ahead of Solpec, who are just in front of Impulse. That battle for P2 and 3 is something we're going to look out for in the next few minutes. But a couple of moves in the LMP2 class, or a couple of pits, I should say, in the LMP2 class as well. It's been a good few minutes, and we're into a good phase of the race with pit stops pending, you'd have to say, in a couple of these LMP2 battles. So Michael Romanida still leads, and Lorenzo, it's a good battle at the front still, with Daenerys only a second and a half behind as he got into the car on the last pit stop.
And he's doing kind of well for himself, being slightly faster, but not, of course, by leaps and bounds against Romanidis, and looking forward to see this potential P1 battle pick up once again, as we're going to look what happened to Delta Sport getting contacted around. Which car was that? I wanted to say could be the Solpack, but I think it's a Switch It Ember car that actually made contact.
Yeah, it's a horrible place to be put into, isn't it? I mean, when you go through it, yes, they've dived late on the brakes, the car on the inside. Yeah, it's difficult to say because there is that lapping car on the inside, but then the other GT3 has made it 3 wide, so then the suggestion may be that it could be blame could be apportioned to them, but either way, I think Kay Middleton's going to be unhappy at how that has unfolded, and that number 200 now slips back to P12 in class. Marius Rommelfanger into the car for the Nürburgring Esports Flugplatz team. They are some 20 seconds off the lead, but holding down P3 ahead of Moradness with Dion Fiallo in the car. Oh, and they've touched the puddle, just about lucky enough to keep the rear end in check. But interesting battles evolving in the LMP2s. We've seen lots of these drivers stay very close together, but over the pit stop sequences, we see a few teams gain at about 5, 6, 7 seconds, and that allows them to be putting themselves into different battles, and immediately the outlook for the race changes, right?
Yeah, but also another thing that we have to keep an eye on, in my point of view, is the lead battle between Automoves and Arret. And I think this battle, I think, is going to be the one looking for maybe at the end of the stint, if not at the end of the stint, potentially towards the next stint, because Pedro Valencia is actually being slightly faster than Lies Waldwengers as lap by lap goes on. So soon this auto move seems, which is surprising everyone, literally everyone in this grid, is doing really good. Is doing well so far, but that lead could go down in shambles within the next few laps, just by pure pace alone.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an interesting theme to keep an eye on over the remaining few hours of this race. Careful, down into turn 1. Delacroix looking for the move. Oh, was Nick's going to try and overtake the GT3 car, but get it all wrong. Make contact with the slower moving entry, and Delacroix will just pick up the position. So thank you very much. And Alexandre Delacroix in the Delacroix car up to P7, and Pablo Serrano, it's been a difficult stint for him so far, dropping down to P8, and he's got to be wary of Arret Esports right behind, because the 180 is just behind both of these two. Let's see it from Serrano, looking behind him, gets it wrong, misses the apex a bit, and lucky to keep it in a straight line, really.
And nearly killed the P3 GT3 car in the process. And Delacroix just played 5D chess on the next esports car and came out on top.
Indeed, and will be continuing in P7. We have now been in the booth, Lorenzo, for just 2 hours. We tick over 5 hours 45 to go, and we have seen everything that this series has to offer in the last 2 hours. Pit stop battles, cautions coming out, great battling, and lead changes like there is no tomorrow. It really has been a fantastic start to the season, and still so much more time in this race to find a winner in all 3 of our classes here at Barcelona. Drago Racing, though, do continue to lead in the GTP class ahead of BS Competition and the Williams Sim Racing Academy, who are not far out of Williams Gaming Club either. So P3 and 4 for Williams for the time being. In the LMP2 class, the Automoves Racing team have had a really good couple of hours, but are starting to lose a little bit of time to the Arret Esports 108 with Pedro Valencia in the car. That could be a theme to keep an eye on over the next hour. Nürburgring Esports hold down P3. And then in the GT3s, Visceral Esports lead by about 5 seconds ahead of Solvec Precision Racing and the Impulse Racing 257 entry. But none of our leading trios are particularly far apart. And in the case of the GTP and the GT3, only 8 seconds splits the top 3. Reminder, we've been green flag racing for, nearly 75 minutes now, haven't we, Lorenzo?
Yeah. And let's keep it this way, please. Thank you.
Yeah, always good when we get these leading battles and drivers towards the front running close together, because it means that we have something to really feast our eyes on through these really quite exciting endurance races. Battle for P4 in the GT3s is tight as can be. We have the Impulse Racing 258 leading this group with Scuderia Volpe and Fiercely Forward Pink just in behind. WSR Esports just there or thereabouts in the background with David Baker in the cockpit, and Switch It Amber as well. 5 cars put by just about 4 seconds, maybe about 3.5. But these are the kind of battles that we want to be seeing. Big points on offer, particularly as we get towards that halfway point in about an hour and a half's time.
Yeah, give or take. I'm just taking a quick look through the laps. We're approaching lap 100, so yeah, I would say about 1 hour, 1 hour and 20 tops is where we're going to see that old lap 150 being done. As we look into Marcel Schlenker and driving the Halder Motorsport car, but he was already due to come to the pit stop, 37 laps in. Everybody else in the GT3s are still a long ways, even though some of them might be closer to the halfway point of their stint, such as WSR Esports, driven by David Baker.
Yeah, let's do some crew. That's nice. We've had it'll be around 2 hours 54 or so for the 100 laps, which means that we're probably looking at another, just under hour and a half to go. Probably around the 4 hour 20 mark on your clock in the top left hand corner of your screen is where we'd expect ourselves to reach lap 150, but that will fluctuate depending on if we get a yellow or if we don't get a yellow, because we've had 2 yellows so far. That has slowed progress down up to this point. But as it is, I think we're looking quite clearly at some certain teams. They're going to be looking for those big points at the half races. Since Drago and BS and the GTP, they've been the class of the field so far. It's a little bit more unclear in the LMP2s. However, we have seen, as we've mentioned, 1, 3, 4 lead the way for some time. It's interesting to see, as we've been talking over the last couple of laps, we've been following these GT3s. They are taking a lot of those sausage curves, which almost makes that moment that we saw earlier into the final corner a little bit more confusing, because, of course, these cars have been able to run over the sausage curves relatively well. Clearly, they are a dangerous customer to flirt with, because it can go very wrong very quickly, and I don't know how many drivers will have been aware of that, or how many drivers have actually faced those big leaps, but they have to be careful and have to be wary of that, don't you?
Yeah, of course, especially if they are caught off in the wrong spot, as we're looking now into Delta Sport once again, battling against Fast Repair, and Fast Repair goes through in turn number 10. But yeah, it's kind of like, if you think about it, the way they're going over the curb, it looks like they're doing a Tony Hawk or skate, 50-50 grind, and sometimes it just doesn't work like that, especially when the tire is a little bit colder than usual, or the tire pressure is not up to the nominal pressure they probably want.
Exactly, and we've also seen those issues with the cold tires as well that have crept in. So everything on the strategy board having to be dealt with by those in the team, and lots of these teams will have teams of people keeping an eye on exactly how the race is unfolding, what the best strategy is going to be. and they really have earned their way into this championship after such a prestigious history that the IVRA Endurance Series has. Looking at where we sit in the race in terms of the pit stop windows and where we are in terms of approaching them, we will see some GTPs come in relatively soon, and by that I'm talking about the 77 Williams Sim Racing Academy car, particularly, that didn't come in during our last caution, which was now well over an hour ago. LMP2s are kind of midway through their stint. I think we're still waiting for some 20 minutes before they come in. And in the GT3s, it's just a bit of a mixed bag. Some have been out for 5-6 laps, some have been out for 14, 15, 16, 17 laps. So really mixed bag overall, but I think we are going to get to a point soon where I think all three classes may converge on when their pit stop strategies align. And we could see a very, very frantic period on pit lane in the next half hour or so. So keep an eye out for that. 262 Solpec, what's happened for them?
Puddles. At turn 6 and 7. That's not the right way. Austin, there you go. That's the right way. Losing P2 in a lot of spots in the process, being thrown back all the way back into P8 in class, and now João Rufino, the Tugas, not having the nicest day. I wonder if a pastel de nata or pastel de Belém or a francesinha or tosta quente would help them to have a remainder of a good race.
Yeah, and that'll be their hope, especially. It feels crazy to say, isn't it? Because we've been on the call for well over 2 hours, and of course we had Jake Sperry and Dan Field on before us, but it has been a very long race up to this point, and yet we're still not halfway through. Orbit Drop there negotiate their way through on that GT3 traffic just about into turn 4, and Nirvana will follow suit at turn 5, but you kind of having something to point, doesn't it, Lorenzo? It's looking a little bit more dangerous at the moment than it should otherwise feel, and drivers are really being aggressive at this stage, aren't they?
They have been, if you think about it, they've been aggressive since race started, if you think about it. But
yeah.
But I think at this point of when the track now is proper, I think at this point I can easily say I think the track is at I would say 95% dry, because you can still see a few spots of water here and there in the racetrack, but I think in the main points of the racetrack, it is not a point of the racetrack where you would say, oh, we're gonna get ourselves spun around. As soon as I open up my mouth, Andrew Scorlides says otherwise. And no, I think he made contact with the Manini car that was oncoming on the inside and exit out the corner. Just might the rejoin. But yeah, the Australians not having a good day here so far, as Simpson still trying to break away from that Movano car that is chasing him for 5th place.
Yep, and for the time being at least, they will continue in that order. Drop there with Sam Sutton behind the wheel, just about ahead of Movano for the time being. This isn't the only close battle in the GTP class. We have a battle for P3. I say a battle for P3. The Williams Racing Academy and the Williams Gaming Club cars are relatively close on the circuit. Let's see how they work this one out, because of course they're on differing strategies. Maldadinka in the 77 car is likely to be coming in relatively soon, whereas Jari Lehtinen in the Gaming Club car just in behind. Where is he? There he is in that purple and blue entry. It has been coming through a little bit faster of late. Couple of tenths on that last lap. It's not major gains, but it'll be interesting to see if there's any kind of discussion had between those two Williams cars about their own strategies and whether we see a swap. And the other battle to look at in the GTP field, Solpec Precision 62 is just ahead of the Movano Rosso number 1 car, and there's only about 3 tenths in it there. That is the closest battle in the class, and that's for P9. There's some 45 seconds off the lead at the moment, but on the lead lap, and that could be one to keep an eye out for, but we will keep an eye out after the incident for the Maniti car. It's a code brown, isn't it, as you get out of the way?
Yep. I'm just gonna, you were talking about a potential swap. Their attacker, have you seen F1 Sprint?
I very well may have done. Very well may have done.
You may have seen the sprint race.
Yes.
Okay, so you know what happened on turn 1, right?
With undisclosed teammates colliding. Yes.
Yeah, undisclosed teammates colliding. Yeah, we're not gonna give spoilers over here, even though we are kind of giving spoilers away. But for those who haven't seen it anyway, it's kind of like that. As long as they don't do that, it's fine. And even though let's just do parentheses over here, it wasn't 100% their fault, even though it was one of those drivers who made a mistake and thus caused everything. But anyway, back to the point.
But yeah, I mean, even when you look at Barcelona, you've had teammates collide famously back in 2016. The two Mercedes drivers up towards turn 4. Of course, very different circumstances. They didn't have 5.5 hours left to go. They didn't have, nearly 200 laps to run here at Barcelona. But you're right, it can happen, and they're going to have to be wary about it and make sure that that doesn't unfold and put them into a difficult position in this race, particularly as they run in a very strong P3 and P4 at this stage. Even though the 77's off strategy, they are looking strong to be in the top 5. Difficult to judge exactly where they are really at the moment, because we don't necessarily know how many more stops they're able to do compared to the rest of the field, and whether they are shortening on the fuel on their pit stops, whether they can gain time that way. Difficult to say this far out, right? But good to see that we have 2 Williams cars fighting up towards the front, and later on in this race, maybe we'll get a bunch up with a safety car. Can they work together and maybe try and put themselves both on the podium? That could be a real key theme here.
Yeah, 100%. I echo everything that you say.
Right then, let's have a bit of a think about this battle in the LMP2 class. P3 on the table. The Nürburgring Esports team currently leading the way. Ahead of the Moradness car, Dion Fallow just in behind. Both trying to get through, Dion really trying to get through these GT3 cars in the same place as Marius Rommelfanger, who sits just in front of us here, just to keep the pressure on the 187, currently sat in the podium winning spot in the LMP2 class. But Moradness, they come into this race with well, I wonder what their expectations really are. They were P3 in the championship last season, so you'd expect they are really keen and really expectant coming into this season. They won the final race of the 24-25 season, so in that way they are our reigning race winners in the LMP2 class. But I think they'll be looking at P3 as a bare minimum therefore in this race.
Yeah, this team has always been on my radar. It always stays on my radar in LMP2, especially with the lineup they have, right? It's a very strong lineup. It's usually a lineup, even if you put on LMP1s as well, I think it's, sorry, in LMP1s, in GTPs, I think would be a strong lineup with Nathan Olson, Mitchell Johnson, and Dion Fiala, a poor American lineup. But most importantly, it's a team that had the chance, I think, in my point of view, to win last season, but I think fumbled really hard, especially on the first few races. Most specifically at Sebring and Coda, I think they struggled so much that had they had this struggle, I think they probably would have won or made the 5 really close to the Alcatraz. Of course, one of the mainstays in LMP3 whenever we do club sport, that's going to be really shortly, right? We are slowly approaching the Club Sport Championship. That is going to be, I think, next week. So looking forward to see if the lineup they have for this team also pairs up in terms of skill to the LMP3 whenever they do Club Sport.
Yeah, and that'll be an interesting series when it gets going in just a couple of weeks' time. Dion Fallow getting overtaken there by a couple of our GTPs, and the number 17 will be overtaken by them, but maybe we'll be looking to try and use those GTPs lapping the Nürburgring car to maybe take advantage. However, it does look like those GTPs are going to get through down the main straight and therefore not lose the 187 any time at all. Pit time for Movano Rosso. Loic Marchand has come in for the Movano team in the number 1 car. They, of course, had the longest stint up to this point, so no surprise to see them in. But the fact that they have come into the pit lane suggests that we're likely to see the number 77 Williams Sim Racing Academy car in relatively soon, and that could mean that there isn't an issue for having to think about flipping the cars for Williams in about 5 minutes' time.
Yeah, something like that. Just taking a look on how many laps we have. There we are slowly approaching lap 106. So these guys are doing what? At max 31 laps, 31, 32 laps, 34 what I'm seeing from Ivano Rosso. Would someone... Is because I'm looking for halfway points, right? I think by the time they do pit stops, they're gonna slowly approach the maybe lap 140 mark or something like that. Yeah, they would need a full pit stop. Nevertheless, ignore my thoughts. I don't think it's gonna change much. Nobody's gonna be able to overcommit to try to get the halfway point at this current moment right now. I'm just reading through here. Apparently, there's major issues for the Auto Moves LMP2 Orbit Dropper. I think that's the GTP car. Just made contact with the 134, the leader in LMP2, and caused them damage in the car. So this is why the gap is at 3.8 seconds in between Lee Zaltwanger and Pedro Valencia.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting gap. And we've talked about it, haven't we? Coming down over the last 30 minutes or so. Of course, LMP2s, we'd like to see them come in soon-ish. Like you said, their stints nearing 25 laps now, and so I think we'll be seeing them all come in relatively soon. But it has been a really good stint for Pedro Valencia. Issues for Tatum Reztec, as they, in the number 69 car, have gone around after contact with the GT3 car. They've had a torrid couple of hours. They are down in P44 overall. They're 8 laps down to the race lead, and it's Nicolo Fioroni in the car that had the issues there. Back to this battle in the LMP2. I say back to this battle, this is a different one. Just go through how much battling we've got on the circuit. We've got the Arret Esports 180 with the Delatraz automotive car finding it out for P6. And again, they're only about 4 seconds behind Effect Simulations for P5. So important battles here as we get towards the halfway point and get towards the LMP2's pit cycle.
How many battles you get? Yes. That's pretty much the mindset for LMP2 battles, and in this race, it's kind of crazy to think about. Oh, maybe this time we're just gonna see gap battles between these guys, but no, they're keeping it constant throughout the whole race. Might not be for P1 though, Dara, but what's important is that these guys are still fighting tooth and nail for positions and have a little bit of an upper edge on track position whenever they come for their pit stop. As I think right now, Arret managed to find a little bit of a breathing room with the Hoistingfeld car blocking the way as Adam Maitez just tries to open up the gap. And I think I wanted to say maybe the Alcatraz went to the pit lane, but we're going to look what happened. Turn 11, the Rob car, I think, just made contact with the Hoistingfeld car and narrowly avoided the tire barrier.
Yeah, really bad news for Delatraz, who have now slipped down behind Nix Esports. They're going side by side though, aren't they? As they work their way through turn 3. Delatraz back up the inside, should get that place done. That is a GTP coming through. That is not a battle for position, but Delatraz having to come through as well. Yeah, careful of the leader. As Nix Esports tries to walk it around the outside this time. What a move if they can pull this off. Pablo Serrano trying to tiptoe all the way around the outside of the 180 degrees worth of rotation that make up turn number 4, which gives him the inside line for turn 5. But the outside line working again for Delatraz, who will have a good run towards turn 7 and turn 8. Is there a send late on the brakes? You bet there is from Pablo Serrano, but Delatraz controls it around the outside, beautifully done, and the 188 after the mistake is back up to P7 now and can chase off the Arret. That gap that was just about a second, now 11.5.
If you fall, you need to know how to get back up and fight again. As there you go, Delatraz trying to break away. Nick's trying to dive down, taking advantage of the GT3 car. I think that was the fast repair car. They're approaching turn number 10, but made the lead, the P2 car in the BS competition, lose some time in the whole process of these things. If you if you have a rear view mirror, you're gonna look at that BS competition car is gonna be right behind them. As there's a very, very nimble car. That is the CU5 car that is they just gone through, and there you go. Goes the BS competition car, also overlapping them at the current moment.
Yeah, we had all three classes side by side momentarily, didn't we, over the start-finish straight. BS Competition 89, the 122 Puppy Swallow, and of course that GT3. I'm not exactly sure who it was, but they were all going through turn one at pretty much, down the start-finish straight at exactly the same time. These battles still close though. Let's see if Delatraz can try and gain a little bit of time back and force Nix to almost consign themselves to P8 for the time being. At least pit stop cycle is being approached. We have changed on the top left, you will have noticed, I'm sure, to a lap count. We have the timer up there, but at the moment it looks like we're going to complete 300 laps within the 8.5 hour window. And so we are on lap 109 of 300, just over a third of the way through. And that's the point about these endurance races, isn't it? That, you know, you can have a 2-3 hour period of running really, really nicely, and then you look up at the lap count and you're a third of the way through the race.
Yeah, and you barely even realize that you are one third of the race. I've always say sometimes whenever you're having fun, you don't even realize that time flies by, and hey, you're at the end of the race, or you're at the point that you're going to give the car to someone else. So that's the fun of multi-class racing and endurance racing, in my point of view. As we're going to look into James Ibram doing a pit stop for effect simulation, staying in P6 at the current moment.
Indeed, pit stops starting to come into effect then in the LMP2 class. Expect everybody in shortly. James Ibram starting off this chain in the effect simulations car they were running right at the front of the field, but will now drop down as you'd expect. I say right at the front of the field, inside the top 5, but they will now drop down with this pit stop, but we'd expect a lot of the others to come in soon. As we've said before, during the last caution, which was 2 stints ago now for the LMP2s, everybody came in the second of our 3 classes, and therefore it's been relatively monotone on the strategy since then. Everyone's come in at similar times. That is going to happen again. Meanwhile, the GTPs like to stay out a little while longer, and Movano staying out in P4 for the time being. Orbit Drop Bear in P5, fiercely forward in P6. These 3 teams running close together, some 17 seconds off what is currently Williams Gaming Club in the podium spots, but a good battle ongoing, and Movano, very well established team here in IVRA, looking to try and get themselves towards at least another top 5, maybe a podium, as they come into this race as the reigning champions in class.
Yeah, former champions in GTPs, so this is the team that looking forward to see that how they're gonna try to bounce back with just a strong competition that you have in the field, and in a car that naturally was really good at the initial days whenever it came into iRacing. Nowadays, I'm not gonna say it is the best car in the GTP service. It has its strengths, but nowadays I would say it's the 3rd or 4th best car, I would say, pound for pound in the GTP division, especially given the fact that I don't think we have any Ferraris here in the field.
But we do have a nice variation, don't we? And it's always good to see a variation with both different cars on the circuit.
Yep. I like the fact that we don't have this. Of course, we might have a class that might have a stronger field of cars, like, for example, GT3s. You would have your Aston Martins, your Ford GT3s, maybe your BMWs. You have an abundance of these cars. But at the same time, you have your Ferraris here and there. You have maybe, I nearly was going to say an Audi, but we don't have an Audi right here. You might have an Acura, or you might have a Porsche or a Mercedes. Veloci was driving a Mercedes, was in the lead. But is that thing, you got to find the car that suits best to your team and teammates, but is also that you feel comfortable trying to push out the best out of it. Well, when we did pre-Q, because you might not know this, Dara, I am actually a team manager here at IVRA. even though my team's in the reserve list. The guys do extensive research on what the car is the best for them and feels fastest without the BOP and all, so they can extract the best performance out of it. And that's just the same mindset that goes to the other teams as well.
Yeah, and there's so many members of the teams. I mean, you included, right, Lorenzo? You know, behind the scenes.
Oh,
it was Pablo Serrano, the 122 Nix Esports, was wondering what was going to happen for him. He spun into the pit lane. That front end is gone, and disaster for them. And running nicely inside the top 10 and very much within the lead lap. But now that looks like it's going to come undone somewhat, and hard work is unraveling for Nix Esports. Oh, you can just see too deep. That front end goes into the pit lane wall, and can he even get it? Can he crawl it into the pit lane? I don't think he can. Oh, disaster for Nix Esports.
Yeah, man, that's just a knife in the gutter, and that's the best way I can actually say it without going outside of the PG.
Yeah, and you can, well, I mean, you can't see it there because the car's low enough to be behind the wall, but hitting into that barrier, and he's going to be absolutely furious with himself, Pablo Serrano. It's not been the easiest stint for him in the Nix Esports car, and that particular stint coming to a very, very distasteful end for them, and they're going to be a long way down now. 2 minutes 20 already stopped in the box, and I'd expect it's likely going to be a lot more than that. Whilst everything has been going on in the LMP2 class, Visceral Esports lead the way now in the GT3s, and it's Ethan Bernard who is at the front of the field, and they are going to be coming in soon. Their stint at the moment has been 29 laps, but doing a very good job at the moment. The fact that we haven't talked about them really, hammers home the point about how consistent he's been at the front of the field.
You know what's also more surprising for me is the fact they're not driving a Porsche, because we've obviously seen Visceral whenever they were Asetec, the Asetec Visceral Esports, they were driving the 992 Cup cars, right? And they were arguably one of the best teams in IVRA with that car. So it's awkward for me to see them driving a BMW by their historic. But then again, it's that thing I just said. Find what's comfortable and what's best for you throughout the championship, and you're going to be able to stick with it.
Yeah, and that is I think that's the real key. There's so many mentalities or ways to look at races like this, isn't it? Yep. There are so many different routes you can go down in terms of pace versus strategy and the balance of performances you were talking about. And it takes a few seasons for the best teams to really tune that, isn't it? And that's what makes this, again, one of the reasons why this series is so prestigious and so difficult to win, isn't it? Because of all the different factors coming in that you have to work out the strategy for.
Yeah, this is something that I talked to my drivers, right? I said, all right, if we get to drive over here at IVRA, we're going to be using this as experience, because what we want to do is get stronger. And I'm not saying my team is not a slouch. My team basically only have prorated drivers for IVRA strength and standards, if I remember correctly. I think, yeah. But it's like you always learn something. So you take every race that you can get over here as a learning experience, get better, get more comfortable with it. I think the perfect example in my point of view is Jack Stowell's team, which is the Orbit Drop Bear. It's a team that had mild to good results, especially in club sport, GT4s, slowly getting more comfortable with faster cars, and now in the GTPs doing well so far for them. So it's always a learning curve, but it's how you take that experience with the learning that you sometimes can get really good results in the long run.
Yeah, and that's always the long-term goal for so many of these teams. But very elegant. Yep. It's such a difficult culmination of efforts and combination of all sorts of the quality of the drivers, the quality of the strategy, the positions that you're able to find yourself in the race, the opportunism that you can take during the race. There's so many factors and that is what makes this championship unpredictable and why we keep coming back for more of the IVRA Endurance Series. Well, onto lap 115 of 300. We're getting towards that halfway point of the race, but we're not seeing much change at the moment in the GTP leading battle. That gap has been about 2.5 seconds for about an hour now. Where we are seeing a change is the LMP2 leading battle, and we've mentioned it a few times because it's been coming down, but it is now getting towards a really important moment. Arret Esports, the 108, is now within 2 seconds of the 134 Automoves racing team that have led for the last couple of hours now, and Pedro Valencia has really put together a very, very good stint to close in on Lee Zeltfanger at the front of the field. Lee has not had to make any moves in class since he got into that car. He's just been able to manage the traffic around him, but Pedro Valencia has been eking away at that time gap, and now all of a sudden the leading gap is within 2 seconds. We could see a battle in about 5 laps time, give or take.
Yeah, and also is that thing of maybe having the pro driver, right? You have Pedro, the pro driver in the team, drive the car, try to lead the way for them, and at the other side you have an Onyx driver, which is just as good, but might not have the same pace as the pro guy in the long run. And so far doing really well for them. Not taking away Jordan Ayres' merit right there, right? Because he has to drive the majority of the car, being the Amethyst driver. So Jordan's been solid so far for Arret, but looking forward now for this battle between Zeltfanger and Valencia.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye and see if Pedro Valencia can gain any more time, because that gap is just hovering, isn't it? It's now coming down 1.3 seconds there, but it ebbs back out again as they work their way through the traffic. Working his way through the traffic is Rabier, as he works his way in towards turn 4, inside on a couple of LMP2s and GT3s. They're all three classes getting involved on each other, and of course this Movano car is just ahead of, as I was about to mention, this 68 Orbit Drop Air car. Sam Sutton has been running in P5 for quite some time, and he's been running close to the Movano car and just ahead of the Fierce and Forward Black car, but there has been no moves put on by any of these drivers in a little while. Sam Sutton with a couple of cars between himself and his rival in class. LMP2 goes to the inside, means that Sam Sutton can't quite find that line, but should be able to get to win the GT3 through turn 9. He's got to be careful though, because Ilka Happela has been sitting behind the number 8, sitting behind the 68 in the 8 for quite some time. They're approaching pit windows now, but we haven't really seen them make too many moves. Again, this kind of 2-3 hour phase of the race, you don't want to be making mistakes because you're in a good position to pick up some good points, particularly at the halfway point. You don't want to, chuck that all away for maybe a couple extra, right?
Yeah, especially given the fact that no matter what you do is going to give you maybe well, what you're going to do is the next pit stop is going to take you all the way to the end of the past 150, right? Because let's just say they do 34 laps, they're going to come in about lap 120, 121. That's where kind of like the window opens up. So regardless of what happens, you just have to stay it on the track. There's nothing extra that you can actually do at this current moment for you to, oh, maybe I can get an upper edge on the competition, try to underfuel. I think it's too risky, given the fact that we are approaching halfway through the race, and this gamble might not work the way that people are expecting for them to work. As we're now looking into the battle of fact simulations in the other Arret team in the 180.
Yeah, the 180 trailing. Ooh, kicking up some water through that puddle through turn 3, but is there going to be an opening into turn 4? Not really, because the GT3s are going to be sat on the outside line, and they nearly go side by side as well. Team Heusingfeld in that 248. That's the battle we were watching a little bit earlier. They're right behind that 266 Racework car. So two battles converging, one in the LMP2 class, one in the GT3 class, and Effect Simulations are just about to negotiate their way through nicely in a way that will see them stay ahead of Arret Esports in that 180, but they do look under a little bit of pressure at the moment. James Ebram, of course, has come into the pit lane relatively recently. Actually, they've all come into the pit lane, obviously, haven't they? They've cycled back through to P6. That's what I was confused about. They cycled back through to P6. However, they are a long way behind Team Racing. If they keep battling like this with the red trucking to the outside, it's not going to help them gain that 10 seconds up to the top 5.
And also it's awkward for me to see Effect being outside of like top 3, knowing as a team that has a lot of experience in LMP2s, had already solid results in seasons prior, won at Sebring, for you to have an idea, but cannot count with luck. Always finds themselves on the wrong stick of things, as Ilka Happala just goes through Sam Sutton for P5 and one more spot for the Fiercely Forward team, nearly approaching pit stops for GTPs. And I got more info really quickly. Potential of 50% rain max in about an hour, like I said.
Interesting. And that's not that far away in the grand scheme of things, and that'll be just after the half race distance point here. Myself and Lorenzo will be stepping aside in about 25 minutes time, and there's 31 laps to go to the half race point, so we won't be here for that half race distance in the booth. It'll be, it should be Jake Sparrow and Jeremy Scott here talking through towards the end of the race, but it is going to be a really interesting phase. If we get to that halfway point in the dry, points replied, not many of course, but still enough that they're going to feel significant for the team, particularly towards the front of the field. If we then get through that phase and then we get the rain falling, that completely changes the outlook for the second half of the race, isn't it? And that strategy that we're currently seeing goes out of the window, because it's going to have to shake itself up naturally, right?
It's a completely different race.
What's nice about having... Goodness me, that was an inside line effect simulation just about getting themselves through at the final turn. I don't think that GT3 is going to be particularly happy. Careful as well for that Williams Sim Racing Academy car coming through. Mal Didinka in the cockpit, and will go through very nicely indeed, and will not have to make any of those difficult moves because he's made them on the straight. But you're right, I think to have the points at halfway as well means that if they know that the rain's coming, as they surely will, focuses the mind over the next 30 laps to get those points on the board before, you know, the race is really shaken up with rain falling in about an hour, or we think.
I'm just trying to do quick mathematics over here, because the leaders are doing 190 seconds per lap, 93 seconds average per lap. 93 times 30. I'm actually going to bring the calculator out.
It's about 45 minutes. Because it's about a minute and a half.
Yeah.
We've got 30 laps. 30 laps at a minute and a half is going to be just over 45, so maybe 47 minutes when you factor in the extra few seconds a lap. So, I mean, if you're talking about an hour, we are just about going to get through that phase, aren't we, before the rain falls?
Yeah, I think the rain would start right after the lap 150. I think it's, I would say, into the early stages of the second half of the race, right? And this is where I would say everything would kick up. And Austin not pleased one bit with James' his movements right there, and also Adam Maitis' movement as well in the Iraq car. As we're now looking in the sim, 27 degrees in the track, humidity at 85%. The wind's still very strong, sitting around 34 kilometers per hour, but look at the time, 1:30 p.m. in the sim. This is what's important, because there was expected to start have chance of rain about 2:30 in the afternoon in the forecast. So this could start to, you know, maybe have teams thinking, where does the limit to stay in the dry starts to, you know, become a disadvantage for us, and maybe we switch to early wets as the moisture in the track progresses, if we get rain, of course.
And if we do get rain, you'd think that the track would get very wet quite quickly. I don't know if we can bring back up those weather, you know, facts and stats on the side of the screen, because we talked earlier about how humid it is on the circuit at the moment. It was 95% earlier. You know, it is a really quite stodgy day. The air very, very wet indeed, and if rain starts to fall, it's not going to be easy to dry that up. It's not particularly warm either for Spain. Yes, it's October, so you wouldn't expect it to be terribly warm, but it's about room temperature out there. And when you factor that in with high humidity and possible rain, if it starts to rain, you'd think that the track's going to get damp pretty quickly and won't necessarily dry. So that's something to keep an eye out for as we work our way through the next hour or so in this race. For the time being, finally, it's been about an hour brewing, but we have a battle for the lead in the LMP2 class. Automoves Racing have been leading for quite some time, and Lee Zeltwanger hasn't been under pressure at all. But Pedro Valencia's stint and the effort that he's put in has meant that he is within a second of the LMP2 lead. And let's see if he goes for a move soon.
I think that move might not open right here, as they just gone through the switch at Ember car. As soon as I said that, LMP, the red car goes on the inside. Valencia tries to get aggressive, cannot get the overtake done on Lee. And on the next sequence of corners, he just put the pressure on the Auto Moves car. It nearly makes contact with the LMP2 leader, and now we have a proper battle in our hands, Mr. Darth Thacker.
We certainly do, and we have to double box in the battle for P5 as well, because we are getting some increasingly exciting battles on the circuit at the moment. Lap 122 of 300. It's been a long way to get to this point, but still a very long way to go before we can call it a day here, not even halfway through this race. But we have battles for the lead, we have battles for top fives as well, and it's been a great start to the season so far. Let's see. Can Pedro Valencia put that pace to good use and not just show that he has the overall speed, but has the racecraft advantage over Lee Zeltwanger here as well? They'll run towards turn 4. No move yet for Pedro Valencia. Let's see if he puts it on soon. Behind them is an 18-second gap to Dion Fiallo in the Moradnes car, who has about 7 seconds ahead of Nürburgring Esports Flugplatz. So that's something that they won't necessarily have to worry about in terms of losing out to cars behind, even if they make a mistake. But could that mean that the gloves are a little bit more off? We'll have to wait and see. No move being put on yet, whilst we see battles in LMP2 on both of our double boxes. There are pit stops in the GTPs. We'll see if Drago and BS come in soon as well from the lead.
Yeah, I think they have to come in, sure. If not in this lap, maybe in the other one. They're at 34 laps into their stint, but looking interesting so far how this one is going to go for everybody else in the field, as Lee Zeltwanger is going to have a little bit of a breathing room with that grid and go GTP splitting the way in between them. It just cannot get dived down on the final corner. He doesn't, so I think that gap is going to retain for a few corners in between Auto Moves and our right.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on it, as we do see one of the GTPs work its way through. This is Pablo Serrano. He crashed into pit lane and out of pit lane. Oh, it's just gone worse. And it's just not been the next esports driver's day at all. He goes into the gravel on the exit of turn 3. And yeah, he's going to be very, very happy to see the back of this circuit, isn't he?
Yeah. Just nicked completely out of position, unfortunately, and apparently the car doesn't look stable at all. He's driving it.
And it's just not been a good time for him in the 1-2-2. It's been a good time for Pedro Valencia. And we'll wait to see if he makes the move, but he hasn't gone for it just yet. Phil Dinez has come into the pit lane for the BS competition team. The 89 is in the box. And for the first time this race, at the same time, we are not seeing the 36 Drago car come in as well. So a slight, it may just be the solitary lap, almost certainly going to be the solitary lap difference between the strategies, but for the first time, there is a slight difference between the 36 and the 89 with when they make their pit stops in this race. Will that make a change? It's unlikely, but you never do know. Got to be wary of it. We'll keep an eye over the next couple of minutes to see when Romanides comes in and whether he stays out in front and what that gap is going to be. Ilka Happel has come in as well from P4, which means that we are seeing most of the GTP field in second, third and fourth that are coming to the box. And VC Forward Yellow have come in as well, so no surprise there. Drago maybe eking it out a little bit more, which would be impressive from leading the race for the entire stint.
Yeah, and meanwhile, LMP2 battle, lead change. Pedro Valencia goes in the front now off the LMP2 field, as Auto Moves is going to have to try to fight back for that top spot in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, let's see. Pedro Valencia has got himself to the front of the field in the LMP2s. Zeltvanger having to try and find a way back through if he can, but nothing's going to help. Down into turn 4, maybe a run to turn number 5. He's got a slight run. Ooh, don't hit the back of your rival. He won't. Difficult down in towards the downhill braking zone at turn 5, but it is a change of the lead that has been brewing for such a long time. And let's see how he did it. This is Pedro Valencia down towards turn 1, looking for the outside line, but then he's going to make sure that there's no chop back to the inside for Lee Zeltvanger. Oh, big contact. They were inside each other for a minute, but Valencia's going to get the move done around the outside. Zeltvanger tried to hold it through on the inside line, but a little bit of argy-bargy to get the move done, but Valencia's in the lead. Let's see if he can run away now.
It was legal elbowing. All I have to say, this is what I have to say. That was legal elbowing. The referee has nothing to do to try to break them away, give them a penalty or something like that. That was just good hard battle in between the leaders in the start-finish line, in the start-finish straight, actually, going to turn number 1. Just good battle. There you go.
Yeah, and you can just see the contact. You can tell that Zeltvanger wants to get back to that inside line, but Valencia wasn't going to let him have it, and then that contact started as Zeltvanger was trying to move to the inside, and then from there it's, constant wheel banging, and, I mean, inside each other for a moment. A little bit early in the race for that, but Valencia is in front. See as they run their way through. 125 laps nearly completed. Drago stays out. Drago, by staying out, and Romanida staying out, gains an extra couple of seconds. The gap to Vildeneuve is 5.5 now, which is a little bit more than what it was. Moments, big moments, I should say here. Over the water we go. Arret and Automoves just looking in behind this. There is a lapped car in their own class to get through, as well as that GTP that came through as well. Busy moments on the circuit, and particularly in the battle for the lead.
Yeah, getting feisty right there as they go through around Unity, and now there will be a car in between. Looking forward, if we can see that maybe battle one more time on the replay, because that came to the braking zone, but that was a little bit of iRacing, or they call iRacing blue, right? And made them look like to go together, but anyway, just they're stewards for that. If the report wants to come up and try to report the other team to try to make moves under braking, but anyway, looking forward to what's going to be the outcome out of this, as now we have the battle between the Williamses.
Yeah, we talked earlier, didn't we, about whether they would discuss what to do with the cars, with the strategy. Williams Sim Racing Academy pitted a little while ago. Yeah, exactly. Williams Gaming Club pitted just a few laps ago. So a lighter fuel load on the 77 at the moment. Is that going to allow them to come through? Not at the moment, and there doesn't appear to be any swap in the offing. So are they free to race? We'll wait and see. But Williams Gaming Club in 3rd, Williams Sim Racing Academy in 4th. But either way, they are running together and in a good position to maybe push on in the second half of this race. They are only 17 seconds away from our leading duo, and that's not a million miles away, particularly if there's rain in the offing. That could change with just one spin, right?
Yeah.
And it's why they want to keep close, and it's why the gap that they're behind at the moment is a good margin to be away. They are going to be in firing range if something does go wrong, and we do know when it gets wet on the circuit, mistakes occur. We've seen it without rain falling. We've seen it with puddles just sitting on the surface that have proved to be deadly for a couple of cars that have taken a couple of them out of the race. Let's double box in the battle for P6 in the same class, GTP, our fastest class, because Yao Vaz is just ahead of Sam Sutton. The orbit drop there has dropped a couple of spots. Fiercely forward now in P6. Let's see if they can defend this one for now.
Yeah, unfortunately, that orbit drop there, team truly dropping out of orbit as we are moving forward into this race, but not of course completely out of orbit, because they are still within the top 10, and realistically a top 5 is still doable for them. as João Vaz actually has a little bit of a moment just outside of turn 12, but manages to stay alive. That's what matters the most, and still gets away a little bit from the orbit drop air Porsche GTP.
Yeah, and João Vaz is only about a second and a half behind Luc Rabier, and actually we've got to keep an eye on this because they may be going for a move in just a moment. Meanwhile, James Ibram is going for a move on the Arret car. Let's see how this one's going to pan out down into turn 4. Very busy circuit at the moment with battles everywhere you look. But as these two continue to battle, nearly pushed off the circuit there was the Arret Esports car. Effect simulations around the outside, slight bit of contact. That could allow the 1-1-2 up the inside that is coming through as well. And that's not even a car on the lead lap, I don't believe. But they are getting themselves involved nonetheless. Meanwhile, just in behind, that is Movano, 54 Black and Orbit Drop Out, I do believe, trying to get themselves involved in all of this. So 2 3-car battles converging. Very busy part of the circuit. This is the battle with Movano Rosso, sorry, not with Movano Rosso, with the Orbit Drop Air and Fiercely Forward that we were talking about before, with Loic Rabier dropping back into it very quickly indeed.
Yeah, that could have gone wrong for so much, for so many teams in so little time, and fortunately they managed to get away unscathed, and I think that was the Fiercely Forward P11, that sits in P13 and P13, driven by Mohamed Yanko. So that was the car that was sitting just idly by, trying to get through, and because of that, I think there was a gap that actually opened up between James Ibram and Arret. So fortunately for Ada Maites, he actually managed to get away, mostly due to the traffic itself playing in its favor.
Yeah, indeed. And traffic always a problem for these drivers all the way through this race, and we're going to see it as a running theme right the way throughout, well, to the end of time in endurance racing, aren't we, really? Williams Gaming Club still ahead of the Williams Sim Racing Academy. We were talking about whether they may think about a swap, but they haven't done so just yet, and they're happy to run in the position that they are. They are, eating away a little bit at the drag when the BS competition cars up in front. I talked earlier about how that gap was about 20 seconds, and I said it was about 18. Now it's down to 17, so keep an eye on that. That is a slow gain for a very long way out in this race. Current leader in the GT3 class, Nicholas Laubish, for Fiercely Forward Pink. I was wondering if that was a moment for him. I don't believe so, but he was there smoke in front? There, someone was off in front. Oh, I think that's what we were trying to catch there. One of the LMPs off the road, so nothing wrong with Laubish. He's carrying on, but clearly turn 7 still an issue, right?
Yeah, that was the Nix Esports car that had a little bit of an issue coming out of TV3.
Flashing of the lights from the Williams Sim Racing Academy car just to notify the GT3 that they were coming through along with their teammate. This is Pablo Serrano coming down with him at turn number 5. It's just not been a good stint. He spun before the pit stop, crashed into the pit lane, spun on the exit of the pit lane, and then dips a couple of their wheels into the grass, gravel and water, and that rear end is going to say bye-bye, and we'll lose out some time there. Didinka's dropping a little bit back from his teammate, but not too much to worry about for the Williams Sim Racing Academy. I do want to keep a keen eye on that battle between Movano and Fiercely Forward, though, for P5-6. This is why Williams Sim Racing Academy aren't as close. Was there a moment? Oh, dipped into the water. Lucky not to go around as well, though.
Yeah, this is why they went so far off into the off the apex. Luckily for them, just kept it cool and decided to take the L for the moment, as now we're all eyes into this battle between Louis Carl and Mike Wojciech from Switchwick Racing. If I am to pick, I would say it's a Germany on Germany battle, but good battle so far between a Ford Mustang and an Aston Martin Vintage Evo. I think the 2 newest cars out in the service. 2 of the 3 newest cars in the service, in my point of view.
Yeah, indeed. And I think at this stage as well, when it's been so long since we've had a caution, a couple of hours or so it has been, a very long period, I think you're going to be looking towards those cars that have been able to keep it out nice and clean and that have been able to run through the last stint or two without much of a hitch, putting themselves into a good position, not just for the halfway stage points that are oncoming in about 20 laps, but also in terms of a confidence boost for them going into the second half of the race, especially if there is some inclement weather that we have to talk about. Pit stop sequence maybe getting itself underway in the GT3 class because Nicholas Laubish has come in. He was 36 laps since his last stint, and currently it's 35 laps for the teams that were second, third, fourth and fifth. So I think we've got to keep an eye out for a pit stop sequence very shortly in the GT3s, but for Roberto Rebecci going around at turn 5, maybe being spooked by the cars on the inside with that rear end walking slowly around, and it's the kind of incident you want to try and avoid. It can be so easy to do if you're not exactly looking at the apex and looking behind you.
Yeah, just tricky. Investing on not having a good day at all, as we see the green and go car into the pit lane. Also the 266 race work by .com by Venari Racing also in the pit lane. Also on the cars, Fierce Ford Pink. Fast Repair also in the pit lane as well, and driver swaps being done. Axel Kea going for the racework.com by Venari Racing. I think also for Fast Repair, Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez coming into the car as well.
Yeah, Abel Salan as well getting into the
there
car
you go.
2. Fast Repair Motorsports entry will be in, and Abel will be continuing on for that team. A couple of drivers that are just out of the pits. I'm struggling to recognise. I think it was a driver swap. Fiercely Forward Pink, Rodrigo Mays has stayed in the car. But Jordan Lebois in for Scuderia Volte as well. So many driver changes at this stage of the race, approaching half distance. That shouldn't be too much of a surprise. It goes to show the depth and breadth of some of these rosters that we see. GT3 is really in the thick of it now. I don't think LMP2s are a million miles away. No, they're not from a pit stop sequence. They're approaching generally 20 laps in on their stint. And we've seen how tricky it can be for them on the restarts with the... Oh, sorry, not the restarts. On coming out of the pit lane on the cold tyres. But these GT3s have been able to manage it relatively well. We're approaching, in a few minutes, the end of our stint, Lorenzo, as we also approach the half-race distance here in Barcelona. This has been a really good, I think, couple of hours to get a sense of where a lot of these teams are coming into this season. And after a few months away, there's always the unknowns of which returning champions, even top 5 finishers overall in the championships, can really perform yet again. But we are seeing a few new names sprinkle themselves into the mix, aren't we, tonight?
Yeah, it's been a very interesting 3 hours of broadcast over here. In my point of view, it has been, of course, bar from the safety car procedure that we had, the yellow flag earlier on. It's been interesting. We had a few incidents. It kind of picked down the number of incidents I think we had earlier on. I'm just taking a quick look over here. I think the total incidents that we have in this race are about 77. So it's not a lot for for nearly 150 laps done of racing. Like I said before, it picked down a little bit, but good racing provided so far by everybody, and I think the battles are still wide amongst everybody. Even the GDP leaders, the gap came down from 3 seconds to 1.9, and there's always the promise of that coming down as the laps go on by.
In fact, simulations trying to get through a little bit of lap traffic. Delacar's Automotive with them as well, as they have been for quite some time. About 45 minutes or so that we've seen these two really fighting it out. Of course, Delacar's were running right at the front. We've mentioned it a couple of times, but it's worth mentioning again because they were running at the front, then dropped back with an incident we saw at turn 9 on the first lap after our last safety car restart that has pushed them back down the order somewhat, but they have recovered well and are in good position, it seems, to find themselves towards the top 5 by the midway point. They've got to get through on effect simulation soon, though, otherwise that gap up in front is going to start to feel like it's growing. It's only a couple of seconds to a rep 180, but they've kind of been hovering there or thereabouts. Other battles to look at, Lorenzo, I think will be in the GTP class, because they've really given us some fantastic battling this evening, haven't they?
Yeah, they did. They did from start to finish. I think in LMP2s you have pretty much everywhere in the racetrack we can see LMP2 battles. I think GT3s over here is still a little bit of a is spaced out, but still good battles. I think right outside the top 10, just on the verge outside of the top 10. Outside of the top 10 is going to be what we're looking for the most, and looking forward to see if that's going to carry on the way. Visceral doing a really good job so far, retaining that lead. The problem is, can they keep it up until the end of the race? That we still have yet to see.
Yeah, a long way to go. We're approaching the half race distance here in Barcelona. It's been a 3-hour stint with myself, Dario Thacker, and with Lorenzo Bonda. But as we approach the end of the 4th hour in race, it's time for us to step out of the box and bring in Jeremy Scott. But first, Jake Sperry.
Thank you, Dara. As we look towards that mid-phase of the race, all 3 categories are still very tightly bunched together, and there is a lot of great racing that still needs to be decided at this point. And what an amazing moment we jump in with the 2 Williams cars close together on circuit, the Gaming Club and the Sim Racing Academy. 3rd and 4th, and split by not very much at all, Jeremy, as they go through. And there's always a massive smile on a team's face, in my view, as Alex Bennett hits the lane. There's always a massive smile, in my view, when you get 2 teams. That's a little bit wide in front there from Pablo Espes, with one being labelled the Academy team right behind the main team.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely fantastic, and I'm just amazed on how close some of these battles are. We're just before halfway. I mean, GTP, essentially, you could put a blanket over because it's just that close. 1.6, 1.7 seconds, 134 laps into this race. But yeah, when you have the Academy team over the main team, it leads you to believe that the future is secure.
Yeah, and that security is, to every level of this racing, the most important factor to it. Now, here is a factor that is going to come into play, and it is with Drago Racing right now. Michael Romanidis has done 135 laps straight in the car. He's currently being hunted down by Phil Denez in the Burosuk Post Competition team, as there's the other Burosuk car getting put a lap down by the 2 Williams cars that work their way through. A bit of a light flash to say that was a bit tight, and I'm not too pleased about that sort of move being conducted on my watch, as they sit down with the Arita Esports as well, the overall leaders in LMP2 directly behind them. But the key for Drago is that they're only allowed to have Michael Romanidis in the car for 4.5 hours. He's only got 45 minutes worth of time left in the car. So that will mean that in terms of this race, he will probably need to get out of the car at this next stint, or Drago must short fill.
Yeah, you definitely won't want a short fill there, so it's going to be interesting to see what Drago does. I would not be surprised to see them just swap drivers, and really 4 hours in the sim to begin with, and leading right now as well. It just leads to how good this Drago Racing team really is in this BMW.
Yeah, as we focus on the Gaming Club and Pablo Espes just about holding his station and nerve, with Maldadinsa there in just behind. The Albanian hoping to give chase at this point in time. 9th and 11th for them both starting, but really it has been a case that the BMWs have stood up the test of time in prototype and have control. They have control of the first 4 positions in this field, with Movano in the Acura behind him 5th. This is Clement Fidri then down the inside, locking up the front and having a massive snap, and electing to throw the car into the gravel rather than to hold the slide and potentially find any other drivers worth of trouble.
And you have to do that, especially with as tight as the field is. You know, I was looking at the entry list, and of course, Drago Racing has a 69 on there, but really the 36 is the car. You got Spets, Competent, and Bo as well. So a lot of fast drivers who are potentially in that 36 car, which, you know, now all they have to do really essentially is 1 to 2 stints because Romanus basically did the hard work for them. We're taking a look at this battle for 6th place in GTP between Joao Vaz and Sam Sutton. Fiercely forward black ahead of Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, as the BMW still ahead of the Porsche. And of course, they're racing through this GT3 Pro traffic, and looks like they've got a couple of LMP2s to contend with as well. So just some slicing and dicing here through the race.
That is the 4th place team there in LMP2, which is Team Racing out there at this point. The 111 that will have to be navigated through next. So Joao Vaz, a former pro stripe in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, raced against the likes of Martin Kroenke and Gregor Hutu on a regular basis then, and looking to try and put the new team, as they moved away from Orion last year for the first time in well over a decade, a move of teams, and over into the likes then of Fiercely Forward for the next upcoming season. Sam Sutton giving that chase in the Porsche and really looking to try and hunt on down, as in will also come in Marcel Schlenker to get their stop done. 42.1 seconds for Marcel on the stop, but now here comes the launch along the main straight into turn number 1, and the issue is Andre Rosa is still the little bit of clearance that needs covering, and the moment you get one car cleared here in Barcelona, another one soon needs to find its way by, and it's Axel Kerr there for RaceSpotTV by Venari Racing. They've got to get by. They all managed to do that, and as they launch on into the corner, finally Sam Sutton can set the phasers to lit as he tries to get by Joao Vaz.
And especially here with the GT3 Pro car, you're in your mirrors more often than not, because you don't have many passing opportunities to let the faster prototypes by. You know, maybe you have going into 4, that 8 through 10 complex, taking out turn 9, and then 14 to turn 1, the long pit straightaway. So you really got to be cautious and cognizant of where the faster traffic is. And sometimes you're also doing it with within battles as well. You see the Grid and Go Mustang able to move over offline, and that is the key to this race. Now that we're getting into this point where a lot of these racers not only are in their own battles, as we see the side-by-side action, going high, wide, and handsome, using the Ferrari as a pick is a great move, but nonetheless, it's still tough to try and make those moves.
Yeah, so NGC by Margan Dorada, which are 4 laps down on your overall lead. Team Racing is a lap ahead of them on the road exactly, and that was trying to get by Manatee Racing, and Manatee of course find themselves in their own little moment, because they are down 12 laps overall, and they've just let through their Alex Bennett on Roger Fjellstad Christiansen for Grid&Go.com Esports IVRA GT3, who are the reigning champions. Connor Jupp in the pits, and GT3 Pro continuing on, because Solpec and Lion GP find themselves in a bit of a scrap at the moment. Solpec, the 262, have Austin Young in the car, but it is Nico Schiffer who is looking to give that hunt at the moment for the number 6, and they are hoping, after taking a penalty for a wrong number at the start of this race, that they are really fighting back. And lest we forget that in the middle of all of this, trying to run away back into position is the 289 Burasud team, and they've got a very quick driver in Kei Kashube behind the wheel.
Very quick indeed, and of course you don't want to take that penalty too rough, and you got plenty of time to make it up. And a little bit of a dive there by the 68. Thought that there was going to be a little bit of a late move, but Sutton able to get around because he's got to chase down Joao Vaz for position. But still, that's what I was talking about with these GTs and the prototypes in battle. Having that wrong number, obviously not that good, but now tight this battle for 8th in the GT3 Pro class. Looking nice and good as they go down the straightaway.
Well, Schiffer looking for the line here against Austin Young, as in comes Dion Fiallo for Maradnus, who have worked their way from absolute stone-cold dead last in the LMP2s up to 3rd, making that stop. So the Maradnus team are looking for a big scrap today, and Schiffer allows both Daniel Gorachov and Kei Kashube through. So understanding what the race is against Austin Young. Service done in terms of tyres, so off the jacks, just need to put the fuel in the car now to go. Andre Rosa also in, as well as the number 1 Movano car, who have just got Loic Marchand in at the wheel at this moment in time.
Yeah, let's look at the Baradness roster. You've got Mitchell Johnson and Nathan Olson sitting there waiting in the wings too, so that's a pretty stout field as they get underway. Fialo with a 42.1 second pit stop. Still got a nice battle here for GT3 Pro, and I've got to say, you and I have covered GT racing across the iRacing platform, and I've got to say the pace at which the Aston has caught up to the front running, you know, the Mustangs and the BMWs since the last update has been absolutely spectacular, because now these Astons are looking really racy. We see WSR that jumped over to the Aston. We're used to seeing them in BMWs and Mustangs, so it goes to show once the front running teams move to these newer vehicles, the newer Evo cars, they're the ones who are usually up at the front.
Leaders in then for LMP2, Thomas Delacour as well hits the pit lane for the likes then of those looking to make a stop, which I believe would be Unity Black, or just in front of Unity Black, sorry, that would be Fast Lane RT. So we've got Augustin in, and also Vicente Aparicio for Map Performance, just leaving pits then and making their service nice and simple. So there is Delacour in the 133 for Fastlane RT and leaving pits and looking to charge on into towards the halfway stage of the race. And we do have to talk about this race as a halfway, because we were just having a little conflab about the weather before going in. It is expected on the weather forecast that there is light rain scheduled in about 45 minutes time, turning to heavy rain half an hour after that. So if I were looking up at the clouds, I'd see it's bright, glorious sunshine, maybe a hint of clouds over the horizon. The issue you're running into, it's 40-kilometer-an-hour winds out there today. That weather system is going to roll in faster than a whippet.
It really will, so you really want to be prepared. By the way, real quick, house cleaning, Automotive's racing team put Max Campbell in their car. Their second in class is Morten Ogsen has taken that Archery Esports 108 to the front of LMP2, but yeah, this weather system for the LMP2s, it's perfect time to pit. Rest of the classes, not so much. So we'll see how GTP and GT3 Pro cars, especially the front runners, knowing the information that they believe they know, can really get things going, because it's going to, I think that's going to be the difference maker in this race, Jake, is the fact that drivers who can pit, they really will at the opportune time.
And Ariti Esports here, this is the 180 team, so it's their second team out there, not Morten Åkesson's car out in front. This is Aiden Matthias, and really having a lean here against Dennis Vico, who's got a couple laps advantage coming out of the pits, fighting on the outside of the circuit. There's still areas of this track that are still a little bit wet and puddled on the outside, so they've really struggled to see the water drain and clear at certain areas, and Dennis Vico will get the pass done. So Aiden Matthias, fresh out the pits, will drop the place. So good work by Nürburgring Esports a couple laps earlier, gets the jump that's needed.
And you're seeing at some points where some of these cars are picking up some of that water. So you may not see it on the cameras, but you are seeing it kind of off the side skirts. So that's something to keep in mind as well. But a fantastic pass for position there as, you know, coming off the pits. That's exactly what you need to do. You need to make these battles and take them through. So far, it's been Romandus in the lead with Dinez. Now that gap has opened up to about 2.1 seconds. So we'll see how much longer the 36, the class leading and race leading prototype stays out there, I should say. But these LMP2 battles are getting pretty scrappy.
I'd say nothing to worry about at the front for Phil Deness, even if the gap extended out to about 10-15 seconds. That's still manageable at this phase of the race. So there is that, and of course with Automove's racing team putting Max Campbell in. I do want to talk about Automoves for a moment here, Jeremy, because they're a team that have really clocked onto my radar over the last 6 months or so, seeing a lot of information about them, their drivers that they're dealing with. Declan Webb, for example, is it going to be in the FIA F4 Global Esports Championship? And so you're seeing that their drivers are now starting to hit championship after championship after championship, and with the pace that they're showing in LMP2, they are going to make a really nice push as we go on board with your race leading Drago Racing number 36 that now looks to hunt through the traffic. Mohamed Yanko first for 54 Gold, then Jesse Telkala for gridandgo.com esports IVRA GTP, and in the middle of all of that, Roger Fjellstrad Christiansen, the Grid and Go GT3, needing to be passed here into turn 4 Repsol.
Yeah, indeed. You're seeing a lot more of these drivers who are running in the junior formulas. And there was a couple of names that caught my eye as well, but like Dylan Scrivens, that's one of them. But nonetheless, you're seeing a lot of these drivers who are using these endurance races to kind of hone their skills. And a lot of them are using the LMP2 cars, which is kind of interesting. But, you know, we're hearing that the GTPs, yeah, they're fast and all. But from what I saw online, somebody, I forgot who it was, but said that this GTP feels like driving wet conditions on a dry track in a normal race setting. And I'm not talking about the sim race setting. So it's kind of interesting to see what these GTPs are doing. But yeah, a lot of these fast drivers who are in these junior formulas running in LMP2. So great to see that. Here's a battle for 6 between Joao Vaz and Sam Sutton, getting more tight once again because these drivers are going through the GT3 traffic, Jake, and we see, even though that Vaz a little bit further back than we thought, Sutton closing in.
Yeah, and just behind them, there's been a change because Connor Jupp in the championship winning team last year, the Dullatra Automotive by Majors Garage team, have burst through Aiden Matthias then. So Matthias drops another place now, and it puts Dullatra back up then to 18th overall in this race, and that would put them 6th in class at the moment. So good work by Dullatra as we got fiercely forward 113 down on the lane at the moment. That is Mohamed Yanko, and I think they've had a very big moment out on track.
That makes sense, as we do have a driver change here in the 77. Jesse Hileo is going to be in the Williams 77, the Sim Racing Academy BMW. And that's a very fast driver if you're familiar with sim racing. So it'll be interesting to see what Jesse's going to do. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mohamed Yanko's okay. It's just a scheduled pit stop. I got a little bit lost in terms of where they were on circuit. 41.3 seconds in the box, but Jesse Hiliaho back into the car for the Academy, and so they're going to be working on how they work this next stage of the race. Only working on a 2-car team, so it is going to put a lot of emphasis on how aggressive you need to be in terms of where you are running. So you put a lot more pressure on drivers out there when you say, right, you're going to run a 2-car team rather than a 3-car team, as Rodrigo Mies now up against Jordan Lebois here in this battle for 4th overall in your GT3 field. And Lebois for Scuderia Volpe will now be thinking about this, going, oh, I don't really want to be in this position, especially with Dylan Scrivens now in the middle. Mies is not going to get too much of a run. Mies a member of the 10K iRating Club, which is one of the most elite echelons to go with, and off the road will go Mohamed Yanko out of the way of the likes there in front. And remember, they are only a couple seconds behind Norbert Leitner in the 258 Impulse racing car. Impulse with 2 cars currently on the GT3 podium.
And of course, Yanko just coming out of the pits. You don't want to really screw those tires up on the first couple of laps because you will pay for it later on in the session. Of course, Mies falling back just a little bit, 0.8 of a second. So discretion, the better part of Valor, wants to keep that I rating nice and high as more battles, and yeah, a little bit of dust being picked up there coming off of turn number 12, heading into 13 as gets set to clock another lap. And you've got to really think of preservation as well, as this battle's really heating up between Kerr and Martins.
Pedro Martins getting the launch around the outside, and Axel Kerr hasn't really got much of a care about that one to go and make that move. A very nice livery there from the Delta Sports Sim shop. I think they're trying to masquerade as some Cincinnati Bengals.
I don't know if I'd want to do that, especially with how the Bengals been. But
well, they won on Thursday Night Football.
Oh, that's right, they did. You know, I watch more college than I do NFL, so spare me a little bit. And also, I get to call high school football this next week, so really spare me. I'm in trouble. Nonetheless, it's a slick paint scheme with the number 200 there, as they're trying to get hold off that Ferrari. The Ferrari's been pretty quick as well. Of course, they got some faster. Ooh, prototype traffic at the back, a little wheel slip off. Not sure if the light flashing did anything, but nonetheless, Martin's doing great trying to hold off Care.
That was the Fast Repair team watching Ariti Esports, who are your leaders overall in LMP2. See the likes then of Alex Mitty then trying to work back the lap. Then in category, they are down by a full lap at this stage, our Unity team, Racing Team Black, but they've got a long way to try and hunt that down. As speaking of hunting down, I've got my eyes on Auto Moves. They've got the gap to 3 seconds at the moment now with Max Campbell because of all the work being done, and Drago have only got 1.5 to Burosud at the front of this field. So this is getting very close as Max Campbell continues on the hunt at this stage in time. Ariti Esports are going to start looking in their mirrors a little bit, and they're not getting much help there through Martins, through Care, and through Abel Salan at Fast Repair.
No, not getting too much help, but then again, self-preservation mode now. It's time to get to when the weather starts to hit. You saw that, yeah, if you go offline, you're still going to get some slick conditions. Thankfully, it's not as bad as we saw earlier today, but nonetheless, it's going to make things just a little bit more difficult later on when the weather does hit. Artra Esports with, let's see what the gap is from first to second, now about 2.6 seconds as they come on the track. So, of course, also going to deal with some slower GT3 traffic right here in a place where he really doesn't want to through 1 and 2.
I just want to point out that the radar is starting to show some blue band rain, some category 1 rain out there for these drivers. So they will have that in mind as they look around and think, right, it is going to be close because it's now starting to appear on the radar. So we could be in for a very difficult mid part of this race. And critically as well, we are only 3 and a bit laps away as we watch Ethan Bernard at Visceral Esports leading this field. We're only 3 and a bit laps away from the halfway stage of this race. And of course, a third of the championship points get handed out here. So 34 points if you lead your category, 30 for second and on.
It's almost like a endurance round of IMSA, but yeah, Bernard in the car with Dial and Peters, so a very stout lineup there. No surprise that they're up at the front, and really by a wide margin considering how the other two classes have tighter-ish margins, 2.5 seconds, I guess you can say that. But yeah, that BMW, I'm sorry, you know, I love a good paint scheme, but there's nothing better than seeing just all carbon fiber black on a race car. Yes, it's sponsorless, but chef's kiss, looks beautiful.
Who needs sponsors when you are this quick? That's going to be the next response from Visceral Esports. They are lightning at this moment, knowing that they're ahead of 2 Impulse cars, one of Jakob Viderka and the other one on Norbert Leitner, the Pole and the Hungarian that are there behind. Lebois here would love to hold on to this 4th place, and there might be an emphasis here for an extra couple of points if Fiercely Forward Pink can move that Aston Martin into 4th position. So we talk about how points are going to play a critical factor in the way that racing goes. In terms of the increment drop, it is going to be a small increment drop when you start falling back. So this for 4th and 5th, well, you've got to do 5th place, that's 22 points, and you're going to be starting to stare at the fact that you want a few more than 22 if you want to be getting this sorted. So Rodrigo now needs to turn the screw, and both of them are catching Norbert Leitner here. So this could be a podium scrap.
And of course, with these being the first points of the season that are getting handed out, you want to get as much as you can because you don't know how the rest of the season is going to play out. And obvious here, I realize that, but Leboy holding off Mies as they've got another Mercedes up at the front as well. And this battle for 4th place really heating up quite nicely. But nonetheless, you've got the Mercedes, Mustang, and the Aston sitting there all in a line, having to deal with traffic, going a little wide, but it's still tight. Because that's another prototype they're going to have to deal with here in the next couple of corners.
Yep, and they will know that it's the end of lap 150 of your leader that will count, not their respective lap 150 in this race. As Lockhart Brownlee has been down on the lane with a 42-second pit stop then for Orbit Drop Bear Mars. That will certainly give element to them as they now exit the pits and look to try and attack. Again, you can still see there on the outskirts of the circuit, it is still wet in various patches where it all folds down in. Quite mountainous here around Montemelo in Spain. It takes the climb away from Barcelona. We are northeast ever so slightly of Barcelona, the city. But now as you work through, Harrison Lillis will now be seeing a chance here as fiercely forward. Now really having to work here. João Vaz missing the rear wing. Takes a massive hit then with one of the GT3s and now has to work away through that. So that was trying to get by Roger Fjellstad Christiansen and Alex Bennett. And now with no downforce on the back, they are going to lose out that position, and critical points go the way of Sam Sutton and Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter.
Yeah, Sutton says thank you very much. That's not what the Vaz needed. As we take a look at the replay, and yeah, just wrong place, wrong time for the GT3, and just slight contact. It's amazing that Sutton hasn't had any damage that we see, but Vaz really getting the worst end of it.
Yeah, and of course the stewards will have a look, and they have been incredibly busy, I would have said, in terms of looking down the list at what they've had to manage their way through. And there goes João Vaz sliding about there through Europe Car Corner, and surely is going to have to come down into the pit. So they're really going to drop points here as Michael Romanidis is going to work his way around. If they could have held it out for another lap, they would have had a chance for some really nice points out there, but Romanidis is about to take his points at this moment, but João Vaz having to dive down the lane and will need to take repair at this moment, so he'll be down in at least 7th place and mark it as they go, because Romanidis is about to put them a lap down and get to the halfway stage of this 300 lap race. Over 700 kilometers has been run, and Romanidis puts the first 34 points on the board.
You know, I keep thinking that Vaz should have just taken it a little easy in 13, but, you know, discretion's a better part of valor. Romanidis with a great 34 points here as we have a battle for position in LMP2 between Matiz and Jupe there for 6th place as we get to the halfway point. This is going to be pretty critical because both of those drivers, wherever they finish on the stripe, that's where they'll get the points coming down to the backside of the track.
Yep, so for Aidan Matthias, for Connor Jupp, this is about where you get this moving with traffic in and about and everywhere at this moment. I doubt they're going to get exactly what they want, which is clearance, with Dennis Vika just in front too, trying to get by Fjellstad Christiansen, and managing so. That's going to be the safety blanket that is needed. So just about going to get that run, just about going to see them through Europe Car and then New Holland, and I think it is safe enough for Ariti to take what they want there, so they'll get 6th in their regard, knowing that Morten Augerson and the other Ariti car, the 108, has itself maximum points there, 34 in the back pocket. Auto moves in 2nd with Max Campbell, as there goes one of the BMWs, fiercely forward, searching down the inside and not quite getting what's needed, but look at the grip through turns 2 and 3, how the LMP2 is better through 2 and 3 than pretty much each and every single GTP that is out there.
Yeah, Scrivens in that fiercely forward number 11, making the smart move to kind of not dive in. And of course, we get race control popping in, minor incident responsibility, a 5-second time penalty for car 68. Jesse Tekela comes out. Peter Zuba will come into the number 7 gridandgo.com esports BMW. So that's a driver change there. And yeah, it's interesting to see. You wouldn't think that the LMP2 would have the better corner grip, but that's just how those cars are made. I believe I think it's just the Dallara P217 we're running this week, right?
Yeah, so those PT17s are doing a great job, and now as you are starting to see here, you look at the Automoves Racing team, they were pushing forward, now they're looking behind them because Maradna's team with Dion Fiallo out there is going to start really ratcheting up and saying what they can do, blinking about a bit, which will cause a little bit of havoc behind for Max Campbell to know exactly where he needs to place the car. But with Juba fresh out of the pit in the Grid and Go GTP, they're going to think about going either side of the GTP, and the GTP will just get the power down and say, I don't want to be there. Look, gets launched down the inside then by Max Campbell, whose element of desperation is, I've got to go forward and do what I want. Team Racing sends one straight back through, and they go to third.
Well, that's odd for Peter Zuba to kind of give up the fight, but when you know that two prototypes are in a battle with each other, it's just, just give up the fight. You still have Campbell and Gorchov nose to tail coming down around turn number 9. So it's, wow, what a fantastic battle this is here for that second spot. And we've got a blinker behind us in the, I believe, 112 that's blinking there.
Yep, so there is still that panic that is there of Dion Fiallo with Gorchov now, the direct car behind Max Campbell. Campbell realizes he's in a little bit of a scrap that he does not want to get into at this moment in time, especially noting that the rain is on the horizon and will soon be approaching this circuit, and this will completely change the factor of how this race will need to go, especially when you consider that it is going to be very heavy over the next hour that we're expecting rain to fall in. So we're going to be fully in wet conditions. It's not a case of you can hold them out on the dries and outplay the rain. This will be a case of everybody's going to have to make a decision at some point on when to change tyres from slicks over towards the wet tyres that are there. Here comes Sam Sutton down the inside of Max Campbell, giving the clearance as GT3 Pro looks like it's going to have itself a bit of a battle. 4th overall still going on right now. So Scuderia Volpe have seen just in the distance Norbert Leitner try and turn that screw, and Rodrigo Mies is trying to figure out, well, can I get to that 4th place? The Chilean working hard to get by the Frenchman Lebois.
Yeah, I think with this heavy rain coming in, it's not going to be a matter of, okay, when do we pit? It's going to be, where are we going to be in relation to pit in for us to get the wet tires? So, and you see there's still plenty of wet spots on the circuit, and with these dry tires,
big move.
Nice lunge.
And there's contact there for the wonderful Auto Moves Racing team, who will lose 2 for their troubles there. Max Campbell drops out. Dion Fiallo then will move Maradnas to 3rd. Team Racing, Daniel Gorchov now into 2nd place with a big lunge down the inside. They needed to make that, so Team Racing by Adeka Nuring will now move into that 2nd place. But how long will that take? Because as they clear the Switch It Amber car of Mark Voitschel then and get that clearance, they now have that look into turn number 1, as down the inside of them goes Petr Juba, who now has tyres that are up to temperature and now will look to clear this again. And I wonder how quickly he will look to try and get by, and you can see they're really having to work through Renault corner turn 3, leading to Repsol at turn 4, diving back down the inside and saying, finally, I am free of that.
Well, Juba now opens up that gap between he and Vaz for the 10th spot. Interesting to note here, something we've missed, a 5-second time penalty for Scriven. So something happened here the past couple of laps for incident responsibility, but this battle for 2nd really heating up between Gorchov, Fiallo, and Campbell, with Campbell, of course, falling back into 4th in class. So we'll see if GT Traffic will have a part to play. And I think a lot of these drivers, with the weather impending, they want to get out front and get as close to that pit. And look at that, they're going to split the GT3 going into turn number 10, but it's going to be too late, a little bit of a lunge.
Yeah, we're getting word that was with the 278, which was Manatee Racing, so that would have been Alex Bennett where that would have come into play. So that's why the 5 seconds of penalty are there. That will have to be served at the next pit stop. They do have a designated area to serve penalties, and it's traditionally in the pit lane here around with the IVRA Endurance Series. So that's why their system comes in, and you just note that the darkness has just crept over the circuit a little bit more, so it is starting to get a little bit dark, and those clouds get a little bit more ominous in and around. And for the moment, it looks like Team Racing They're very happy with where they are. Mostly cloudy conditions there. Look at it. It is absolutely as cloudy as can be. And noting that it is just 26 degrees track temperature at this moment. It's looking like it is ready to downpour.
Yeah, there's so much moisture in the air with 88% humidity. And it's that 21 degrees Celsius, 69 degrees Fahrenheit temperature. It's not feeling nice. It's feeling sticky out there. As we watch this battle, Jupp goes to the inside of Wika and not going to make it happen through 4, but still, he set up as Wika goes just a little bit high.
High, but not dry and handsome at the moment. Needing that clearance then down through Sayak, gets a little wiggle off the exit. Connor Jupp isn't giving this one up. They both tagged the small patch of water there through turn 6, but up the hill, turn 10 is a really good place to get it done. If you can carry the momentum through Campsa corner, turn 9, which is the most committed corner on the circuit, you then have a chance. But as they wait, they will also have Aiden Matthias there for the second of the Ariti Esports card. So LMP2 is where it's all at this moment in time. And we also have to note that in terms of this race between Team Racing and Maradness, it's now Team Racing who are just a second behind your overall LMP2 leaders in Ariti Esports 108.
Well, that battle for position in 5th has given Matisse a chance to catch up as well. He's a little bit too far. Just the interested spectator, as Avika and Jupp have really been racing each other for a good part of this stint, as Gorchov also closes in on Ogson for LMP2. So yeah, lots of fantastic battles here. And really, you can even say Fialo is, he has said, and the Miranda is still within gaps. You got 2 great battles. Campbell might even have a shot here. So lots to play for as the ominous skies just keep getting darker. The band's warming up. We're going to have some drama-filled minutes here once that rain starts.
We absolutely are, and it is worth noting that Norbert Leitner has dropped a couple places now, and this might be why the 258 having a big drop going through turn 7, slides through the gravel, and there goes that one. So a very quick moment for them. Chris Shorter is in the Voldemort 257. He's coming and made a stop, so that's why Impulse are now off the podium. Volpe and Fisley forward, now into 2nd and 3rd. Daniel Gorachov now hoping for the race lead in LMP2. Ariti Esports now have to figure out what's the right way for this one to be defended, and missing the apex by a mile going through New Holland corner. I think there still might be some water down there. So Daniel Gorachov will be looking around at this, knowing that he's got a great chance to get by the Dane Morten Augerson.
Sutton into the pits, and yeah, a little bit of puff of water there as they work their way through 1 and 2. Have a slower GT3 car, and he's going to try and go around the outside. Hawkinson is, and I don't think it's going to work, and they're going to split the difference between the GT3. Fantastic stuff. Nice little defense there going into turn 4 through Repsol, and so far
up and under.
Good for. Yep, up going in a little bit of a slip there. So wonder if that car's starting to go away.
Yeah, there's the trouble, and Daniel Gorachov comfortably takes the pass on Morten Augerson. He lost 7/10 on that last lap, and there's the move. So new leaders in tow at this stage in LMP2, and it will be Team Racing by Edeka Nuring. So they will be very happy now leading this one, but they know that Maradness are not too far away at this point. This is where it's going to get quite critical in these battles that we are seeing, and Nürburgring Esports are going to be in a scrap with Dulatra Automotive by Majors Garage. So they are going to be as close together as Dennis Weaker and Connor Jupp continue on, but we got a lot of pit stops in GTP, and I would argue at just the wrong time. The 62 of Solpec put Nathan Ray in the car, Loic Rabier then in for the champion Mazvano Atsuro team, so they'll make their switch in the Acura before making their way back out on circuit again.
Yeah, I think that that's just the wrong time. But then again, you really can't pick the right time when Mother Nature's knocking at the door as Ryber goes in for Mavona Azurvo. Let's see if he's going to, no driver change there as they're finishing putting up the fuel and the energy in that number 22. So we'll see him back out onto the circuit. Dinez is in for BS Plus competition as well.
Budosud then decide they can't go out any longer. That's going to be a little bit close. On pit exit there as Dinez was going to have to be careful about the transit lane for Loic Rabier, who leaves pits now and looks to try and jump. So Lebois versus Mies is where the scrap becomes the most important now for second overall in a GT3 Pro, and this is where you start wondering, okay, where is the importance of this? We know that they can last an hour out there in terms of fuel, but I think these drivers will be looking around at each other going, well, we are knocking on the door now. We're over 4 hours and 20 minutes worth of racing. Effectively, they will know that they've got 4 hours left. It's an 8-hour, 30-minute race. There goes Phil Dinez for Budosud out of the pits, and you feel it's going to be a very quick run because also Williams Gaming in the pits, Pablo Espes.
Yeah, Espes in the pits, and now it's a matter of when does Romadis pit, and he's got to take the driver change because he's close to, if not at that cap, as now Espes comes out of the pits as well. So we'll see that happen here shortly as Scrivens gets around Espes for third.
Yep, so clearance there for fiercely forward yellow. They get themselves the place that they want. Espes, in comparison to the Williams Sim Racing Academy, they've really got the jump on them. So in terms of that battle that was close, in comes your leader, Michael Romanidis, as Mies continues to shadow the back of Lebois, running through turn 2, and at least for the moment, there is the car that they make the driver change to. Nicholas Bowe will get in the number 36 machine, and Bowe is the only other driver in the server. So I think Nicholas here is going to be looking at the weather, and he's going to have to survive on those Michelins all the way to the end. Jump to the outside of Wika, looking to get this done through at Seat, and watch out for Aiden Matthias now getting involved in the party. So this could be big for Ariti if they want to get it done. There's a car off on the outside as they go through there, so that would have been dramatic. That would have been your race leaders in GT3. Visceral Esports have gone around.
That is not what they need, is now Scuderia Volpa by P1 Sim, your leaders. But more importantly, Jupp finally gets into 5th place. Is 6th place going to be lost as well for Vika? Matisse looking close there through turn number 10. It'd be interesting to see what happened there for your leader, Scrivens, into the pits. He's also got to serve that 5-second penalty as well.
Black and orange mechanical flag for Visceral. There is also one for WSR Esports. So I have a feeling that it's 2 GT3 cars that have come together. Lewis Carl has hit the pits, but what a shame for Visceral Esports. They were in complete command, and suddenly Volpe versus Fiercely Forward is for your race lead. Rodrigo Mies now has got to try and figure out how he gets this pass done.
And he's been trying to figure out for the past several laps how to get around Lebois for your, now it's for the race lead, not too far away. You've got Leitner sitting there waiting to see if something happens with these two. GT3 has been nothing but elbows out all race long, but Mies is just sitting there in wait. The gap is about 1/10 of a second. He's got a couple of opportunities to pass. This is one of them, but he's not going to take it. About a couple car length gap separating the two.
There are no fast repairs available for these drivers. Big slide coming off the exit of turn 5 then by Jordan Lebois, who's really having to put that 229 car in with the works at this moment. He knows how tough this is. He can go to Gautier Fernand Police over the course of this race. For Rodrigo Mies, who is there, Nicholas Laubisch is his help in terms of this one. On the brakes into La Caixa at turn number 10, and no dice between them at the front, and just behind them is Norbert Leitner, who has lost out in the run that they have gone through, so he now finds himself back in 3rd, trying to chase his way back onto this group at the moment. So 1 and 2 finding themselves together. A car's run off in front of them, and I think that may have been the Vesta Sport car that's had a moment. No, there'll be a car in front of that that's decided to go off. But for Scuderia Volpe, they now have the lead of this race. They started 49th overall in terms of this one, and now have a category lead on the brakes into turn 1 again with the coverage. That grunt of the Mustang is holding off the nimbleness of the Aston Martin.
That goes to show the qualifying never really tells the whole tale, as you can get a fast driver, get some opportunities, and get near the front. Mies closing in. Almost looks like one car going into Repsol. Quick house cleaning. Matisse has gotten around Vika for that 6th spot in LMP2, but this is the battle of the race thus far. Lebois, Mies, both drivers running about 1/10 of a second on lap time apart, but Leitner, for as far back as he has fallen, Jake, he's closed in an extra half-tenth of a second.
Well, you take that at this moment in time, that you're able to go and bring those paces together, that you're starting to claw back time, that you are well within the battle for the race lead overall, and Rodrigo Mies is thinking, do I go inside? Lebois covers the inside line. He wasn't going to shift off the middle of the road, and so Rodrigo is forcing defensive lines to be taken, and this is where you're starting to worry if you are out there leading, because the moment you start defending, taking different lines, you're being put in the pressure cooker. You know that mistakes could very easily happen if you're not paying attention, and you know behind them that they've got James Ebram there for effect simulations trying to work a way through, and the 199 will make that progress through. So now it becomes a case of fiercely forward, looking very fierce, looking to move forward, looking for a chance into turn 1, pulling over to the inside, but Lebois is better on the brakes.
And I think that was just a case of Mies just getting in the mirrors of Lebois. Another chance comes up here coming off of turn number 3. We know how good that Aston has been. Coming off of that sweeping right-hander. Of course, there's a prototype behind, so Lebois and Mies really want to get that fast car out of the way. They still tuck in through Repsol. You're on board with Mies on the driver's left, just off that driver's side mirror, but still no dice.
No, and they've got the likes then of Tatum Restek to come through, and Movano at Suro, and Orbit Drop Bear Mars. And Orbit Drop Bear Mars is trying to get through 4th position technically in overall, so they're not going to get the lap down message from them, as there goes the dive through by Loic Rabier. That opens up the door for Rodrigo Mies, but he slides in the middle of the corner there of Kamsa, and I have to go the long way around. This is going to get very treacherous down at Lekaixa turn 10. Wide line having to be taken by Lebois to allow Arucci and Brownlee to go through, and it's again covered by the time they get to Bank Sabadell. So turn 11 proving its need, and Norbert Leitner, his eyes getting a little bit wider, seeing just how close they are at the front.
Yeah, Leitner is probably the best beneficiary for all of these prototypes. We're coming around the GT traffic down the front straightaway. Ooh, a little bit wider than Mies was. Let's see if he can get the job done into turn 1 this time, as he closes in ever so slightly, heading into that braking zone in turn 1. Too far away to make anything happen, but he's gonna try and look to the inside. No, and still no clearance there, as he's just a little bit too far away from making a dive bomb.
So, as this goes, this is going to be a wonderful bit of racing here. They know what the race lead's all about, and Rodrigo Mies realizes he's stuck in catch-22. He's got to work a way to get this pass for the race lead. If he can't, he'll start worrying about what Norbert Leitner can do behind there in the Impulse Racing by TAM livery 258. So there is always that to focus, and they've got traffic of their own variety. Roberto Rebecchi is in front. Lockhart Brownlee has just gone through him, so they've got that too. So this is what happened to Visceral here as they worked into the corner. It's with the Simify Esports car. They take the tap and go around, and do they have anything further than that that goes on? So they are parked on the outside, and this is where WSR come in. They run a little bit wide. Bang! There's the hit, the damage, and that is why Visceral are out of this race.
That is just so, you hate to see it, especially in slow-mo when the suspension just decides to separate from the rest of the car after that contact. But look, Jake, it has gotten darker out here on the circuit, so now it's only a matter of time before we start to see precipitation.
It is an absolute wall of blue that is awaiting these drivers as the rain is expected to hit very soon. We're expecting around 3 o'clock for that rain to hit. In sim time is 20 to 3 at this moment, so we're talking 20 minutes until rain. Cars on the exit of pit lane is Lion GP and also Solpack, who were running in 5th and 6th positions, just in behind your leaders overall, and now needing to lunge down the inside. You can sense the aggressiveness of Lebois at this moment as he has to get the clearance done. Rodrigo Mies happy to follow as they head to Repsol corner, and then immediately following that is going to be Norbert Leitner opening up the exit here against Austin Young, and Young's got to be very careful he doesn't implicate himself in this one. Mies having to take a big line going through. That's the clearance that's needed. Look at what this does for Norbert Leitner. He's joined the party now in the AMG Mercedes.
Well, one driver's happy that this has happened, the other is not. As lap down cars, unfortunately, they're gonna get in the way, especially in that part of the circuit. It's just a factor of life. But now, Leitner, he's right where he needs to be. He sees underneath that rear wing of Mies, and he's gonna try and do all the best that he can to get into position. And a little bit of a bump there.
Got to be careful about that. So Impulse trying to work themselves to second, and they're going to have to let the fiercely forward car of all things dive through on the inside. That will be so frustrating for them. A lifeline spared by one of them, but that's wide going through Europe car. In comes your leader, Lebois, to make a pit stop, and so now this is going to open up here for Rodrigo Mies as he now leads this field, but he will have worries behind. I'll tell you who else has worries, Nicholas Beau, because Phil Deness is within a second.
I'll tell you what, Lebois is probably kicking himself because he could have come out and waited for the rain to hit, but now he's going to have to short fill as Beau trying to hold off Denez for position as Frank Smits is into the pits as well in LMP2. So a lot going on as we have the precipitation moving in, but man, Leitner trying to do all he can to get that Mercedes ahead of the Aston, closes in through 4.
Yeah, and is ever approaching now a chance to try and get that race lead away. Norbert Leitner jams on the brakes and so works himself through turn 5 of Seat. A little kick up of gravel on the exit then by Rodrigo Mies, and now as they work themselves into turn 7 here, Wurtz corner, this is where it went wrong for Visceral. They will climb back up the hill again and work themselves through turn number 7 out there. The battle is on as well for 8th in GTP as well as for the lead in GTP, and it is getting close out there as Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter see in front of them. Fastlane RT, that's Thomas Delacour who is there. They've been lapped now by the likes of Burusud Plus Competition, and they will be looking at that Grid and Go car in 9th, and off the road will go Harrison Lillis, and that will be the place done. So one small mistake on the brakes just overcooks it by about 2 meters, and then ultimately there goes the move for Harrison.
Sometimes it's all it takes is Lillis falling back to 9th place, loses about 2 seconds in the process. Look at all that prototype traffic on the front straightaway, having to bob and weave around the GT3 and slower traffic. Oh, look at how much that everybody closes in, as well as Leitner goes from about 3 car lengths to less than a car length in the braking zone in turn 1. So that Mercedes just a little bit better on the brakes, but can he make the move headed into turn 4? Still too far away. Aston is just so great through the 1-2-3 complex.
Yeah, that Aston Martin just has the ability to work through the opening lap very well. It's rest of the lap where you start thinking about where that Mercedes has that advantage, and that AMG Mercedes is normally a car that is very good through the gears. So I would look at them in the stop-start section of a circuit like this to be very well. So I would say that Mercedes would be very good if you had that final chicane. But you don't have the rack chicane to work with here on this layout because we're running historic, and so that puts them at a slight disadvantage.
which, you know, that's fine for some cars, but yeah, slight disadvantage for others as more prototypes work their way around. Oh, there's your race leader right there, trying to get around some of the traffic. Granted, what's ahead of him is the 7th place Fiercely Forward Yellow of Scriven, so no harm, no foul there, but still have a battle here in LMP2. This is the battle for 10th once again between the 199 and the 181. Smiths trying to hold off Mita as they go through side by side into turn number 9, and that is a fantastic move as Mita shoves Smiths off to the side and able to get that 10 spot.
Alex Metier, wow, what a pass on Frank Smits, who locks it up and is going to go skidding off into the gravel there, just overcooking it, 2 tires over on the curb as well, trying to slow it down. It was always going to result in a slide, so Frank Smits will drop the time. Alex Metier will move on up and get into position number 10 with that pass. Here's another look at Smits then on the brakes, just on the curb. Oh, you can't get much closer to tapping the rear on Metier, who actually made that move and then went straight into the pits.
Yeah, that was so close to making some sort of contact as Metier takes the position, says thank you very much, comes out of the car, job well done. It's going to be Baptiste Charrier-Beringer who will take the car out for the next stint.
And an important stint at that, and I am seeing that this is only going to be a short spell of rain now by the looks of it, because it's a band forming, and I think it'll only form for about an hour's worth of rain at the moment as far as the radar is showing. So it will mean that it will be a quick run as Mitchell Johnson is back in for Maradnas. Jordan Eyre jumps in for Ariti, and look at this as they look to escape off of the pit exit here. It will be a very close race, but for Unity Racing Team Black, who put Baptiste Charrier-Beringer in behind the wheel, they will now see that they are down the full lap on Maradnas, and they will want to get by them first and foremost. Through goes Phil Denez, still on the chase at the moment of Nicholas Bowe, but Bowe is doing a good job holding that gap at around 2 seconds.
Still not too bad for the race leader, as I have a feeling we're going to see these drivers. Well, maybe we might not see these drivers pit if that band of rain is dissipating. But still, great battle out of the pits from the Maradnas number 17 of Mitchell Johnson as well. What do we got going here with Gorchov?
That's penalty serving.
Penalty. That's right. That's a penalty. So Gorchov with a penalty there. I believe it was, let's see, number 111. So that was 5-second penalty for incident responsibility.
Yeah, Manuel Kubo Torres is there for a long time as well in the lane. And so in will come the likes of Max Campbell for auto moves to make that stop. So he'll hit himself into his box. It's a change at Team Racing. They've got Joshua Kazani then who will jump in. So for Josh, it's a case of back in behind the wheel, and Kazani is going to get the chance to move on out. And so you see Max Campbell staying in the car. Felipe Silveira back in again at NGC by Margam. Brandon Walker in at the Ariti 180. And we've also got the Grid and Go GT3 in the pits now with Simone Maria Marcheno in. They were your champions last year, and they find themselves now in the pits getting service.
And of course, you also have the Simify Esports number 14 in with Manuel Kubo Torres, who will come out, and your new leader in LMP2 is Mitchell Johnson, as Joshua Coenzi comes out of the pits, I should say. So things are starting to move. Now it's a matter of when will the GTPs decide to come in. I have a feeling that they're going to wait to see what happens with this weather. Some pit stops still underway. Some GT3 cars into the pits. There is your earlier race leader, Rodrigo Mies, in the Fiercely Forward Aston.
So it now puts Impulse Racing in control of this field with Walker and Serrano just in front of him. So Rodrigo Mies getting that service and leaving the box. 33 seconds it will be on the lane, and taking a very early pit stall out there is important for Rodrigo, as in will come as well Fast Repair Motorsports GT3 Abel Salan there for the 202. And making that call without too many troubles at all. They have Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez that they can go to. Perfect in the box, up on the jacks there with the Aston Martin, and they've been pretty even in terms of their share so far in this race.
Yep, so far so good out of that team. We've got one of the racework.com by Veneri Racing Ferraris, I'm some Mercedes, up on the jacks. Let's see if we get a driver change. We indeed will. So who will we see in the car? It looks like it will be is a 266. I got the wrong one, but go ahead, Jake. Sorry, I got to scroll through.
Yeah, it's Björn Anschlag who will get in for the 266 team. So racework.com by Venari will go back to Björn, and we'll be looking at this, trying to get a very good run going. And now Nürburgring Esports find themselves close here, trying to get through against the likes of the Ariti 180, which they are now looking at that's the Ariti 108 that they're trying to get by. So they've already dealt with the 180 in the pit stop. And, actually, Brandon Walker's very slow, limping back to pit. So the 180, sorry, we're going to have to look at this. The LMP2 is now hitting pit lane. So what's gone wrong for Brandon Walker? Looking around the front does not look healthy.
Yeah, that does not look healthy at all. We'll see how long it takes to get back to the pits. Of course, it's battle for fifth in LMP2, really heating up. GT3 traffic is really playing a part as Vika gets back up to fifth, Air back to sixth.
So, as that goes, that is a very critical moment. Brandon Walker then will take one Ariti car out of the equation. They had been making great progress out there, but a big hit for them will find themselves in trouble. So they're already slow there, dealing with the gravel. So, and just trying to stay out of the way. I wonder if they'd already had that hit before that had happened. So I think we'd have to go back even further to work out what happened there to Ariti, and it doesn't look great out there. So this is with pace, and is this going to be with one of the impulse cars diving into this corner? So they go into the corner, they loop it, and they take a big hit there from one of the impulse machines. And then it's their own teammate that's gone and made that worse. Rule 1 of sim racing strikes.
Well, that'll be a fun debrief later on today, because, yeah, we noticed the replay with the spin, and I saw that the rear cowling was a little cattywampus, but, yeah, just not a good situation here as it goes from bad to worse in less than a corner.
That's how quickly a race like this can find itself in the wrong place at the wrong time. There is anxiety about from everybody trying to make sure that they're on the right strategy call before the rain does indeed strike the circuit. So I think everybody knows that they are in pretty much a tough situation, and here's a hit in slow motion, bang, enough to get them airborne there with that sort of strike. It is a sickening thud there for Brandon Walker, and Ariti have just had the biggest heart-in-mouth moment with them. They're two cars coming together in LMP2 category, but at 172, they will feel quite happy at the moment with Drago Racing 1.7 seconds clear, and every lap that they do under green flag running means that, under dry running, I think is the more important point, every lap that's dry is a lap that they're a lot quicker towards the end of this race. So they'll be feeling like they want to be counting down those laps, because we're almost at the 2/3 stage of the race and almost about to tick over 5 hours.
Yeah, that was just a horrible shot. You gotta be glad that you're doing that in the sim, because that would not have been nasty in real life, as you see the GT3 leader get put another lap down with Rodrigo Mies just coming off of the pits. But Bo taking the Drago Racing BMW out front and really losing a little bit of gap, but nonetheless, it's great to see that these BMWs up at the front. Drago really showing their might as of late. You see back there's the number 89 as Phil Dinez trying to close in at the end of the stint.
He really wants this, does Phil, and he knows that Borussia are a team that should be up there and challenging in every race that they enter. Drago are at this moment, and they've really catapulted up from a 1.5 tier team to a tier 1 team out there. So for Borussia, they're now trying to make sure that they are doing exactly what they can. The win's still there, and still very much a case of it is going to be arriving, but how soon is the question, because it is moving and evolving, but I still think we're going to be another 15 minutes away. So they have delayed it on the schedule, saying, or on the weather forecast, saying it's going to be about 3:15 now that we might be seeing this rain start to band itself about. So they are trying to deal with it. Mohamed Yanko in the pits, and so too Tanguy Beyond then for Movano Rosso.
And Beyond has to take a 5-second penalty before he hits the pit box. So that's for actually 10 seconds now. My mistake for minor incident responsibility. It's going to be a little bit longer pit lane delta for that number 1, but Bo has opened up a little bit bigger gap between he and Denez. We saw it was a half second going into turn 1. So looks like a couple of slow cars impeding the number 89. And yeah, it just keeps getting darker and darker here. So that extra 15 minutes is going to be a huge lifeline for those GTP cars. Now they just need to extend the stint just a little bit, enough to where they can come in and slap on some groove tires.
They absolutely do, and they will also need to find the right time for it in terms of what the weather conditions allow them at this moment, because it's not just a case of I see a drop of rain, I come in for wet. It's also a case of, you know, they've got heat in the slick tires. It's how long will that heat stay in the tire for us to work with before we need to consider changing to a wet.
And that is the key right here. Of course, with the temperature, track temperature about 76 degrees, it's going to be a little bit harder to keep those heat in the tires. So that's going to be interesting to see as well. Here's the battle for 6 in GT3 Pro just below us. It's Abel Sayan, who also is going to have to, actually, it's not going to be him that's going to have to serve that penalty. Austin Young sitting there in 7th, so faster pair ahead of Solpeck for the time being. Of course, not too far away, we've got Nico Schiffer in the number 6 Lion GP.
Yep, so they've been pretty much locked together for the last hour or so of this race, Schiffer and Austin Young. So very similar in terms of the paces that they've both got, as your overall lead continues on the top of your screen right now as we work picture in picture, going through then the wonderful Lekaitsa corner, turn 10, into Bank Sabadell, turn number 11. Schiffer in the Ferrari, looking at that really sleek low profile, rather compared to what is the much higher profile of the BMW that's there in front. And it is two different philosophies. That Ferrari is low and sleek and will have a great center of gravity that's really great for when it rains, so you keep the car low, but when it's a little bit higher, like the BMW, in wetter conditions, I think they'd struggle more.
You know, I feel like I'm going through some deja vu because I'm listening to Calvin Fish wax poetic about greenhouses in the start of the Indy I think it was the GT4 America race. So yeah, greenhouses do mean a lot here, and it's interesting to see the low sleekness of the Ferraris. We've gone to the battle for first in LMP2 with Johnson and Kozani. 1 2/6 of a second separate them on the bottom. That red Moradness, number 17, slicing and dicing its way through traffic, has another GT3 ahead of him, as Kozani was able to get that team racing number 111 out and away from the slower traffic. But now not a good place for Johnson to catch up to slower traffic, as now Kozani closes in, looks to the outside, and has a shot in turn 1.
Yeah, that was Mattia Hapacher there for North Sim Racing Red, and Joshua Kozani has caught Johnson and now wants this pass into turn number 1 and is going to get it as well. So a very nice bit of clearance there, as they've also got the 1 lap down Unity Racing Team Black LMP2 with them Baptiste Cherrier Berenger, and then in third on the back of all of this, it's your reigning champions, Dullatra Automotive by Majors Garage. Connor Jupp is there on the back of this group and is certainly proving that he has got work to do with this team at the moment and is flying about. Alexandre Dullatra is the other driver there for the team. It's his team out there that he puts together and has done a very good job so far. On the brakes then into turn 7, as now they will have to try and clear the likes up the hill of Chris Shorter, who is second overall in the other Impulse Racing car that's trying to work on an alternative strategy here.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if that strategy works for them as Jupp closes in on Johnson as well. Kozani opens up a 0.6 of a second gap already in just a handful of corners, so that makes life a little bit more interesting as Jupp has one extra pit stop that Kozani and Johnson haven't done. So I think that this makes his third place just a little bit more enticing with the speed that this 188 has. And you mentioned that Alexander Delatraz is Jupp's teammate there. That's just one fast LMP2.
Yeah, Mitchell Johnson, not in front of us on the cameras like this. This would be, oh, it is. He's dropped. He has just completely dropped in the blink of an eye. It's Maradnas out of this race for the moment until they can put someone back in the car.
I have a feeling it's going to be Nathan Olsen, because we just saw Fiallo just come out of the car not too long ago. So Olsen, haven't seen him at least in this stint. So we'll see if we get that driver in there. But interesting to note that we might see some a lap or two until the Maradnas car comes back out.
And they'd gone from the back of the field all the way to the front, and just like that, click, Mitchell Johnson's got nothing. And suddenly this now becomes a case of Team Racing versus Delatraz Automotive. Now as they go, Connor Jupp now up into second position for Delatraz and chasing down Joshua Kozani, who leads this field outright. But we got to go back to overall, because it's 0.3 of a second now into turn one, and Nicholas Bow at the moment has filled the net, mirrors full of him, but that gap will open up thanks to Ryan van der Grijp. Then in Manatee Racing, it was the cause of the first caution of the race, getting unfortunately beached on the curbs heading in towards turn 13 and turn 12.
And that's pretty easy to do with a low-slinging car like that, as Kozani working his way around, trying to keep Jupp at bay. We're back to the leader of your GT3 class with Mies just getting out of the way of Jupp, which is always nice to see. But now we're starting to see cars come out of the pits. So we're going to see some... yeah, it's Maradnas back out of the pits. So I believe that will be Nathan Olsen back out. No, it's going to be Fiallo. Fiallo, wow, that's an interesting call.
It's a big call, but it's one they had to make. And look at this, 3 wide and running off the road then is going to be Connor Jupp. He needed the clearance, and he needed the clearance like yesterday, and he does get it in the end. So that a critical amount of clearance at the moment, and knowing that this will be what they have to jump through next. The rain still on its way. I'd say we're about 5 kilometers out from rain at this moment in terms of where we are on the schedule as it goes. The radar that has been bringing itself in to play, and still I would look around and say Nicholas Bow is doing just about enough at the front of this field. We watch a little bit further back on that straight with Map Performance and Fastlane RT 7th and 8th in LMP2. But I still believe that the big race right now is what we should be focusing on here, which is Phil Deness and Nicholas Bow.
And of course, Bow really showing that that BMW is able to stay out front, especially with all the traffic that they're having to deal with, as Arpeggio trying to hold off Beller there in spite of all the GT3 traffic. But yeah, Bow and Deness, I don't know if Deness has anything for Bow here in the closing stages. If that's it, oh, a little bit of a tap there going through turn 5, and that's going to open the door even further for Beller, but Beller has to back off just a little bit.
Yeah, can't quite get the clearance on the hometown team. And Map Performance, they really fight hard there, going through that section and work through then the next right up at Campsa Corner, trying to get this clearance sorted and make that move up then for 7th place. So Fastlane, who are stuck behind at the moment, are going to have to stay there in 8th and watch as Map Performance have just about got themselves the coverage that they need, and working that focus here through the long right of Bank Sabadell. And it's all right-handers to home from this point on the circuit. So you got that next right that follows the Europe car, then over through the final corner. Oh, and they're going to get held up by the Aston Martin there that's going to go through. So that was a really big hold-up that is going to cost them a lot of time in terms of that. So up to your leaders, half a second only the margin. Drago and Burosud are in an absolute showcase at the moment. 37 seconds clear of their nearest competitors.
Yeah, that Aston wasn't happy with that move there, flashing his lights coming off of 14. The Catalunya corner, and now you're on board with the second place, Phil Dinez. You see how close that he closes in, but not able to make anything happen. Catching Nicholas Bowe's one thing, but passing him is a totally different story. As we've seen competitors just off and on try and catch that leading GTP. They just haven't been able to make it happen.
Just listening in here to Phil Dinez and the way he's trying to go here, it's almost like he's half cutting out the throttle as he goes through the gears here. He's really trying to think about where's the right place I need to go, because if he can't make the catch in one place, he's going to have to figure it out somewhere else, and the best place to do it is down at turn number 1. He shadows the rear then of Nicholas Bowe, who's holding that Drago Racing 36 very nicely through the middle of the apexes here. They'll go to lap 181. Then in this one, we are 6/10 of the way home here in your IVRA Endurance Championship here. Your Endurance Series has its season opener here in Barcelona. We've only had one race in the IVRA Endurance Series in Barcelona before. That was all the way back in 2021-22, and that they only ran 1,000 kilometers. This one this year, 1,400.
That's a steep jump, and I think that, look, 1,000 kilometers are great, but the extra couple kilometers really makes the difference and makes, for my opinion, some better racing, because you can stretch out your fuel and all your pit stops. It makes the pit strategist job just a little bit harder, which selfishly I do like. Oh, a little bit of a dip in the gravel by the 289 as we see Bowe go around the inside, and now that's great block for Dinez as Dinez tries to dive to the inside before he gets that right-hander at turn 9, and gotta still have a battle for the lead. LMP2 as well. Jupp has caught up to Kozani.
Yeah, so the car that was getting in the way there of the GTPs was Elias Rijker's Brusser Plus competition car. So that one certainly played a factor in some cases. On board with Connor Jupp at the moment, who is sat down there. It looks very much like when you're in one of these LMP2s that you've just sat yourself down at one of those wonderful high-tech sim rigs out there. They've got a beautiful one over at Cranfield Simulation. It looks very much the same as that at the moment as they work themselves then at this moment, and along the front stretch it is going to be 7/10 over the line at the top, but Dullatra here are really trying to turn the screw, get themselves to the lead, and Team Racing here are doing exactly what they need to do. They're just managing the gap at the front, trying to deal with the traffic one at a time. That's Bjorn Anschlag that they're trying to get through and managing to at this stage.
Ooh, a little bit of a wiggle out of Jump there through turn number 10. And yeah, I was talking off the air yesterday with a couple of our colleagues, and how it's interesting to see how many of these sim cafes, we'll call it, are starting to pop up. Unfortunately, the closest one to me is about an hour and a half north of me. Oh, look at the inside as Jupp tries to get around that GT3 traffic. And I think he does, but he lost so much time, 1 second, 1.1 seconds. So he lost a half second to Kozani there, and Kozani now has to get around some GT3 traffic. But these sim cafes are really growing in popularity, and it's absolutely fantastic to see. And hopefully we'll see more and more of these. Almost reminds me, I don't know if you're old enough, but remember the land, and there's the rain. We're starting to see the rain.
And so it arrives, and this is going to be very tough, because the first place that the rain is going to hit is going to be around turn 3 and turn number 11. So as the rain now falls, the rain so far is going to make a huge difference for all of these drivers. They now know that they are sat on a ticking time bomb at this moment. How long will I be able to make these tyres work with rain now affecting me and hitting the circuit? So this might be a pit party soon, and confidence, I think, is going to need to skyrocket for various drivers who need to now make sure that they've got confidence with their tyres underneath them. Lap 183, and here comes the rain.
Oh, there ain't no party like a pit party, because pit party is all full of stops. A little bit of a wiggle there out of Kozani. There's Nicholas Bowe around turn 4. So if he wants a pit, he's really going to have to tiptoe, especially if the surface is starting to get even more damp. We saw earlier it was a mostly dry track. We'll see how quickly that changes from mostly dry to damp, but we're starting to see a little bit of those dancing of the tires as the prototypes slowly making their way around the GT traffic.
Now, the key with this rain is that it is not expected to last very long at the moment. So they've got one patch of what is light blue rain, that is band 1 rain, so they're not going to be having the heaviest amount of rain that could possibly hit the circuit, and they know that they are going to try and last with what they have. Nicholas Bowe knows that this is only for a phase of this race. It's not going to be forever, so it's manage it the best you can, 9/10 of a second, and just pick and choose your lines. The track is going to get a little bit greasier as there's Jordan Lebois there, or what was Jordan Lebois. It's now Gauthier Fagnan Police there for Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim. And so it's all about jumping through the cars one at a time and remembering that the racing line is only going to get slicker and slicker. At some point, you're going to have to switch to the karting line.
I was just about ready to say, yeah, the wet line is going to be key here as the racing line just gets slicker with all the rubber that's been thrown down onto the circuit. As now we see Denez is close to within a half second. Oh, that was almost close as Chris Shorter, the driver in the number 257, almost closes the door on Denez, but still able to look in the mirrors and leave it open. You don't want that prototype on GT traffic because it's always a GT car who most likely will get the penalty.
We saw in the opening hour how most drivers were hitting the puddles on the outside of the circuit. This is one of those tracks that hasn't gone really through many major redevelopments in terms of a circuit around. The majority of it just about gets the clearance on Martin Schmid there for Team Huysingveld. But this is a track that on the outside around the curbs, you could argue they need to put a couple more drains in. It's going to puddle up at the curbs first and foremost.
And that is where you have everything go wrong. Because look, there's still some curbs that actually still have some standing water, as we saw in take a look at turn 1 and 2 once we get over there here shortly. But Denez losing a lot of time there trying to get around that GT traffic. He's lost about 0.3 of a second, and with this wet weather, Denez wants to be as close to Bowe as he can, and he might get that chance here through the 1-2-3 complex.
Yeah, and there is clearance about, and you see how aggressive you need to be on the brakes. Phil Denez pulls it down to about 0.8 and has to really work now to get the clearance on Rodrigo Mies, who is your overall leader in GT3 Pro, and will manage to gain that clearance that's needed. Connor Jupp is struggling a bit by comparison compared to Joshua Kazani. That gap now is at 1.8 seconds, so it is starting to turn the other way at the moment in LMP2, but it's all about the front of this field at this moment and what these two are going to decide to do. I think this is going to be a blinking or a staring contest, and who blinks first, and the driver who blinked first was Oscar Soltero for Nix Esports. He's gone off the road at turn 7.
Now the fun begins. You start to see the rooster tails coming out of the back of Nicholas Bowe. We're going to see that here also with the LMP2s in due time because of all the ground effects that they have, as Vika, Air, and Campbell are locked in a battle for third place. We're starting to lose a little bit more visibility, and now you see more puddles on the inside of turn 14 at the exit there of the curbing. So now the drivers will have to start thinking about how much more safer they want to run, because one slip up and you could lose 2-3 spots.
And those curbs, the wetter it gets, the less likely you're going to be wanting to touch those, because paint in any form is difficult. Yes, even if it's racing paint, it is still going to be slippy on the outside, so you do not want to be running those curbs too much as the rain starts to fall. So this becomes a case of where you manage yourself out on circuit, and Ariti here, this is the 108 Ariti car right now, which is trying to make that progress. Jordan Air, who is going through because it was the other Ariti car that's found itself now out of the race, the 180, now trying to work past the Simify machine then as they go through. That one being piloted by Lucas Camba Marrero, who gets out of the way of third, of fourth, of fifth, and auto moves here with the likes of Max Campbell trying to get back in. Heavy flashes of the lights, needing the clearance here from the Ferrari that works itself through, and they will get that on Bjorn Anschlag, but Max Campbell won't. He'll have to work on the outside here through Banks Sabadell.
Oh, still lots of high lines, and that's exactly the line that Campbell needed to take. Has a little bit more grip as the slippage starting to look like it'll take effect here in the next couple of laps. Campbell closing in on air. He doesn't have too many drivers he needs to worry about behind him, because the closest competitor behind him is Frank Smith in the 199, about 8 seconds back. Just needs to worry about what Air can do, as well as Vika for third.
Yep, they're all there. They'll have the leaders overall encroaching on them in the next couple of laps or so. That'll be another scary point when Dinez and Bo will move through. Campbell with an important charge on through then to go get the clearance on Ryan Bettis there in the Team Australia by One Performance Racing X Vermilion Esports car. So that was another bit of clearance that was there, but for the moment, it's Drago who's looking like they're under a bit of pressure right now. 0.4 of a second into Repsol.
I'm not too worried about that, because we've seen Dinez try and attack Bo, but not able to go around as Vaz comes right into the pits. We'll see if the driver change happens or if they're going to go on to the wet tires, as once again, Bo just catches lap traffic at the right time. And one has to wonder if they've got a four-leaf clover, a lucky horseshoe in that car, because when they've been leading, it's always been them getting to that GT3 traffic or the LMP2 traffic at the right time, with whoever's in second not able to capitalize.
Yeah, João Vaz and Ilka Harpala as a team. João Vaz, I think, is going to be on one of his last stints before Harpala is going to have to take that one to the end. You've also got Matteo Aruki then, who is down in the pits too for, I believe, the number 69 team. So that's Tatum Restek, who are 8 laps off the overall lead at this moment. Nicholas Bo is not getting much help here from Bjorn Anschlag through the final corner. This is going to set up a monstrous run here for Burosud. I think they're still going to be too far back. It's a big long straight here down in towards turn number 1, and they're going to need the clearance here of Ryan Bettis, and they're not going to get the clearance here. So it'll be a search then to the outside. Big lot of spray goes through at turn 1, and now it's about running around turn 3. Not great around Ryan Bettis there in the Team Australia by One Performance X Vermilion car. But now here comes the chance then towards turn 4 again. Clearance found by Nicholas Bo.
And we've seen this play out time and time again through Repsol and into 5. It seems like that this is the area where Bo and the Drago Racing team are just so good, but that slippage right there may have cost Bo a 10th or 2. There's a couple of other lap cars up ahead that could pose problems here, as we see more and more spray lap after lap come up out from under the 36 BMW.
And so you're just hoping that you can keep the temperature alert and awake as far as this goes, and they will be looking around at it. It's a very lightly wet circuit, and the way I'm looking at the rain, they look like they are right slap bang in the middle of this period of rain. So it means that we're about halfway through. It is expected to stop there, and look how close this is for LMP2. Ariti and Nürburgring with a massive gaggle in front of them right now, and they're trying to work through with Lewis Carr, who's back out there, Ryan van der Grijp. They're trying to get by for Manatee, and so that's a big one going on, and the race leaders are about to join it as well. What a run that BS Plus are going to have. They're going to be side by side, and turn 1 behind them. So race leads going on at it as well, as Drago has the fend up straight on. Phil Dinez has gone straight on in the background.
Oh, what a fantastic battle here as Dinez has gotten around Bo. We mentioned that Bo has been so tough, and Dinez now falling off just a little bit, but still these lap cars might be helpful for Dinez, as he's gone 3, now almost 4 seconds back.
It was some very tough racing by Nicholas Bo. He left the car width on the outside. He held the line until he needed to turn, and it was a case of Phil Dinez wanted to turn, and he never had the right to. That's what brought the contact, and that's what sent them streaming straight on. I don't know whether the stewards would see it the same way, but Nicholas Bo now has a margin.
And that's a margin that he needs, as it's just so many things have been happening in the past couple of minutes, as now Bo makes his way. Here's the replay as Dinez closing in on Bo with all the lap traffic. Bo lets him have that inside line. Let's see if it's going to be what kind of contact. Oh, they both are leaning on each other. So it'll be interesting to see what the stewards rule here.
I think that's racing incident there. That's just hard-nosed racing as the rain falls down. And I think Barcelona are just on the wrong side of it there, and there's not much they can do. Fildeness will try and win this one back on circuit as quickly as he can, but it's still going on for third overall in this category. We've got one car diving down into the pits. It's one of the GT3s. It's Cade Middleton at Delta Sports Sim Shop, but Ariti here in that third place. We'll be looking at Nürburgring now behind them, and Nürburgring Esports aren't having much help from Fiercely Forward Yellow. They will stave off Fiercely Forward Yellow through this section and look to try and run through turn 3 here on lap 190 to give them just enough clearance to say, right, now this is where you can have the chance to lunge down my inside. But again, they don't allow Scrivens to go through. They're allowing the respect to this battle to continue.
And tip the cap to Scrivens, because he has gotten through and he's really been patient with these LMP2s, because he has caught these battles left and right, and now he makes that dive to the inside, gets around one and going for the other here, as Vika is the first to get around. Now Air will have an LMP2, sorry, a GTP on his backside here in just a couple of minutes.
And the leader on the rear as well, so Nicholas Bowe will have to try and get through all this, and it is pretty much rush hour in any major city at this moment in time. This is gridlock, and so you try to work a way through all of this, and suddenly that gap's back down to 1.6 seconds for Fildeness. In comes Connor Jupp from Dulatrat Automotive, so this is an important pit stop that we are now seeing. Oh, we got a car around. We got a car around then, and that is going to be Austin Young of Solpec, who's gone around in front of the leaders.
Deltraz in the 188. I'm also seeing a plus 40-second penalty for Joao Vaz in the number 8 Fiercely Forward Black for an unsafe rejoin, as Denez comes in the pits, Scrivens in the pits. It looks like we'll see Deltraz come out here shortly, so it's all happening here.
It all is, and we're almost at the end of the weather system here, so they will also have that to try and contend with as it now all forms up. So they at least look at this moment and say that this is where the rain is at its best, and there's a driver change at Burosud. They've just put Owen Carroll back in the car.
So Carroll will go out onto the pits. The Scrivens will stay in for the number 11 Fiercely Forward Yellow. You take a look up the pits, and there's Carroll in the 89. So Carroll will take the BS Plus competition out and see what they can do for the lead.
They know as well that in this scenario, it is a very tough phase of this race. They know they've just got to hold themselves together, hope that the track stays in a condition where they can keep the pace on. But Nicholas Bowe now knows that he is on very short time before his pit stop is going to need to now be found. He will look around and say, well, I've got a margin, I've got the overcut that's working for me, and as he tries to work past Fast Repairs Aston Martin, he will know that he's got to try and get out of trouble, and he has a tiny little wiggle putting on the power, has to go over the curb and on the exit as well, and will stay out for another lap longer. So Drago making that call, trying to stay out a bit longer, seeing how it's going to work here on lap 191. And the key is, in terms of the scenario that is presented in front of them, it might rain lightly, it might not be enough to go on to dry, but remember, that track's going to take a very long time to dry up. I don't think it will dry up fully between now and the end of this race.
No, I don't think it will either, because now we're seeing on our timing and scoring that the track is very lightly wet. For the most part, we've seen mostly dry conditions, and of course, seeing some of the areas where the low points of the racetrack, we have seen that. But I'm also watching the cars come off of the last turn, and yeah, you're starting to see more and more puddles. There's a stop and hold for the number 133 of Christopher Beller.
Yep, so they served their time that's needed with the penalty that they've got, and now they will continue down the lane and take their stop. Nürburgring Esports are in, Fastlane RT also down in the pits, and they're just leaving. Goes Nürburgring Esports. Marius Rommelfanger will now get in there with that car. This is Fiercely Forward's perspective of it as they battle Joao Vaz Oh, he's such a lucky boy, is Zhao. He's a former pro stripe. He drove in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, and then he took the tap from the Grid and Go GT3 that was going by him. So Zhao basically avoiding 2 major incidents out there in the space of 2 corners. And when you're a former pro stripe like Zhao is, that's the lightning reactions you need.
It really is, and it's interesting to see where Race Control called for the unsafe penalty, because I'm not seeing right now, is there something else here that could have been the issue? Either way, he's going to have to come in and serve an extra 40 seconds on his Delta when he comes in, and Beller coming out of the pits in 10th place.
Yep, so back into racing action again. Nathan Ray will also be in the pits with the number 62 Solpec Precision Racing car. He took over from Blake Reynolds, another pro stripe performer, NASCAR driver out there. Chris Shorter in too, as well as Harrison Lillis now. Orbit Drop Bear hit the lane. 41.5 seconds it was for the Impulse Racing by Volder Art team out there. In comes Harrison Lillis as he'll look for his box.
Let's see if Lillis decides to go for the driver change. That yellow and purple Porsche, almost called the purple people eater Porsche. Yeah, that's a tongue twister, ladies and gentlemen, as the car still sitting on the ground. Hasn't gone up on the jacks just yet, so I'm wondering if they're just going to put fuel in it for this stint. That's an interesting strategy call.
Well, if they think that the tyres have still got heat in them, I actually think that's quite a clever decision by Orbit Drop Bear. There's no reason to go and change the tyres here at this, especially if they consider that they might be in the second half of this rainstorm that's going through. Loic Rabier in for the reigning champion, number 22, Movano Atsuro team. So they will work themselves down into their box, and they will actually go up 4 tyres.
Put new Michelin's on the number 22 Acura as one of the Mustangs gets out onto the circuit, and there will also see a driver change. So Loic Raber is out. Marcus Hamilton will go in for his stint.
Marcus Hamilton, of course, a world-renowned driver for over a decade out there, as this is Rodrigo Mies then in the front of GT3 Pro, 6 seconds clear of Scuderia Volpe at the moment. They've really done well to gain this gap of fiercely forward. Gauthier Fernand Police is trying to hunt this down, and then they've built the gap over to Norbert Leitner, who is then in 3rd. Valentin Goppelt is in the Switcher Amber car in 4th. So that's where the front 4 find, and the Williams Gaming Club now diving into the pit. So it is going to be the 66 of Pablo Espes now who jumps in. João Vaz having to take the 40. Kai Dalziel in the 19th place, number 296. That is the Visceral Esports car trying to recover.
God, that 40 seconds sitting there pit road waiting to take your penalty is absolutely excruciating, especially since you can't go down to your pit box until you do it. But really tip of the cap to Rodrigo Mies. We saw how patient that he was trying to get up to the lead and cycled through there, and with that huge gap, absolutely spectacular. He's dispatched of Leitner behind him, and really it's been great to see that Aston Martin really move through the field as he tries to patiently get around the slower Mercedes.
Yeah, having to really work on it, on the brakes, and then going through. Jere Leitinen then gets in for the Williams Gaming Club, taking over from Pablo Espes, and now will leave the pit. So there's your margin, 67 seconds is the gap that you are looking at then between Drago and Burosud. And in comes Drago Racing. Nicholas Bowe now makes his stop.
Now we get to see if Bo's going to do another driver change, or if he's going to do another stint. The 36 comes to its point and will take fresh Michelins. So fresh Michelins for the 36. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes for that car to get up to speed. And I don't think we're going to see a driver change. So Bo's going to double stint this round so far. Frank Smits is also in the pits, 4th from LMP2. And interesting call by the 36 team. I wonder if they just think that because this rain's going to end soon, that it might dry up and might be better to put a new set on.
Well, you take a look, I don't see much rain down here in that pit lane on this camera. I don't know about you. So I think at the moment we might have seen the most of it. There is still some rain that is falling by the looks of it, but this is now going to be a case. And Drago are already gone. 41.2 second stop for them. And they have got a massive launch over Owen Carroll. Oh my word, what a launch they have right now as they've come out of the pits. They are 17 seconds clear.
Fantastic pit stop, and really Delta on the outlap and the inlap, I should say. Let's see how the outlap is with Carroll now down to 16-15 seconds as we see Bo go around that rain line, try and get those tires up to heat, but fantastic pit stop out of the number 36 Drago Racing BMW.
Well, I'm looking at the times. Last 3 laps, Bo was a 39.5, 39.7, 41 flat before jumping into the pit. And I look at Owen Carroll's 3 laps. He's been out there. He did 44.1, 43.3, 43.2. So the pace is not there with Owen Carroll at the moment. And I am flabbergasted at this stage that Burrson are so off the pace in these conditions with Owen Carroll.
That's a little head scratcher. So we'll see what happens there. See if Lightning can catch up. He's 13 seconds behind the 89, but still anything can happen. You have this battle for 4th place between Hamilton and Heo in the number 77 Williams Sim Racing Academy. Getting around that slower GT3 traffic.
Well, this going on, your reigning champions in 4th position. I don't think that this has been a team, Movano Atsura, that have been absolutely lights out the quickest overall in terms of many races that they did, but they are the back-to-back champions. They have won the last 2 years, the highest category out there, and Marcus Hamilton, noting that he's got Jesse Hiliaho there just behind, I would say that Movano Atsura are doing a very good job in an Acura today that has been a little bit second best to all of the BMWs. They are the best of the rest in terms of balance of performance, and they'll be looking to have better days coming along later on in this season as they work through the left of turn number 7, taking the Verth corner a little bit wide, and that will open up the chance for Hiliaho to attack coming over the top of the crest then at Kampsa, and now having that chance to attack as they head their way over to Lekaiks at turn 10. Hiliaho down the inside and will just about get the move, but will there be a wiggle in the middle of the corner? Yes, Hiliaho gets the pass for the Academy.
And Hiliaho with the BMW, kind of surprising with as tight as he was actually on the racing line there. So nice to see that he wasn't able to wiggle too much and get into the side of Hamilton. But really, it just goes to speak that you have the Porsche, the BMW, they're the newer cars. So the Acura's kind of the elder statesman. And yeah, the BOP will write itself out, and it'll be interesting to see what the Acura can do here in the later stages of the season.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that as it goes, knowing that this has been a very critical moment for the opening, and we know that as balance of performances go, if one car does show that it's a bit better than some of the others, they'll move that balance of performance to put it back in check with some of the other teams and drivers that are there and working for it. So for Movano at this stage going in the Acura, P5 they will say is all right for them at the moment, and there'll still be some nice points to go and work with between now. I am keeping an eye out on these gaps, and Team Racing at the moment holding a 31-second margin. I know that Jordan Air hasn't come in and made a stop, and Dulatra have, with Alexandre Dulatra currently in behind the wheel. So Joshua Kazani now with a large commanding margin at the front of this field.
No surprise here with all the pit stops that if it happens, we'll see when the number 111 decides it wants to pit. It looks like it is, yeah, very commanding lead, 31 seconds. Kazani around Air for a little bit of a wiggle there. This the 4th place battle really heats up as Delatraz going to take a look, not going to make anything happen. They've got a GTP behind them as well. So fast car behind, slow car up ahead. Delatraz being oh so patient here.
Yeah, and needing to, as that is Vicente Aparicio for Matt Performance SRP, who is there in that 4th place car, just holding station well. And behind them is the AS62 Solpet car of Nathan Ray trying to get through. They've dispatched of Nico Schiffer in the Lion GP car, so they've done a great job in doing that. In fact, into the pits comes Vicente Aparicio. This will be a scheduled stop.
So that'll fall him further down the order as Delatraz takes 4th place, 30 seconds though behind Campbell, so no chance of catching up to that 3rd place driver as of yet. Aparicio comes into his pit box, the car goes up, and we'll see a driver change. I think that was interesting. Yep, we'll see a driver change.
So, driver change, it will be Rubens Llorente, who is in for Matt Performance then, the 129. And so as they are going about their business, I would say that they are looking at this going, if we can get a top 5 at the end of the day, we'll be happy, but there are no guarantees. And that is a very quick run into the pits by Team Racing there, who has just flashed by the screen. Joshua Kazani in, and this is the scheduled stop that they're looking for.
Yeah, keep an eye on penalties. See, hopefully that they made their pit limiter there, as you don't want to break that. That will cause you a big penalty, as Kozani will go in for a second stint. They get fresh Michelin tires, as let's see if they get ahead of Air. I don't think they will, but yes, Air actually comes into the pits. We'll see if Campbell comes in. Couple of questions here as Air goes into his pit box. Up on the jacks, will we see a driver change out of the Arete Esports Stellara right now? No, I think so. Air will get a double stint here.
Yep, so Jordan Air will have some time in the car to go and be as quick as possible. Rommel Fang has been in the pits. You've also got as well Felipe Silveira. Very quick stop there by Rommel Fanger, only the 23 seconds there. So that one very quick. Nicholas Laubish then into the 2-1-2 of Fiercely Forward Pink. So that will be a big change for them. Vontan Goppelt in as well for Switch It Amber, and now switching it up to Dominic Push, the Austrian.
We'll see what happens as the field works their way around. We're almost 2/3 of the way into this race, and the gaps that we had when we jumped on, Jake, looks like that they've gotten just bigger with the damp conditions, as now we start to see another clump of traffic come down the pit straight.
We do. We are also on schedule to finish before 8.5 hours, as that's the Simify car taking a bit of a tap. Then going through as they're on the exit, they try and work with what they are dealing with. That is the number 33 of Lucas Camba Moreira there with that hit. They've got WSR Esports a full lap behind them in play, and they are trying to leave as much room as they can. Simone Maria Marceno for gridandgo.com. Esports IVRA GT3, the 247, the reigning champions in GT3, and they are mired in the mid-pack a little bit at this moment. This was not the day they were hoping for, as it is going to be a very tough outlap for many to deal with. Here comes the Unity Racing Team Black down to the inside then, and looking to make that progress, and they do on Arete, so that will give them the lap. Auto moves now, hit pit lane.
Yeah, Campbell with that pit right there. So Kozani will take the lead in LMP2 again, as Campbell will get another stint, and we'll see where he falls into line in traffic. I have a feeling he's going to be tossed into this Air, Fial, and Smith's battle, as we see Kozani, you're back to your LMP2 lead.
Back to it, and by the looks of things that I'm looking at here on the weather forecast here, it is due now to stop raining, and because of that, it will be a circuit that will favour those more than others. So if you've been able to hold on to it, you're okay. Joshua Kazani runs very wide, 10 seconds over Delatraz out of the pits, and that could have been about as treacherous as anything. He had tyres in the grass there as he went through, and any other driver would have so easily have found themselves seeing what the rear end was doing with the front.
Yeah, you definitely don't want that. Oh, another little wiggle. So Kazani having some issues trying to get those Michelins up to temperature as he goes he's using the racing line, which is kind of interesting. I think that's probably part of his downfall as now he tries to warm up the tires. It's going to be difficult as you're taking a look at the track temperature of 19 degrees Celsius, 66 degrees Fahrenheit. That's about 2 degrees Fahrenheit, 1 degree Celsius cooler than the ambient temperature right now.
Yeah, it means that this track is ice cold and it is going to take a while to get those tyres warmed up. So you are trying to basically fight a losing battle at this moment. Any water on the circuit makes it tough. In comes the number 42 car. That's North Sim Racing Red and Mattia Harpacher. And that is Nicholas Laubish, fisty forward, off the road at Kamsa Corner. That is not a place you traditionally go off the road. And that is big for Laubish, and it will cost them a lot of time. They were your net leaders.
That is not good as we take a look at the replay. It looks like it might be a turn 9 issue. Yep, the back end, he's lost the tail end before that. So what has happened with the 212 to where he loses it in 5, but with no rear clip? That is just odd.
I think that's just pushing too hard, if I'm quite honest with you. The back steps out and just decides, no, I'm not going to hold the level of grip in the tyres with what you're putting down in terms of speed. So car lets go, and this is a massive moment here for Gautier, Fagnan Police, and Norbert Leitner as we go on board with Frank Smits in the Effect Simulations 199.
So Smith's still in a battle for position here. With Campbell falling off to 6 now since that pit stop. And of course, Air and Fiallo in the number 17. That's all for 3rd place to play. But we see the Moradness number 17 up near the right there in the bottom part of your screen. So this is a 2-car battle for 4th place with GTP traffic looming.
So, with 100 laps to go, let's run ourselves down through these fields and say exactly where we are at the 2/3 stage. Drago Racing have control by 14 seconds over Burasud Plus Competition. Williams are 3rd and 4th and have 2 Finns in the car at the moment, trying to make the chase. Movano and Tsuru are best of the rest because it's the BMWs that are controlling GTP. They are 5th with Fisty Forward Yellow 6th. Gridandgo.com Esports IVRA GTP 7th with Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter in 8th. Then Movano, Rosso and Solpec Precision round out your top 10, and Solpec have just gone 2 laps down. So you've then got Fisty Forward Black in 11th and Manatee Racing Black in 12th, and still racing is Tatum Race Tech. The 2 cars out of the race are Simify Esports and GTP Project from GTPs. I'll tell you what, it has been very interesting here in terms of the racing action when LMP2s, Jeremy, have got themselves into play.
Yeah, the LMP2s really have spiced this race up just a little bit, especially because, you know, yeah, we've seen the battle for the lead for part of the race, but it seems like that the 3rd, 4th, and 5th on back, that's where we start to see a little bit of slicing and dicing as one of the Porsches goes around. That is the 8th place driver of Harrison Lias. And working their way around. But yeah, it seems like 3rd, 4th, and 5th always seem to find one another, almost like they're magnets, as Kai Dial in for a long pit stop.
Yeah, Kai Dalziel, that is a very big stop, and it looks like they've hit something out there in the 296 by the looks of it there. So they're down in, and that is over 1 minute and 20 in the box. Balazs Taroji then pits for Manatee Racing, and spinning up the tyres in the pits I don't think is a wise decision there. Maxime Canars will jump back in with no tyre look, and Marcus Hamilton back in then after a short run then out on that last stint. So obviously it is going to be dry enough now to make that call to go back in. I'm just looking on the stop. I wonder whether they change tyres there, and we'll have to look at making a little move back to maybe a tyre that will fix the Acura a little bit easier. Yeah, that looks like they've gone from a wet tyre back to a dry.
Interesting that they went to a wet tire. I wonder how many drivers decided to gamble and go to a wet tire. Hamilton back out onto the circuit. That's a 22-second pit stop, so not much fuel when you have enough on the docket so far, but Hamilton now going out on the track on cold dry tires, so those are going to be just like rocks.
Yep, so there are a lot of questions still to be answered then late on in this. And they're almost going to get run over by the likes there of Maradness trying to work around the outside. Here comes another car to sweep and make that move around. So not much that Ravana Atsuro could do with that. That was Unity Racing Team Black there, the LMP2, moving by them. And you can see Nürburgring Esports are currently the only car out there in LMP2 with a wet tyre on. Marius Rommelfanger is currently out there trying to get the last of the water weather then working for them.
Interesting strategy there, being one of the only ones. We take a look at GTP, everybody on slicks that's still out there on the circuit. Let's take a look at GT3 as well, because I am curious if we have a couple of takers. We do have at least one, the 296 Visceral Esports car, and I think that's it. So only 2 takers of wet tires. So very, very interesting strategy.
It is, and they're in the pits, and we got Scuderia Volpe in the pits, and now we got a battle 5th and 9th, or 8th and 9th it is, because the Movano Atsuro car, which is trying to get the tyres up, is going to have a very fast Harrison Lillis down on the inside, and the Aussie is going to command Bank Sabadell. They will go side by side, and watching is Jordan Aravariti, Frank Smits of Effect Simulation all around this, but critically, Lillis with a wonderful amount of clearance, and it is very much a case for Marcus Hamilton of tiptoe, tiptoe, tiptoe. They've got no confidence there in Movano.
And it's going to take a couple of laps for those tires to get up to speed. It usually takes about a lap in normal conditions, but yeah, take a look at the conditions once again. We're still down to a 2-degree Fahrenheit difference, 1 degree Celsius difference, with the track temperature still being colder than the air temperature. So that's going to make getting those Michelins up to temp just a little bit harder, as now a couple of LMP2s want to get around Hamilton. Again, that's just
position.
for position. No, it is for position, actually.
Yep, so Effect Simulations and Frank Smits gets the pass on Jordan Air, and there's not much that you can do. You can be the heir to anything you like, but at the moment, it's a case of I'll inherit that place from you. So easy pass, and look at this, around the outside of a GTP, trying to get this sorted. This is some bold driving out there, and Jordan Air can only watch as Frank Smits decides he's going to race Marcus Hamilton.
Bold strategy there for a race, but we see that Smits falls back just a little bit, so Air might have a shot here going into turn number 10, as he's going to look to the inside. We're getting a time penalty as well. We'll talk about that in a bit, but yeah, great battle for 5th place between the 108 and the 199, as now Hamilton gets that car up to speed for just a little bit. Tries to dispatch those 2 LMP2s.
I'm looking at where Nicholas Laubish is compared to Scuderia Volpe, as there goes the lunge down the inside by Frank Smits. And really, Scuderia Volpe have got themselves exactly where they want to be here, which is holding themselves steady with themselves about 10 seconds clear of where they want. So Fiercely Forward Pink will have a lot of work to do in this race to pull themselves back in, as Smits has got what he wants, but now up to speed is Marcus Hamilton. Caution's out! That's the reason why Maxime Knaz is completely broken. Oh my goodness me, Jeremy. Oh my word, this puts an absolute dent in Drago's gap.
It really does, and really the game's afoot. I know in the chat they were talking about, we haven't seen a safety car yet. Here's the replay, and it's going to be an incident all on his own. So Maxime Knaz comes down turn 1, it just hits the paint. That's exactly what you don't want to do. And I don't know if he had a disconnect, because that car just went straight off and into the tire barriers.
I think he had no way of saving that. When you get wet, dry tires, catches water, at that point, you know, you are just there. Let's have a look then at this then from this angle. Maxime Knaz here, you can see on board, he's there 6th gear, 7th gear, trying to get it slowed, and he has a wiggle 7th and realizes 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd. No, nothing I can do. No engine braking's going to save me.
Yep, no, of course it's a downhill into turn 1, so yeah, no, that's a good point as well. From the outside it looked like could be a disconnect, but yeah, from the inside definitely was a chance of trying to save the car, and no dice.
And I tell you who this does really hurt. Impulse Racing by Tam Livery 258. They had a 40-second margin. They were off cycle with everybody else, and suddenly the entire field will now close back up again. That is a huge loss for Impulse Racing.
Massive loss, and now we get to see a fantastic battle for GT3 Pro, and it's going to be interesting to see how long Carroll can stay ahead of Lightning and really the two Williams BMWs, as they're sitting third and fourth right now. Only have 4 cars on the GTP lead lap, but looks like a handful of cars, we'll call it 8 in LMP2, but you go down to GT3, normally we have in the double digits. Jake, we're up to 7 cars on the lead lap in GT3.
We are, and so those 7 cars, Impulse by Tam Livery, Fast Repair, Scuderia Volpe, Fiercely Forward Pink, Grid and Go, the second of the Impulse cars by Voldemar, and then the Racework.com Venari team out there with Björn Anschlag. They are the cars on the lead lap. Fast Repair are out of sequence as well. Albel Salan will need to come down in and make a pit stop, so they are also going to be looking around at it. Pit entrance officially is open now for these drivers, but Drago know that everybody is back in range with them, so this will bring everyone together. And here's a little stat for you: the 4 cars at the front who are on the lead lap in GTP just so happen to all be in the BMW, so that will give you a little bit of something. But at 95 laps to go, this is the sort of time where I would argue for most teams it's the perfect time for a big reset, because it now says, okay, we now know we've only got 1/3 of this race to go.
And you have some fast drivers who are a lap down, so this yellow is beneficial for them as well, because now that gives them a strategy to be able to catch up to the field and decide what they're going to do. We have 95 laps to go, 94 at the line, and it was a long green flag run. So now everybody can kind of sit back, take a breather, and see what happens here. And looking at the LMP2, the creams rise to the top here for this race with a handful of laps to go. And GT3, it's going to be interesting to see who goes where on this pending restart.
Yeah, who goes where and who manages what is going to be a really critical run for the remainder of this race. So we will keep in mind how that goes, and of course we will be keeping an eye out on this safety car period. So they will be looking around and saying, what more can we do to keep ourselves out of the dramas out there? So there will be no ability to serve any of the penalties that are outstanding if you're there. And we've got a whole heap of drivers in. Leitonen in, Dion Fiallo of Maradnas in, Tanguy Beyond into the pits. Rommelfanger will jump into the pits. It is a who's who down the lane, but not everybody has made the call.
Looked like Bo tried to go into the pits at the last second, decided not to. Owen Carroll not falling for that, still sitting in second place, but Leitonen in the pits as well. So a whole bunch of pit traffic. Looks like the prototypes are in with some GT traffic as well. So as many people coming in to try and get some service.
So there is no set length for a safety car procedure, but this is how it will work. The safety car will come out of the pits. They'll collect the leader on track. Any car who is in front of their class leader in the pacing line gets a wave by. This is the first wave by that they get. Pit entry will then be opened by race control, and they will follow the instructions. At the first pass of the open pit entry, any car in front of their class leader is then given a wave around again, so they go through. Then they class split, so GTP will go to GTP. You will have GT3, LMP2 go to LMP2. You'll have GT3 Pro go to GT3 Pro. Then they'll have the end of the lines, and then the restart will go in. So you're not going to be getting the laps back, but you are going to be back around with your classes. It stops the massive gaggle that you get here, these IVRA-style cautions, because this was the first league to really pace and trial this all the way back in the days, back around 2018 or so, where you sit down and you say, this is what the league is, this is how the safety car will happen. We want the classes together, racing together on the restarts.
And that's exactly how it should be, because you don't want, especially if you're up near the front or you're on the lead lap, you still have a chance to battle for position, barring somebody being a lap down in your own class. And look at the glistening of the racetrack. It actually looks spectacular, but I'm starting to see a dry line form around the circuit, so that'll be interesting to see who does what and who goes where, as we mentioned earlier. It'll be interesting to see where the net leaders end up in each class, as Smith's now sitting in second place. This is the highest we've seen him in that Effect Simulations prototype.
Yeah, they've really been running to try and get back up the order. That Effect Simulations team putting it on pole in LMP2. So this has been a long recovery. Muradness, who of course started at the very back. That's sort of a tale in itself there, Jeremy. The fact that third and fourth right now in LMP2 just so happens to be the car that's on pole is fourth, and the car that started at the very back is third.
Yeah, they've gone from the back to the front, back to the back to the front with a disconnection. Mitchell Johnson's back in the car, so hopefully he's gotten his connection all sorted out. In 8th place, the last car on the lead lap in LMP2, so that is absolutely beneficial. That's going to be an interesting story to watch, is he's got a couple of cars that he might be able to quickly dispatch of as the safety car stays out for another lap.
It will have to, and so that's another lap that goes through. But remember as well, because they're running at such slow speeds on a wet track that needs to dry, the tyres are going to turn into absolute icicles then for those in the GTP category. So I'd watch out on this restart to see who is going to be able to keep their temperatures up in what are ice cold conditions. So it's the worst scenario for them to have a safety car at that time. But on top of that, on this third safety car that we have seen here today in this IVRA Endurance Series round, you're also keeping your eyes around on everybody else and what they are all thinking about doing strategy-wise, because I look around and see what GT3 Pro now looks like, and this becomes a case of drivers have changed. So the 258 Impulse car is now in second. You've got the Impulse 257 that's now third, and you are still 100 laps away, or 93 laps away from finishing. So if you're not going to clear the standing water and you're in a safety car period, it's going to be tougher. And you look at our restart and go, I don't really want to be dealing with too much on this restart. There's your leaders, then Scuderia Volpe.
Yeah, no, you don't want to be dealing with too much. And I'm trying to watch the back of the GT3 field, trying to pack up to the rest of the field. So we might get a restart this time by. We'll see where they are around into 10 and 11. But yeah, looking at that GT3 field, it's so stacked with fast cars, fast drivers, and really fresh talent into the cars as well. So it'll be interesting to note how the restart goes. And yeah, these Michelins are going to be absolute rocks once we get going. So drivers are really going to have to take advantage and get those tires warmed up. The track temperature finally higher than the ambient temperature, but only by about a degree Celsius.
Well, here's something interesting. We've only had 7 retirees out of this race officially, and 5 of them out there at the moment have come in the GT3 category. The other 2 have been the GTPs of GTP Project and Simify Esports. We have lost exactly 0 teams out of LMP2, which has been wonderful to see. But it is confirmed, Jeremy, we are going back to green with 92 laps to go in Barcelona.
Oh, this is going to be an absolute fun restart with Bo up at the front and Carroll not too far behind. But watch out for that number 66 of Lightning. Lightning might light it up and try and get 2 for 1 here on this restart, as Kozani ahead of Smits and Llorente for LMP2. Also, you've got Fagnan Polis, the leader in the 229 for GT3, but Steinhoff and Shorter knocking at the door in those Impulse Racing number 258 and 257.
Well, this is now where Nicholas Bowe and Owen Carroll look at each other. Owen Carroll has been given a massive help for team racing. They've got Effect Simulations directly behind them. Map Performance are now up to 3rd, and Dulatra now back in P number 4 will have work to do. We'll also have to clear Tom Mayle of fiercely forward gold. Volpe will have 2 in Impulse Racing cars behind, and Fast Repair Motorsport GT3 have given themselves a really good chance here today. Nicholas Bowe will have control of the field as they work through Europe Car Corner and now look to get themselves set. Watch out for the likes of the LMP2s to get a very good launch. Nicholas Bowe has launched and gone and has got a great jump here on Owen Carroll, but has understeered wide and has slid, and now can't make the clearance before the line. Green flag in the air. Buddelson had to check that run, and at 300ths of a second, they did perfectly. Now here comes the charge over towards turn number 1, side by side between them. Bowe on the outside, Carroll on the inside, and somehow Drago still lead, but here comes the switchback.
A little bit of dancing here through turn 2. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see more of that, but still, Bowe got on the throttle just a little bit too hard. Now he's going to take the lower line headed into turn 4. Carroll dives into the inside, side by side for position around Repsol, and Bowe still has the advantage because he's got that rain line, but who's going to have the rain line coming out of 5? That's going to be Owen Carroll. Carroll looks to the inside once again.
Just about staving off the charge in third. It's Marcus Hamilton. Well, Marcus Hamilton up into fifth. Williams Gaming Club very happy with where they are at the moment. A dramatic start then as they go through effect simulation, still chasing the racing team out there, and Impulse are still 2.7 back off of Scuderia Volpe. They run up through turn 9, heading towards turn 10, and now here at La Caixa, Owen Carroll not close enough to make that move. What a moment. Blushes spared for Nicholas Bowe and Drago.
Absolutely fantastic save by Bowe, but still Carroll knocking at the door of the lead. This is not what Bowe wants. He had that massive lead before the safety car period, and now 0.2 of a second separate Bowe from Carroll. Carroll trying to do all he can to
we got 3 off. Movano Rosso off, and look at him. One of the fiercely forward cars off the road, and Blake Reynolds at Solpec off the road.
Oh, and that's going to be problems for Reynolds as he takes a spin, I should say billion, as he takes a spin coming off of 14. So add insult to injury, gets involved in this incident and ends up spinning off once again. So probably some bigger problems for that Acura, and the fiercely forward with a little bit of an off and just nowhere to go. I'm sure Billion tried to, what happened there with the Solpack?
I think they just lost it on their own. I just think they... So here they go, and Jeremy, I would look at this and say for the number 62, this is all about, can I carry the pace through this corner? And the answer is just no. Grab the inside, and the car just decided I'm not going to turn.
Yeah, it's just the rear tires just had no grip there, and of course you also had that incident behind him, so a couple of things going on there through a Europe car, and just then you see the Acura losing it on its own again. So a little bit of mayhem there, but Frank Smits is now your leader in LMP2 as Kozani has lost a little bit of ground.
Yeah, the 111 now back into second position. Car off then, and that's going to be Harrison Lillis then going off into the gravel there in the back of shot. So he's having troubles trying to get the tyres up into an operating window. So they're getting a lot of dramas then in this opening lap's worth of back to green flag running. But that is key though in the LMP2 battle. Effect simulations now find themselves in critical control, and there's the flash from Mac Performance, who have now started to drop back a little bit. They're third right now. That's Tom Mayle going through. They're trying to get by Josh Kozani then to move on up to second against Team Racing by Hideki Nuring. There's the lunge down the inside, just enough for him given. A light little tap by Llorente, who has to yield.
Now we're at a sports car race, and the bumper car race broke out as Beller moving up to 7th place, but this battle for 2nd place between Kozani and Llorente still tightening up through 4. Llorente takes a dive to the inside. Does he have enough? As Kozani will have the line coming out of there going into turn number 4. Kozani deep on the brakes, tries to shut the door. The foot is in there, but still able to get around.
just about staving off Map Performance. This 129 car is really trying to work hard. Rubens Llorente is looking left, right, up, down, sideways, slantways. You think any other ways he's trying to do it. Now looking for the inside at Kamsa at turn 9. Oh, this is brave. This is brave. And that for Llorente is a little bit of local knowledge there. And Kazani admits it on the light flash there. I'm not going to deal with too much more than that. You've got it in towards Lekaixa.
We'll see how long Llorente stays out, because that rear fairing has a little bit of a gap. Not sure if that was from contact there with Kazani or not, but that's going to slow him down just a little bit the bigger that gap opens. But still, he opens up to a 2/10, almost 3/10 of a second lead coming around turn 14. Meanwhile, Frank Smith, he's gone. He's 1.5 seconds clear of this battle for second place.
Yeah, he has flown the nest, and there has been a change for second in GT3 as the Impulse cars have changed around. So Yannick Steinhoff is now behind Chris Shorter, who has now moved himself up to second then in the 257. So both of those AMG Mercedes trading around. Chris's job now, catch Gautier, Fagnan, Police.
And that's going to be a little, not too hard of a question there, as they're 3.9 seconds there, but still, Anschlag trying to get around Steinhoff, looks to the inside in turn number 1. Gonna get deeper on those brakes. They're gonna be side by side. Oh, what a nice dive there for that. Actually, it's gonna be number 6, the 16th place. I apologize, but nonetheless, it's still gonna be a tight battle there for third place.
It's going to be a really tight battle, and you're seeing it there. One car slow, and that looks like, yeah, that's Fast Repair Motorsport, who now have to fall way down the line into about 10th place. So they found themselves now dropping down a bit, and they were up as high as 5th going into that lap. So their off isn't going to help them. Turn 1, oh, they had a wiggle. They were side by side with one of the cars behind them. I believe that would have been the Simify Esports car trying to unlap itself, and then just the tiniest moment, and then abandoned ship, and they had to jump over the anti-cut curb to avoid the gravel.
Didn't know Aston was getting in 2 airplanes. Thought they were leaving that to Rolls-Royce. Caracallis up to 6th spot right now is Christensen, losing a little bit of ground in that Grid & Go Esports IVRA GT3. That's for 6th in class. You're on board with Rubens Llorente as he tries to chase down the LMP2 leader of Frank Smith's. That's about an 0.8 of a second gap, so still plenty of time, but slower traffic up ahead might help out Llorente to get into that lead. I've got to say, Smith's really climbing up through the ladder today, as he's done quite well to get up and really be patient to get up the LMP2 lead.
Yep, that patience has been required. It's been a tough day at the office for many. Vex Simulations back in control. Christopher Bella into the pits then. It didn't take them long before jumping back in again, so they will get themselves fuel and tyres and get themselves back out and going once more with 88 laps to go. So at least right now, they're staring down 3, maybe 4 stops between now and the end of this race in 8th place as they work themselves up over the crest now into turn number 9. And Smith is going to be the one trying to build a gap. But if Llorente can do something, Map Performance here on home soil, it's going to be a very, very popular win for the locals. And they're not going to get much help for the race lead if Harrison Lillis works his way back through.
Now,
Caution! Another one out there, and it will be a very big hit. It's João Vaz who is off the road and in the guardrails at turn 3.
Well, you know what they say, yellows breed yellows. As we see Delcourt come out of the pits, we'll see where Vaz is, but odd to see another full course yellow here on the circle. We'll get a replay, see what happened to Vaz, but Vaz, his day went from bad to worse, obviously serving that 40-second penalty before the last pit stop, and yeah, just what a shame. But still, now that lead that Smith's had and that Bo had evaporates into nothing again.
So, because it's so quick after the last caution that we've had, I don't think this is going to take very long at all to sort everyone out. So this is the fiercely forward number 8, goes through the opening corner here, works through turn 2, and I wonder if they've had a failure. I just wonder if they've purely had a failure.
That could be it. Something went wrong, because yeah, I mean, as quick as they went off course, oh, he's got a feel for Vaz, having just not a good race. They'll get that BMW out of the way into the pits, and we'll get back to racing shortly. Hopefully this will be a quickie.
So for João Vaz, that is not what the doctor would have ordered there for Fiercely Forward. They know that Christian Hildgo is in one position, they're in another, and I would say that that is not what they were hoping for out of today. Fiercely Forward Black needing the tow back to pits, and João Vaz and Ilkka Harpala's team will now cede in terms of the team ranking over to Christian Hildgo and also to Dylan Scrivens. So the pair then will work with what they've got. Nicholas Bowe, he got himself about a 3-second margin there over Owen Carroll, and that came back. So this might be where it went wrong for the number 8 going into turn number 10. So they'd already careened straight on and just about tapped the barriers there over at Lekaixa, and I wonder whether they decided to work their way around the circuit, realised that, you know, the damage is going to be too much in the position that they're in, and then have only the ability to pull it off to the side of the road. We'll take a look. Running on through here, and look, that's how many are there behind. Another car goes spinning behind it, and then Fiercely Forward, well, they skate on, so they missed the pits, and that's why there were tracks off the road there at the final corner, New Holland. They missed the pits, realised it's too dangerous to keep this car going around on circuit, and then pulled it over to the side of the road to take the tow. So a really bizarre chain of events there for João Vaz, who overcooked it on the pits and brought out that caution. So it's the 4th time that we stopped then in terms of this race, and so now it brings itself steady. Jeremy, we've just seen what happened there to João Vaz, and critically in that, they had the issue over at turn 10, and Fiercely Forward effectively with this miss pit lane and then have to pull it over on the side of the road.
That's such a bad incident for him, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, Fiercely Forward not having a good race there with that incident. We'll see if they can get him back out on the circuit. Looks like Christian Hildgaard will be, sorry, João Vaz still there. I was looking at Fiercely Forward yellow, so we'll see how long it takes him to get back out. Already 3.5 minutes into the pits as we're starting to see drivers make their pit stops as Hamilton and Hildgaard make their stops, but we still see your top 2, top 3, actually top 6 not in the pits.
Yep, so Christian Hildgo is going to be in then for the stop, so that's Fiercely Forward yellow out there, and certainly proving that this is going to be where the number 11 is starting to now try and bring themselves in. They're 1 lap down. Movano Atsura as well, a lap down. So this will put them back on cycle for what they want to do. But ultimately, Drago, Burasud and the 2 Williamses are going to be there together. And that will, of course, be Jere Leitinen and Jesse Hiliaho who will be there and making that progress. Thomas Delcourt will get the wave around then for Fastlane RT. And that will get them the clearance necessary needed here on this IVRA style portion that we run on through. So the LMP2s will make their way around, so that will also be good news for Fiercely Forward Gold, who will get that wave through as well. So they managed to work themselves in front of their category, they get a wave around, and that's what you love off of these restarts. Teams that have lost the time over the course of the race have a chance to get themselves back on the lead lap.
And that's what's awesome about these full course yellows, but it also means more competition in and throughout, because we see the 2 Fastlane RT, Fiercely Forward Gold. They've been added to the lead lap list. Nobody really in GTP, but without wave arounds, unless somebody's in front, you know, that's the only way to get it. And now we see 11 cars on the lead lap, though. Steve McDonald in the 262 Solpac Precision Racing GT3 is into the pit, so we'll see if he can stay on the lead lap. But with the slow lap of the safety car, I think it might be possible they get out soon.
Well, I'd look around. If they have too many more of these heading towards the end of the race, we might actually be a little bit concerned about time. Remember, they've only got 8.5 hours to construct this race in, and as such, 300 laps was always going to be very close on the docket. And with the little bit of rain that we had over the last hour, there will be concerns about how that circuit is going to be doing, whether it's going to allow these drivers the chance. It's a mostly dry circuit now, so they're going to be pushing at pretty much full speed. So I think the high wind conditions have certainly whipped away a lot of the rain that we would have been maybe concerned about. At least though for the next hour or so, it is going to remain dry. So I think we might be dry between now and the end of this race as Stephen McDonald leaves the pits just in front of everyone, and we'll jump back through. But I do think there are going to be issues here. This is Maradnus down in the pits, who are thinking about coming into the pits and making their stop. Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports there to 168. Also following down in and making those stops too. But very weird there by Maradnus, almost the case of, oh, I'm going to serve my penalty, oh wait, I can't, we're under caution.
Exactly, you definitely, so now they're going to have to take an extra pit stop, so that will be interesting to see that as Mitchell Johnson comes out of the pits with a 12-2 stop. And I'm just trying to rack my head here. We might get the 200 laps in, but it's going to be tight if we don't. So actually looking at the time, oh yeah, it's going to be very tight.
We are going to be right on the limit here at 85 laps to go. They are going to have to go all out and hope for no more cautions basically between now and the end of this race. And this is a dyno circuit, so to speak, when we talk about this place here, Jeremy. There's a reason why Formula One comes here for their F1 testing in the winter. This is a track that tests every aspect of a racing car.
It really is, and if you ever watch, this or WEC the races here, I think ELMS also runs here sometimes. It is an absolutely fantastic facility to watch these cars in anger. It's flatter than what you would think, but there are still plenty of elevation changes that test the might and strength of these cars. So one thing I was thinking of, that's what I was thinking of. With the wind whipping, lights on the safety car real quick. If we had the sunshine out, I think that would dry the track out really quick, but unfortunately with the cloud cover, we're not going to be able to dry it out too much.
No, we're not, and this is a wonderful area of Catalan out there at the moment as they work themselves through Montemelo here in Spain. They've got a number of industrial estates around here, but I think what's really cool is actually what's on the exit of turn 3 here, Jeremy, and it's Rocco's Ranch, and there's about 4 or 5 different motocross style circuits which are there on the exit of turn number 3, which give you such a wonderful understanding of what makes Spain so good, because they're not a car country first and foremost, they're a bike country.
Oh yeah, they go crazy for bikes. Now I'm going to correct myself. Looks like the lights are still on the safety car. So yeah, I mean, if you've never, have you been to a motocross race before?
I have not been to a motocross race before, but I have seen just how fun it is.
It is a blast. I'm big on 4 wheels, but when the big Super Motocross Championship that they were on at the end of the year came to, it was actually Chicagoland Speedway, not too far away from me. It was neat to see that facility turn into a motocross track, and I've watched motocross over the years. Obviously, it's a great wintertime spectator sport when you're watching on TV, but to see the jumps that those riders took was absolutely nothing short of breathtaking.
Yeah, and you see that time and again, and there's some wonderful scenes out there, and we are going to get a car actually diving down into the pits here. That's Harrison Lillis of Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, who is going to have to enter the pits and join the end of line out there. So Fiercely Forward gets one, Vesta Sport Black gets one, Movano Rosso, Movano Tsuro, they're all getting end-of-line penalties for it. But again, tyre temp, that's what played a huge factor for Nicholas Bowe. Got it horribly wrong, and there was overlap between him and Owen Carroll, which would have been very concerning to say the least. Tom Mayle into the pits, and also Marius Rommelfanger in. So Nürburgring Esports and Fiercely Forward in LMP2 hit the pits.
It'd be interesting to see how many other cars hit the pits, especially with as long as this full course yellow situation ends up. Safety car's still on track, and looking at our little tracker that we have on our timing screen, which if you are watching on the YouTube stream, you can get to that. Our friend Lorenzo Bonder put a link up at the top to our timing screen. You can see the cars kind of gapped, they're all either in the pits or they are bunched up. So I have a feeling we'll see that safety car dive off here in the next lap or so. But yeah, pit stops are going to be interesting. We see that Bo and Carroll have only taken 6 pit stops to Lightning 7. But it's also interesting, Hamilton, Marchand, as Hilgo also have 8 stops on the day.
Yeah, they got those 8 stops, and they've certainly been showing that, okay, yeah, we've had to make a few more stops, but sometimes they've been out of necessity rather than of time losing variance. And sometimes more stops does work out with the way that these safety cars come out. So sometimes you can take a pit stop just before a window and then decide, look, I'm going to top up a little bit more fuel as I go in. I'm not going to lose too much for doing so. I might as well get my strategy as extended out as late as possible for what I am dealing with. So it does have a lot of benefits, and it does have a few losses out there, but I'm going to keep my eye out on a few teams. And Jeremy, I also want to put you into play. One of each category, a team to keep an eye out on in the final 84 laps of this race.
Well, you know what? You see Drago up front, but I say the Williams Sim Racing Academy team, they've really impressed me on how at some points, they've been faster than the Williams Gaming Club Academy in GTP. You take a look over at LMP2. I would even say the team racing team, they up at the front with Kozani. They're third right now, but once things dry out, I think it's going to be a little interesting to see how they come up. Also, you've got really Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim. Right now, they are your class leaders, and I think they're the easy slam dunk. We've seen how they've been able to hold off traffic throughout this stint, and you know, they've been good in that Mustang.
Well, in terms of the 3, I'm going to say keep an eye out on, as we're just trying to get the end of line sorted before we go back to racing again. I think you're going to be looking at Budosud plus competition as the car to look out for. If Owen Carroll can get a dry circuit, he can certainly fly, and he'll give Nicholas Bowe something to think about. In terms of the LMP2 field, I actually think that this is one where you can't really keep Ariti out of the conversation here in the 108. They're in 4th position. They've got Jordan Eyre currently in the machine, but they did so much work to put Morten Augerson into position and Pedro Valencia, but Jordan Eyre's done most of the work. If they can put Augerson and Valencia back into the car in the final couple of stints, I think they're going to be looking around and saying, we want a challenge for this race win overall. And I think as well, a little bit further down the order overall in your GT3 category at the moment is the 247 gridandgo.com esports team. Now, they sit in 7th place coming to this restart, but critically for Roger Fjellstad Christiansen, this has been a team that struggled throughout the majority of today, but they've given themselves a position to attack with, and I think they can get by Lion. I think they can get by Switcher Amber. I think they can pass Racework. I think they can really make some progress in this race. So we'll see what happens when they come over towards it as they tick on through. But this is where you're trying to keep everything working, and a long wait there for Maradna, sorry, it looks like they're down at the end of the pit lane. So they're going to be unable to really do too much. 4.8 seconds for them. They're down in 11th, so they'll be looking to go through. Lucas Camba Marrero also in the pits. That's one of the Simify esports cars.
And here's the other thing to watch out for. We saw in the last restart the slide that Bo had coming out of turn 14. Will we see more of that? Because the longer this yellow goes on, you know, it's not as damp as it's mostly dry track right now, but still, that exit 14, that thing is going to really make things very tricky for the drivers coming off trying to get a good run, because you can't pass before the yellow, before the green flag, I should say, at the start line. So if I'm Owen Carroll, I know what I saw last restart. I'm going to make sure I'm all the way up on the back of that number 36 BMW to try and goad Bo into another mistake.
So that's going to be in mind. We're going to get green flag racing this time by, and I think that's going to be very important with 83 laps to go, and they'll be down to 82 on this restart. So they'll be hoping that the way that they restart here in this race, they're going to get themselves an all-important line that says, look, I'm going to be at the very best of what I can do. I'm going to be looking to try and pick these places off, and because they're only on 4 cars on the leading lap in GTP, this is going to be a case of which of their cars is going to stand out and be the best that it possibly can do out there between Drago, Budosud, and the 2 Williams cars that have given themselves the platform out there. So this is now the chance that they start thinking about, as we'll expect their car to pull away. The iRacing sedan pace car, it's a safety vehicle, it says so on the front of its banner out there as it looks to get itself set. So now Drago will have that control again. They had a lovely launch were it not for the fact that they had a massive slide going through the final corner of New Holland. That really put pay dirt to what they were trying to do on the restart last time. With 82 laps to go, the question will be asked, can they do that again? Effect Simulations have map performance and team racing to think about directly behind them, and Volpe still have the two impulses behind them, looking to try and assert their authority in terms of this race. So keep your eyes peeled, because this could be a moment where you sit back and say this restart could mean the world. Drago Racing, who have had control for the last couple of hours, Burosud, who have been giving them everything and what for. The two Williams cars happy to sit in third and fourth at the moment, but want to make something happen. A long hold for Nicholas Bowe, looking for this restart. Might try and push halfway through the final corner. He's actually going to elect to wait on the exit of the final corner, completely mitigate disaster. A good launch away. Green flag back running, 82 to go here in Barcelona.
And you see the tires already warming up. There's your GT3 restart as Carroll closing in as the prototypes all side by side. We see Hilahejo trying to hold off the rest of the prototype field as they work their way through 2 and 3, but still GT's looking pretty good so far as well.
Yeah, GT's having a nice clean start of things, and Effect Simulations a very good run off the front. Ruben Llorente goes a little bit wide, and the team racing car under pressure from Ariti as Jordan Ayer pushes down the inside and moves himself to third in the back of shot.
Yeah, Kazani falling down one because of that as he tries to close.
Oh, he's gone!
Kazani gets it back. Oh,
Kazani's turned around and is in the gravel. Is going to have to wait for everybody to pass by before going again. Was fighting hard there with the likes of Jordan Ayer for Ariti. I don't think there was contact. I think he just lost it.
And there goes the announcers.
And they chase for the lead.
Carroll in the lead there. Let's see this replay. And it looks like, yeah, the back end just steps out, gets a little wiggle, and into the gravel he goes. Tries to save it, but unfortunately the kitty litter is where he needs to be. But Owen Carroll now in the lead as Drago Racing's hours-long lead is lost on the restart lap.
I wonder whether they've gone off at all there, have Drago, because wide goes Carroll, and now here comes the chance back down the inside of New Holland. They go, they're going to be door to door off the exit. On they go, look at them trading paint along the front stretch. Nicholas Bowe trying to pinch Owen Carroll to the outside. No room between them as they head themselves down to Elf Corner at turn number 1. Carroll's got to wait for Bowe through the middle here. Now at turn 2 is they're going to be argy-bargy inside line back again for Drago. What a lap we've just had between them, and still Owen Carroll won't give this up. It's another long right-hander. You're on the wrong side of the road for. Look at the way he hits the brakes. They want the same piece of real estate as they work themselves through turn 4. Oh, Nicky Bowe holds himself the race lead. Owen Carroll trying to come back at 5, won't get there.
I'll tell you what, if Carroll was just saving the equipment for a time like this. Had the lead momentarily, but Bowe able to make it hay while the getting's good. 0.3 of a second separate, not too far behind is Lightning as well. So Lightning wants a part of this battle. So the field working their way around turn number 9. Oh, a little wiggle there out of Carroll. That's going to help out Lightning.
It will. It'll also help out the Drago Racing team, and Nicholas Bowe try and escape. Half a second the margin that they've got, and they look to battle for LMP2 lead here as Matt Performance go to the outside looking for the move. On Effect Simulations, they keep the nose in. They'll have a chance at Bank Sabadell to throw it back down the inside, and they have to leave the door open there, prizing away through. Matt will have the inside for the next 2 corners. Ruben Llorente then through Europe car tries to push him out of line, and it's going to get very busy behind them with Jordan Ayer, with Alexandre Dulatra there. 2, 1, 2, 3 and 4 are LMP2. Chuck a blanket on them. Look at them all the way to the pit wall.
Oh, Oh, a little spray there down the front stretch as Smits tries to go deep on the inside of Llorente through turn number 1. Llorente has the nose out front, but he's going to try and hold a station through turn 2 as Llorente has the advantage. Air now to third place as Delatraz and Delacourt fall back to 4th and 5th. And now the battle is afoot for 1st and 3rd in LMP2. Here comes Air, looks to the inside, not going to make anything happen.
Will he be heir apparent as he tries to go and get that place? He looks at Frank Schmitz, he looks at Rubens Llorente, who now leads. Ilka Harpala is back in for another pit stop out there at this moment, so they've managed to try and get something sorted. In as well is Solpeck, Stephen McDonald in, then making that stop in the 262.
This battle for LMP2 has been great stuff. I think it's been the class of the field so far, but Llorente opens up a half-second gap as now Smits, Air, and Delatraz try and battle for position. Several car length gap between Llorente and Smits around turn number 10, now through 11. And really, that damaged car actually looks pretty good so far. But the effect simulations 199 now has to hold off of hard-charging Jordan Air.
Yep, so Ariti, who lost the lead with one of their team cars out there, looking to battle it back. Then with the 180 losing it, it's up to the 108 now to try and move themselves back into position. The lead overall now up over a second. Now as Drago Racing look to flex their muscles, but effect simulations now looking around. Delatraz, the reigning champions, over towards the inside. They had a little feign into the corner. Air takes a little bit more of a narrow line through turn 1. Will need to be aggressive off of 3 with Delcourt, with Tom Mayle also looking to try and stay close. This is going to be a very important run for them. Smits cannot afford to lose that ground here to the likes then of Rubens Llorente, who's there at 0.8 of a second, just ticking over a second.
Well, this battle for position might be for naught as we see that Thomas Delacourt is going to have a stop and go for a pit lane infringement next time he has to come in. So he will lose that battle for 5th place as Smits and Air trying to hold off Delatraz to stay in 2nd and 3rd.
Grid and Go, currently 5th, fiercely forward, yellow 6th overall. Movano at Tsuro back to 7th, but for the moment it's 2nd, 3rd and 4th in LMP2, where all the focus lies right now as they run through Lekaixa at turn 10, looking to crest the rise up over the top of turn number 11. And Frank Schmitz here is just about holding that position stationary. And with Delcourt there, with Tom Mayle there, with Marius Rommelfanger, they're all queuing up, trying to work out where they're going to get through, where they're going to find these passes. But it's about effect simulations. Frank Schmitz gets a good run out to the final corner, and everyone picks up toe from everyone else and can't get the run necessary.
Yeah, that's just the conga line effect that you have here. You see back there also Delacourt and Male in position for 5th, but again, Delacourt having to serve that penalty in just a little bit. One car that I'm looking at, Kozani, staying on the lead lap, and it's just going to take one yellow for him to catch up to the field. Once they do, it's going to be absolutely interesting. But man, Llorente, 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the LMP2 field. He's really making hay while the getting's good, as the rest of the field trying to battle each other for see where they're going to be on the podium. Delatraz looks to the inside.
Delatraz trying what he can. Jordan Air finds out that he's stuck in Schrodinger's overtake. I must attack and defend at the same time. Light flash by Delatraz now, trying to use all that wealth of experience of being champions to try and work out where I'm going to go, where am I going to take these places, how am I going to manage it. And Delatraz now sitting down and working out where can I work this move. And there's a little feint to the inside by Jordan Air, trying to work to see if there are any chinks in the proverbial armor that is there. This is a chess game right now. You're trying to figure out where's the mistake.
You got plenty of time to think about it. 77 laps to go, or just about 2 hours to get. We may not get the full 70. We may get the full 300 laps in, but regardless, this is going to be a battle to the end to see where drivers can finish. Because here's the thing: this pace that Llorente has, he may not be able to keep it the whole race long unless they have found something in that map performance SRP 129 that the rest of the field has not.
I'd keep an eye as well on 3rd, 4th and 5th in GT3. That's also getting close and chipper right now between Yannick Steinhoff, between Bjorn Anschlag and Dominic Pusch. So they're going to be looking around and saying, right, 3rd, 4th and 5th in GT3, that's where I'm going to be wanting to pick that run up. But look at it, it's 3 different cars. It's Mustang versus Ferrari versus Mercedes.
And that's what makes sports car racing so fantastic. You think on paper they wouldn't be able to make it happen, but oh man, that lunge to the inside that the 273 has doesn't stick. So Pusch decides not to push it too much harder and stays in 5th place, I should say. But still plenty of places where that Mustang is just oh so quick. I would be surprised to see a move in turn 10 out of the 273. But yeah, on paper they wouldn't be the same car. But still, that's all about sports car racing. It makes it competitive.
And it is competitive between these drivers. They know what they've got in front of them, which is Chris Shorter in 2nd position, who's about 2 seconds off the back now of Scuderia Volpe at this point in time. So they've got to really work hard and know that this is the hours of the race where, you know, you're starting to hit for many of these teams that play Central European time. You're looking around, heading towards midnight at this point here, Jeremy. So this is what we call the witching hour for them.
Yeah, and the fact that this race is ending in Central European time so late, it's going to be interesting to see how that last stanza of the race really works out, because you might have some drivers that are absolutely tired. And looking at some of the nationalities, there are a handful of North American drivers, so and some of them are up near the front. Here's the battle for 2nd place as Smits once again in LMP2 holding off Air and Delatraz, though Delatraz is getting just a little bit closer.
Delatraz wants this, and Jordan Air is going to sit himself in the middle, and behind there's a move for Delcourt as Tom Mayle, now the Brit, tries to work his way through. They'll fight over at turn 7 in the back of shot, a look to the inside. Oh, there's a tag, and into the gravel will go Thomas Delcourt. Fastlane will drop 2 places.
That's not what you want to see. Of course, Delcourt still has to serve that stop and go, so already gone from insult to injury for Fastlane RT. Now has to hold off Mitchell Johnson a lap down, but still, let's see the replay here, as it looks like it was maybe a little bit of a tap there, but still offline through turn number 7 and into 8. Yep, that's going to be a tap, so we might see a penalty come down here.
And that's the last thing that Fiercely Forward Gold would be looking for now. They've worked so hard into getting to this position. The 113 team, Tom Mayle, Mohamed Yanko, they've been doing what they can, but they know how critical it is that they stay with the teams and the cars in front. Almost 6 seconds now, the gap for Rubens Llorente in the 129. They've got a massive margin right now for category lead, and they are loving it at this moment. Nothing that can be done by Frank Smits, doing 35s when Llorente is in the 33.9s out there. That's a 1.5 seconds a lap.
That is absolutely unattainable to try and keep up with. So, you know, here's the thing. If I'm Smits, Air, and Delatraz, I'm definitely trying to keep up and run my own race, because something could happen to Llorente. They're probably hoping for yellow if they want that LMP2 lead once again. But still, no surprise here that these 3 have found each other. They've been apart and together for most of the race. As go through the kink over there, turn number 9. It looks like that's where Smits is at the strongest. The braking zones are where he suffers, because you see how close Air and Delatraz close up around turn number 10.
So they look at this and say, right, I want to try and pull this one back into play. I want to try and make sure this race works. I am noticing that Nix Esports are down in the pits at the moment, and I don't think they're having much love at the moment, because they're on a 180-second penalty right now for what is a safety car procedure infringement. So they are having to serve what is effectively a 3-minute penalty as Frank Smits dives down into the lane. This will be service.
And Smits comes up on the jacks. Does he go? Yes, he's going to come out of the car. We'll see who goes in that number 199, as Smits doing the best that he can. It's going to be
through.
Delatra, yeah, through, and in the effect simulations 199 is going to be Benjamin Frigero. So Frigero is going to be in there. That's another quick shoe in there, but Delatrath, no surprise that he's gotten around Air for second place. We'll see if Air can attack back.
Well, Jordan there had second place for all of half a straight. And then as he made that work, that was great work by Alexandre Dulatra, moving him up into P number 2 and saying, look, happy days for me. I'll start thinking about how I want this to go. Elias Riker in the pits, and Frigerio's time, a 40.7. He qualified the effect simulation car on pole, so we know how quick he can be out there on track, and so he's got to now work right now to make sure this all plays out the way it has needed to. Jere Lehtinen is keeping himself pretty chipper close to the car of Owen Carroll out there at this moment, and Carroll knows that he's got a little bit to think about late on in this race as well, with 73 laps to go. Staying close, but Dulatra pulling that gap.
Yeah, Delatra just trying to catch up to that GT traffic, and now he's going to and use that as a pick. But yeah, Delatrath, I think that car's finally come to life here in the later part of this race, so no surprise there. Delatrath running about a 34.9 to Air's 35.7. Here's Steinhoff and Anschlag, the battle for GT3. That's to see who's going to step on the podium professionally between Impulse Racing and Racework.com by Veneri Racing.
Well, I'd look in front of them, that's second place, and Chris Shorter. So I would say that they've got a gap that is needed for them at the moment. They are trying to pull that margin. In fact, Chris Shorter will look around. He's got Martin Schmidt as the only form then around with them of defense. Anschlag, push. Fjellstad Christiansen trying to stay with this as well. Nicholas Bowe is trying to work his way through the traffic. So now lap traffic will really start to affect out what's going on here with GT3 Pro as the GTPs will work their way through.
Slicing and dicing. That's your race leader right behind you, Nicholas Bowe, trying to work his way through GT traffic. Oh, heavy on the brakes, and he had to avoid that Ferrari there. Almost ended up in the back part of it as Bowe has that huge lead over Carroll. 3.1 seconds off the restart. We're what, 5 laps after the restart?
Yeah, I'd say that's good work, and Burosud, I don't think, have very much to work with. They are very much looking behind Jere Lehtinen, who is trying to work himself up to get the Williams Gaming Club to second place. Nicholas Bowe just trying to dice his way through the traffic and say, look, this is what I'm capable of doing. And Burosud here with Owen Carroll, who is no slouch. Owen Carroll, he can go out there and challenge. He is an IMSA esports champion with Casey Kerwin, so his talent level pretty much precedes himself. But today he is looking like he is second best to what Drago have been able to put on the table.
Yeah, Drago, as of late, Drago's really turned up the wick, so it's no surprise to see them up at the front, but to be dominating this much, this is a whole new level of competition for them to do so well. And they've really answered any of the attacks that they've had. Lost a little bit to Carroll, but nonetheless able to get out front and stay out front. As watching more battles throughout, watching the GTP traffic making their way around. That is Jere Lehtinen in the 66 Williams Gaming Club BMW. Williams also doing quite well, but unfortunately they haven't had the answer for Drago. Nobody really has so far.
No, Drago Racing have driven a very good race as Jesse Hiliaho hits the pit lane from 4th position. So that will force their strategy hand out with 71 laps to go in terms of this race. So they'll still have a few pit stops to go. And in time, they've got to do those 71 laps in just under 2 hours then in this one. So they're going to have to be flying about. And I would be looking at 1.5 minute lap times. I think we're on time rather than on laps at this point. So this is going to be very close to the end of the race, but fiercely forward. Now looking behind them because Auto Moves have been making good progress on this. They got the New Zealander in the car, Lee Zeltvanger, who is trying to work himself then up the order. Tom Mayer will be under pressure, and out of the pits comes Maldadinsa, then the Albanian, back out onto circuit.
Yeah, hit after hit after hit for Williams Sim Racing Academy. Of course, no surprise there that Dedinsa is going to be an absolutely stellar driver. Let's see if he can keep up to Lightning. He's 52 seconds in arrears with that pit stop, but still watching this battle for fourth place heat up. Male and Zeltwanger right now battling each other fiercely. Forward Gold ahead of the Autumn Moves Racing Team LMP2. Still got that battle up ahead, though, between Deltrath and Archery Esports, but Deltrath opens up a 2-second lead, so that's kind of simmered down just a little bit.
It has, so Delatra now stem the bleeding and try and work to get back those 6 seconds they ceded over to Map Performance out there. Impulse by Volda are then currently at 3 seconds back of Scuderia Volpe at the moment. Burasud at 5.7 off the back of Drago, as the force is still needed to be found. Cade Middleton hits the pit lane, and so too does the leaders. So LMP2 leaders, Map Performance, they're in.
All right, we'll see what Llorente can do. They get the Michelins off. So far, the car's staying lit, so Llorente will get another stint in that 129. It'll be a full service without a driver change. That's given the lead to Delatrath, as he will have to come in for his pit stop at some point as well. Jordan Air, Tom Male make off your top three, and the car's down. So now the energy replenishment, I should say the fuel replenishment, because there's no real energy packs here in the LMP2, will be underway. So 30 seconds right now is the pit stop, but so far so good for Map Performance, as they're just about ready to get finished. It's usually a 42 second pit stop. Let's see what happens. 41.5 is the time.
Yep, so they will leave the pits in 7th place, and they will now try and work with fresh tyres out there on their own, and Fisty Forward trying to dive through some of the lap traffic there. So Tom Mayle will be looking around. That was Roberto Rebecchi there of Vesta Sport Black that they needed the clearance from. They've also got the likes there of Orbit Drop Bear Mars behind them, who are trying to work back through the order. They're 14 laps adrift at the moment. In comes Owen Carroll.
So Owen Carroll now will come in for the pit stop. We'll see if Carroll will get out of the car as the BS competition. So. Yeah, I think so.
They're going to stay with Owen Carroll just because of the numbers that they've had to deal with over the course of this race. It's one of those things where they're looking at the cap, and they are going to be close. You're only allowed a maximum of 4.5 hours per driver.
Yeah, and Phil Dinez, I think, will probably be in to be the closer, so you'll have that fresh closer in the number 89, as Lightning now sits in second place. So Carroll, really though, here's the thing. Carroll has done magnificent on these restarts, keeping Bo honest, and Bo just outright paces because Zaney is into the pits.
Well, the Academy car now is going to be a close fight for Owen Carroll, and Yannick Steinhoff here, who is in third position, as Kazani, yes, does make the pit stop then for Team Racing. But Yannick Steinhoff here is that third place driver overall, and it is RaceSpotTV by Venari who are now bringing themselves into play. Bjorn Anschlag, they have run practically mid-pack all race as RaceSpot, and they've now built themselves a very nice platform to go and attack this late stage of the race. It's been a case of Chris Shorter who's been able to walk away and keep the gap to Gauthier Fernand-Police at under 3 seconds. But now it's Steinhoff who's having to play defense here to everybody else in the group.
And you got some fast drivers in here like Mishka and Leitner later on in the race, and we saw how good that Shorter did. And this is the absolutely fantastic race for Impulse Racing so far. And we've got a battle for position here in GTP, as the Dinka gets around Carroll coming off the pit. So great pass there into 10.
Cold tyres then for Owen Carroll, really hurting as he comes out the pits. Malda Dinsa has got himself a wonderful run, and so he, with those tyres up to temperature, has got the launch, and Owen Carroll will need to find that pace again to pull himself back into line. They're now fourth at the moment, knowing that there is still the Williams Gaming Club to make their stop with Jere Leitinen, and still Nicholas Bowe on the horizon will need a pit stop too for Drago.
So we'll see when Bo comes into the pits, but one has to wonder if he's trying to gauge that gap between he and Didinka out there, trying to get that delta just right. Last time they were in the pits, it was a 1 minute delta for 41.2 second stop. And right now, thankfully I'm not seeing any penalties. The most recent one is from Loic Marchand. He'll have to serve a 5-second time penalty for minor incident responsibility. But that's about it. I've got to say this, race control has been busy for this first race of the year. And one thing that they've really exercised, because you get a chance to take a look at the chat, a lot of drivers are sitting there, like, oh, this is happening, this is happening. They made a good point. This is the first race that a lot of these drivers are racing together. So get out there and learn how everybody races, because it ain't going to get any easier the rest of the season.
And on top of that, you have to give race control some credit on being on top of it. It's a 7-person crew that they've got in race control right now. Jochen Meyer, Richard Bell, Ryan Huff, Anthony Hilton, Casper de Court, Dominic Engel and Tom Stanley. They have done a brilliant job here with race control today.
No, they really have. When you mix multiple cars, multiple speeds at the same time, you're always going to have some sort of mayhem. So really, from the top down, whatever series you race at, you really got to give race control some patience. They have to do the best job that they can. They've got a lot going on inside.
Lion GP hit the lane. George Karakoulis is in behind the wheel at the moment. They are getting their stationary time sorted as in comes Nicholas Bowe from the race lead to make that pit stop. It will now put Jere Lehtinen in control for the first time. The Williams Gaming Club have themselves the race lead. Bowe making that stop, goes up on the jacks at garage 45. Down there, it shows you how long this pit lane is, and they will get themselves tyres, they will get themselves fuel, and they will look to come out in an ideal world about 10 seconds ahead of the Williams Sim Racing Academy.
Yeah, and they still got Kapanen and Spets in the reserves, so one has to wonder if Bo's going to finish out the race or if they're going to go to one of those two drivers at the end as they get the energy replenishment that BMW so needs. Let's see where he comes out ahead of Didinka, as Lehtinen in the Williams Gaming Club number 66 is your leader, and 41.8 or 42.3 I should say is the pit stop time. So now we see where he comes out. He's going to come out well ahead of Didinka.
And Mal Dedinsa is only going to come out as a final corner now, so it's a whole straight, and it's going to be close on the exit there with the 6th place running car there, Fast Repair Motorsport, that Aston Martin, and pulling around the outside of them now is going to be the likes then of Lee Zeltwanger, who will try and get that clearance sorted in the LMP2, fighting with it in through turn 4 at Repsol, and so much more grip is able to hold that place and gain it sorted. Bowe with a little wiggle. They're going through turn 5 and dropping down the hill, and Abel Salan then is going to be in a tough position soon, because there will be drivers here, there and everywhere. And I've just seen a look of Yannick Steinhoff, I believe, has just come out of the pit. So I believe the Impulse 258 car has stopped.
Well, while we have pit stops going on, Jake, we actually have a question out of the YouTube chat. Zen Plays asking, what's the pit offset in front of GT3s currently? Remember, GT3s, they can last an hour.
They can, so it's going to be about who manages what. And I look at Scuderia Volpe, and the last time they came into the pit, they look like they haven't pitted in a fairly long time. I would argue maybe lap 193 was when they were looking at their last pit stop. You then look a little bit further back in terms of the category and say, well, what's the nearest rival with Chris Shorter? I think he was a bit off cycle anyway. So this is going to be a case of you'll find out where that cycle is as and when they come into the pits. But Chris Shorter will not be allowed in that car much longer. He will have to finish off this stint and give it over to Jakob Viderka.
Yeah, he really will. 31 laps to 28 laps that Faganapolis has over Shorter. So we'll see if the overcut still happens with Volte by P1.
Oh, hello. Thomas Delcourt gives a little bit of a wiggle room there and that will allow Switch It Amber to jump up into third overall. Dominic Push takes advantage of Bjorn Anschlag being pushed aside.
Yeah, that is an absolute fantastic pass as this battle for third and GT3 Pro heats up just a little bit as Prototype Traffic, you wouldn't rarely say this, but Prototype Traffic really getting in the way of the tightness of this.
Well, on top of this, there's a quiet name on the back of these drivers that needs focus on as far as this race goes, and it's Nicholas Laubisch.
That's a name you haven't heard so much, as we'll see if Laubisch can keep up to this battle, as look at just absolutely tight so far for GT3, but we've seen that as well most of the race.
We have Laubisch, of course, who is leading for a while with that motorsport, with that wonderful 54 pink car, looking at every which way to try and recraft and reclaim what is some brilliant racing as Abel Salan's in the pits. We just had 4 wide on the main straight as Rommelfanger and Johnson are together and fighting for position, and Owen Carroll had to burst by them all. So we've got a lot of great racing that is still going on, still needing to be uncorked at this moment. Drago with 7 seconds over the Williams Academy at this point in time. And now, as we take a look, there is Nicholas Bowe trying to work himself through at this stage, knowing that he's got to try and just dance the very delicate dance of lap traffic past the Auto Moves LMP2 of Zeltwanger there to go through the Kiwi. So managing that, Jordan Eyre will be the next car in front to try and navigate through as far as traffic goes.
Well, just got word from race control that on top of the stop and go that Thomas Delcourt has to take, they now have a 20-second time penalty for moderate incident responsibility. So again, it goes from bad to worse to awful for the 133.
Fastlane RT are going to be parked in the slow lane here, and they're going to be parked there for a very long time, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's not looking good. And of course, sitting in fourth, it kind of, it's like shooting yourself in the foot there. You have such a fast car, but you're just not having you're having so many bad penalties, and it's almost self-inflicted.
Zeltwanger hits the pits for Auto Move, side by side contact for Laubisch on the outside through the final corner. What can Racewerk do? There's not much that Anschlag can do to defend that. Nicholas Laubisch around the outside of the last 2 corners to take the place away. They're up to fourth now, officially forward.
That's a great pass, and now we'll see if Anschlag can keep up with Mies, as Mies just trying to show him what he can do in that 212. Remember, he was our earlier race leader in GT3, and he's knocking at the door once again, about 2.3 seconds behind Push. Of course, the GTP Traffic working their way around fiercely forward yellow, coming around the inside of these 2 GT3 cars, and not too far away either. I believe that is the Grid and Go 247 of Christensen.
Yeah, so that is Laubisch behind the wheel. Rodrigo Mies, of course, his teammate. So for the moment, it is Laubisch who's making those moves. Wiggle there through 5 on the exit. And Grid and Go there with Roger Fjellstrand Christiansen is going to want to try and jump up, is going to want to try and gain the time, the positions, the moves to show that they are still very much in this race as much as anyone else is at this point, knowing that the sun is starting to come out at an in-sim time heading towards 5 o'clock in the afternoon on an October 18th day, which means we are going to be seeing soon that the sun will soon be setting. In comes Delatrat and Eyre for LMP2, so they've hit the limit of their fuel with 62 laps to go.
And big problems for the fiercely forward Aston. They will have to serve a 25-second time penalty for track limits. So Laubisch, as good as that was, not going to be good for fiercely forward's chances of possibly coming up to the front.
Didn't paint it between the lines, and the troubles found themselves there. Delcourt now your leaders. Tom Mayle in second position, and a long little wait then for Delatrat to get going, wanting to get that clearance. Petter Zuber in as well from 5th for Grid and Go.
So Delatrat sitting there waiting for the car to end 1.6 seconds is the time. Let's see what Zuba can do from 6th place as Valencia comes out 37.8. So a quicker pit stop out of the 108 as well.
Yep, so a quicker stop. They're able to close down a bit more margin, but Dullatra Automotive are going to come out in 4th place at this moment. So they are 3rd place, sorry. So they're going to have work to do, and that makes me wonder where Matt Performance is by comparison, and the answer is directly behind. So they've managed to pull back a 6-second gap. Rubens Llorente hasn't been able to keep the same speed, and they're going to be together on circuit. This is the battle for the lead in LMP2 between Fastlane, who've got a mile of penalties, and Fiercely Forward as they work themselves through. Into line will go fiercely forward as they run through, but they're side by side for 3rd, which is net race lead battle, and Rubens Llorente moves on by Alexandre Dullatra.
Well, no surprise there. Llorente had the 8-lap hotter tires, and Delatrath just coming out of the pits. That was always going to be a happen, but how much longer will it take for Delatrath to catch up to Llorente? By the way, we're seeing from timing and scoring that they are calling the track mostly dry. It's not precipitation. I thought, oh, we're dry, but no, it's going to be mostly dry. But with the sun out, this may help the track get into a dry status.
Dominic Push is in from 3rd in GT3, so he'll be one of the first in with 60 laps to go in this race. So I would put it that they are looking around and saying, right, this is what we can do. That Mustang will probably have one more stop between now and the end of this race. It's just about how they unlock it. So they are very much in one stop left after this one to go. It's going to be close because they've got an hour and 40 minutes worth of racing left on the clock here, and they've got 60 laps to complete.
It's going to be a race to the finish. The race is on. Here comes Pride in the backstretch, but this is also the battle for 4th place in GT3 as we see the Fiercely Forward Pink 212, which also has that pit stop to take. That was interesting. As Christensen, nice little battle there for 3rd. Well, that's actually out of position battle is Impulse. Well, that's correct. Impulse trying to hold off Switch It Racing.
Well, they just come out of the pits as the likes there of Switch It Amber. So as that goes, that was the position, and Yannick Steinhoff has been able to hold off Dominic Push there and has the tyres and temperature to go and try and pull away now. So that was critical for Impulse. They needed that, and they got it.
So we'll see how much longer that lasts right now, as it's a 5-lap advantage that Steinhoff has to push out on the pits. Still got the top 5 who need to come into the pits, but this battle for LMP1 heats up again with Delacourt and Male. It may be inconsequential with all the penalties that Delacourt has racked up that he's got coming into an answer to here in just a little bit.
Tom Mayle there in 2nd. You see Delcourt then leading this field outright and trying to say there is more to this than meets the eye. I would look around and say, what more can you do? We have seen as well the likes of Anschlag jump into the pit. So that's race work by Venari Racing that they have jumped in and looked to make their stop on 59 laps to go in this race. So they are setting up then for the end of this one and saying this is what we can do. Axel Kerr is going to be behind the wheel of that 266 now, and will have to take great care in terms of where he goes. 31.3 seconds in the stop, and he's going to come out behind Yannick Steinhoff, but critically ahead of Dominic Push, who is under pressure from one of the Solpec cars that has just dived on through it. So that's a lap down Solpec car, but Fastlane and Fiercely Forward happy with where they are at the front of the field. They're extending that stint longer than what many people have thought, and the Williams Gaming Club, I think, are very off cycle compared to some of the drivers that and teams they're up against. If Jerry Layton is this far off cycle, this could play a benefit for the Williams Gaming Club.
It really can. Yeah, 36 laps on the stint. We'll see. I would say in the next couple laps, we'll see that Williams Gaming Club BMW come into the pits. So that's interesting right there. And yeah, Delcourt's going to have to come in and answer the pits shortly. Spezio in from 11th in that number 42 North Sim Racing Red. Haven't mentioned much about them, but they're on the stop.
They are, and they're looking to make that stop and get themselves comfortably away. That's tight. Coming up the hill, Tom Mayer with a really good chance. Thomas Delcourt couldn't get the clearance needed there with the Fast Repair Motorsport Aston Martin. Then as they work by, and now they're going to have to give themselves room, and the flashing of the lights there comes through by one of the leading cars out there in GTP. Going through, that was Ilka Harpala, who wasn't too pleased about that for Fiercely Forward Black, about 5 laps down overall, and would love to get through the pair of them, but knows that it is, of course, a Fiercely Forward teammate there in a different class, and there they go. Into the pits will come now the likes of RT, and so they will make that pit stop. So Fastlane RT, and watch how long they're going to have to sit here.
Yeah. At least a 25-second penalty. And again, if they wouldn't have had that aggressiveness, they would have gone stop and go. That's all they needed to do. But now they're wasting time just after that penalty. Was the not respect? No, that wasn't it. That was the moderate incident responsibility. Not sure what that was. But yeah, that 25 seconds is absolutely excruciating, because now they're going to lose time to Llorente, Valencia, Effect Simulations, 199. They're going to be behind even Delatraz.
Yeah, they're going to lose all that time, and all that effort that they've put in together has put them back. Benjamin Frigerio then jumping up, and so I would say it's now Matt Performance, Ariti effectively net second at this moment with Pedro Valencia, and then Frigerio trying to run away from Delatraz third and fourth. Now they can hit their box and get their service sorted with the stop and go that they've had. They've served almost 40 seconds worth of penalty there as they get themselves set up. So there is still a long, long way to go as far as this race is needed, but they've given themselves not much time to gather back any places that they wanted.
No, they really haven't. Of course, now that puts them as last car on the LMP2 lead lap. It's going to take a miracle to get back up there, maybe another full course yellow. But yeah, eight, man, going from second to eighth, that's got to be a tough, lead to eighth, I should say. That's a tough pill to swallow. Looks like our battle for third is heating up right now between the 77 and the 89.
Well, Owen Carroll needs this pass, and he needs it like it was yesterday, because he's dropped 14 seconds back to Drago and can't get the move done then. And this is brilliant for what the Williams Gaming Club want. Middle of the road it is from Maldadinsa. So the Academy car, because it's up there in fourth, it can make life impossibly difficult for Owen Carroll to get that pass. If he can't get by, then Jere Lehtinen is going to be elated.
Now that's going to be great for Lehtinen as tries to move up through the field. But yeah, this battle for third in GTP looking really, really dicey, as you have the Williams Sim Racing Academy of Dodinka looking nice and racy here. But that 77's been fast up front for most of the race. And speaking of Williams, if you have a chance to watch a U.S. Grand Prix this weekend, those cars remind me of growing up watching Juan Pablo Montoya and Ralf Schumacher. It's an absolutely fantastic livery that the Williams team has had for this weekend.
It's a beautiful livery, and Williams know how to do them, especially here in the sim. Nicolo Fioroni in the pit lane at the moment, just exits out, but at least right now, gap is enough for Williams Academy to hold their steady station, and it looks like for the Williams Gaming Club as well, there's not going to be much love on the exit there with Tate and Restek and Fioroni there as they run on through. So to the inside you go if you're Owen Carroll. That will get the clearance sorted, and in comes Jere Lehtinen then. 55 laps to go to make the pit stop, and so that will set themselves up for what they need to do next.
Let's see what if the delta is big enough for Lehtinen to stay up front, or if Bo can close the gap and get back up to that lead. It's going to be a 10-lap difference. So let's see if the Williams Gaming Club has the right things to stay up at the front and maybe have an alternate pit strategy that could get them the win. Drago Racing has been nothing but fast up at the front all race long, as we see the Williams Sim Racing Academy slicing and dicing into turn 10 and growing that lead to about a half to 6/10 of a second.
Yeah, so they are now trying to stamp a bit of authority. 37.4, the stop for Jere Lehtinen. And where are they going to come out in comparison to Nicholas Bowe? And the answer is ahead, ahead of all things. They're ahead. Williams Gaming Club lead.
We'll see how long that gap lasts. It's 2.3 seconds now as Lehtinen holds off Bowe for the time being. It's going to be a couple of corners until the 36 catches up. Will the tires come up to temp enough? I'm not 100% sure because Bowe's reeling him in at record pace.
Already down to 0.6 of a second. This is going to be a case of standing still for Jere Lehtinen, but the key here is that they've got the margin. Slow it down, and now attack off the exit. Lehtinen on cold tyres is Bambi at the moment, watching a case of a thoroughbred walking by. Nicholas Bowe back to the race lead, but knows who their rivals are.
And that is going to be interesting with the 10-lap pressure tires. If Lehtinen can stay close within, or can Lehtinen use the GT traffic to his advantage? I've got to say, Bowe has been absolutely fantastic, slicing and dicing around the slower traffic. He gets around Christensen in the 247 Grid and Go Mustang. Now sets his sights on other lap traffic. 1.5 seconds separates Lehtinen from Bowe, but again, that 66 doesn't have tires up to temp just yet.
Tom Mayle now hits the lane from the race lead, and so a 41.7 second stop. They're going to fall behind the likes then of Map Performance. Ariti are going to be okay. Effect Simulations, I think, are just going to get through along with Dullatra, and they are going to come out of the pits then behind them. So that puts Fiercely Forward 5th in LMP2 for the moment. We have had as well a change in GT3 Pro because we've had Scuderia Volpe into the pits then with 54 laps to go, and that is gridandgo.com esports down in the pits.
Looks like a new driver as well, Simone Maria Marceño into the Mustang as the closing is 54 laps to go. So one more pit stop might be a short fill when they come in for their final pit stop. Chris Shorter now in the lead in the Impulse Racing by Walter Art, number 257. As we see some LMP2s in the pits. Mitchell Johnson comes in, Pablo Serrano also in the pits.
Yeah, they'll come in together as a duo and look for their boxes. Serrano will be a little bit longer to reach his. He's got to drive a bit further than Mitchell Johnson, who was the last of the LMP2s in qualifying there. But Chris Shorter now with controlled the race for Impulse Racing by Volta Art. So Shorter here will try and stay out of the way then of Benjamin Frigeri. Oh, he gives him a tap just as he was trying to get into the pits there. So Shorter was trying to get to pit lane. He's taken off the front there as he's gone into the pits, and that was dramatic to say the least, but he was trying to pivot and say, don't pass me, I'm heading to pit lane.
Yeah, that could have ended a lot worse, but a little bit of impatience by the LMP2 as new leaders Fiercely Forward Pink in the 212. Let's take a look at the replay here. Tries to wiggle, and yep, just I don't know if there's any contact, but nonetheless, still a dangerous little incident there with Shorter. He's able to get in the pits and almost swipes the pit wall there.
Yeah, he was very lucky as he puts Jakob Viderka into the car to finish off the stint then. That was a case of watch those tyres. He was very close to them. And Harrison Lillis in a bit of a scrap here with Movano Rosso out there. Loic Marchand, the Belgian, trying to work away past Sam Sutton. And generally speaking, Sam's been doing a wonderful job of holding himself together. They work by the push-it car, then they go through, or the switch-it amber car of Dominic Push, I should say, and they manage that. But here comes the launch along the main straight, and this is where you need to be having that move. Marchand looking which way you're going to go. They're going to have to pass traffic as they go through into turn one. Sutton's not going to get the line here, and that is going to be Jordan Lebois that they go by there of Scuderia Volpe.
Yeah, Sutton has been absolutely fantastic in that Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter Porsche. Now opens up a bigger gap between he and Marchand, and he really could not have asked for a better time to encounter GT traffic than to defend against Marchand.
And critically, the 258 of Yannick Steinhoff is ahead of Scuderia Volpe by about 5 seconds or so. So Jordan Lebois has not been able to hold the same pace as Impulse right now to 2:58, which puts them in a wonderful position in terms of their strategy, depending on whether they need 1 or 2 stops left with Yannick Steinhoff.
So we'll see how many stops that these drivers have here in the next couple laps. Again, 52 laps to go, and the hourglass is just getting better. Oh my, look at that. Nothing better than seeing glowing brake lights on a race car.
Yeah, that Porsche night. Actually, I do want to talk about that with Porsche, and I want your opinion on this because I love seeing that Porsche out there. Porsche deciding to pull themselves away from the World Endurance Championship and effectively only having INSA running for 2026.
You know what? Come on over. Come on over the Rolex. Let's watch some nighttime Porsche, because that car is absolutely spectacular to watch. And really, any paint scheme that you put on it, it looks so sleek. The curves on that are fantastic, and it sounds gorgeous too. Granted, it's not the best sounding car at the GTP field, but it's still up there.
It very much is, and you'll see that as they go about. And I'll tell you what, a safety car now would be huge for a number of drivers in your GTP field, because fiercely forward yellow, Movano Azzurro, Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, and Movano Rosso would find a way back onto the leading lap and would have a chance to race it out for victory here. Nicholas Bowe has been working himself very well after the pit stops. 5.4 seconds at the moment clear with 51 laps to go. He starts lap 250 here of 300 at just over 7 hours and 5 minutes worth of racing. Joshua Kazani down into the pits then, so that will force Team Racing into making their call to come in. And I think as they put Daniel Gorachov back into the car, that will now set them up with maybe 1 more pit stop, potentially 2, between now and the end of this race.
Yeah, that's the only driver I think that would not welcome a full course yellow here in the remaining stages of the race. But yeah, Drago Racing has been nothing but short of spectacular, as we see that Hildgo comes into the pits from 5th spot. But God, you got to tip of the cap to Bowe. But I'm still interested to see how this Williams strategy takes place as Hamilton also comes in.
Yep, so Marcus Hamilton now hits the lane and looks to try and figure out where this race is going to be for him. He knows that as the reigning champions, the Acura has been troublesome today, and they've been looking around at the balance of performance, and each of the teams, especially in GTP, have to give 3 rounds worth of data from this running that they've done over the course of the season to feed into TFR Lab.
Nice pit stop there out of Hildgo in the number 11. And Marchand still has to come out of the pits as well. And that was a short pit, really, from the 11. Of course, unfortunately, the first car 1 lap down. That fiercely forward team not having the best of luck throughout the race.
No, they've just been caught on the wrong side of it there, have fiercely forward yellow. So they've worked hard to try and get to where they are. They started 5th, they are 5th, effectively net on the road. And they know that this is going to be a very important run that they find. A lot of traffic now starting to make itself known out there, and just behind him is Jere Leitinen, who has pulled that gap down to 4.5 seconds now to Nicholas Bowe. So with the fresh tyres up to speed and trying to wiggle and say, look, please, I want to get through. You're a BMW, I'm a BMW, we know how this works. I'm going to crest the hill, I'm going to pinch you down in with the traffic that's there in front. I'm going to get the clearance. In comes Sam Sutton then in the Orbit Drop Bear Porsche 963. So they will make that stop, and now it's a case of, okay, we're seeing that main bulk of drivers come in with 50 laps to go.
Here's the thing, the prototypes still have to make at least 1 more stop, as Sutton will stay in the car. And now Leightonen's actually closed up a second off of Bowe, so this will be an interesting way to go with about 50 laps to go as the car comes off the jacks. And now the energy replenishment begins in earnest for Sutton.
It does. I'll tell you what is also interesting. Nicholas Laubich, definitely the longest then in the stop, but Sutton will fall down a couple places, leave the pit, and we'll have about 10 seconds to chase coming back out on fresh, cold tyres. But Nicholas Laubisch here, 46 seconds clear of Yannick Steinhoff, obviously will need to come in and make a stop at some point, and of course has the 25 seconds of penalty to serve. So how far back do they fall?
You know, looking at it, I think that they're going to get lucky, because you take a look, well, maybe they may fall back to 8th, because you've got a minute 12 back to Fast Repair or Delta Sports Sim Shop with Kate Middleton sitting there in 9th, about a minute 20 behind. They're going to fall back about as far as we've seen some other competitors that have had massive penalties.
Yeah, I can't help but notice as well that there's maybe a little bit of issues out there on the rear for them too. So Fiercely Forward then trying to work themselves around here and giving everything they can towards the end of this race to say that this Aston Martin is going to stand up, it is going to try and deliver, and it is going to try and get the best result it can here today. But it is not just about where we are here, it is of course the full season that you got to look in mind, and of course what will be coming up next month, Jeremy, with the 6 hours of Imola.
Oh, love me some Imola in 6 hours around. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. And with these competitors, you know, for their hope that it is still dry for that race, but, you know, that portion of Italy, absolutely fantastic, and it's going to lend us some great racing. Here's Joao Rufino in the LMP2 class. Let's see what happened to him going into turn 10, and, yep, the back end just wanted to see what the front end was looking at.
It's as simple as that, just overcooks it into the corner, locks up the rears, and the back just says, no, you're not going to get that stopped. And for Joao Rufino, it is a tough day at the office, and that doesn't work out the way it's needed. In comes Ilkka Haapala for Fiercely Forward, jumping in. Still feels very weird for me to say that, Ilkka Haapala Fiercely Forward, a former pro stripe with Orion race team, leaving them after 20 years of sim racing with Orion. I can't even fathom that, a sim racing team that's lasted 20 years.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, especially with the advent of how big it's gotten in the past 5 years. So, you know, to let's say, oh, if race simulated in 20 years, you know, at first when you heard it, you know, when drivers would come up starting through it, yeah, you think, okay, that's a little nuts. But yeah, 20 years is absolutely fantastic.
Oh, that's a bit deep, and that's going to be the pass for Grid and Go Esports there as they jump through. So Petr Zsuba then, the Hungarian, past Christian, he'll go and moves up into 5th. Best of those a lap down.
That just was an absolute horrible move coming in. Just a little bit too hot. At least the car was stayed straight, which we have seen a lot where back ends are just swapping there through turn number 10. So nonetheless, it's absolutely fantastic to see what happens here in the closing stages of the race as we see a couple of LMP2 cars might get involved here in this race.
They might do. Joao Rufino is one of them. NGC by Margam Dorada that we saw have the spin earlier on. And you've also got there the likes of Pedro Valencia, who is 2nd overall in the LMPs for Ariti. And there's the battle that's going to go. Oh, this is going to be tight as they walk themselves in. Sort yourself out, boys. Jordan Lebois is there on the front of this, trying to get through all of these cars right now for Scuderia Volpe, and trying to keep at bay Dominic Push for Switch It Amber. This, an important change in position this would be for 4th overall, effectively net 2nd, sorry, where this battle is going to be for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, because you still have the 77, 89 that need to come in. Zsuba doing his best to stay there in that 5th place. Again, that's aggregate 3rd. But here's the thing, there's still a big gap, and it's a 1-lap difference between 4th and 5th on the circuit because, well, 3rd and 4th still have to pit.
Sorry, I was talking about the GT3 Pro battle at side by side just behind them now. As it is Lebois trying to push out Dominic Push. And, well, if Push can go and make this happen, he'll move himself up. And this would be for net 3rd, because we know Fiercely Forward Pink's got a heavy amount of penalty to serve. And Impulse Racing by Tam Livery have the control. There goes Owen Carroll flying through. And now it's about this straight. But this is going to be a tough battle along this main straight to try and get this pass sorted. So as they set themselves and set their stall out, who's going to be the best on the brakes into turn 1? The answer is both of them are going to be pretty good out there, and they're going to be very even. It's Mustang plays Mustang.
It really is, and it's also like a Mustang challenge out here. But push comes to shove. There's a LMP2 going around. I think that's one of the Delatrath BMWs, as Lebois has shown how good the Scuderia Volpa by P1 Sim has been out there on the circuit. Opens up the door just a little bit, but Push not able to make anything happen. But he's going to try and go for a dive on the outside of turn number 5, and still Lebois is just so good, so quick coming off of those corners.
Yeah, so you look around, you say, what can you find here? Lebois is doing just enough to hold this station. Now in comes Nicolas Laubisch from the lead for Frigerio, 41.4 seconds in the stop, lock up Brownlee, and Adrian Ferrer also hitting the lane. But there's the penalty, and they are going to sit. And there's the penalty, 27 seconds worth of it. And Laubisch now will take to his box and take his service.
That penalty is just coming left and right. In fact, we're getting a 25-second penalty for track limits for Alex Mite. So the Unity Racing Team Black, already in 11th after running up front, will unfortunately have to serve a long stop and hold penalty themselves. Steinhoff, your new leader in GT3, as we're looking at the 5th place overall, and that is Peter Zuba in the number 7 as he tries to hold off Christian Hildko.
Yeah, fiercely forward. Yellow are making good progress here in the number 11. Dylan Scrivens has been the other driver in that car. So they are going to be hoping that what they have been able to achieve here is that they are going to be really scrapping this one out. And this is also a little bit of pride that will be there, because they don't want it to be that BMWs take the top 5 positions. That Cadillac at Peter Zuba is now going to try and do what it can to hold itself steady, knowing that they are looking at every single thing they've done, and that BMW, the way that it has flown about here on track, has been the top of the pops today.
And they've absolutely been fantastic. It'll be interesting to see after the race if the BMW takes some sort of penalty, because it's excess weight. Let's be real here. But nonetheless, they've been absolutely fantastic. It's great to see the caddy up at the front, though, in 5th spot amongst the BMWs. Really, Crit and Go have been absolutely stellar in spite of how, I'm not going to say handicap, but how good the BMWs have been this first round of the season.
Yeah, they've been absolutely wonderful in terms of their pace, and that much you cannot argue with the way that they've gone about it. And here for this 5th place, this is a case of, well, can the Cadillac stamp down any mark of authority out there in 5th, working through turn 2, now through Renault corner, turn number 3, working hard through the exit, trying to get that run sorted. They will have to work here with Hildgo just behind, and through they will go on one of the cars there. That's George Karakoulis for Lion GP, and so they will work by that. But will the door be open at turn 5? There's a little feint to the inside there, and just that, a feint, not close enough to get aggressive on the brakes there for Hildgo.
No, it's just a little bit of fade. We are hearing that also Jacob Huerta is getting a naughty stab on the wrist. Unsportsmanlike conduct. He's lucky to get away with just a warning.
He's 4th position overall, Jakob Viderka, so he will really have to work to get back to switch it up Amber and Scuderia Volpe. That is 2nd and 3rd at the moment, so that's where his focus is going to be in the late stages of this race. Where do I get to? How do I jump up? And for 2nd, you've got these 2 battles, top and bottom of your screen. Zuba versus Hildgo, and then Lebois trying to stave off Dominic Push.
Yeah, it's an interesting battle here between these 2 competitors. One for to stay at the head of the lap down counter, the other for the podium to see basically where they're going to be and who's going to be in the lead once Steinhoff ends up in the pits. Another 5 or 6 laps before Steinhoff decides to peel off here, or might go early as more prototype traffic in the middle of this GT3 Pro 2nd place battle. But man, tooth and nail, I have to say, throughout this whole race as the 5th place GTP battle really heats up.
Yeah, we're ticking over here, midnight Central European. So it is really, really late for these drivers who have had to work really hard to say this is what our race is all about. We know how much we've had to work for. 5th also on in LMP2 because Fastlane RT are under threat right now. Team Racing are close with Daniel Gorachov, so they're going to have to try and work together and say this is what we've got. They are miles behind Fiercely Forward, Dulatra and Ariti, who are there, but really it's been a case of the day going now to the 129 team, who were quiet for the first 5 hours and then rose and leapt up with the safety cars into control.
Yeah, and that was no surprise there, as the field work, we knew this was going to happen. There was even some teams near the end of this race who were just going to get out there and be out at the front and show their pacers. The GTP behind this battle for 5th and LMP2, and really it was a race of what could have been for Fastlane RT and Team Racing, but both fast drivers up at the front. They're about a minute and 15 behind Llorente, so really they're hoping for a battle they're hoping for a full course yellow because they can catch up. But I gotta say, Hilgo almost looked to the inside there, Zuba, and tried to make a pass, but really closing in there on the top.
He's been trying there around 2 and 3 to make that move. It's been a very tough place for Petr Zuba to leave the door open, and he can't afford to do that too often. A driver's eyes perspective on the bottom of Daniel Gorachov, trying to find a way through another wide line, being taken there once more in front by Delacour, and they're going through on Gorachov is your race leader Nicholas Bowe, getting that clearance needed. So now as you work on through, this is going to be really tough to find that pick that gets that move sorted. And look at how aggressive you're going to have to be if you're Fiercely Forward. They're trying everything. A little wide they go, and this might be the chance that Fiercely Forward Yellow have been looking for. They've got Rubens Llorente in the middle of this, who's your leader in LMP2, who doesn't want to get caught up in this, and is going to force it side by side going through this section. So that's going to force the long way around Llorente. Then for Hildgo, who is going to just about get the clearance into turn 12 at Europe Car, and now knows that that gap has opened out a bit more. Lebois now heavy on the defense.
And Llorente doesn't have to push too hard because he's got 13 seconds behind, so him letting off the gas coming off of 13, a smart move as Llorente actually comes into the pits. So we'll see if he decides to go for a driver change. But yeah, this battle for second and GT3 Pro, holy cow, it's been absolutely fantastic. Lebois holding his own against Dominic Push, but then again, it's Mustang versus Mustang as Push tries to go around the high line of turn number 10, and he's gonna have the advantage through turn number 12. Does he go for a deep dive? They're gonna go side by side, door to door through 12, and still nice and racy there.
Llorente is going to need to make one more stop after this. I think they're going to be short by about 14 laps or so, 15 laps by now to the end of this race. So they're looking at about a 25 lap stint. Traffic, please simplify out of the way. Going through here at turn 7, they get the clearance, and up the hill, didn't quite get what was needed. Out comes Llorente, then 34.5 second stop. They will drop back to 4th position. So if they're going to be close on a splash and dash towards the end of this race, now the question asks, have Ariti got enough? So 25 laps is probably what you need in your LMP2 division to get home safe, home and hosed. And for the moment, they'll be looking at this going, well, what do my numbers look like?
I've got to say this, Push and Lebois are neck and neck. Push has gotten around Lebois for second place in GT3 Pro, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what these LMP2s have as Zuba trying to go down low, going to make Hilgo go around the outside. And he's also splashing some water on him too, so you're getting a nice clean windshield, Hilgo does, as they both go to the back into the racing line, still picking up so much water on the circuit with 40 laps to go.
So cool it down and make sure that pass is there. So Zuba is keeping Hildgo at bay, but critically, yeah, you can keep it at bay, but right now I think you'd be looking around at everyone else saying, right, where am I going to be finding that margin? Where is the next place that I'm going to be suddenly waking up to and saying, right, can I get this move? Look at how narrow that is from Hildgo. Oh my goodness, around the outside of turn 5. We'll have to do it around the outside of Verth at turn 7. That came from nowhere, and now trying to switch him up back down to the inside. Zuba defends it again.
What a fantastic defensive move by Zuba as he tries to shut the front door on Hilgo. But Hilgo, there's some desperation there. He wants to get up into that 5th spot. And of course, Zuba flashing the lights at that GT3 from WSR Esports. That Aston Martin goes a little high, lets the 2 prototypes go by.
Yep, so this is where I think you're going to be sitting down saying, final 40 laps of this race, it's gloves off, it's knuckle dusters on. We got to make sure that this strategy pays out in the way that we want it to at this moment, working through the final corner, and now it's all about set it up again, hefty over to the inside, more water on the rear then. I'm going to try and cool these tyres down as much as I can, keep them working in an operating window, and they will have traffic trying to lap them of their own category behind.
Yeah, you definitely want to see if you could extend that pit cycle just a little bit more as this battle for 5th really heats up right now between Hilgo and Zuba. Again, a 1/10 of a second separates Zuba. Hilgo looks to the inside, not going to make it happen through turn number 4 as Zuba goes a little high once again, opens the door for Hilgo. Side by side, Hilgo going to have to go high, wide, and handsome. Has the nose out front, not going to make it happen. They're still leaning on each other heading into turn number 6. Bump between the 2 cars. It's almost like they're prototype racing in Grand Am. Now the brakes get hot as Zuba gets a nose out front, and Hilgo has a line through turn number 9. Does he dive? No, he tucks back in again.
Has to let that camps a corner. It's the most committed corner on the lap, but Peter Zuba doing everything correct there to hold on to that place, and a lot of traffic now that they're going to have to deal with. I tell you what, this is some majestic stuff between these two, and knowing they've got to get by the fiercely forward car of Nicholas Laubish at this moment, they are setting themselves up for a wonderful end to their race.
They really are. Of course, not too far behind them as well is another GTP. That looks like that is one that's a couple laps down nonetheless, but Zuba now able to take around some lap traffic, get around these LMP2s and the GT3s, working down through turn number 1. We're starting to see the glow really intensify on those brakes with as darker as it gets. The only thing that Hilgo has to worry about now is when can they catch up to lap traffic. You catch up to him at the right time. We know that Hilgo's really good through this stretch, and he closes in once again. A warning for car 133 Delacourt once again for minor incident responsibility as Fiallo comes into the pits. Oh, just a little bit of closing in that Hilgo has on Zuba. They're both able to get around some of that GT3 traffic. Zuba heavy on the flashers. He's going to dive in. Ooh, a little bit of closing there on the number 202 of Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez. That gives Hilgo a chance to close in here, coming off of turn number 9. Now Hilgo goes wide, tries to make a look to the outside, not going to make anything happen again. This is the battle for 5th place in class. Hilgo, he's all over the back of Zuba. Zuba making that number 7 Grid and Go Esports IVRA GTP Cadillac just oh so wide. Of course, now they're going to have to deal with more lap traffic. Will they catch him in turn number 1? That is the key. They're closing in. Let's see who we have. And there's going to be at least one GT car that they have to deal with here as another lap is logged by those guys. By the way, Nicholas Bowe 8 seconds in the lead, I should say, over Leitinen. And a couple of LMP2s also involved there. There goes one of the Ferraris trying to stay out of the way. And Hilgo going to try and go high, wide, and handsome around turn number 3. So far, so good, but I've got to say this, it's kind of opened up that gap just a little bit between Zuba and Hilgo.
Yeah, it's rush hour, and so look at how aggressive they're going to have to be around it. This is really tough between them. Grid and Go thought they had the line they needed, and now it's going to get a little bit tucked up with Team Huizenveld, with the likes there of Effect Simulations trying to work their way through. You're just trying to get by every car you can, one at a time, every time. put a car in between you, run away, and then keep that focus there. Also keep in note that Pedro Valencia versus Dulatrar right now is down to just 2.7 seconds, and if they are fighting this one out for victory overall at this moment in time, that's going to be very critical between now and the end of this race, because of the fact they're looking at their gauges going, can we make it to 25 laps to go?
And that's going to be the key right there, because they're already at 24 laps into this session, or into the stint, I should say. So it'd be interesting to see if they decide to
I don't
pit
think
together.
so then. Yeah, look, they're gonna be in the next couple of laps or so, and if that's the case, and they're gonna have to be in the next 2 laps, they're looking at a very small splash and dash to the end of this race, about half a tank. That's gonna put them very close with Matt Performance, who'll have to make a full stop to finish.
Well, of course, also you got to stop and figure too that the GT3s, they're going to be going on their last pit stop soon. Steinhoff 27 laps in, so see how long it takes for him as Valencia's into the pits.
Yep, so that's on cue for Ariti Esports, who will have 1 stop to go with about, I'd say 12 laps left, 11 laps left. They're going to be looking at their last stop in terms of this race, so they have a choice, either fulfill it now or do 2 half fills.
Oh, that's a good question. You know, 1 fill, and then you save that right foot a little bit. Oh, I don't know. It's going to be quite tight there, as we see once again the 77 and the 89 all in for the bottom step of the podium. That Williams Sim Racing Academy BMW looking oh so good, but got to give a tip of the cap to Carroll in spite of having some issues, hanging tough in 4th place.
Owen Carroll qualified the car, got it on pole by 1/1000th of a second over Drago Racing, so on 1 lap he held himself beautifully. Here's the issue though, this race isn't won on 1 lap pace here, it's won by winning over 8.5 hours, and where they sit with an hour to go in this race and 35 laps to try and navigate through, in comes the Williams Sim Racing Academy. They have done God's work.
Now, they've done absolutely fantastic to kind of almost now to play defense over Lightning in spite of being so far back, but Didinka really looking pretty good out there. Let's see what happens if they go for a driver change or if they're going to double stint and put somebody fresh in here for the final pit stop, because they will need at least 1 more pit stop to go, I think, to really last the whole race, and we're going to double stint our drivers.
Well, Maldadinsa is going to stay in, and I'm not surprised to see that here, and we'll be certainly looking at least towards the end of this race on can we go and manage this one over towards the end. With those 35 laps of his race still to run, I'm going to be looking around at this and saying, what more do you possibly need in terms of what was a great performance? I look around at Nicolas Beau, for example, and when he last came in on lap 235, so he's 30 laps on this stint. If you can extend this out, Nicolas Beau, for 2 more laps out there in this one, he's going to have himself a stop that he can be proud of, because he will leave himself on his final stop of the race. The issue he runs into is just how much of an offset the Williams Gaming Club have and how much less fuel they have to take at their final stop.
That is the big question, because we're at 32 laps for Beau, Lightning 21 laps into this stint. So any minute now we'll see the Drago Racing. I have a feeling the Drago Racing is going to run it down to the clock in order to, stave off and have that final pit stop. And will Beau end up in the car still? Carroll is into the pits for BS Plus competition.
Yep, so that's making the call, and there's Kei Kashube, the other Burosud car, down in the pits. The 289 hasn't really had a day like what the BS Plus Turner team did 2 years ago. Carroll will get the driver change, will it? Yes, Phil Dinez to now bring the car home.
So Dinez, who had such a great stint battling with Beau tooth and nail, will bring the car home. So this is going to be good news for BS Plus competition. Not so good news for Beau, although who knows if Beau's still going to be in the field. We still several great drivers in that lineup, as the Competent and Spets still in the roster, but if they use Romadis for half the race, I have a feeling that Beau might be in for the final stint.
Yeah, Nicholas Bow is going to have to be in the entire way home. That much we do expect out there, and off and away. 41.6 seconds for Phil Dines. In comes Drago, then to pit, and they are mighty close here between now and the end. They're going to have to go 33 laps on this final stint of the race, and that's going to put them very tight on fuel.
Very tight on fuel. They're going to have to extend some of those braking zones as Leitinen is now into the lead. Mite comes into the pits as well, and it looks like Bo will stay out and
Steinhoff
run the
too.
final stint. Yeah.
So
we'll
Yannick
see.
Steinhoff pits for Impulse Racing by TAM livery. That should put Switch It Racing Amber into control of this race. And so now you'll be asking, how quick are these pit stops going to be for the GT3 pros at the end of this race? It might just be a case of supple a morsel of fuel and get yourself out there and going again. So where is Nicholas Bow going to come out? He should come out a fair way ahead of Budosud, and that is only a 37.5-second pit stop. So that, even to me, looks like they are looking at this going, okay, we want some track position.
Yeah, I don't think a 37-second pit stop is going to be enough to last this race. Oh, that's problems for Bo as he comes out of the pits with cold tires, having to let the GT3 around and almost loses it.
Well, Alex Bennett, well, you could have said Gordon Bennett with that as he went through. My, oh my, that there for Manatee could have been the biggest disaster in front of them, and it would have been the net race leader, Nicholas Bow, and Drago Racing, who have nearly put a foot wrong all race. They've had one wiggle, and that was their second.
Oh, talk about a save both times. Saved quite nicely as we're in the closing stage of this race, and that's not what you need. So now Leitinen has a 48-second gap to Nicholas Bow. It'll be interesting to see when the Williams Gaming Club, if they decide to go full bore and run qualifying laps, or if they're just going to kind of hold station and see what happens.
Well, this is all about questioning what Jari Leitinen is capable of doing, what Drago Racing are capable of doing, and saying, well, towards the end of this race, how much do you really need to make it happen? The Williams Gaming Club have worked hard with Pablo Espes and co, and they've done brilliantly. Owen Carroll in third ahead of the Williams Sim Racing Academy. But remember again, Maldadinsa is up to speed and will look to try and gain a pass through. Lots of traffic to try and navigate through for this group as likes of Etienne Chelly stays out of the way. So too Connor Nixon. They're going for it and trying hard at Bank Sabadell. Dadinsa can't find a way past Phil Dines.
Yeah, Dines is just tough to get around. Of course, each is about the same life tires as Blake Reynolds comes into the pits from 10th place. But tell you what, Didins has been absolutely stellar as well. There's LMP2 behind them, and Phil Dines holding station, and doesn't have to defend too much, though. He's going to try and go to the inside, make Didinsa go the long way around.
Yeah, but is he going to overcook it in through turn 2? Chop them back up, long way round to 3. Trying to go here for Dadinsa. Now they're going to have to try and split the Simify their Mustang, and they are just going to fall back into line and work it out. So now the long way around, we can confirm the Automoves Racing LMP2 suffered a disconnect earlier on in this race. They've now dropped behind Nürburgring Esports Flugplatz in terms of how far back they are. 50 Forward Gold, probably the one team in LMP2 we need to look at with, because Map Performance have the gap on Ariti Esports as it stands, but this third place scrap is still going on. 31 laps to go.
And no surprises between Dines and Dadinsa here in GTP. Both the BS Plus competition and Williams Sim Racing Academy BMWs have been up at the front all race long. Dadinsa looks to the outside as Dines gets a little bit harder on the brakes heading into turn number 10. The Bordeaux Sud Plus competition team just trying their hardest to stay up at the front and get on that podium with 31 laps to go.
It means Office South in German, the team, and this is Ariti Esports, who are currently in third, working down the inside, spinning there from that Pedro Valencia. Drops it with absolutely no pressure there, and that now brings Rubens Llorente into position then in second, and now Dulatrat a lot closer. They work themselves by Nürburgring Esports. Burosud saved themselves for another lap.
So far, so good. And yeah, lots of traffic to get around. Lots of places for Denez to kind of use a block for, but Denensa is so close to where that's not able to happen. We see the LMP2s getting around the GT3 traffic is now. So now we're at the point where Denez can stretch his legs coming off of turn number 4, setting up for 5. It's about a 1 car length gap between the two drivers, but Denensa really closing in on that Barcelona BMW.
Still needing a way through, and you're not going to find it at turn 7, Vert's corner. It's a very tough place to go and get your move, and as you climb, Loic Marchand in the pits for the number 1 Movano Rosso car out there. Now here comes the launch along the straight as they go through. In comes Dominic Push from the lead of GT3 Pro. That will give Scuderia Volpe the control. Mark Voitschol will be back behind the wheel for the final stint.
So lots of fast drivers yet to get in the car. Marchand into the pits in that number 1, and another penalty for the 111 of Gorachov this time. It'll be a minor infraction, 5-second penalty. So he'll have to serve that when he comes in just a couple laps time. So top 5 out of the question for the 111 team racing.
It's 5 seconds. It's not massive, but it's enough, and it will make a difference. The gap now starting to pull out for Phil Denez here as he gets confidence in the tyres, and he looks to pull. 51 seconds at the moment for Jere Lehtinen. I reckon that if he can get himself a time where he knows that he's only got 2/3 of the tank to fill, he might have enough to get himself home and host, but it will depend on how much time it takes for the tyres to change.
It's up. Tires change, and also the energy replenishment. How much energy replenishment will they take? This battle for 8th and LMP2 between Zeltwanger and Rummelfanger looking pretty good as they've got, I hate saying a slower GTP, but indeed that's what it looks like as Zeltwanger tries to go around and not able to do it through this tight section of corners.
Yeah, that is the Movano Rosso car there of Loic Marchand, which is straight out of the pit. Zeltwanger here trying to hold off Rommelfanger for position, and Marius Rommelfanger just can't seem to get the run that will unlock turn number 10. Jesse Telkala in the pits right now then for Grid and Go GTP as well. So there are many drivers looking around thinking their last pit stop's there. Outside line searching from Rommelfanger, trying to open up the inside. Marchand is struggling through the middle of the corner, so they are going to be a little bit bottled up, but they know that soon that GTP is going to launch away on the straight.
Yeah, with the track temperature at 21 degrees Celsius. Oh, nice battle for the lead, 8th, I should say, between Zeltwanger and Rommelfanger. Gets a better jump off of turn 14, but that GTP does get that jump. They're side by side through turn number 1. Does Rommelfanger have enough? Yes, he does. He's going to get up there, but a little bit of a rub there.
Yeah, a little bit of a rub, but with Jere Lehtinen in, where will Nicholas Bo come out? This is the race right now. How long will Jere Lehtinen stay in the pits, and how much of a gap will he have? He'll lose about 5 to 6 seconds out of the pits on cold tyres. He is up on the jacks, and now it will be, where is he going to come out? He comes off the jacks. How quickly will he go? 21 seconds on the stop, 18 seconds the margin, and he'll have to leave pretty much now if he wants to try and win this race. There's Nicholas Bo coming through the penultimate corner. There goes Williams Gaming Club, and now this is going to be them in the lead. Now it's about defense and hold. Drago have themselves though in a range where they can attack and give Williams Gaming Club an absolute fright in this final stint.
It was a 27-lap stint for Lehtinen, and now he gets those tires up to speed. Here comes Bo. You saw him in the picture going around turn number 2. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes.
Oh, no!
Spin! Lehtinen spins off of turn number 3. That's not what he needed. He's going to lose the lead and possibly the race as Bo goes around for the lead.
Now all they can hope for is that Nicholas Bo cannot fuel save efficiently enough. My oh my, Williams Gaming Club, cold tyres, out the pit. Jere Lehtinen right now, has he just spun the race away?
Man, you know, we've seen that these drivers have had problems with the cold tires, but you don't think, you know that you're in the lead, and unfortunately, it was just too much for Lightning to stay up at the front. But yeah, he was hoping that Bo is tough on fuel save, but those extra 5 laps are going to hurt the number 36.
Oh my, this is where the race can be won and lost, and there are still battles to be won and had in terms of category, because you still got GT3 to figure out. Viderka, the likes of Lebois, you'd say it's all about hold on in terms of who can last the longest. Fiercely Forward Pink, I think, still have an outside shot, and Raceflirt by Venari as well are very much in the race, so keep an eye there. Fiercely Forward will still be due a pit stop, but we expect that Map Performance might need one more stop out there to get themselves home and ho. So Ariti, who are ahead of Dullatra Automotive, are best to take the advantage on that. So there is still elements of this race which bring themselves to the forefront, and we still have 27 laps to figure this out. Drago Racing, who have been at the front all day with control of this field and 5.8 seconds, all they have to do is manage the car and get it home.
That's all it takes. It's all you need. You can't make any missteps. Keep no toes out of line. Everything's got to be nice and copacetic for the number 36. And really, it's now a 6.2 second gap. So one has to wonder if that spin did more harm than good for Lightning, or if they're trying to go into massive fuel save mode already, knowing that they've got to get at least one lap to the good to stay out of pit road.
Well, they've got the gap they want in terms of Burosud, in terms of the academy. So they've got 27 seconds when they last crossed the line to work with, so they don't have to worry about that. That's a second a lap between now and the end of this race. I don't see them losing that much time late. In comes Manatee with Balazs Toroji into the pits, but it's for now Drago Racing. They've got the pace advantage over the Williams Gaming Club. They've now got to go forward with it. Tom Mayle, then, who is out in front for Fiercely Forward Gold, we do expect has one more pit stop to take, and we expect Map Performance probably have a splash and dash to take. So Fiercely Forward Gold, it's about when they pit and how much they need.
Yeah, Valencia might be in the catbird seat here as we round out the end of this race. So many pit strategies. Almost wish I would have went to school to be a race strategist, because at this point there's so many storylines here that could turn the LMP2 class on its head. You know, here's the thing. It's a shame that the Maradness team had their issues. They're about a couple laps down. So sitting in 10th spot, because they had such a good run, but still, that doesn't discount the teams at the top as Zeltwanger comes into the pits.
Yeah, with 26 laps to go, so that is pretty much on cue for them in terms of where they're looking at towards the end of this race. So Tom Mayle with a 15-second margin over Map Performance, who will be trying to chase them down. Ariti themselves have about 15 seconds to try and chase on their own gap. Dullatra Automotive have about 7 to chase on Ariti. So that's where they all sit. That's where they know the race is going to be won and lost, and we'll keep an eye out on the very quick final pit stops as well of GT3, because we expect Lebois will need one, we expect Viderka will need one. It's just about who's got enough, because Impulse 258 and Fiercely Forward Pink are the two cars to keep in mind on who will win that category. Mayle allowing through the Williams Academy car through.
And that's going to, you know, look, LMP2 and GT3, those are the two classes where I'm just intrigued by these pit strategies. And GTP, like I said, we've got to watch to see if Bo has enough to get to the finish. He's got 5 laps less fuel than Lightning has. So will this Williams Gaming Club strategy work as Mayle comes into the pits?
Yeah, he'll follow João Rufino in, who's in the NGC by Margam Dorada car. So they'll be in together. No penalty to serve for Tom Mayle. So he will hand the lead back over to Map Performance SRP, who on home soil want this victory. So there's the stop, and we'll see how far he falls. In all's well comes Christian Hildgo from 5th position. Another one of the Fiercely Forward cars then coming in and making their final stop of the race. So that's where they sit. Llorente there, and with a big gap then Rubens Llorente here, because Tom Mayle sees Pedro Valencia and Ariti move by as well. 13.5 seconds. That gap, your new leaders, but they will probably have one more stop, and it will be not much left in the tank for them on a splash and dash. The lane transit's not going to be enough at the moment for them against Ariti.
Yeah, Uriti looking pretty good so far. 12-second gap, and let's see here, 16 laps in. Yeah, I think a splash and dash by the Map Performance may be needed. The only thing they can hope for is a late full course yellow. That could save them a lot of fuel. But also a collection and coast strategy with the gap that they have between them and Valencia could be the key to this race. But still, do not discount Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, as Alexander Delatraz looking really good so far.
I would say as well that a late safety car would absolutely bring time back into the equation here. With 24 laps to go, we've got in time about 40 minutes left on the clock to do 24 laps. So that works at the moment, but it might not if you're dealing with those troubles. As Nicholas Bowe, oh, he got close there with the Burosug car. You can't get that close this late on in the race. Nicholas Bowe, absolutely heart and mouth stuff trying to navigate the traffic.
Yeah, I'm sure the race engineer's not liking that one. If they have one on the radio, tell them, hey, look, slow down. You've got a big gap. You're opening up a bigger gap, and we still got to watch the fuel. Or could it be a case of they know their situation, but they still want to get a big gap because they've got to pit? Sutton is into the pits in the number 68, Porsche 963. But I have a feeling that Drago Racing knows the situation. And it's one of those situations like, hey, we got to save fuel, but we also have to gain time on the course.
Yeah, so for them, it's a case of the best. And here's actually something I want to talk about with you, Jeremy. The best drivers at saving fuel just so happen to be the quickest drivers because they know how to maximize every limit of the circuit.
Well, that's why, you take a look in the United States. Scott Dixon, still at the top of his game, still knows how to save fuel. It doesn't matter what car he's in. Oh, is that a splash? Or is that a little bit of smoke? It looks like a splash by, yeah, definitely a little bit of wet out of the 963. But as we were talking about, he knows how to save fuel. He knows how to win. So, yeah, that really tracks. And the fastest drivers know how to get the most out of the car and still save a little bit of fuel. I'd love to get on board with Bowe to see if we can hear if he's letting off a little early or what's exactly happening, because it's going to be interesting to kind of tell what he's doing here.
I think Nicholas Bowe, in terms of how he wants this race to go, he will be watching what Nathan Ray is doing just in front there, the Canadian from Solpec Precision Racing. He's on the light saying, look, I'm going to want to try and let you through. I've got 10 seconds over the Williams Gaming Club. This isn't going to be as easy as, riding my bike at this moment in time. I'm still going to have to keep myself in position. There is the Williams Gaming Club in second. What a drive they've had from 9th on the grid.
And it sounds like, too, Lightning is shifting a little bit, downshifting a little bit longer, so that could be a fuel save. Wasn't able to hear what Bowe was doing going into the braking zone, but yeah, an absolute spectacular race for Williams Gaming Club. Really, the entire Williams garage, as you see the Williams Sim Racing Academy of Dedinsa sitting there in 4th place, still battling with Phil Dinez.
So while that goes, the laps tick down and you start thinking about who's got what. We still wait for Volpe. We still wait for Impulse. We think about Fiercely Forward Pink, who are the last to make their stop out of the cycle. And has Nicholas Laubish pulled a worldie out of a hat, potentially, to pull himself into position? There is still stuff to try and uncork and uncover with 22 laps to go. We know that Map Performance are probably going to sit on a splash and dash late on in this race. There are no guarantees that this race is going the way that everyone wants it to, but you do have to sit down and say, well, you want championship position, you want to hold yourself in regards compared to everybody else. Every car is going to matter here. Bowe now going by the Team Australia by one Performance Racing X Vermilion eSports car with Lewis Greathead behind the wheel. They will have then Effect Simulations 4th overall in front of them. Benjamin Frigerio not playing ball.
Well, that's why we race, because you find out how it's going to end up. And if it doesn't go your way, well, it is what it is. As Luke Raber is into the pits from 5th spot in GTP. Man, what a fantastic race this has been so far. And the storylines are not over, and that's why I think, Bo knows he's got to take another pit stop. So the Delta, if he really wants to do the pit stop, he's got to have probably no more than 30 seconds, maybe no less than 20 seconds to do the pit stop and still come out with the lead.
That's going to be the focus, and working around there, Nicholas Laubish goes the likes then of Nicholas Bow, but he knows that Jere Leitonen is there. 10 seconds is the margin. I don't think he's going to outrun that between now and the end of this race to give a whole pit stop, so he's just going to have to navigate and manage whatever he can at this moment and make sure that the checkered flag is there at the end of this run. So at least for the moment, this is the waiting game. There is Scuderia Volpe, who currently lead with Jordan Lebois behind the wheel. At times, they have not been the quickest car out there in the box. What they have been, though, is consistent all day long. And the work that Scuderia Volpe have done, they are giving themselves a chance of picking up victory here today, here at Barcelona. 21 laps away, but how much of a stop are they going to need? Because Fiercely Forward Pink, by comparison, I would say are within a pit lane transit range. So that's going to be their concern. Impulse Racing by Tam Livery, though, I think they could maybe sneak out ahead if they're fortunate.
Yeah, no, I think that strategy is interesting. We'll see how much longer Lebois stays out. I would give it another lap or two. Man, these pit strategies are interesting. If I'm Leitner, I'm still taking it just a little bit easy on the course right now, because it's just there's so much to play for. Top three that you see now on the course may not be the top three at the end of this race.
Final stop for Benjamin Frigerio. Marcel Schlenker will also come in the 2:07 out there for Halder Motorsport, who are 27 laps down. We've got ourselves only 8 retirees from the race. Sim RC, Boots and VDS by Undercut, Smilai Sport GT3, Veloce Thrustmaster, who lost out from the race lead, GTP Project, Simify Esports, Visceral Esports IVRA GT3 from the race lead, and Nix Esports. When you've lost 2 GT3 leaders out of this race, I think that's the scariest place to be, GT3 leader.
No, I think it's an absolutely scary place to be, because in spite of the time being so big between first, second, and third, it's still the laps that these drivers have to come in and pit. It makes it puts you in for the danger zone, basically.
Oh, and that now puts interesting into position, because you got Ariti Esports coming in for a splash and dash. In comes Jordan Lebois, so the race is on. In comes Viderka with 20 laps to go.
This is going to be a little bit spicy.
Understatement of the year as Lebois now takes service. So where is everyone going to come out in GT3 spec? Fiercely Forward Pink are going to move through. So now it's about Impulse here, and where Norbert Leitner is going to come out, the Hungarian who has got such a storied sim racing history and lineage. He is one of those drivers who has done it all, seen it all. Lebois over 23 seconds. So Norbert Leitner now 24 and a half. Oh, he's going to come out just behind.
Let's see if that pays into what happens here with Impulse Racing coming out, I should say, in 4th place. So now Lebois has to hope that Leitner has problems, because let's see, 13, 19. Yeah, Leitner's just going to be cutting it close here as he's sitting in 2nd place. Laubish has to come in at any point for at least some sort of service.
Yeah, we don't know how much, though. In comes Ruben Gerente. Then this will be last stop of the day for those at Map Performance. So this should hand Alexandre Dulatrar then control of the field. And will Dulatrar Automotive, the reigning champions, start their season off right with a win? That's going to be the gamble game that they will play. So Dulatrar now are going to move themselves then through into position, and they're going to look to hold.
That'll be an interesting way to see if Dulatrar can get up there. Not surprising that Llorente had to pit when he did. 22 laps stint. And Delatrop, he better hope A for yellow or B for a massive fuel-saving window as a defending champion of the series leads, but for how long?
Well, 18, 19 seconds is not going to be enough to get the job done on any form of splash and dash. The transit time is over 20 seconds in the lane. They're going to need at least 25 if they're going to want to do anything of anything to make it happen. With Nicholas Bowe just behind them, then they'll be looking for the clearance that they need to move on with their race and say, right, I'm going to let you through. There's not going to be any dramas here from me as the net leader now here in this one. Basically, we sit down knowing that the final stages of this race sit down to who can manage their fuel with the tiniest amount of pit stops remaining. Little kick up of spray still from Nicholas Bowe who moves through, and still GT traffic needing to be cleared here by Delatrop.
Bowe actually losing a little bit of time. He was up to 10 seconds in the good to Lightning. Lightning has closed in within a second of that. So now Lightning knows that he's got to push just a little bit harder so Bowe can really stretch that fuel on the circuit and maybe run him out in the closing laps.
I'm not sure it's going to be pure pace that gets the Williams Gaming Club there, but they have to do everything they can to put Drago in a point of difficulty at this moment. 17 laps to go now, and they have been ticking them off lap after lap after lap, time after time after time, and saying, look, there is not much left that we can do except drive it as fast as we can, as much as we can. We wait on Delatrop, we wait on Nicholas Laubish then to make the stop for Fiercely Forward Pink. Impulse as well will be looking around at this going, this is going to be close for us, and then Scuderia Volpe will be sitting then in the right position at the right time. This is going to be right down to the wire in many different categories now, and so you sit and say, how much more is there? Nicholas Bowe getting a little bit close there to one of the grid and goes and having to work around the outside with tyres in the grass almost there, trying to get by, so still needing traffic to behave.
Yeah, Bowe trying to make sure the traffic gets out of his way, but at the same time, he can't be pressing the issue too much. It seems like for him, 9.2 seconds still isn't enough. I agree, but at the same time, he can't make these unnecessary moves because it's going to hurt him if he's gonna suck if he doesn't have the race lead at all because he made a dive bomb on a slower car around the circuit. So Bowe still 9.8, 9.9 seconds as Lightning now having to deal with some lap traffic. And really, this is the interesting storyline so far because of the 5-lap gap between Bowe and Lightning. He's 17 laps since his last pit stop, so it'll be about 36 laps, 33 laps between pit stops, which will be pushing it. There's Nicholas Laubish, your leader in GT3, and he's got a healthy lead between he and Lightner.
He does, 16.7 seconds, but you will have to consider when Fiercely Forward Pink last came down the lane, as they have done so well over the course of this race. They last pitted on lap 238, so they are now on to their 25th, now 26th lap of their stint out there overall, and they'll be looking at this going, well, 16 laps, let's say we get lapped a couple times, 15 laps, it's going to be tough. And look at that front nose as well as they go through the opening couple of corners. They've got to be very careful. They've definitely got bodywork showing as they work on through, and that won't certainly be helping them either with number.
No, that exactly is not going to help. But then again, we saw one, I believe it was a GTP that suffered some damage about an hour or so ago and really hasn't hurt them too much. But with that hood opening there, I fear that that's going to be playing right into the hands of Leitner and Dubois here in the closing station. But then again, Laubish still has to come in the next couple of laps. We'll see how tight that pit stop is.
We will certainly see how close it goes. I do want to see, by comparison, how long it took Scuderia Volpe in terms of it. They pitted lap 262. Before that, they were able to make the pit stop lap 228. So you're looking around and saying, well, they can do 36 laps on a stint out there overall. So they are looking at this going, well, if we're counting that down, they're probably only going to have about 5 laps left before they need to come down in and make that stop. So that's going to leave them with a very thin slither of a splash and dash, and then Impulse will be looking around by Tam Livery and saying, well, do we have enough?
That's going to be the question of the day. Is there going to be enough for to finish the race? If Leitner right now, looking at the lap times, he's run about a half second off of Laubish's time, so there may be enough. Great head into the pits, but I don't know. I think Leitner is going to push it till he can't push it no more. LeBlanc in the Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim Mustang. I think they're in the penthouse right now when it comes to this race.
They might be in the penthouse, and here's the other point that needs to be put together. Impulse Racing do not have any gap over Volpe if they need to save fuel, if they need to make that happen, because Volpe are keeping them within about one Renault corner is the gap. So I call that about 5-6 seconds at most, what Norbert Leitner's got over Jordan Lebois. Lebois is not as quick, but Lebois is keeping the gap honest, and I think that's critical. There is Nicholas Bowe, 14 laps away now from finding the result that the team needs, and now 11.5 seconds as Connor Nixon hits the pits along with Lewis Greathead.
As Greathead comes out of the, still sitting there. Yeah, Nixon's had an interesting race so far. 14th, at least 3 laps down from the leader of LMP2, which is Delatraz. 22 seconds ahead of Llorente, but Nicholas Bowe still is looking nice and tight. We do have, let's see, here's an interesting penalty notice. Not respecting track limits is something went super mega wrong here for car 111. So Gorachov, I don't think he's got a penalty, but just a little notice that something went wrong there.
Yeah, that's not going to be helpful for their cause in the 111, and they are down in 5th position overall currently in category. We are still waiting on what Delatraz need, because they pulled the gap out to 22.5 seconds over map performance. They're going to need to pull that out to 25 if they've got any hope of making it happen. Oh my goodness me, that could have been everything there for Drago Racing. A big scare from Etienne Celli of Vesta Sport Black.
Oh man, that was tight there. Yeah, man, Bowe is making some very strange and desperate moves that one wrong move and it will hurt him. Now we see these two really go tooth and nail here in GT3 with Switch It Amber and Grid and Go Esports, but the moves that Bowe is making, really desperate. Will it work out for him? It might, but at the same time, it just takes one wrong move to end it all for the BMW.
Yeah, but there's also some types of drivers out there that can only drive like that, really, Jeremy. That's the style that they've cultivated and built up, and if they drive anything else but that, then they just lose all the confidence.
No, exactly. So they've got to drive on the edge, teetering on the edge, and making sure that they still make their way around. He slowed up by that GT3, the Mercedes there, as now 5-second penalty comes down for car 257. So Verdurka just not having a good stint here in the closing stages.
That'll be added on post-race for them. So Nicholas Bowe is going to be seeing that, and okay, that's fine. Jordan Lebois will have a bit of safety for it, and Norbert Leitner will still have work to do. So Nicholas Laubish then trying to whisper to the fuel tank with 13 left and trying to hope that every lap that goes through is going to help Ilkka Harpala in for the last time.
I almost expect if we get a chance to talk to him, we'll get a New Zealand accent out of him with a shiny Indy 500 ring on there, because this is absolutely spectacular. He's 21 laps on this stint. He has done one less pit stop than Jerry Leitinen, but Dines and Medenza both have done 8 pit stops as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how these final 12 laps end up.
Maldadinsa then in 4th position, a couple seconds behind Phil Dines. Out there, Dines has been able to pull away from him, but ultimately 24 seconds to try and chase down the Williams Gaming Club. A day really for Buddersud where they've kept themselves honest and they've made themselves contenders. Today it's just not quite worked out.
No, it's not worked out, but still, anything can happen in these next 12 laps. But you've got to give a tip of the cap to the Williams Sim Racing Academy. They were ahead of their basically the senior team in Williams Gaming Club for just a little bit, but still to stay within the lead lap and still be close to within a podium position, you've got to give a tip of the cap to the team.
You absolutely do, and fourth position is nothing to shake a stick at for the Williams Sim Racing Academy, especially as they qualified the car in 11th place. They have really profiteered off of some of the other drivers in category, and I think that the way that they've gone about their racing, this has been a day where it has really paid off to be a BMW driver in prototype divisions. 23 seconds in LMP2, and we still wait on Alexandre Delatraz as we go through. We've got one car off the road. Ilkka Harpala is that driver off the road for one of the Fiercely Forward cars there. That would be Fiercely Forward Black, and really limping around circuit here. So it looks like they're trying to get themselves back up to speed again, and I believe they've just about managed it now.
Well, here's what's interesting too. Hoppala just coming out of the pits with those issues. So we'll see if Hoppala can get back into the pits and figure out what's wrong with that number 8. They had such a good run up until about an hour and a half or so ago when they just ran into problems after problems.
It happens, and they've now 6 laps down. There's not much they can do. So that was the issue with João Vaz that put them out of contention. So this is the Fiercely Forward car, just sliding it across into the gravel, and then just very slow to get back on the noisy pedal again.
No, it makes sense because you got to go through gravel, then you got to go through water, and your tires are still pretty cold. So a good on Hoppala to get on there and not cause any problems or the ire of race control. As when we come down the line, it'll be 10 laps to go for Nicholas Bowe. He's opened up to 11.2 second gap, so he might be able to come in comfortably and maybe get 2 or 3 seconds of fuel if he absolutely has to near the end of the race.
Not with that gap, he can't. He needs about 25 seconds if he wants that because of the transit time. It's a very long pit lane here. In fact, it is a traditionally long pit lane. There's a reason why you could go to garage 45, garage 46 here. It's because there's so many garages on what is a long front stretch that you do not have the luxury of other places having a short pit lane that you can just breeze on through. This is a long pit lane, and Nicholas Bowe here knows that he is going to either have to A, stay out and run out, or B, he's going to sit there and be happy. Back in again goes Harpala.
Yeah, no surprise there. Try and get in, figure out what's going on with that number 8 as Bowe goes around the inside of the 111 of Gorachov. Again, Gorachov facing a 5-second penalty here at the end of the race. Will that affect his timing? No, not really, because he's got 18 seconds to have Beller catch up to him. But this has just been such a fantastic race as unsportsmanlike conduct has been called for car 1, Loic Marchand. So he'll have a 10-second penalty tacked on to the end of his run, which will most likely drop him down 1 position.
Yeah, the gridandgo.com esports IVRA GTP car with Jesse Telkala behind the wheel is going to pick that up as we move into the twilight zone of this race, down to just 10 laps to go, and the hard cut-off then as we got 20 minutes remaining in this one. I think we're going to finish here with about 5 minutes to spare here in this race. This has been a long old race. We have been ticking down the hours, ticking down the minutes, and saying this has been one very long start to this season, but it's one where you've had to work. And there, of course, was Laubesh, and there is Alexandre Delatraz at the moment, who is trying to work his way through with 9 laps to go. You're thinking if they've got enough to make it, this will be a huge coup for what they want at the start of their season.
It's an absolutely huge coup, especially where they were in the middle of the race. To be up at the front, no surprise here that Delatraz holding onto that 23-second gap between he and Llorente. Of course, Llorente coming in about 8 laps ago to get some fresh tires and flashing the lights just to make sure that he knows that the 181 of Alex Mite, who was a front runner earlier on, is trying to get around and make some hay, exactly. But man, you got to hand it to Delatraz for having such a good race so far.
Well, as they sit and say, what more can they do? There are only 40 garages available out there, but it is one of the longest pit stalls out there, or one of the longest lanes that you will find. So it is going to be tough for many. Dulatrat happy with their position at the moment, and so too is Drago, who we focus out there. And as well, keep an eye on Impulse and what they've got. This is a battle 4th and 5th, and remember that there are penalties on the horizon then at the end of the race for Impulse and Jakob Federka. But it will be a case of Mark Voitschel who will try and move through and get the pass done on track to move that Mustang up into P number 4, getting really close behind the Simify car of Adrian Ferrer, and then through has already gone Maldadinsa. So they don't have much to deal with, but they could use Nicolo Fioroni of Tatum Restec as a way that they can make this move happen.
Yeah, they definitely, exactly. At the same time, though, Voitschel, I know that he wants to make that move, but really doesn't need to push. We see one of the GT3 cars dive into the pits for a splash and dash. We'll see if he tucks in behind the GTP. He does not. He's going to tuck in and try and make the pass happen in turn 1. Closes in on the Mercedes, dives to the inside, and he will get it. So move the Mustang up into up to 4th as Voitschel shows that Mustang is just so strong on the straightaways.
So pace now is major, and the pass desperately needed and completed there from Switch It Amber. So they will be happy, Switch It Racing Amber, to move up into 4th. So Impulse now by Voldart aren't going to be the ones who will be the main beneficiaries of what happens if certain teams need to stop, like Fiercely Forward Pink, like Impulse Racing by Tam Livery. So they now sit themselves exactly where they need to be at this moment, and know they've now got to try and work hard to get the places back if you are there in Impulse colours, and they're not going to be able to keep the pace of what the likes of Switch It Amber can do out there. So they sit 7 laps to go. Every lap's going to be big. In comes Nicholas Laubish. Now that's a big pit stop, and how long is this going to take?
We'll see where he falls up front, as Leitner will get into the lead, but Leitner again has 23 laps on this stint. Will he decide to leave it out there? 7 laps to go. It might be a quick pit stop as Laubish is in. It's going to be at least 15 seconds. 13.6, so good pit stop by Laubish. Where does he come out? It may be somewhere between Lebois and Voitschel.
Well, the issue they had was they had 5 seconds of penalty they needed to serve. Lebois is through, and Voitschel now coming out the pits. It's going to be very close between them for position, and Mark Voitschel is going to come out ahead of Nicholas Laubish. So critical that was to get that move done, but critically now it's Impulse. They've got 10 seconds over Scuderia Volpe if they need any form of pit stop. That's it. Say goodbye to it right now. 11 still for Drago. They're okay for the moment, running through the gauntlet, and a little wiggle from cars in front. They get by the Orbit drop bear machine in front, and now try and work themselves to go by the likes there of the wonderful Cincinnati Bengal coloured Delta Sports Stim Shop car that they have now worked themselves through. 6 laps to go, and Dulatrat now are the big question to be asked. Have they done enough?
And that's going to play out here in the next 6 laps as Andre Dulatrat holding on to a 25-second lead. I don't know if that's going to be enough, because the delta for Laubish was 36 seconds on a 13-second pit stop. So it's going to be a wing and a prayer for the 188. And still the question remains, does Nicholas Bowe have enough in the reserves to make it to the end? It's going to be 33 laps, the stint for this race. They've usually come in around 31, 32, so it's going to be tight. It may need a cup of fuel to make it to the end.
Jari Leitinen has kept the pressure on and knows that if they are going to be short, this might be a case of wait for that last lap. Hope that you hold yourself steady. This other nerves where you look through, and these final laps when you're in the car, Jeremy, wouldn't you agree with me in saying these are the water torture hours? These are the ones where every lap, sort of every braking zone extends out 200 meters longer. Every time you're on the accelerator, the car just doesn't go. That you just feel like everything is taking forever.
and you hear all the noises that you didn't hear earlier on in the race. The thunks, the thuds, the sputters. Will this car last? And oh, by the way, I hope that that slower GT3 or LMP2 car stays in their line, because I need to get through. I've got to win. I've got a race to win. It's such a daunting task here in these 5 laps to go, and I'm wondering what Nicholas Bowe's going through right now, but a lot of us do know, because it's just so nerve-wracking to try and keep that big lead.
The red and black machine of the originally Polish-based team, Drago Racing, who had a wonderful stable of roster drivers through Nikodem Wisniewski, through the likes then of Przemysław Lemonek, came through. Kuba Brzezinski was another then in that team that then moved and branched out, took all the amazing drivers up at the top level of sim racing, and now are starting to prove that they are an all-star cast of drivers now 5 laps away from the end of this race. A splash and dash for Meti then to try and get things sorted. 10.8 seconds. That will give you a great indication of what Delatraz need, because that is just over 25 seconds of lane transit. It will be about 30 seconds they need. So I would say if Delatraz need a stop, they're going to be about 4 seconds short unless they find a miracle short stop.
And of course, they still will, so most likely they will come out in second place. Then they'll have to deal with Male, who's about 9 seconds behind Llorente, and Delatraz will have to come out on cold tires. We've seen what these cold tires have done. There'll be 4 laps to go for Nicholas Bowe as he comes across the line with LMP traffic ahead of him. So the LMP2 traffic, he'll easily go around, but it'll be interesting to see if Delatraz has to come in. 27 laps since his last pit stop.
27 laps, so he is ticking up on the clock. If he needs to go any further than this, there might be cause for concern. We know that the Dallara P217 doesn't have an infinite fuel tank. In fact, it's one that you see normally pitting more than any other category out there. So that's what's made it so interesting, so intriguing. Heading towards through. In comes Delatraz. So now that's exactly what we were thinking, that this is going to be right down to how good this splash and dash is going to be. Delatraz hit their marks, and they've made sure that they've not gone through. No tyres needed. They just need a little cup of fuel to get themselves going, and it's going to be close with Llorente. They come through. Map Performance, the hometown team, now running through, and is this going to be enough? It's a long stop for Alexandre Delatraz, and now into the lead go Map Performance, 20.1 seconds. GG, Map Performance have the lead.
That is not what Delatraz wanted, and now we'll fall back to at least third as he comes out of the pits with coldish tires. But man, Map Performance, what a fantastic pit strategy that they have as a fiercely forward goal, number 113, closing in on Alexander Delatraz for second place.
Yeah, but remember, there was no tyre change, so they've not got cold tyres, they've just got cooler tyres, so they can defend this here. So Tom Mayle, looking for that second place, is going to go for it. We still need to hold on Norbert Leitner and Nicholas Bowe to hope that they're okay to make it to the line. But right now, it is all on with 3 laps to go. Can there be a look for second here for Delatraz Automotive, or will Fiercely Forward power their way through?
Well, we'll see what happens. We know how good Male is getting the elbows out, but Delatraz with a great jump off the pit road. Here's the thing, I'm looking at the time. He could have gone for 10 seconds less and probably have been good on fuel, but one has to wonder how low that Dallara was on gas.
Well, if they couldn't make it home, then I think they were really struggling out there in terms of how much they needed, and they took as little as they could as they worked themselves around, knowing that they've only got a handful of laps left to try and figure out where they are. Working through there in towards New Holland Corner, they know every single lap now is a boon for them. They've just got to stave the challenge of those behind, and it'll be a long few laps left because they know that Nicholas Bowe is going to be the one cause of concern left on whether he will get the lap on them or not. And I think that was the worry, that he might not catch, and we'll need that time heading towards the end of the race. They've got clearance at the moment and just enough of a gap.
So that's the LMP2 story. We just got to figure out if Bowe can make it. And the longer that this stint goes on, I think Leitner is going to be in the good as he's got 28 laps. He'll need 2 more laps. He should be A-okay as Bo comes across the line for 2 laps to go.
Well, with an 11-second margin, Impulse Racing will be really happy with what Norbert Leitner is capable of doing. They are actually going to encroach on the scene here, this battle, Dullatra and Mail, as they run through in towards this next section, a little wide by Tom, and that's going to open up the door for Dullatra again to walk away.
And Dullatra just so good here at the end stage of this race as he opens up a little bit bigger gap, half second between he and Male, as you know, you thought that something may have happened there as they came out, but I'm just so surprised that they took so much fuel there at the end. A 2-second time penalty for car 212 for unsportsmanlike conduct. There's your race leader, so Laubish will lose 2 seconds, but let's see what Nicholas Bo does as he comes around turn number 12 around the 4th place GT3 car of Laubish, who will have to serve that penalty at the end of the race. Now gets around Voishal for 3rd place, closing in on the pit entry, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can last 1 more lap. The lap times haven't fallen off. 1 lap to go for Nicholas Bo as he tries to complete this 300-lap race.
We're going to get there in time by about 5 minutes, so save yourself by the bell. What a long slog of a race it has been, and it has been worth it in every single phase. Tough racing out there, mistakes from every driver out there, but they've known that they've had to hold themselves steady and together, and this one team that has held the front of the field for the longest out of anybody, has been the most deserving out there in front out of anybody, has proven that this is theirs above anybody out now. Nicholas Bo will look to catch the likes of Mitchell Johnson, for Maradness in front, will not catch the LMP2 leaders, and knowing where Impulse are out on track right now, they're not going to catch them either heading through, so they'll have laps of honor to go and work with towards the end. Nicholas Bo knows that the work that Michael Romanidis did in the early stages of this race, that was critical for what they've wanted to. They are now a tier 1 team in possibly the greatest field that IVRA Endurance has put together. Outer Bank Sabadell, and now just 2 corners left, and surely now you can taste the sweet, sweet victory that is there. Drago, it's their domain today at Barcelona. An opening win for them that sets them on the track for victory.
Fantastic race win by Nicholas Bo. 32 laps on that stint. Of course, Jerry Leitinen still have yet to cross the line, but he will come across the line shortly. There's your LMP2 leader. That Matt's performance. Talk about a fantastic pit strategy. Rubens Llorente decided to come in off peak and get what he hoped would be the race-winning pit stop. Indeed it was, as he passed Alexandre Delatraz on a couple laps ago on the front straightaway when Delatraz was taking a long stop to just splash some fuel into that Dallara P217. He'll come around turn number 12 in the shred of darkness here at Barcelona. A fantastic performance out of the Map Performance SRP team as they come down the final corner. He'll see the checkered flag, and Rubens Llorente, who had the lead early on, takes a win in LMP2 here at Barcelona.
That's huge for a Spanish-based team to win in Spain. And Impulse Racing by TAM Livery, they've knocked on the door all of last season. They couldn't do anything about grid and go, but Norbert Leitner will be absolutely over the moon with this one in the 258, because they're going to take GT3 Pro Honors with Yannick Steinhoff there as the help to put it all together. What a wonderful race for them as they take the honors in GT3 Pro, and what a day it has been for each and every team out there. This one has been hard earned and hard fought for, and we will get the confirmation of results, which will soon come through on screen. What a battle in the IVRA Endurance Series to start off your season right. The winter is made for endurance running. Nicholas Bowe will get GTP honours done, as the top 5 would all be BMWs at the end of the day. Jere Lehtinen for the Williams Gaming Club would finish off in second, ahead of Phil Deness at Burosud, and then Maud Dinsa for the Williams Sim Racing Academy in fourth, last on the lead lap. Fiercely Forward would take a top 5, with Dylan Scrivens bringing the car over the line, as Movano Tsuro would beat 6th place, with Marcus Hamilton and Loic Rabier. Sam Sutton for Orbit Drop Bear would be 7th, first of the Porsches, and then the second of the Movano Acuras would be in 8th. Jesse Telkala for GridandGo.com Esports would be 9th, and Nathan Ray would bring Solpec Precision Racing 3 laps down then into play. 6 laps down for Ilkka Harpala, and 9 laps down for Nicolo Fioroni for Fiercely Forward and Tatum Restec. It would be 14 for Manatee Racing, who would bring the final caution of the day into effect, or the second last caution of the day into effect. Simplify Esports are retiring the Cadillac, and then GTP Project with Clement Fidry then not getting the finish that's needed. LMP2 was the domain of Rubens Llorente and Matt Performance, a win on home soil, which they'll be very, very proud of the result, with ahead of Alexandre Delattre, who could not get the pit stop in time to make the splash and dash work. Would stave off the challenger Tom Mayle and Fiercely Forward, with Ariti Esports finishing off in fourth ahead of Effect Simulations, and Team Racing by Adeka Nuring then having a bit of penalty problems heading towards the end of the race. Fastlane RT would finish 7th ahead of Automoves Racing Team in 8th, who looked very good early on in proceedings, with Marius Rommelfanger for Nürburgring Esports in 9th, and Unity Racing Team rounding out the top 10, 2 laps down on category. In the end, Maradnes would be 11th ahead of NGC by Margam Duranda. Maradnes could have fought for the race win overall were it not for a drop of one of their drivers, similar to Automoves. Ariti Esports' second car with Aidan Matthias would be down 6 laps. Connor Nixon for Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport Mars would be down 10, and the only retirees being Nix Esports on home soil that they will really be unhappy about. And then over in GT3 Pro, where an AMG Mercedes would pick up the win, Impulse Racing by Tam Livery would get it done over a handful of Mustangs, Jordan Lebois and Scuderia Volpe in second, and then Switch It Racing Amber finishing off in third. Fiercely Forward would take fourth with Nicholas Laubish, but penalty problems would take them out of contention in the Aston Martin, as Jakob Viderka for Impulse Racing by Volder Art would be fifth, ahead of Roger Fjellstad Christiansen in sixth for Grid and Go. Fast Repair Motorsport will take a very respectable 7th ahead of Axel Kerr in the Racework.com by Venari Racing car in 8th, as it would be 9th for Delta Sport Sim Shop, and Lion GP would round out the top 10, the second of 2 Ferraris in that top 10. It was then North Sim Racing and Team Hoisingveld 2 laps down, as well as Team Australia by One Performance Racing X Vermilion Esports. Lewis Greathead there bringing the car back in 13th. Burosud plus competition with Kei Kashube would be 14th, as Ryan van der Grijp would have the unfortunate in the early stages of the race being stuck on the anti-cut curb. 15th for him, ahead of Solpec Precision Racing and Besta Sport. Simplify Esports would be 5 laps down, 6 for WSR Esports and David E. Baker. They had a massive smash-up with Visceral, who were the race leaders at the time. Marcel Schlenker rounds the top 20 for Halder Motorsports in the Aston Martin. And then over the page, Kai Dalziel would be in 21st, ahead of Caleb Hides and Ansgar Altrigger there for Simulite Esports. You hit your retirees now, because you got Nicholas Lux there for Boots and VDS by Undercut, and the final retiree being Antonio Regier for Sim RC. So a wonderful day in terms of racing. You could not have asked for a better 9 hours worth, or 8.5 hours worth of racing. I think there is no better place to start things off than to bring in your overall winners here today, Nicholas Bowe and Michael Romanidis. Michael, you've had the chance to sit down and watch for the last 4 hours just like we have, and I think the story of the day pretty much for you is that those BMWs were lightning fast all day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we did quite a lot of work obviously with the open bob as well, so we can influence that a little bit, but no, I would say the car was good for most of the race. I think BS was probably quite fast there at the middle of it, just before I got out the car in the dry. But then yeah, luckily the rain came, I guess, and some other things came into play. But yeah, in the end we got it done, so it's pretty good.
Nicholas, you found yourself behind the wheel for the second half of the race, and there were a couple of moments there where you were absolutely pushing and you were very close with some of the lap traffic. But talk us through the restart that you had there going through, and the back just stepped out when you thought you had the jump on Owen Carroll.
Yeah, I was practicing that yesterday. I tried different variants of restarting, also different length and tire age, and then it was working. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go early and try to surprise him a bit. But I think I put the power down a little bit too quick, and these tires are just too sensitive with TC activation. So I cooked the rears and I almost lost it. I think I had like every pit exit or something. I had like 3 big moments this race, so I don't know how I kept it on the track. It was some good racing with BS, especially on that restart then after that. So yeah, I mean they didn't make it too easy for us, like during the main time of the race. Obviously that dropped off towards the end, but still some great racing with them, and yeah, very hard and very fair racing. So I really enjoyed this one.
Two-part question then for the pair of you. With the way that Drago has seemingly gone up and up over the last 6 months or so, what has it been about the last 6 months of racing at Drago that has really built the team up to be now this tier 1 contender in every race that they seem to want to enter? And secondly, do you think that gives you the confidence with the championship lead heading over to the Imola 6 hour?
I mean, I'd like to start on this because I'm quite new to the team, so I can't really speak for the last 6 or 7 months. So I mean, for me, I've been in the team since Petit Le Mans, and yeah, I think just the way the structure of the team works, like how the drivers work together, how the atmosphere is, like it's quite like a big family atmosphere. It's not like just too business-like. Like we do stuff together, we have fun. But I mean, we have the quality of drivers to be at the top. So yeah, I think if we just keep working like this and the way we've been working and that I experienced since I joined before Petit Le Mans, for me it was probably the best decision ever, because now I'm just over the world. It's been an amazing few weeks now in the team, and there's like some big dedication. So I wouldn't say this was like clearly expected, this result, but we definitely were thinking we would be up there. So I'm just happy about the execution, the prep, the setup. So yeah, I think it's just about the personalities and all the structure in the team that just really works together. So yeah, really happy.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm closing into the first year of my time here, and I would say just the team works very well together. We don't really have a huge GDP team at the moment, but you know, the few people we are working quite closely and yeah, quite transparently. I guess it's quite simple, but it works. And then obviously the rest of the team is doing an incredible job as well. So it's just really good to be part of it. It's performing at a really high level that I really like. And obviously we're able to show that. And now obviously for the next 6 or 7 races, we will see if we can keep it up. Obviously with Alex and Nate as well getting in the car, that should be pretty good, as we know. So yeah, I think we have a decent shot at this.
Well, we'll wish you the best of luck when racing comes along over to Imola. Michael Romanidis and Nicholas Bowe there joining us from the team of Drago Racing. Jeremy Scott has wandered down the paddock and has found the hometown team that has got the victory. Rubens Llorente and Vicente Aparicio stood by with Jeremy Scott.
Well, Jake, is absolutely fantastic call to pit when they did. The Mad Performance SRP team, the duo of Rubens Llorente and Vicente Aparicio, join us now. And let's start with Rubens. Who made the call there to pit so early and kind of do the undercut for the race lead?
Well, my teammate is not very good at the English language, so is it okay if I answer it for him?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Go ahead.
Well, we decided to go with this strategy of the pit lane because we knew at the safety car restart that there was going to be a lot of battles and a lot of crashes behind us. So we decided to go ahead and continue when everyone pitted in the safety car. So we got P1 on the restart and we started pushing and pushing and pushing. And then we just split the fuel into 2 pit stops. So we got it like this and it worked, yeah.
And nonetheless, it was a tight battle all throughout in LMP2. So how much of it also was saving the equipment and how much of it was just going for it?
Well, we have to do a balance of it because we also had a lot of incidents. But yeah, my teammate did a great job of keeping it fast on track and at the same time being careful and taking care of the incidents.
All right, you've won the home race. Now you set your sights on the 6 hours at Imola next month. What are your thoughts going into the race?
Well, for Imola, we're gonna be looking as well for the win. This was our first race here, and we're very happy with the result. But from now on, we're gonna be better and better since we did a lot of mistakes this race on our debut. But for Imola, it's gonna be 10 times better than today.
I've got to say this, if that's your first race, I can't wait to see what the rest of the season points out for you. Congratulations, Vincente Arpacio and Rubens Llorente, your winners in LMP2.
Yeah, they did
Jake,
a wonderful job. Yeah, they did a wonderful job. Yeah, they did a great job. Let's both talk to each other at the same time. We're going to get this to work here, Jeremy. But yeah, absolutely wonderful. I've managed to catch up here with Connor Jupp and Alexandre Dulatrar here, who have got themselves second position overall. Alexandre, I'm going to come to you first as Mr. Dulatrar Automotive here. That final pit stop, that must be an agony, seeing that time just bleed away like that.
Yeah, we got an issue on the final pit stop. We got a bug with iRacing, so the fuel didn't stop, then restart. And I think we lost the first position like this because we should have a pit stop around 7 seconds and we got a pit stop of 20 seconds. But yeah, that happened sometimes. That's part of the sim racing race, like engine failure in real life. So that's sad, but that's it.
And Connor, you had yourself pretty much the early goings of the majority of this race. Talk us through the way that you wanted to try and construct this race, the way you wanted to make this race work for you as the reigning champions going into this one, and how the rain really affected the race for you.
Yeah, so obviously it being my first race with Delatraz and my first race in IVRA, I wasn't really sure what to expect. But starting in fourth position, it was a nice qualifying. Obviously, we had a few incidents. We went to the back of the pack a couple of times. So yeah, we had to make our way back through. But the rain definitely played a part. Alex performed a brilliant strategy from our point of view, and yeah, that's realistically why we managed to claw our way back up to second place.
Yeah, so wonderful stuff for you two in the 188. So now as you look to set yourself up and say what's on the horizon as a team, you've got the Imola 6 hour that's going to come into play next. How are you feeling about the confidence of the category, seeing, you know, and this is for both of you, seeing the performances up and down the order of a number of teams today that couldn't quite get the job done, looking at Maradness and Auto Moves, who looked like they were going to give a challenge today?
You can start to answer if you want, Connor.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't raced with many of these guys before, but yeah, to give a good race in our first go teaming up together, it was really good. Like Alex said, I think it would have been a bit closer with the leader come the end had our pit stop gone to plan, but these sorts of things happen. But it definitely has built the confidence going into the next couple of races, and hopefully we can try and convert a good strategy into a race win.
Well, we'll wish you the best. Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll say
No,
we
you
win last season, so why didn't we do this season? I mean, no reason. It will not be easy for sure, because there is a lot of very quick team there and intelligent also with the strategy, so we have to be wake up for sure, but we have more change for sure.
Well, we will wish you both the best of luck in terms of what goes on at Imola. Alexandre Dulatraz and Connor Jupp, they're joining us then, second overall in the LMP2 division. Your winners over in your GT3 category were Norbert Leitner and Yannick Steinhoff. They're stood by with Jeremy Scott.
Well, let's talk about the race in GT3. It's absolutely fantastic with you, Norbert. And let's start off with you, because you You came to the finish, but still, you had a big gap between yourself and LeBlanc near the end, I should say.
Yeah, at the end, we made a little bit of strategy move because we double stinted the tires after the last safety car. So we tried to not do that in the end because of the tire limits. And yeah, we were a little bit struggling with the strategy to work it out, but with the driving times. But yeah, it was good in the end.
And Janik, you had a great middle stint there to keep up near the front. With as crazy as the passes were in GT3, has to feel good knowing that whatever strategy you guys had there in the middle got you that win.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of unexpected. We had our ups and downs, especially at the beginning when my monitors just turned black and I crashed into the wall from P2 and we thought the race was over. But yeah, I don't know how we managed that, but we came back in an amazing fashion and we found some incredible pace at the end, I would say. And yeah, just really happy with that.
Of course, it helps to have those 300 laps available to you for that to happen. But nonetheless, this goes out to both you. The 6 hours at Imola, a little bit shorter this time. What are we looking forward to most in the next month?
I think, yeah, there will be more chaos. I think, at least I expected, because the track is so much narrower than Barcelona, for example. And yeah, with multi-class, it's always really hard to handle the traffic in such track like Imola.
Janik?
Yeah, I agree. I must say Barcelona wasn't as bad as I expected in terms of traffic. There were a lot of places where the prototypes could just pass very easily and you wouldn't lose a lot of time as GT3, and yeah, it was quite enjoyable. And I think Imola will probably be a bit of a different story, so we'll see how that turns out.
And one final question, I'll throw this over to Norbert. The Mustang, we know how strong it is. How satisfying is it to not only beat it on speed, but to actually win with Mustangs breathing down your neck most of the race?
It was pretty satisfying to keep up the pace with the Mustangs, because kind of expected that they will go much faster than us, or at least a little bit faster. But it was nice to see that Mark is going to catch them.
Janik Steinhoff, Norbert Leitner, your GT3 winners here at Barcelona.
They've done a wonderful job here today, and they found themselves in position to pull what they can. We've got the 6 hours of Imola coming up, but very quickly we're going to get a chance to chat with Gauthier Fagnan Police, who has done a wonderful job over the course of today's racing, picking up the result then of second place overall. For you and the team with Jordan LeBlanc at Scuderia Volpe there, Gauthier, how big is that result for you?
It's amazing. We didn't think a second to be on the podium. So starting from P18 we had a small problem with qualifying. We put a little of fuel less than usual, so we didn't manage to finish the last lap to go more up on the start grid. But in the end, we avoided all the issues. The rain, we expected a bit more to put a bit more challenge, but it was already challenging with the slick tires. So yeah, it was really fun, really satisfying, despite a lot of issues with the MP2s overall. But yeah, that's racing, I guess.
So great racing on the horizon for you. A wonderful start for you in the season. How do you look to build on this incredible momentum heading to Imola, a circuit that will very much be even tighter, even stricter, and for the GT3 field, would you also have to say that you're going to be looking in those mirrors a lot more than you did today?
Well, first I need to buy the track and to practice on it because I never drove on it, so it will be a first time for me. But yeah, I spent quite a lot of carnage. I heard a lot that Imola is quite the track for a lot of crashes, especially in multi-class. So yeah, we can expect a lot of maybe a lot of safety cars. So we'll see also with the weather how it goes. But yeah, could be fun to watch.
Well, we'll hope that it's a good result again for you and Scuderia Volpe. Gauthier Fagnan Police there joining us then and getting that second place overall. Jeremy, we do need to talk about it. It will be Imola. It will be coming up in November, and it is going to be one of the most brilliant tracks to go and get racing. If you could put one fast lap down anywhere and it was the last place of your life, Imola is surely the greatest contender.
It really is, because there's so much history that exudes from that place. And look, you know, you've got residents who live trackside. Day in and day out, they can walk out on the balcony and watch the race. It's the sacrificial home of Ferrari for this series. So I'm excited to get to Imola and can't wait to see what happens.
You can only catch it and the IVRA Endurance Series with us on RaceSpotTV. So if you haven't had the chance to already, join the party, like, share, subscribe, do all those wonderful things from the entire team that has brought this to you today. From Dan Field, Dara Thacker, the likes of Lorenzo Bonda, myself, Jake Sperry, Jeremy Scott, and on producing, Ramiro Agustin Cisneros. This has been about hold your ground. A new season, probably the strongest season that we have ever seen of the IVRA Endurance Championship, and it has gone and proven to everyone how strong it will be. Impulse take their result that they want in GT3 Pro. You turn around in LMP2, and it was the perfect strategy for Matt Performance, who will take it on home soil. But it's all about what happens when you get the GTPs out there, because it is one domain at the moment, and the domain screams Drago.